Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301 of Dark Bargains. May 7, 2013, Land of Shadows. King of Shadows POV. A few years ago, a cosmic event occurred that locked down the entire universe, including their connection to their home universe. The Norns were now blind and the future uncertain for the first time in millions of years. And yet, Ragnarok needed to occur after the lockdown was over, for the energy to be sent through the connection they forged between their home universe, a connection that was currently blocked by whatever happened. It was possible that Loki was being truthful with this. Rune King Thor had become more powerful than any Asgardian before him, and that might have included the influence to put such a plan into motion. As much as the king hoped that he could break Loki's mind, as he had done many times before, he couldn't risk Thor's supposed plan from coming to fruition. He could accept Loki ascending into becoming one of them if it meant that his people would survive. And should an accident happen to Loki before his ascension, and he perished before he could truly become one of them, then it would be an unfortunate circumstance that no one could predict. Everything will stabilize and return to what it should be, in no time. After all, this wasn't the first time they were in hot waters. Rune King Thor aside, Odin had come scarily close to banishing their realm away from the world tree like he had done to heaven when he was victorious. It was a cruel punishment, this banishment, and it was a testament to Odin's power. He severed heaven's connection to the world tree, to the borders of the main universe. An entire realm, just like that, gone forever, imprisoned in the void between worlds. Sure, they could have survived and latched onto another universe and another cycle of Ragnarok to absorb. But that would have been a terrible setback, and with how time is in flux in the void, it's entirely possible that they would be too late to save Asgard. This was one of the biggest reasons why they chained Odin the way they did. He was a very powerful being, not as powerful as the shadows of course, but his wisdom and knowledge were a very dangerous combination. It was why they were especially vigilant with Odin in the first place. After his attempts at revolt, even if they did not interfere as extensively as they do now, it was the prudent choice. Additionally, the man remembers every past life whenever he performs his ritual, and that was dangerous. The king and his shadows did not have the luxury of reincarnation and thus have multiple tries. Odin would only need to win once. But now Odin was free for the first time in millions of years, and according to the young frost giant in front of him, he was planning on finishing up what Rune King Thor started. This was troubling, but the king could not bring himself to trust Loki completely, for he was a danger of his own. Long ago, before the king decided to keep a firm hand on the cycle, an iteration of Loki had risen unlike any other. Odin was dead, and Loki on a fateful night discovered his true divinity. He was far more powerful than anyone knew, even himself. He was a monster, one that truly understood what he was capable of. It was one of the first times he had chosen to interfere, for Loki had realized the truth of the cycle with his powers and was planning on launching an attack on them. It was only because he had taken the godling by surprise that he defeated him so easily. But that was in the past, and the king had grown far more powerful since that time, absorbing small amounts of Ragnarok's energy over millions of years. Loki, at his strongest, will not be able to scratch him. But the king always made an extra effort to ensure that Loki's true powers are suppressed. However, for all his misgivings of Loki, they were very heavy-handed with him in this cycle. They planned on having him bring on Ragnarok as soon as possible and did not perform the usual long-term manipulation they used. They were weakened and needed to conserve as much energy as possible. Such a Loki was barely functioning and only cared about gaining more power. He would not understand their sacrifice, the need to protect their world and their people. Because they would not be his, in fact, he would be sacrificing his to protect what would seem like pale imitations of them. The god of mischief was a selfish being at heart and would attempt to sow chaos to rise in power and status should he ever join their kind as a god of the gods. The king decided then and there that he would betray Loki the moment the cycle stabilizes once more, and the timeline is fixed. A part of the king, the one that used to be Baldur Odinson, was disgusted by this decision. But that part barely existed anymore. After all, Baldur was dead, and only the king of the shadows, the savior of Asgard, remained. As for now, the king needed an agent on the outside. Their powers were limited, and even if they were at their strongest, they could not leave their realm. That was their sacrifice, the proof of their commitment to their people. They were forever cursed in this realm of darkness and shadows, which they have been named after. It was especially hard for him at first. He had been the god of light once, eons ago. They had bound themselves to the realm itself, to be able to control and channel the energies of Ragnarok. They had become voids of the cosmic energy that the universe uses to expand and grow life. The moment that any of them leave the shadows that they dwell in, they would be erased from existence. The universe would treat them as foreign invaders. It would know that they were not natives and that they were not meant to enter because of what potential damage they could cause to the very structure of reality. They would be disintegrated, erased completely from time and space. They would forever be cursed in the shadows. It was fitting for the crimes they have committed, the king supposed. As for now, having an ally, a puppet in the field would be beneficial. A meager power-up with a promise for more would prevent Loki from disobeying them. There was an irony to the fact that Loki was trading his family and his people's freedom for power that he will never be able to use, for he will be bound by the same laws and be unable to leave the lands. He would have his power but lose his freedom. A part of the king wishes to give Loki his powers just to see him understand what he would have become. Yet, for now, an agent in the mortal realms would be enough for them. It was time for the king to speak about his decision to Loki, who had just ranted about how much he hates his father. This would get tiresome fast if Loki was left to continue insulting his adoptive father. Interrupting Loki's little monologue, the king spoke up, "We have an accord, small god. You shall be our agent, our spy in the mortal world, and should you succeed, you will join and ascend to become one of us, a god of the gods. I am gladdened that we came to such an arrangement, my king." Oh, here it was, Loki's silver tongue. It was as if that small bug wasn't planning on betraying them all the moment he would benefit from it. "Let us begin, young Loki." What was Thor's plan? The god of mischief let out a smirk. He wanted to wage war upon you, to bring the fight to your realm with an army from all over the 9 realms. An army that Odin has been raising secretly for some time, by having a human mortal under his employ make the bargains to hide from your sight. The king of the shadows almost slumped in relief. In this realm, they were all powerful, even as weakened as they may be, they are still more than mighty enough to crush any army Odin could muster. Unfortunately, Loki continued speaking, but this will be nothing more than a distraction. The main plan is to free Nidhog and set him on your realm. Killing you and everyone involved. You would die permanently, but the Asgardians will be reborn in a new cycle, free of you. This was Thor's plan, at least as far as I'm prepared to tell you. The King of Shadows did his best to try to hide his surprise and wariness, but the rest of his subjects obviously shifted in their seats. This plan could possibly kill them should they not have been aware of it and were taken by surprise. What a horrible creature, the Nidhogg, the dragon of the end. He was one of the only beings that does not die at the end of Ragnarok. It was more than a regular dragon, it was the ultimate devourer. It was not a creature born of flesh and blood, but a true void of energy that developed a conscience and took the shape of a dragon. It had the ability to absorb any energy it could touch. It was a representation of the chaos and emptiness that existed before the universe was born. To prevent its rise, the Endless bound its powers and chained him to the very edge of the outside of the universe, the root of the world tree if you will. The King of the Shadows did not know the madness that Thor must have thought up to let such a beast escape, but should that happen, and the beast attacked their realm, then they would be drained and consumed, the entire realm destroyed, and with it any chance of his people's survival in another universe. Doing his best to not let his worry show, the king responded, "And how would Nidhogg be freed?" Loki shrugged, "I do not know. All I know is that it will have something to do with the convergence somehow." Thor wrote of it as if it was a foregone conclusion. "The Dragon of the End's freedom cannot be allowed to happen," interjected one of his subjects, "we will need to know more." The king nodded, "That is correct. This will be your first assignment. You are to investigate the dragon's prison and see if you have any idea how Odin might release it. This beast will bring danger to the entire universe, not just our realm. Of course, the king will need to do some investigating of his own. Trapped in this realm he may be like the rest of his kin, his reach was still far and wide. He should be able to detect any changes in the prison of the Dragon of the End. As for now, he needed to make a decision regarding Loki. The king tried to use his connection towards Odin to determine if he was truly planning to do something this foolish just to get rid of them. Alas, the connection had vanished somehow, blocked by some unseen force. He tried to do the same to any other Asgardian but was met with the same barrier. The Allfather had occluded his sight somehow, and that did not bode well. With Odin officially free of his bindings and apparently planning to finish what Rune King Thor had started, the King of the Shadows knew that he had to make a choice. He could either trust Loki and hope that he was telling the truth, or he could try to find another way to stop Odin and Rune King Thor, which would have probably involved Loki as well. In the end, the king decided to take a risk. He would trust Loki, at least for now. It was a risky move, but he couldn't see any other way out of their current predicament. He hoped that he wouldn't regret it, but he knew that only time would tell. "Very well, Loki," the king said, his voice echoing throughout the throne room. "I will trust you, for now. But know that if you betray me, you will suffer the consequences." Loki nodded, a sly smile playing across his lips. "I understand, my lord. You won't regret this decision." The king watched as Loki left the throne room, a feeling of unease settling in his stomach. He knew that he had just made a dark bargain, one that could potentially have disastrous consequences. But he also knew that he had no other choice. The fate of his Asgard was at stake, and he would do whatever it took to protect his people. Chapter 302, of Dreams and Stories. May 7, 2013, Land of Shadows. King of Shadows POV. In the end, the king decided to take a risk. He would trust Loki, at least for now. It was a risky move, but he couldn't see any other way out of their current predicament. He hoped that he wouldn't regret it, but he knew that only time would tell. "Very well, Loki," the king said, his voice echoing throughout the throne room. "I will trust you, for now. But know that if you betray me, you will suffer the consequences." Loki nodded, a sly smile playing across his lips. "I understand, my lord. You won't regret this decision." The king watched as Loki left the throne room, a feeling of unease settling in his stomach. He knew that he had just made a dark bargain, one that could potentially have disastrous consequences. But he also knew that he had no other choice. The fate of his Asgard was at stake, and he would do whatever it took to protect his people. Loki Odinson POV. Loki waited until he finally left the realm of shadows to almost break down. The plan had worked, and he was alive. He didn't understand how the Morrigan had this much faith in him but promised himself that she would not regret it. Considering that the King of the Shadows did not give him a way out of his realm, probably a test to see how he broke into his realm in the first place. Luckily, the Morrigan had given him an enchanted single-use bracelet that could open a portal for him to escape the realm of shadows by using the convergence as an anchor. The moment he felt himself return to Midgard once more, he teleported to Sayre Manor once more. He was greeted by his enthusiastic brother and his teacher, who gave him looks of both worry and curiosity. His brother spoke first. "Are you hurt in any way, brother?" Loki could do nothing but shake his head, and his brother's blinding smile comforted him. He was still scared shitless by what he had just experienced, but Thor's presence oddly comforted him. What an odd feeling. He had always felt jealous of his brother, jealous of his charisma, of his strength, of his power. But he was never comforted by his presence. The Morrigan smiled lightly at his denial and asked, "What happened?" "You were right," the god of mischief replied, "they fell for it hook, line and sinker." And what a surprise that was. Loki prided himself in being a master manipulator, a cunning man that could bend others to his whims with just his words, and yet he knew that should he ever have tried to do the same to the shadows, they would have seen right through him. Luckily, he had the Morrigan on his side, and what a mind she had. She told him exactly what buttons to push, what to expect and how to react. Everything had gone exactly the way she had planned, down to every detail. It was just uncanny how she could predict the actions of others this way. "And did you complete your missions?" The immortal witch questioned. "I know it was asking for a lot, and some of your objectives were very out there." Loki shook his head. "You are brilliant. It went perfectly. I was able to sneakily enable your enchantments to interfere with their scrying while I was leaving. I was able to gain their trust, or at least they think that they are pulling my strings. I have even told them about Nidhog supposed to rise." The Morrigan nodded. This was probably what she hoped for. The god of mischief knew that his teacher would not endanger the entire universe by releasing a primordial creature capable of swallowing entire realms just for the sake of killing those who sit above in shadow. The risk was too great, but it was something that Thor might do. Oh, Loki did, reluctantly, love his brother, but he was not blind to his faults. For all he had gotten better under the Morrigan's tutelage, he was still brash and easily committed to rash decisions. He still fell for his traps while sparring. Oh, don't get him wrong, he was far better than he used to be, but being rash and making hasty decisions was in his nature. Releasing a beast from before time itself just to kill his enemies is something that he would do. He would simply try to deal with the repercussions of his decision later. Loki liked to think that even if he had the knowledge and wisdom by recreating his father's ritual, he would still do it. However, there was something that eclipsed all of his previous objectives. Loki had been given access to the energies of the cycle of Ragnarok as proof of the King of the Shadows' side of the bargain. Oh, the power-up felt great, but the Morrigan had warned him that joining them fully would result in him being trapped in an empty realm of darkness and shadows for all eternity. Loki loved power, but what he learned to cherish the most was freedom. After having his emotions and thoughts manipulated by the shadows and being partially under the Mad Titan's control after his fall, Loki learned how valuable true freedom really is, and he wasn't going to give it up after having a taste of it for the first time. Giddy to impress his teacher, Loki bragged, "But that's not it. I have gotten a connection to the cycle of Ragnarok." Thor actually gaped at his achievement, and the Morrigan raised an eyebrow. She was impressed, the god of mischief could tell. Yet, the woman did not smile, she simply hit him in his chest with the palm of her hand. Loki did not shriek like a little girl, no matter what Thor would tell people later, he simply took it with the dignity of a prince of Asgard with courage. Loki closed his eyes, preparing to have died or something, but saw his teacher's amused eyes. "If you're done screaming like a damsel in distress, let's begin." Loki turned around and gasped. The world was barely moving. Loki could see his brother running towards his body at a snail's pace. Wait, his body. Loki looked at his hands and saw that they were transparent. What was happening? "What is this?" the Prince of Asgard gasped. "This is the astral dimension. I have temporarily released your astral form out of your physical form. Time moves differently here." I needed to check the connection you just spoke of, and this was one of the easier ways. Are you now going to congratulate me? Loki questioned. I have helped us a great deal. It depends on the connection. It could be dangerous for you and for us. We need to see what kind of connection it is in the first place. The witch raised her hand and a small rune appeared out of thin air. It glowed for a few seconds before thousands of strands of light appeared from Loki's astral form. Curious, the god of mischief asked, what are those? These are all of your connections and bonds that you have created throughout your entire life. For example, this is your connection to Asgard and the Odin force. She pointed at one of the largest strands which were gold in color, and she continued, it represents your connection to your power, to Odin's magic system. It's by far the biggest one. There is a small connection to the casket of ancient winters which contains the powers of the Jotun race that Odin sealed away during his original conquest. But by far your connection to Asgard is the strongest. However, this right here is your new connection to the lands of shadows and the energies of Ragnarok. She pointed at a rather thin dark strand that seemed out of place compared to the numerous strands of green, blue, and gold. After examining it for a few seconds, she sagged in relief. It seems like the connection is simply an incentive. It's supposed to grant you small bursts of power and keep you in a state of euphoria when you use it. It gives an illusion of more power than there actually is, but it's a connection, nonetheless, and with it, full access to the realm of shadows. It doesn't corrupt you nor is it used to spy on you in any way, but it can be removed or strengthened at any time. You're in the clear, Loki. Loki paled at the thoughts of what this connection could have entailed. I didn't think. Exactly, you didn't think. What you have done is a boon for our cause, Loki, and a strong one at that, but you shouldn't accept power just like that, without a second thought. Power always has a price and most of the time it's not a good one. You are a smart guy, Loki. You just need to think things through sometimes. For some reason, for all your intelligence, you have the tendency to make rash decisions that almost always hurt you in the long run. The god of mischief looked down in shame. It seems even now, his greed for power often blinds him to the prices that might entail. His thoughts were interrupted by the Morrigan. However, what you accomplished is still very impressive. With your connection to Ragnarok's energy, you have saved us a lot of time and effort, and we can more easily set our trap. You have done well, Loki, and I am proud of you. Before Loki could react, his astral form was pushed back to his frozen body and time resumed. He saw his brother leap towards him, Loki. The god of mischief was then levitated telekinetically by the Morrigan, and he was able to stand up once more. Don't worry, Thor, she just wanted to see if there was something wrong with the connection. Everything is fine. The god of thunder let out a sigh of relief and nodded. You did very well, brother. I am glad that you are well. This will be a boon in our fight for Asgard's freedom. The Morrigan nodded. Honestly, I would have been happy with the clouding enchantment alone. We can now fully start our preparations for the attack. But your ruse with the dragon of the end, and your proximity to them will be a crucial advantage that we did not have earlier. You have succeeded in your mission and more. Your father will be proud of you, Loki. Loki had to physically stop the small tears of joy from leaving his eyes and just nodded to seem composed. This was the first time anyone had acknowledged him and his achievements. That was all he ever really wished for in his childhood, and he guesses that he still wished for it from the number of emotions he was doing his best to repress. But one thing was still bugging him. I still don't know why you revealed the fact that Thor was planning on releasing Nidhog to kill them. They will prepare against a heavy assault to prevent this. The Eternal Witch nodded. Yes, they will. And they will be distracted by fighting it, to stop the hidden traps that we will have in the frontal attack. Oh, that made sense. They pretended that the army was the distraction while the dragon of the end was the true weapon. This way, the shadows would be distracted by the dragon while the army would activate the Morrigan's trap, whatever that may be. Wait a minute, did she say that they will be fighting Nidhogg? Please tell me that I heard it wrong, but you just said that they would be fighting Nidhogg. You're not planning on really releasing the dragon of the end, are you? The infuriating woman didn't answer but instead gave him a smug smirk. She turned around and left. It's time for Odin to start his phase of the plan. Chapter 303, Blade Works. May 7, 2013, Sayre Manor. Loki Odinson POV. But one thing was still bugging him. I still don't know why you revealed the fact that Thor was planning on releasing Nidhogg to kill them. They will prepare against a heavy assault to prevent this. The Eternal Witch nodded. Yes, they will. And they will be distracted by fighting it, to stop the hidden traps that we will have in the frontal attack. Oh, that made sense. They pretended that the army was the distraction while the dragon of the end was the true weapon. This way, the shadows would be distracted by the dragon while the army would activate the Morrigan's trap, whatever that may be. Wait a minute, did she say that they will be fighting Nidhogg? Please tell me that I heard it wrong, but you just said that they would be fighting Nidhogg. You're not planning on really releasing the dragon of the end, are you? The infuriating woman didn't answer, but instead gave him a smug smirk. She turned around and left. It's time for Odin to start his phase of the plan. May 7, 2013, Royal Palace, Asgard. Odin Borson POV. Odin Borson, All-Father, King of Asgard, Butcher of Millions, Vanquisher of Heaven, Lover to the Phoenix, these were a few of the countless titles that he had been given throughout the course of his countless lives. Even now, people trembled before his power, scared that he would return to his old ways of warfare and bloodshed, scared that they would be next in his long line of kills. And yet, for the first time in countless lifetimes, he was excited. Something was finally different, something was new. Something always died in him the moment he performs his ritual every lifetime. The knowledge that his life was nothing more than a story, that he was nothing more than a puppet, was very disheartening. Asgard, his people, were nothing more than a tapestry, nothing more than cattle for the amusement and nourishment of higher beings. Odin had tried lifetime after lifetime to manipulate the situation to his advantage, to take them by surprise as he almost did the first time he figured out what was happening. But alas, he lost, and he kept losing for countless times, each time returning with less power, his Odin force dwindling by their clever tricks. Every time, something unexpected would happen that would stop him. He kept on trying until he discovered that he was bound by the chains of fate at the hand of those who sit above in shadow. It was then that he really understood how powerful these beings were, to be able to bind a man such as him. He was one of the most powerful beings in the universe. He had even matched Celestials during the Celestial Wars. He had seen Null's defeat with his own eye. And yet, to his shame, he had lost hope. There was no one to physically fight, no one to kill or slay. And the king of Asgard was lost. He gave up and let the narrative continue. He let his son have his hammer and act like a brute while another would always betray him and cause Asgard's destruction. Their lives were nothing more than a painting, a story, that was played out to the benefit of hidden beings with power far outstripping his. That kept going on, until he went on a trip to Midgard with Frigga, in the last timeline. It was then that he realized the Shadow's first weakness. They were blind in Midgard. And that was something he could use. His mind was free for the first time in lifetimes, and he used it to plan. Odin was barely more than a neutered beast, he knew that. His overlords had bound him in prophecies and a particular timeline to follow no matter what he wished. He could not defeat them himself, but Thor had no such limitations. Mjolnir protected him in every reincarnation and Odin could use this to his advantage. Thor's conception was a ritual that Frigga didn't know of. He combined the essence of the Earth Mother itself, Gaia or Jorl as she is known to his people, to his wife's womb. When Thor was born, he was as much the son of the elder goddess as he was Frigga's. And thus, the strongest Thor was born. Things went exactly according to the timeline as to not warn them. Odin perished, swallowed by Fenrir, and Ragnarok happened, but Thor survived. Better yet, he performed his ritual and understood what the endgame was. His son hatched a mad plan with the Morrigan that would see to the freedom of his people, and she accepted. Rune King Thor proceeded to sacrifice himself to cripple the shadows, turning them into mere remnants of what they used to be, as they had done to Odin. Odin could not think of a more fitting punishment for what happened. However, Odin's vindication was useless for they still lived. Odin almost lost hope once more, until the Morrigan came to bargain with him, and told him Thor's ultimate plan. He had never been prouder of his son than he was at that moment. Thor surpassed even him in power and foresight. He predicted the event that broke the chains of fate, and thus he was not bound anymore. With their foresight gone as well as most of their power, the shadows were very weakened. And now it was time for Asgard to be free. This was a plan 5,000 years in the making, and it was finally coming to fruition. The Morrigan convinced Loki of all people to infiltrate the shadows' ranks and act as their agent while subtly binding their scrying altogether. And from the message he had just received, his son was successful. The shadows were practically as blind to Asgard as they are to Midgard. Of course, the rest of the 9 realms were obvious, but Odin had no plans of including them in any way. Loki did surprisingly well and had progressed well in his studies. He always had a large amount of potential, but the shadows always did their best to stifle it after a certain timeline. Something occurred after his death that seriously scared them, at least enough to heavily bind the trickster god. But alas, Odin was officially free for the duration of the convergence, and so was the totality of Asgard. His bindings of mind and fate were gone, and it was time. Seeing his smile, his wife spoke up. I assume it was good news. He gave her a goofy smile, one that he hadn't let out in thousands of lifetimes. Oh, that it is. Very good news. It's time. Time for what, my love? She asked confused. She did not know about the shadows, about their trickery, about their lies. Odin never risked telling her, for one he couldn't as the shadows would prevent him from doing so, but also because it would break her. Frigga was a pure soul in every lifetime, one full of life and wisdom. He loved her, as he had done many times before, and the truth that all her sacrifices, all her pains and triumphs, joy and agony, were planned by some higher beings, would break her heart. Perhaps it is time for her to know, but he had something to do first. It's time for me to go to the treasury, my love. Odin ignored her confused face and ran to the treasury, taking nothing but the tesseract and a fragment of the eternal flames. The flames were one of the few relics that did not extinguish in between Ragnarok cycles. It was a shard of the Phoenix Force that was imprisoned by the power stone used by a celestial that tried to study an avatar of the cosmic entity millions of years ago. It can never be destroyed, never be extinguished. It could absorb and enhance the powers of any user. Odin always uses it to bind Surtur's powers during each cycle, turning him into a pale imitation of the mighty being he used to be. It always stayed in his vaults, as a reminder of his first love, of the avatar of the Phoenix Force that he had loved all those lifetimes ago. He had done the same to the Frost Giants long ago, binding their powers to the casket of ancient winters. The Light Elves and the Vanir had quickly submitted to his rule, afraid of the same happening to them. As for the eternal flame, Odin did not need it for sentimental reasons. It was time for him to forge a proper weapon. He slowly walked to his forge, one of his most private places. He could not trust anyone, even the dwarves of Nidavellir, to truly understand what he was crafting. He released Gungnir and levitated it in front of him. It was a fine weapon, Gungnir, his spear. It was the best that the dwarves could make, a proper channel to the Odin force that could even summon the Bifrost. It was made with the purest URU metal, which can be heavily enchanted, something that Odin was going to use. Yet, this step was also symbolic. Gungnir was his shackles, his binds to the shadows. It was time to forget the past and get ready for the future. Things will be different from now on. It was a powerful spear, one with a very powerful enchantment. Whenever the spear is thrown it would never miss. That, coupled with the natural focus that it is because of the URU, made it a fearsome weapon. But it would not be enough for what is coming. With a twinge of sadness and nostalgia, Odin levitated the spear over the fire and waved his hands to light it up. It barely took a couple of minutes for the spear to melt, showing that Gungnir was now officially dead. Sure, a part of Odin mourned his partner, but it was time to grow, to be different, for the good of Asgard. He then created a rune to contain the raw URU that it released, and it levitated like a blob. Slowly the metal started to take the form of a large blade. He imbued the blade with the eternal flame, the URU hungrily absorbing what could make it stronger. It was one of the curious properties of the metal. When forged, they were susceptible to enchantments and enhancements like no other material. But the moment that they are hard, that they are finished, they would not change until they are melted down again, where the enchantments would be erased automatically. Odin slowly put the blade onto an anvil and started hammering it, binding it with rune after rune, enhancing the power of the eternal flame in the metal, already making it one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. Slowly the giant great sword started forming completely. It was probably as tall as his wife, and it was as powerful as it was beautiful and intimidating. The pommel and vanguard had taken a gold tint, it looked like gold, but everything was made of URU. The handle looked like leather, but it was made of small URU threads enchanted for comfort. Every bit of what remained of Gungnir was used to craft his weapon. Odin would not let a single piece of it go to waste. It was probably one of the strongest weapons in the universe, and Odin could feel the remnants of the Phoenix Force and the Power Stone singing inside his weapon. And yet, it was not over. Odin grabbed the tesseract with his bare hands, and with a rune, the cube started disintegrating and a single stone remained. It was blue and it oozed power. For it was the Space Stone, one of the relics of creation, an artifact that was older than even him, with all his many lives. It floated in his hand, and he pushed it towards the pommel of the sword, where a small spherical hole remained. The stone filled the hole perfectly, and the runes all over the sword lighted up. Odin's weapon was ready, and it would surpass any other in existence. For the Odin sword was born on this fruitful day. This was it, the key to Asgard's freedom. For may its power cleanse the parasites that had been feeding on his people, and may its light destroy the shadows they dwell in. Chapter 304, of Fertility and Confessions. May 7, 2013, Royal Palace, Asgard. Odin Borson POV. It was probably one of the strongest weapons in the universe, and Odin could feel the remnants of the Phoenix Force and the Power Stone singing inside his weapon. And yet, it was not over. Odin grabbed the tesseract with his bare hands, and with a rune, the cube started disintegrating and a single stone remained. It was blue and it oozed power. For it was the Space Stone, one of the relics of creation, an artifact that was older than even him, with all his many lives. It floated in his hand, and he pushed it towards the pommel of the sword, where a small spherical hole remained. The stone filled the hole perfectly, and the runes all over the sword lighted up. Odin's weapon was ready, and it would surpass any other in existence. For the Odin sword was born on this fruitful day. This was it, the key to Asgard's freedom. For may its power cleanse the parasites that had been feeding on his people, and may its light destroy the shadows they dwell in. When the king of Asgard returned to the throne room, with a sword larger than a man's body, whispers followed him. It was the first time since his conquest of the 9 realms that he truly started acting like the warrior he is deep down. Something in him always breaks after each ritual. He gains wisdom and understanding, but he loses his will to fight. He saw how useless battle and war were in the grand scheme of things, and it contradicted the Asgardian way of life. He only allowed his soldiers to battle when there is a threat that might endanger the Nine Realms. He chose not to involve himself directly. It was useless, in the end. War, conflict, will always occur whether he wants it to or not, and his policy of non-involvement didn't always work out for the best. For example, Odin remembers Hela's almost escape where he sent his entire force of Valkyries, peerless warriors with impressive skill and teamwork. And yet he had underestimated just how powerful Hela's power was when she was his blood daughter. She was already a nightmare to deal with when she was Loki's daughter, but being his child made her already impressive powers ridiculous. It didn't matter in the end. If Odin knew something for a fact, it was that he could not turn back time. The Valkyries were massacred, and Odin needed to personally bind her, tying her imprisonment to his own life force, which was slowly dwindling away in his old age. Yet, the people of Asgard never really saw Odin's true might. He had rarely gotten into any battle from the moment he got access to the Odin force, and the few that he did, he only needed seconds to end the fight. Laufey's laughable plan of invading Midgard came the closest, and even then, most of the Frost Giant army was massacred completely by the Morrigan when they trespassed into Midgard. And Odin only needed a few minutes to immobilize the king of Jotunheim and bind the source of his power into the casket of ancient winters. Although, that little jaunt had the misfortune of spreading rumors about what kind of monsters the Frost Giants are, and demonized them, probably for the few Asgardians that lost their lives. Odin attributes these rumors to one of the reasons Loki fell so easily when he discovered his true nature. But now, for the first time in centuries, the people of Asgard were seeing Odin genuinely preparing for war, one that they did not understand. Because why would he build such a weapon that oozed power and authority, far more than his former spear ever did? The king of Asgard could feel their excitement at the thought of battle in the near future. And they were right to be excited. With his new weapon, Asgard would soon be free. The Odin sword was a weapon unlike any other. It was a combination of the Eternal Flame and the Power Stone, two of the most powerful forces in the universe. And with the addition of the Space Stone, it was now even more formidable. Its mere presence was enough to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. The synergy between the Eternal Flames and the Space Stone was immense. Adding in the amplification effect of the Odin sword, this was by far one of the most powerful weapons in existence. The Eternal Flame, which contained the flames of destruction and rebirth of the Phoenix Force, and the amplification properties of the Power Stone, would enhance any attack he could channel from it, and give it more destructive properties. However, the Space Stone was the crown jewel. Odin often tried to avoid using Infinity Stones because it often brought the attention of power-hungry beings to Asgard's doorstep, and that was just troublesome to deal with. Many Ragnarok cycles ended with someone breaking into one of the 9 realms to steal an Infinity Stone and ending up destroying the entire realm altogether. But now, he needed the stone for what was coming. This sword channels the stone's energy so well that he could use it to cut anything in existence by separating their bonds on an atomic scale. He could split a planet in two without breaking a sweat, and this kind of power was what was needed to deal with the shadows. In a way, Odin missed this feeling of power. It reminded him of his might in his older lives, where his strength wasn't sapped slowly by these parasites that dare call themselves the gods of the gods. But they would get their reckoning soon, and Asgard would be free. His thoughts were interrupted by his wife Frigga. "Odin, what is going on? Why did you make that sword?" The king of Asgard looked around and saw that they were alone in the throne room. Even the guards were gone, probably dismissed by his queen. What a thoughtful woman he married. Odin sighed. He needed to come clean now. He will be gathering the army soon, and she was his queen. She needed to know what was going on. "Frigga, the situation is complicated, but yes, we're going to war. One that I hope will be a short one, but one that is necessary." "War is never necessary," Frigga protested. "You taught me that when we first married. You promised that you would change your ways, that you would stop the endless bloodshed. All this time you have kept to your word. Why are you planning on breaking it now?" Odin nodded. "And you would be right, normally. War is never necessary, until all avenues but battle are exhausted. And believe me, my queen, this has been a long time coming." Frigga answered with a bitter tone. "And which unfortunate realm will be the one that will suffer your wrath?" To be perfectly honest, Odin knew that Frigga had every right to be furious at him. She was Vanaheim's peace offering. In his youth, the king of Asgard, hungry for battle and conquest, tried to conquer her birth realm and almost succeeded. The Vanir sorcerers were strong, but not enough to deal with Asgard's might. In the end, the realm submitted in exchange for him having a Vanir queen, which happened to be Frigga. It took a long time for their marriage to start working, and it took Odin's vow to not start any wars for that to happen. He had performed his ritual by then and lost his youthful and foolish hunger for power. This was the foundation of their marriage, their core, and Odin was going back on it. "I am not going to attack any one of the 9 realms, Odin protested. "I am not doing it to conquer anything, or for the sake of battle itself. You know that I grew from these foolish notions. I am doing it because I have to, because to not do it, we will lose something precious." Yes, he was truthful in this. This was his last chance. Should they fail, it would shatter him. He would be broken, having lost hope, to fight against the shadows. If a plan, created by the strongest Asgardian ever born from the power of an elder god in the Odin force, a plan that was thousands of years in the making, did not work, then nothing will. It was his greatest attack, his final attempt at his people's freedom. Frigga must have noticed his sincerity. Then tell me, husband, why are you doing this? With a nod, Odin warned, it will shatter you. However, Frigga remained resilient to his warning, I can handle it. Odin sighed in exasperation, no, you can't. But there is no use in hiding it any longer. I did not tell you about it previously because I couldn't, not without putting you in danger. The truth is that everything you think you know is a lie. Every living being in the 9 realms is barely more than a puppet without them knowing it, even the Asgardians, even me. Well, I do know about it, but I was barely more than a knowledgeable slave. Understandably, Frigga was confused by his proclamation, I don't understand. How would that be possible? Us, Asgardians live in an endless cycle of conquest, death, and rebirth. This has been going on for millions of years. You have been reincarnated thousands if not millions of times over the cycles of Ragnarok. The beings I wish to wage war against have cannibalized this cycle, controlled it, and turned our lives into nothing more than stories, plays where we are each given a specific role, by pulling on the strands of fate to get their preferred outcome. I have awakened my previous memories after my ritual, which was why I was so different. Frigga seemed to freeze at that, probably digesting the information. She had stayed silent for a few minutes before speaking up. I had wondered why you were so different in such a fundamental way. Has any of this been real, Odin? Were my sacrifices real? Were they worth it? Odin gave her a sad smile. My darling wife, I have met you millions of times across countless lifetimes, and every time I fall in love with you again and again. Our actions might have been fated, planned by horrible parasites that feed on our efforts, but what we felt, what you have sacrificed, has always been real, Frigga. But why are you acting now? If they've been enslaving us for so long, what makes this time any different? Odin had a proud gleam in his eye. Our son, Thor, or at least the last version, hatched a long-term plan to ensure Asgard's freedom. Even from beyond the grave, he was able to get us in a position where these shadows are weakened, their control over our fates non-existent, and their sight over Asgard clouded. We're almost there, it's almost over. This is the climax, the chance I have been waiting for. I cannot let that go, even if it means that I will need to break my vow to you. I love you, Frigga, but I have a responsibility to my people, to our people. Frigga sighed, I can tell that this is serious, on a personal level. Odin gritted his teeth, do you have any idea how horrible it is to be trapped in your own mind, not being able to control your body, and watch as your people perish time and time again, without being able to do anything? I have seen you die countless times. I have seen Loki betray us countless times. I have watched as the realms fell into chaos and war countless times, and I couldn't even try to stop these miserable scenarios, forced to pretend to be someone I am not, seeing my body speak and move without making a word. Believe me, Frigga, this is very personal. Frigga nodded, you have my blessing, husband. Odin nodded, yes, it's time to assemble Asgard's army. Chapter 305, of Darkness and Kings. May 7, 2013, Royal Palace, Asgard. Odin Borson POV. We're almost there, it's almost over. This is the climax, the chance I have been waiting for. I cannot let that go, even if it means that I will need to break my vow to you. I love you, Frigga, but I have a responsibility to my people, to our people. Frigga sighed, I can tell that this is serious, on a personal level. Odin gritted his teeth, do you have any idea how horrible it is to be trapped in your own mind, not being able to control your body, and watch as your people perish time and time again, without being able to do anything? I have seen you die countless times. I have seen Loki betray us countless times. I have watched the realms fall into chaos and war countless times, and I couldn't even try to stop these miserable scenarios, forced to pretend to be someone I am not, seeing my body speak and move without making a word. Believe me, Frigga, this is very personal. Frigga nodded, you have my blessing, husband. Odin nodded, yes, it's time to assemble Asgard's army. Same time, Svartalfheim. Malekith POV. Malekith was a proud dark elf. Their species was often disregarded, hated on occasion, and perhaps even dismissed. He himself was the undisputed king of the Dark Elves, the symbol of their hopes and dreams. And he wasn't even born to be a king. He was born as nothing, a seventh son of a weak family of Dark Elves during the Warring Age. Back then, the 9 realms were constantly at war. The Light Elves and Dark Elves were always on opposite sides, sometimes a side would be supported by the Vanir or the Aesir, but in the end, it didn't matter much, the Dark Elves were bred for war, and they wouldn't have it in any other way. But with war came death and poverty, and thus they were poor people. Even the nobility often bankrupted themselves just to wage the wars that they craved. Malekith himself was sold as a slave by his mother in exchange for weapons, and while he loathed his mother, he expected nothing else from a dark elf, for they were creatures of darkness and betrayal. Malekith had lived for almost a century as a slave until he was freed by a dark elf sorcerer. The sorcerer had taken him as an apprentice, and it didn't take long for the student to surpass the master. Malekith was simply unnaturally talented in the arts of dark sorceries, a true prodigy as his master told him. Unfortunately, his master wanted to also pass down the pacifistic ideologies that made him an outcast to their people. The young elf had often ignored this lesson, the craving for power and darkness sang in his blood. He knew that he was the epitome of what a dark elf should be. Thus, he killed the coward that stopped being useful for his ambitions. For his ambitions were great and terrible alike. He wished his race to be the undisputed rulers of the 9 realms, and since the dark elves were at their most powerful in the darkness, the universe will have nothing but darkness. And as everyone knew, the only way to gain prestige as a dark elf was through battle and victory. Malekith joined the army soon after. His skills in sorcery and battle became well known to his people, and slowly Malekith rose in ranks until he became one of the generals. Having gained such a prestigious rank, he challenged the previous king and defeated him handily in one-on-one combat. With only his wits and power, he became the leader of the Dark Elves. He was the strongest and the Dark Elves followed the strong. He became even more fearsome when he discovered the mythical ether, a relic from before creation itself, capable of manipulating reality itself. It took centuries for Malekith to learn how to harness its power safely, and he was only capable of doing so by using his mastery over sorcery. With that done, he waged war on the universe, and he was successful. The Light Elves were eradicated almost entirely, the dwarves were barely a shadow of their true selves after Malekith used the ether to darken the stars themselves. The Fire Giants and Frost Giants were conquered, and their realms fell to his darkness. Everywhere he went, darkness followed. And the Dark Elves reigned supreme. Unfortunately, Bor-Burazan, the king of Asgard, chose to retaliate and waged war against him, angry that his allies, the Light Elves, had been massacred. And after a long and pained war, Buri managed to take Malekith by surprise, sealing away the ether somehow, perhaps by using that cursed Asgardian magic of his. Malekith had been trying to use the convergence to end the war on his own. It would have been a night to remember where all light in every realm would be gone. It was an intensive ritual which was interrupted by the king of Asgard, something that Malekith did not expect. In his shock, Malekith did not react as his entire forces were destroyed, leaving only a few platoons. He ended up barely escaping with his life, without the ether, and with only a single battleship to his name. Accepting that he could not face the might of Asgard without the ether, he went into hibernation and constantly powered a spell that would wake him, and his loyal subjects up, should any sign of the ether resurface. Malekith awoke slowly on his ship. He tried to sense the ether, since that would be the only reason for his awakening, but found nothing. That meant that someone had woken him up on purpose. But they were hidden with their most powerful stealth technology enhanced by the ether itself during its forging, and if it was an Asgardian, they were more likely to slay him in his sleep. Malekith had no illusions that he had any allies waiting for him. His people were massacred by the Asgardian army, and his realm was plundered and set aflame in the war. He was on his own, which made it all the more curious as to who had awoken him. His questions were immediately answered when his entire world shifted into a throne room. It was filled with nothing but darkness and shadows. He immediately fell in love with it. However, he didn't have time to admire it further, because, in a flash of light, the thrones were filled with gigantic people in Asgardian wear. They were also made of shadows with only a few lights coming from their eyes and mouths, illuminating the room. The man in the middle, probably their leader, spoke up, "Malekith the Accursed, you have been summoned." The king of the Dark Elves could feel the power in the man's words. Although, he did not tremble. He had subjugated the ether itself, a relic of creation, capable of manipulating the fabric of reality. The man looking down at him was powerful, and the seemingly infinite well of power that he felt coming from him reminded him eerily of his beloved ether. Still, Malekith had lost the ether, which was rightfully his, and there was no need to antagonize these beings who seemed to love the blessed darkness as much as he does. "And may I know who it was that summoned me?" "We have no names, for there is no need for us to have names. We are simply above, and beyond, your existence. We are the gods of the gods, those who sit above in shadow. Very few have ever had the privilege to speak with us. Consider yourself fortunate for that honor, Malekith." Their power certainly led credence to their claims, but gods of the gods or not, they had woken him up. Malekith has been the king of the Dark Elves for centuries, and understood that they must want something from him, something that they just couldn't do themselves. "I can appreciate such an honor, but may I know why such an honor was granted to me in the first place?" "We seek a bargain, King of Svartalfheim." That was odd. If they were as powerful as they appeared, as they claimed, they would not need anything he could provide, and what could I possibly give you? "Your allegiance for one. Our subjects are rebelling against our rule, seeking to dethrone us. These cursed Asgardians have forgotten our power, and our knowledge, and are pursuing their foolish dreams of freedom. And why can't you smite them?" You are the gods of the gods, you are certainly capable of that. Malekith drawled. He could hear a mummer's tale from a mile away. Dark elven politics were filled with betrayals and manipulations. The king has had to rebuff many rebellious movements who tried to assassinate him to claim the throne for themselves. He put those down hard. The shadows shifted slightly, we will be busy. The foolish Asgardians are planning on releasing Nidhog to attack us. We will need to bind it once more to prevent further damage. We need you and your battalion to deal with the Asgardian army that seeks to break into our realm. Madness. Had these Asgardians lost their minds in the centuries that he was absent? Nidhogg, the dragon of the end, was a breast that couldn't be reasoned with, that couldn't be controlled or manipulated. It simply consumed everything it ever touched. Anything that touched its cursed jaws was destroyed, even the fabric of space and time. Malekith would not have dared to seek such a fight even if he had the ether back on his side once more. After all, for all his experience, Malekith knew for a fact that he barely used a fraction of the potential that the artifact held. The dark elves relished darkness, true, but the dragon of the end brought only the void with him, the emptiness, and that terrified him far more than anything else did. If the foolish Asgardians truly planned to go to such drastic lengths just to deal with these gods of the gods, then there must be more to it. Alas, Malekith does not think that he'll have the luxury of refusing. Without the power of the ether, he was a shadow of the being he used to be. Still, this was a bargain, not a call of duty. He needed to understand what they were offering in return. It is an intriguing proposal, but you did not mention what you will give in return for my allegiance. Malekith felt that the leader of these shadows was giving him a smug smirk. Should you and your forces assist us, you will be free to continue your ambition, but most of all, we will give you what you wish the most. Before he could express his confusion, a portal, assisted using the convergence, opened in front of him and Malekith could see the other side of it. He could feel it, greeting him as an old friend, the ether. It was trapped in a pocket dimension of sorts, which made sense as to why Malekith could never sense it before. That cursed king of Asgard, Bor-Burazin, was a clever one indeed. The ether was obviously trapped, and Malekith could feel its desperation to escape, to join him once more. The king of the dark elves slowly walked towards the portal, but a force field stopped him. He looked at his hosts questioningly. You have found it? The men nodded. Yes, we have. We are offering you your previous power, and our personal blessings in the fight to come. I could just try to find it on my own. The ether is in a single pocket dimension that you don't know the coordinates to. The best you could do is to go through countless convergence portals and hope for the best. Finding it would be a 1 in a million chance of happening, and the convergence will last for a few weeks at most. Are you willing to risk this chance and wait another 5,000 years just to have another chance? Malekith inwardly cursed. The self-proclaimed god was correct. He was not willing to wait for another chance. And yet, the thought of being his attack dog grated him. And yet, the being's power was no illusion. Malekith knew that for sure. Perhaps after regaining the ether once more, he would be able to resist somehow. It didn't matter now. It was not like he had a choice in the matter, and from the smug feeling he got from his summoner, he knew it as well. In the end, there was only one thing to do. I accept the terms of your proposal. The Dark Elves will stand by you during the coming conflict. Chapter 306, Final Preparations. May 13, 2013, Royal Palace, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Today was the day that everything came together. Thousands of years of planning from Thor, months on my part planning the final assault. It all came down to this day, to this battle. Asgard's freedom was so close, and the Shadow's tyranny was coming to an end. Everything was done, the plan was in place, and everyone knew their roles perfectly. The Asgardian army was ready to be deployed, although there was some confusion about the matter. They had no idea who they were fighting, nor what was at stake, only that Asgard was threatened, and time was of the essence. As for now, we were all assembled in the royal palace in Asgard to plan where to do the assault. While Thor, Loki, and I waited for the All-Father and All-Mother to appear, we stood in silence, apprehensive yet excited for the battle soon to be upon us. The tension in the room was palpable as we waited for Odin and Frigga to arrive. Loki was fidgeting, probably apprehensive to meet with Odin after what he has done. Thor, on the other hand, looked oddly determined. He would make a good king after some training. Politics and cunning could be taught, but the willingness to give anything, to do anything, for the good of his people was what made a truly great leader and king. As for me, I couldn't help but feel a mix of nerves and determination as I thought about the task ahead. My emotions were still muted, but my newly enhanced intellect calculated that there was still a great deal of uncertainty in the coming conflict. Mine and Thor's plans helped balance the scales in Asgard's favor, but the Shadows were cunning, and they were now desperate. This conflict will not only secure Asgard's freedom, but it will also give me an army to deal with the conflict with Entropy. Asgard's army could be the key to preventing the snap from happening, an extra force to defend against Thanos' army, which would be what Entropy is planning to use to spread his essence into every single universe out there. A part of me was still disgusted by the fact that I was the one dealing with it. It shouldn't be me, and I now recognize that the cosmic entities, the beings that Loki aptly called the Endless, chose not to intervene. For all their justifications of laws and responsibilities, they didn't seem to care about making me deal with their mess. I was being played, I recognize that now. Someone had a hand in preventing the living tribunal and the rest of the Endless from acting. For all I wanted to demonize them, they were not living beings, not really. They were concepts given form. They were not good or evil, and even if they were laws, a multiversal threat should warrant their involvement. The fact that it's one of them going off the rails makes it doubly their job to deal with it, not mine. Unfortunately, cosmic entities did not need to explain their choices, and I was stuck dealing with entropy because I was not prepared to let the entire multiverse get destroyed just to spite some beings that just wouldn't give a shit about it. As the minutes ticked by, the anticipation in the room grew. Thor, Loki, and I stood in silence, each lost in our own thoughts as we waited for Odin and Frigga to arrive. My mind raced as I tried to predict what the shadows could be planning. There were many scenarios, each more disturbing than the next. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the doors to the throne room opened and Odin and Frigga entered. Odin was dressed in his armor with a big-ass sword on his back, his face stern and determined. Frigga, on the other hand, looked worried and concerned, but I could see the strength in her eyes as she stood by her husband's side. The sword was new, and I could feel the power within. Odin was a shade of the mighty warrior that he was in his previous lifetimes, but right now, he looked every inch the warrior king that the songs portray him to be. From a preliminary analysis, I could tell that there was some sort of amplification and enhancement properties on the sword, that's not even mentioning the space stone in the pommel. I had recommended Odin to forge an artifact capable of channeling the power of the space stone, but I didn't expect something like this. That man really knows how to craft a weapon of mass destruction. We'll need to talk about it after this mess is dealt with. The time has come, Odin said, his voice grave. Asgard is under threat, and it is up to us to defend it. Are we ready with the preparations? I nodded, yes, we are. The trap is in place as are our safeguards. The weapons are ready and secured. We only need to decide on a location to deploy the troops. Jean and Wanda are in Greenwich in Midgard, in case something spills out there. They'll have it handled. Odin nodded, we cannot allow them to attack Asgard, especially with the Dark Elves joining the enemies. And wasn't that an unpleasant surprise? Honestly, I thought they were more likely to ask only Loki to spearhead the attack, hoping for some frost giants, but they woke the remaining hibernating Dark Elves to deal with the army. It was a good move politically, and they even gave Malekith the Ether, the reality stone itself, as some additional firepower. We're lucky that Malekith barely knew how to use the damn thing without killing himself and didn't understand the full potential of the artifact. It was a shame because I had been looking for the artifact ever since the convergence began, but I had no idea where Bor had sealed it, and the chances of finding it without either knowing where it is or somehow getting Fate's help were very slim. Jane Foster must have either been very lucky to find it in the alternate timeline, or someone manipulated the portal so that all Infinity Stones would be accessible soon after. Fate really was a bitch. Odin had gone into a full rage when Loki told him about it. He was disturbed by their survival of his father's genocide. I'm guessing that they were very troublesome for one of his past incarnations for them to worry him so much, and I have to say that their weaponry and spaceships, enhanced by the ether, were very dangerous, capable of stealth that could hide from any scrying attempt, even Heimdall's. With this kind of weaponry at their disposal, it would be foolish to start the attacks on Asgard or Midgard. Loki answered this question, we need a place that's almost deserted where we could deal with any surprise attacks and avoid collateral damage. The shadows don't know when the attack will take place. They have the entire Dark Elven forces ready to be deployed at once in the realm of shadows and are planning on leaving one of their numbers to protect the realm itself if someone tries to sneak in. They think it's enough to deal with us, while the others try to contain Nidhog if it attacks their realm as planned. If I had to choose a place, I would propose using Niflheim as our battlefield. Immediately, Odin and I shook our heads, it's not practical. We would be drained in minutes. Frigga nodded, we also need as much of their forces to be outside the realm of shadows for the plan to work. An idea popped into my head, what about Svartalfheim? Thor looked shocked, the home of the Dark Elves. Odin agreed, it could work. Their forces are mostly made of Dark Elves, attacking their home could make them act rashly and leave the realm of shadows to defend their own. It would be a very fitting way to deal with them. The realm is also almost entirely abandoned and has practically no living organisms there. Loki interjected, but won't they be stronger this close to their realm? Frigga shook her head, no, Malekith removed his connection to the world tree in his foolish ambitions, choosing to connect his people entirely to the ether. It's why Bor Burizen was able to defeat them so easily once it was sealed. They sacrificed their dark sorceries to have the power of the ether. It's a crude choice and a foolish one, but with it in their hands, they are far more powerful than they used to be. Even with their lower numbers, they could still stand against Asgard's armies. That was very problematic. It all hinges on my frankly mad plan to deal with them. But it was the only plan we have, so we've all agreed on Svartalfheim. Loki shrugged. This plan is already mad, a little more will not change anything. I had to admit that he had a point. This triple bluff thing was mad, but it was the only way I could think of to trick them. If I just bluffed once, they might expect an attack elsewhere, expect a distraction. But if I made them believe that they knew what the trap would be, they wouldn't think further about it, believing that they had the upper hand. I needed a way to distract them, and the dragon of the end is a very good distraction. Truthfully, this entire plan pretty much hinges on Loki, and he knew it. Odin didn't like it at all, his vision tainted by the countless betrayals that his adopted son performed in his previous lifetimes, but no one could protest the fact that the shadows expect the same from him, especially since they kept trying to manipulate the boy all his life to turn him into Asgard's ultimate traitor. As Odin made sure that everyone knew what their parts to play were, I looked at the young Jotun in front of me. The poor boy was looking at the king with a mixture of hope and fear. Perhaps he hoped that should the plan work, his father would finally acknowledge him. While everyone nodded and proceeded to start moving, I slowly walked towards the god of mischief. Are you all right, Loki? He shook his head in a small voice. I'm scared. I gave him a sad smile. It's all right to be scared. Don't you know? Fear is a superpower. Fear can make you faster, cleverer, and stronger. You're always gonna be afraid even if you learn to hide it. It's all right to be scared because if you're wise enough and strong enough, fear doesn't have to make you cruel or cowardly, it can make you kind. Fear is like a companion. A constant companion, always there. But that's okay. Because fear can bring us together. Fear makes companions of us all. What you're going to do is very hard, and very scary. You're right to be afraid, but don't let it rule over you. Remember why you're doing this, why you're prepared to risk everything for this, and you'll pull through. Loki gave Thor and his mother a longing look, glorious purpose indeed. I chuckled, but stayed silent to Loki. Good luck, god of mischief. I waved my hand and opened a portal, and Loki stepped through it. Morrigan, he spoke up. I turned and looked at him. If anything happens, if I don't make it, I just wanted to say thank you. You have helped me more than you realize, and for that, I will forever be grateful. I nodded. It was a pleasure, Loki. Yes, it was. He turned around and left through the portal. It felt oddly final, but I guess he knew the risks of his gambit. As for me, I had an army to lead, and parasites to slay. I slowly walked towards my allies, and prepared myself for one of the most important conflicts in my life, hoping that everything would be alright. Chapter 307, First Blood. May 13, 2013, Royal Palace Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Fear makes companions of us all. What you're going to do is very hard, and very scary. You're right to be afraid, but don't let it rule over you. Remember why you're doing this, why you're prepared to risk everything for this, and you'll pull through. Loki gave Thor and his mother a longing look, glorious purpose indeed. I chuckled, but stayed silent to Loki. Good luck, god of mischief. I waved my hand and opened a portal, and Loki stepped through it. Morrigan, he spoke up. I turned and looked at him. If anything happens, if I don't make it, I just wanted to say thank you. You have helped me more than you realize, and for that, I will forever be grateful. I nodded. It was a pleasure, Loki. Yes, it was. He turned around and left through the portal. It felt oddly final, but I guess he knew the risks of his gambit. As for me, I had an army to lead, and parasites to slay. I slowly walked towards my allies, and prepared myself for one of the most important conflicts in my life, hoping that everything would be alright. Slowly, I turned and moved towards Odin. Asgard's army had assembled, and their coordination and discipline were impressive. They stayed unmoving on the Bifrost Bridge, attentive to their king's orders. I could sense the excitement and bloodlust from every single soldier. I never understood Asgardian culture really. They celebrated death during combat and craved conflict. It must have been a headache for Odin, who probably sent them on quests for glory or something as asinine. It was how he handled this part of their culture which was cemented before Odin was born, and which is used by him when he rallied the troops to conquer the 9 realms before his ritual. Frigga, Thor, and Odin greeted me with grim smiles. Yes, they understood that many of their people would not return home after today, but they will be free in their next life. It did not make things better for the prospect, but it is what it is. The platform we were standing on started levitating and moving towards the Bifrost. Odin was probably going to give his speech. I honestly don't think the soldiers even know what's at stake here. When we arrived, we were facing the entire army, consisting of hundreds of thousands of warriors, ready to defend their homes. Odin looked at them for a good minute before speaking. It has been a very long time since I have summoned Asgard's full army for battle. Even during the Frost Giants' foolish invasion of Midgard, only a fraction of our might was needed. Our forces, our warriors, are simply so powerful that we did not need to use our full strength. The king of Asgard paused for a minute before continuing, which is why some of you are concerned as to what is ahead of us. The truth is that Asgard is threatened, our entire lifestyle, our culture, and our hopes and dreams are threatened by beings that hide in the shadows trying to destroy our homes with their cowardly means. They thrive on betrayal and death, but they are powerful and cunning. I am not commanding this attack as your king, but as a simple Asgardian that is fighting a very serious threat alongside his Asgardian brothers and sisters. However, you will not directly fight the enemy, but the forces they recruited. Leave the rest to myself, Thor, and the Morrigan. Will deal with the parasites ourselves. The enemy has hired whatever remained of the Dark Elves into an army. We will bring war to this army and decimate our enemies. We do this not for glory, not for the joy of battle, but for Asgard and its people. For Asgard. The crowd bellowed back, for Asgard. The Bifrost opened and slowly, the army marched towards the realms of Svartalfheim, ready for battle. The speech did work very well to motivate the troops. I will admit that using the threat that the shadows pose to them and their families will motivate them to fight harder, to not surrender to the attractiveness of death in battle and to live on in Valhalla. Instead of taking the Bifrost like the rest of the army, Odin withdrew his massive sword and with a slash created a portal towards our destination. Odin moved in, gave Frigga a kiss and went through waiting for us to follow. Thor nodded to his mother and went through as well. The plan was to leave Frigga to remain in Asgard and rule in Odin's absence should the conflict last longer. Having no prior significant relationship with the woman, I prepared to turn and follow them. Frigga stopped me, please take care of them. I paused at the queen's pleading face, I will do my best, Frigga, but I cannot promise their safety considering what we face. Should the plan be perfectly executed, then they shouldn't be harmed. But you know what they say, no plan survives the first contact with the enemy. She nodded, I thank you all the same. I nodded, feeling a bit awkward with the encounter and entered the portal to Svartalfheim. As the portal closed behind me, I was taken aback by the view surrounding me. I had never been to this realm before, and I have to say that the dark elves living here must have felt at home. The sun was barely shining, surrounded by what seemed like a giant black cloud around the star. The environment itself was hostile. There was no vegetation in sight, only jagged rocks and boulders littering the landscape. The air was thick with an acrid smell, and the wind howled through the caverns and canyons, making it hard to hear anything else. It was a place that seemed devoid of any life, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as I looked around. I ignored the signs of ruined civilian settlements, lost to time. No one had lived in this place for many centuries at the very least. It was finally then that I noticed the fortifications that seemed to have escaped the ruins of time. They were formidable and imposing, built from black stone, and adorned with intricate carvings. I received a message from Loki and felt his confirmation of his part of the plan. I looked towards the Allfather, and spoke up, the Nidhog has been released. Odin nodded at me, and I prepared the portal to the realm of the shadows where Malekith's forces existed. The only reason I was able to access the realm itself was because of the convergence. I studied the connection using the King of the Shadows gift to Loki, and I was surprised to see that the realm wasn't even part of the world tree. It was more of an outlier, connected through the energies of Ragnarok, but not an actual part of the cycle. It was how they stayed connected when the realms collapsed. I was able to use this connection as an anchor and use my cosmic energy to generate a giant circular portal, with a diameter as large as a skyscraper, and anchor it indefinitely. However, the anchoring part would depend on how long it took for the portal to stabilize. This way, I could use it to physically enter the other side and keep it open, which would allow me to complete my part of the plan. The portal was far more precise than whatever Odin could do with the space stone, since infinity stones tend to be very unreliable in different universes. On the other side of the portal, an army of dark elves was gathered, probably surprised by the portal's appearance. Odin started the conflict by sending a slash of his Odin force using his sword, which massacred over 1,000 of the dark elves by itself. Immediately, the Asgardian army charged towards their enemies with a savage fervor. Honestly, the dark elves reacted very well under the surprise, and immediately went into formation and started fighting back. Unfortunately for them, by the time they got their shit together, barely half of their forces remained. Everything seemed to be going well. Thor had destroyed their small ships, and their army was on the back foot, trying to stop the Asgardian onslaught. Everything was going too well, a fact that was rectified by Malekith's arrival. The leader of the Dark Elves presented an imposing figure, with glowing red eyes that showcased his channeling of the ether, the reality stone. I still don't understand why someone would choose to absorb an infinity stone into their being instead of putting it in a weapon and using it. Even the Celestials used them that way, to avoid any physical backlash and to guarantee far more power and control when using the stones. Then Malekith decided that he didn't like that way of doing things, and chose to absorb a fucking infinity stone. The fact that he hadn't blown up was a miracle unto itself. And he must have some rudimentary control over the stone, as he generated a blast of red light that killed an entire row of Asgardian soldiers, which gave his forces enough time to push back. Odin immediately shielded the remaining forces from the attack with a large runic shield and was joined by Thor to fight against Malekith, a fight that shouldn't be that difficult all things considered. I was personally protected by my own platoon of Asgardians which were told to guard me until the portal stabilizes and to join the battle later, something that seemed to irk them for some reason. They probably felt that this was a cowardly role for the battle, but I didn't care. They were idiots and that wasn't my problem. Unfortunately, I couldn't help Thor or Odin in this fight. The portal needed my full concentration, and I couldn't cast anything else until it's properly anchored. After all, this was a portal based on the constantly shifting dimensions during the convergence, and it was a connection to a realm that was hidden and not really connected to the core universe. It was a very difficult thing to maintain constantly, and even more difficult to do so automatically when it's anchored. The constant attacks with the Space Stone and the Reality Stone did not help matters in any way. However, Thor and Odin seemed to have things in hand. Malekith's initial attack might have been a rallying cry for the Dark Elves, but the leader himself was struggling. Thor sent concentrated lightning one bolt after another and then used a thunder punch to attack him further. Odin then bound the Dark Elf, ready to kill him, which he barely escaped using a blast powered by the Reality Stone to destroy the runic restraints. Thor then threw Mjolnir towards the downed elf and made it circle him, creating a small tornado that he channeled through the hammer. Downgraded hammer it might be, it was still a very good weapon. This time, Malekith used a different technique that created a dark wave of energy that disintegrated everything around him. Odin shielded himself and Thor, but many Asgardians and Dark Elves were turned to dust after the attack. It seems the guy knows more than a single attack. Odin must have understood the dangers that Malekith truly represented with the Reality Stone in hand and created a giant glowing runic array that immediately immobilized the leader of the Dark Elves. Malekith's forces watched in a mixture of fascination and worry, and the ether slowly started leaving his body as he screamed in pain. When it was halfway towards Odin, giant black swords filled with dark energy materialized and attacked the Asgardian army. In this attack, over half of the attacking force was decimated. Odin needed to stop his attack on Malekith to properly defend himself. I knew this type of attack. I was very familiar with them when I fought their owner, and Odin recognized them as well, as he looked worried for the first time since the fight began. A portal filled with green and black materialized itself, and a woman stepped out of it. It was one that I recognized, one that Odin recognized. Hela was here, and with this, the plan almost went out of the window. She looked at her father and gave him a grin. Well, Odin. Long time no see. Chapter 308, Prodigal Daughter. May 13, 2013, Helheim. Hela Odinsdottir POV. Her name was Hela Odinsdottir. She was the proud daughter of Odin, the crown princess of Asgard, the heiress to the throne, and the goddess of death. She was born during a time of war and death and grew to revel in it. She understood when she was a child that the strong survived and thrived, while the weak perished to make way for their betters. This was why Hela's mother died giving birth to her. She was weak and could not handle the power of the daughter of Odin. At least, it was what she told herself when she was younger to fill the void her mother left behind. That was the core of the Asgardian philosophy, the reason for their existence. They were strong, which means that it was their right to rule over their lessers. Her father embodied such an ideology. He was a master of weaponry, unrivaled with a spear, and had a mastery of the Asgardian magics that no one had ever seen before. No one in Asgard had ever even come close to Odin in strength as a warrior, and Hela tried to emulate him as much as possible. She did not have a mother, and with the realms being at war, she was constantly surrounded by generals and warriors. She never had the luxury of a mother's love and care. She has never been hugged goodnight, like the rest of the girls were. Instead, she was ignored in favor of her father's war. At first, she hated it, then she had grown apathetic to it, and finally she ended up looking down on it. After all, she was strong like her father, why would she need a cowardly woman fussing over her? Instead, Hela devoted her entire life to becoming the best warrior in existence, to surpassing her father and helping him conquer the realms that were rightfully his. Hela ignored the jeers from the court, the dismissive glances of the soldiers that she had forced her father to tutor her in the art of war, and instead focused on what mattered, becoming Asgard's greatest warrior. Day and night, she trained. She mastered every weapon she had access to. She was peerless with a sword, but still adequate with a lance. She could beat men centuries older than her who had actual battle experience. She was a prodigy in warfare. And yet Odin did not even blink once at the mention. He simply did not care, considering her to be barely more than a child, a lady, not a warrior. Angry, she had joined the Valkyries, a force of female warriors of Asgard, who were not looked down on as warriors. She entered with a fake name, but she was taught much regarding the art of battle. She had snuck into a battle with the fire giants, but her father found her out, and stopped her membership of the Valkyries, and bound her to the palace. Even after she was a bloodied warrior, a part of Asgard's most prestigious force, he still didn't acknowledge her. It took unlocking her power, her domain, for her father to finally see her potential. For she was the goddess of death, and with it, she brought destruction upon her enemies. Hela's presence meant the complete massacre of her enemies, but her power was too vast, too much for her untrained mind, and so Odin gave her a training tool, a hammer called Mjolnir, forged by the dwarves of Nidhog themselves. With Mjolnir in hand, Hela's power was harnessed and her control over her abilities grew. She became a formidable force on the battlefield, feared by her enemies and respected by her allies. Despite her father's initial reluctance to acknowledge her as a warrior, she proved herself to be one of the strongest and most skilled fighters in all of Asgard. Hela's determination and hard work had paid off, and she had finally earned the recognition she deserved. With her power and skills, she was ready to help her father conquer the realms and fulfill their destiny as the ruling force of the 9 realms. Her enemies feared her even more than her father because when she walked into the battlefield, death followed. Asgard showered her with praise, and Odin finally acknowledged her when he named her to be his executioner, an Asgardian position that was essentially the king's right hand, their personal weapon. She had been elated and everything had gone well for centuries. Asgard had almost conquered the 9 realms, and Hela was practically over the moon. That was until her father decided to do that cursed ritual. He sacrificed his right eye, and hung himself from a tree, for knowledge and power. And he had certainly gotten those. But ever since that fateful ritual, he became different. Hela remembers seeing him return from the ritual. She had been acting as Asgard's regent in the meantime, but when she greeted him for the first time, she didn't see the carefully hidden pride that he tried his best to repress, only disgust and pity. She had ignored it at first, waiting for him to recover fully, but that look haunted her, and while he did his best to hide it, he didn't trust her the way he used to. The small gestures of affection towards her were gone. Her father had disappeared, leaving this judgmental stranger in his place. The worst was when he decided to send out peace treaties to the rest of the realms. She had thought that it was just formalizing his conquest, but he was far too tolerant, far too merciful. This wasn't her father anymore, this wasn't the warrior that she had fought next to. But what did it matter? The war was over, Asgard had won, and with this, Hela realized how empty she was feeling. She was born during a war, she had grown during a war, and she had lived on the battlefield, where her domain truly expressed itself. She could not stand the palace anymore. Odin's judgmental eyes followed her everywhere, and when he agreed to marry that bitch Frigga, that was the last straw. She felt like Asgard wasn't her home anymore. It hurt to admit this, but home was where she felt comfortable. Her home was on the battlefield, in the war, surrounded by death. In the end, she decided to follow in her father's footsteps. He had started a way to conquer the 9 realms, she decided to do the same and conquer just one, but far larger than his could ever be. Midgard. Odin often dismissed the rock, and he was right, it had nothing more than mortal savages that barely lived for a few decades. But that was the planet, the realm was larger than the other realms put together. There were many civilizations, on many worlds, and Hela wanted to explore them all, to conquer them all. She would start with the small planet and finish the rest later. She gathered the men that served by her side, that were loyal to her, and went to Midgard to conquer the apes. She barely started when she met her, the Morrigan. She was a witch of immense power that no one knew about. She protected Midgard and must have been the reason her father chose to avoid this realm. Earth was the door to the realm of Midgard, and it was closed. A demon was protecting it, denying anyone entrance. Hela had almost died that day. Her dreams of conquest were crushed when her entire legion was massacred by a single woman. It was the first time in a very long time that Hela felt genuinely afraid. She had thought that she was the goddess of death, and yet she paled before the woman that had looked bored while killing off her fellow soldiers. She was saved from that fate by her father, who used the Bifrost to bring her home. And yet, she couldn't be grateful for what happened. Because death would have been better than what he did to her. Her father betrayed her, saying that she was a violent, dangerous creature that would cause harm to Asgard and that her actions endangered their people. He bound her powers and sent her to a prison that he called Helheim, in the empty realm of Niflheim. It was so bad, she was constantly drained of her power. She was weak, she was always in pain, and she couldn't reach out, or ask for help. Death would have been preferable to thousands of years of isolation and pain. Niflheim was a void that always drained her powers, even her physical strength, and yet she could not die. Every day, she starved and could not move. All she had was her hatred of Odin. He wasn't her father anymore, just a creature that looks like him. No father would condemn their daughter to this. That one-eyed bastard, after everything she had done for him, betrayed her to a fate worse than death. She had almost escaped once. After centuries of honing her control, she had gathered enough power to try to get out of Helheim. She didn't know if she could leave the realm of Niflheim, but it was better than her prison. A change of scenery would have been nice. However, her father had seen it and sent the Valkyries after her. Hela stopped caring anymore. Her former sisters in battle did not protest her imprisonment, and now they were actively trying to send her back. She killed every single one of them, in bitterness and anger. And by the end, she was so drained that she was instantly pulled back to Helheim. She didn't feel a sliver of guilt when she killed the Valkyries. She was the goddess of death, after all, and that was the first taste of death she had in centuries. After that, she stopped caring. Odin would always know when she left the cursed realm and send fodder to exhaust herself against until she was pulled back to her prison. Instead, she wanted him to suffer. The prison was bound to Odin's life force, and she was the goddess of death. She could manipulate life force on a very small scale. And so, she did her best to make him sacrifice as much as possible to keep her imprisoned. She had cost him thousands of years from his life expectancy. It was fitting in a way, to play the long game, to truly hurt him, to make him remember that she was still there, killing him from the inside, that she would have her revenge when he dies, that she would destroy everything he built and reconquer the 9 realms in her name. And it was coming soon, Odin's death that is. He was getting weaker, and older. A few decades at most, and she would have been outside. That was until something happened. Someone had contacted her. They called themselves the gods of the gods, what a pretentious title. But she saw what they were parasites that Odin was rebelling against. Hela could see past their pride and arrogance. They were desperate. Odin truly had a chance to destroy them, and they were terrified. These gods of the gods knew of the unfairness of her treatment and yet did nothing until they needed her. These were not saviors, but cowards and opportunists. And yet, when they made her a deal to kill Odin, to destroy his heir and his empire in exchange for her freedom, how could she refuse it? After all, that was all she had ever wanted. Hela's father was dead, and it was right that she killed the creature that took his place. That cursed man had taken everything from her. Death would have been preferable to what he had done, but he didn't even give her the honor of death through combat. He had to be a coward and bind her. That was a mistake that he will pay for soon. So, as these shadows opened a portal to what was supposed to be the empty realm of Svartalfheim, and she saw Asgard's army, which paled in comparison to what it used to be in the past, fighting dark elves, who as far as she knew were supposed to be extinct, she didn't care. Instead, she killed almost half of Odin's army in seconds and looked for the supposed mighty king. He looked nothing like the proud warrior he used to be, just an old man with a sword. Hela should have felt excited, ready to kill the men who failed her so, but all she felt was nothing. She wasn't angry, she wasn't afraid, she was just empty. But still, killing Odin was necessary. He would keep trying to bind her otherwise, to send her back to that hellhole. And Hela would rather die than return. Perhaps if she killed Odin, she would feel something, anything. She was always going to kill him, she had made a deal after all. Instead, she gave the king of Asgard a look and forced a smirk onto her face. Well, Odin. Long time no see. Chapter 309, Family Matters. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Jasmine Sayer POV. Odin must have understood the dangers that Malekith truly represented with the reality stone in hand and created a giant glowing runic array that immediately immobilized the leader of the Dark Elves. Malekith's forces watched in a mixture of fascination and worry, and the ether slowly started leaving his body as he screamed in pain. When it was halfway towards Odin, giant black swords filled with dark energy materialized and attacked the Asgardian army. In this attack, over half of the attacking force was decimated. Odin needed to stop his attack on Malekith to properly defend himself. I knew this type of attack. I was very familiar with them when I fought their owner, and Odin recognized them as well, as he looked worried for the first time since the fight began. A portal filled with green and black materialized itself, and a woman stepped out of it. It was one that I recognized, one that Odin recognized. Hela was here, and with this, the plan almost went out of the window. She looked at her father and gave him a grin. Well, Odin. Long time no see. Thor Odinson POV. Thor felt alive during battle. He felt a thrill when he defeated his enemies with his bare hands. The god of thunder was born for battle, and he knew it. Some of the happiest moments of his life were during the quests that his father had assigned to him in his youth. It was a dream of Thor's to fight alongside his father for the glory for Asgard. What a fool he was. War was not glorious, it was not kind, it was not noble. It was death. His father was right, it was foolish to seek out war. This just put the prince's foolish declaration of war on Jotunheim a few years ago into perspective. And yet, as he looked at the bodies of his friends and comrades, he didn't feel glory, noble, or anything really. Everything was going relatively well in the assault on the realm of shadows. Malekith was being slowly pushed back by his might and that of his father. The Dark Elves were taken by surprise and the plan was working. The Morrigan had stayed behind to make sure that the portal would stay open. Apparently, it needs to stabilize due to the chaotic nature of the convergence. The spell needed to recognize the pattern to stay open independently, something that the Morrigan was currently doing on her own. And yet, even without her involvement, Asgard was prevailing. Everything was going well until a dark woman appeared and killed half of their forces in a single attack. In mere seconds, Thor lost the comrades he had, including Lady Sif and the warriors 3. He was not the only one to look horrified by that fact. Tens of thousands of brave Asgardian soldiers were slaughtered as if they were nothing. After this attack, the entire battle froze. Dark elves and Asgardians alike were frozen in terror at the attack and stared with horrified expressions at the woman who caused it. The woman radiated power and malice and was particularly focused on his father. She gave him a cold smirk and spoke up, "Well, Odin. Long time, no see." To Thor's astonishment, his father recognized her. "Hela. How did you escape your prison?" "You mean the hell that you condemned me to? Your own daughter, your own heir. You called me monstrous, old man, and yet I don't hold a candle to you." "Wait, what? That woman was Odin's daughter, his sister. How did he not know about her before now? How did no one know about her for that fact? The Allfather having a child, an heir, should be something that would be publicized, not hidden. After all, the realm of Asgard would cheer should its king have an heir." Odin sneered at her, "You wish to enslave billions of lives, spread nothing but death and misery throughout countless worlds. You were caught before you barely even started, and I had to save you myself. You dishonored me, my name, and that of my ancestors, which is why you were banished. Because I tried to imitate you. No, foolish daughter. I conquered the 9 realms to bring stability in an era of constant war and bloodshed. You only wish to continue your endless war, your endless slaughter. I have failed you, daughter, and I regret many things in my old life. Your banishment is not one of them." That seemed to anger the woman even further. Thor was just frozen in shock at the revelation. His father hadn't denied it. This woman truly was his sister, and she had been banished for her actions. He had never heard of her before, and it was clear that she held a great deal of resentment towards their father. Thor couldn't help but wonder what she had done to warrant such a punishment, and what her true intentions were. Thor had never imagined that his family had such a dark past, and he couldn't help but question everything he thought he knew about his father. He'll need to talk to him about this when this battle is over. Seemingly ignoring his daughter's rage, Odin continued, "But betraying your home, your people, to these shadows. Do you even know what they are, what they did to me, to you, to everyone? I don't care. If I get to kill you, then I'll suffer what you put me through tenfold with a smile on my face." Hela sent spikes of these swords at her father, who banished them away with a wave of his hand. Malekith used this distraction to escape his confinement and regroup. Odin gave Thor a serious look. "Thor, I know that you have a lot of questions, and I'll answer everything after the battle. Hela is too dangerous for you to deal with alone. Fight Malekith, while I'll hold Hela back. We'll need the Morrigan's help to deal with her." The god of thunder nodded, pushing away any thoughts of his newly discovered sister and focused on his opponent, Malekith. The leader of the Dark Elves seemed to have recovered and regrouped his forces for a final charge on the dismayed Asgardian forces. His army did surpass Malekith's in numbers, but they were horrified by the deaths of their comrades. Thor did not have the time to encourage them with a speech that would rouse their hearts and give them back their courage by fighting for their home. And so, he needed to do it with courage. He needed to end this as quickly as possible, to help his father. The entire plan hinges on a final attack that would need as much of Odin's power as possible, and the Allfather was obviously holding back against his daughter. Thor didn't know if it was because Hela was his daughter, or because of the plan, and he didn't care. Odin did seem to be on the back foot for now. Malekith charged, and Thor took a deep breath. The Morrigan had taught him much, but most of all, she taught him control. The god of thunder dropped Mjolnir and raised his hand. Immediately, clouds started to gather in the dead realm of Svartalfheim, and Thor was hit by a bolt of lightning. Everything slowed down and the god of thunder felt rejuvenated. Time itself felt slowed down, and the world was moving in slow motion. Thor knew what he wanted and immediately ran towards the enemy forces, killing one elf after another. In what must have looked like a fraction of a second to everyone else, for Thor it was an eternity. In this single attack, the entire charging line was gone, except for Malekith. Still not satisfied with the state of his enemies, he raised his hand, and the gathered clouds rumbled. A veritable gigantic dragon made of lightning appeared from the sky, just as his teacher taught him. It flew down, raising hundreds, if not thousands of dark elves who were immediately vaporized from any contact with the ethereal beast. Until the beast stopped, returned to the heavens, and gathered into a gigantic beam of pure lightning that fell from the sky and created a giant shockwave, killing any dark elf outside of the realm of the shadows. Well, every single one except Malekith, who was still reforming his body thanks to the ether, although it was taking him too long to reform. That was an impressive attack, Odinson, but you'll have to do much more if you want to kill me. Thor gave him a smug smile. That was not supposed to kill you, Malekith. It was supposed to inspire the Asgardian army. With a gesture, Thor summoned his mighty hammer, raised it in the air, and bellowed, "For Asgard." As Thor started charging the leader of the Dark Elves, the rest of Asgard's army, who was gaping at his display of power, bellowed back, "For Asgard," and started charging the remnants of the dark elven forces in the realm of the shadows. As for Thor, he leapt into the air, almost flying, and sent a concentrated beam of light towards the still regenerating Malekith. The dark elf did try to shield himself by creating a shield of darkness that swallowed the attack, but then Thor ran at him with a thunder punch and threw him away. He then generated ropes of lightning that he used to summon the elf back. With most of his control over the ether focused on regenerating, Malekith barely had any left to attack the god of thunder, who kept bombarding him with one attack after another, slowly disintegrating parts of his opponent which were slowly being regenerated. By the end of the barrage, Malekith was barely more than a few limbs connected entirely by the ether. Focused on healing himself, the leader of the Dark Elves did not see Thor charge at him with a hand filled with lightning, which was letting out a high-pitched chirping sound, similar to that of a flock of birds. In barely a fraction of a second, Thor had appeared in front of his enemy, his hand going through his chest. Malekith let out a mocking laugh. What was that supposed to do? Giving him a smirk, Thor answered, "This." Suddenly, the lightning in Thor's hand became blinding in its intensity, and Malekith started screaming. He was being torn inside out, getting disintegrated by the lightning one cell at a time. Even the ether itself had shattered for a second before reforming. Malekith was dead, and Thor used the ether's destabilization to use the small artifact that his father had given him. It was a metallic structure that absorbed the red chaotic artifact safely. Slowly, the artifact started glowing red, until none of the ether remained on the outside. With his main enemy done, he needed to help his father. He ran towards his supposed sister, who kept sending her conjured swords at his father. The king of Asgard looked like he was in a sorry state, and yet Thor knew that he was holding back immensely, only shielding with his runes without using any of the true power of the Odin force. Thor needed to protect his father, so he sent a bolt of lightning towards his sister, who easily blocked it with a projected black shield. She gave him a cocky smirk. "Is he supposed to be my replacement?" "What a disappointment." Odin replied back, "The only disappointment here, Hela, is you." "Then watch him die for your sake, Odin." The woman snarled and sent dozens of black blades at him, which he destroyed with his lightning. He summoned Mjolnir and sent it at her. The woman, Hela, actually grabbed the hammer and froze it in place. Gaping at the scene, he uttered, "That is impossible." The woman smirked at him, "Oh honey, you have no idea what's possible." With a squeeze of her hands, cracks started appearing on the hammer, until it was destroyed, releasing an explosion of lightning. Whatever was left of the hammer was a few pieces of URU metal. Thor tried to deny it by trying to find his bond to his hammer, but he found nothing. Mjolnir was dead. Chapter 310, Remnants of a Past. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Thor Odinson POV. Thor needed to protect his father, so he sent a bolt of lightning towards his sister, who easily blocked it with a projected black shield. She gave him a cocky smirk. "Is he supposed to be my replacement?" "What a disappointment." Odin replied back, "The only disappointment here, Hela, is you." "Then watch him die for your sake, Odin." The woman snarled and sent dozens of black blades at him, which he destroyed with his lightning. He summoned Mjolnir and sent it at her. The woman, Hela, actually grabbed the hammer and froze it in place. Gaping at the scene, he uttered, "That is impossible." The woman smirked at him, "Oh honey, you have no idea what's possible." With a squeeze of her hands, cracks started appearing on the hammer, until it was destroyed, releasing an explosion of lightning. Whatever was left of the hammer was a few pieces of URU metal. Thor tried to deny it by trying to find his bond to his hammer, but he found nothing. Mjolnir was dead. For Thor, everything fell to silence, as he stared in disbelief at the sight before him. Mjolnir was dead. The hammer had been a constant companion of his ever since he was a child, and it had chosen him as its wielder. It was not the most powerful weapon in the 9 realms, it didn't hold a candle to his father's Gungnir before he had melted it down, and it definitely didn't compare to the king's new Odin sword, but it was the closest thing to a true partner Thor ever had in his life. There was always this underlying intelligence that the hammer had, which he now understood to be a remnant of the true Mjolnir's intelligence. Even then, when provided the chance to wield the more powerful hammer, Thor was hesitant to let go of his companion for a more powerful weapon. It felt dishonorable, an unworthy act that felt more like a betrayal than an improvement. In his youth, Thor would have grasped the more powerful hammer with a wild gusto, accepting any gift that would make him even more mighty, an even greater warrior. But the prince's experiences in Midgard had taught him that there was more to life than battle and fighting prowess, and there was more to being a king than being a warrior. Loyalty, courage, and sacrifice, these were the true qualities of a good king. Everything else can be learnt, but these values, these characteristics, had to be fundamental. Thor loved his hammer, and Hela, his supposed sister, had destroyed it. Very few things could quench the fiery anger that coursed through his veins. That monster of a woman who had killed his friends, Lady Sif and the Warriors 3, had massacred thousands of loyal Asgardian soldiers in seconds without a second's thought. She was a monster and a threat to Asgard, no matter what her father had done to her. Revenge did not justify these actions. Killing Odin was one thing, but killing the people that she had once been the heir to, that was unforgivable. Thor glared at the woman. "You'll pay for that." The woman simply chuckled as if his threat was barely more than a jape. "I don't think so." She sent hundreds of swords at him, and Thor simply let out a veritable storm of lightning coming at the projectiles and destroyed them. The woman still looked unconcerned by his display of power. You really are angry about that hammer, aren't you? Did you know that it was mine? It was made for me and given to me by my father to help harness my power during my conquest of the 9 realms. It was a useful training tool, a nice trinket, one that I had outgrown after a few centuries. Thor shook his head. If you think that it was a mere trinket, then you do not understand where its true power comes from, or perhaps, it simply hadn't chosen you. Perhaps it thought that you were a disappointment like our father does. Even then, what should I expect from a traitor that would kill so many of her people just to get back at her father? Thor looked at the kneeling Odin, who had small scrapes around his body but was otherwise unharmed. He was using his sword to remain standing up. Thor, with his newfound connection to the Odin force, could still sense that his father was in a far better condition but chose not to use any of his Odin force, preparing it for the final attack. It was a noble sentiment. His father let himself suffer the constant attacks of his daughter, being almost humiliated by her, whereas he could have destroyed her in seconds, just for the chance of his people being fully free. Hela though glared at him. This old man betrayed me first. I was his weapon, his executioner. We conquered the 9 realms side by side, always victorious, and then after that cursed ritual of his, he thought himself to be above war and conflict, above the cornerstones of our culture. So, when I tried to do the same, to continue Asgard's conquest and failed at the hands of that abomination in Midgard, he used my weakness to banish me, to bind my powers and sent me to an eternal void for thousands of years. Just because he feared me, that my ambitions outshined his, while he was content growing fat on a golden throne, he set me aside without warning and sent me to my own purgatory. Thor nodded. Our father is not perfect, and you have perfectly understandable grievances, but what you're doing, the beings you are helping, will hurt you in the long run. Do you even understand what those shadows truly are, the threat that they pose? I don't care. I only wish to kill Odin, nothing more, nothing less. Everything else is secondary. So, you would rather live as a slave, a puppet to those parasites just to have your meaningless revenge. You could simply wait this conflict out and we could settle things later. You can have your revenge later, with the people of Asgard on your side. You have a claim to the throne as Odin's firstborn. You could do it the right way, and not massacre the soldiers that you claim are your people. Thor bellowed back. Hela nodded. Yes, I would. I am never going to be alright after thousands of years of isolation. It was only my purpose, my revenge, that allowed me to keep my sanity. Save your words, Odinson. I will not discard my revenge for anything, even if I have to burn countless realms to submission. The god of thunder knew at that moment that nothing would deter his sister from killing Odin, even with what was at stake. And with his father refusing to use his full might, saving it for the final attack. Thor will need to do this on his own, for his father, for Asgard. Odin might not have been the perfect father, especially regarding Loki, and he could believe that someone that doesn't understand the full context about the shadows might resent what Odin has done. But Thor didn't have it in him to hate his father for his actions, for not all of them are his own, and even then, they are colored by his past lives. Thor didn't know if Odin was forced to banish Hela or erase any mention of her, but it didn't matter now. Nothing mattered in front of Asgard's freedom. The shadows must fall. You leave me no choice, Thor responded. I cannot allow you to jeopardize Asgard's freedom for your petty vengeance. Don't say I didn't warn you, Odinson, the woman replied. She immediately created a giant sword, as tall as a skyscraper, and banished it towards him. Seeing the soldiers behind him, Thor released a giant bolt of lightning to shatter the metallic sword. He then created dozens of Mjolnirs from lightning and sent them at Hela, who dodged them. However, she did not expect Thor to be able to control them in the air and was hit in the back as the hammers returned to him. Seeing his opponent stumble, Thor summoned a bolt of lightning that came from the heavens and struck him. As his cells started to be imbued by the element, the world froze, and Thor became the lightning itself. He leapt towards his opponent with remarkable speed, his body entirely surrounded by the lightning, and gave her one of his most powerful thunder punches yet, sending her flying back. He then palmed a piece of lightning. He ran at his enemy with blinding speed with his hand towards his opponent, which was letting out a high-pitched chirping sound, similar to that of a flock of birds. His attack went through her chest and shattered her heart. The woman stared at him, eyes wide in disbelief, as she was impaled. Thor gave her a sad look. I am sorry, Hela. But I cannot let you jeopardize Asgard's freedom. It's too important. You probably don't understand, but at any other time, I would have listened to you. Time is pressing and this is our only shot. With that, Thor retracted his hand and ran back to his father, who was still limping. My son, did you succeed? Yes, Hela is dead. Odin shook his head, his face slowly paling. You fool. No, she is not. She cannot die. Her connection to Asgard is too strong. The realm itself will heal her. You need to restrain her or banish her somehow until we're done dealing with the shadows. Before Thor could register his words, he felt something impaling him in his gut. He's right, you know. You really should have sent me away. Thor turned towards her, almost blinded by the pain. This was not a normal wound. These swords let out some sort of curse or poison into his body. The god of thunder groaned as he turned towards his supposed sister and muttered, "Coward." The woman gave him a smirk and shook her head. "There are no rules on the battlefield, brother. Your father should have taught you that. Although, I am impressed by your control over your power. But alas, I am Odin's firstborn. I am the true heiress of Asgard. You were always going to lose, brother. But perhaps after Odin is dead, we could come to an understanding." Hela prepared another sword ready to attack Odin once more, but Thor ran towards her and took it in his place, impaling him in the chest. Thor relished seeing her surprised look but mourned his father's horrified expression. He glared at the woman trying his best to disguise his pain. "Asgard is not a place, it's the people, and you are betraying them with your actions. You're no crown princess of Asgard, and I will not let our people suffer under your rule." He let out another burst of lightning and sent her away from him and his father. He ran towards her, with blades of lightning in his hand, and prepared to fight to his last breath. He could not defeat her, he knew that deep down, but he didn't need to. He only needed to delay her until the plan is over. He was only supposed to act as a deterrent should anything come their way. Hela summoned swords of her own and they started to fight a contest of physical prowess. They were evenly matched at first, but Thor's injury started to slow him down. It didn't take long for Hela to land a hit, slashing him in the chest. Distracted by his pain, he was not able to see Hela's punch, which disoriented him further, until she impaled him for the third time. The curse was starting to spread, and Thor felt his natural healing try to stop it, to no avail. He fell down to his knees and stared at his attacker. Hela though did not have a smile on his face like he expected. She looked oddly sad for some reason. "I don't know if this means anything, but I am sorry that things ended this way. You were a formidable opponent, Odinson, and for that, I acknowledge you as my brother." These were the last words the god of thunder heard before his world turned to black. Chapter 311, What is Dead May Never Die. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Thor Odinson POV. Hela summoned swords of her own and they started to fight a contest of physical prowess. They were evenly matched at first, but Thor's injury started to slow him down. It didn't take long for Hela to land a hit, slashing him in the chest. Distracted by his pain, he was not able to see Hela's punch, which disoriented him further, until she impaled him for the third time. The curse was starting to spread, and Thor felt his natural healing try to stop it, to no avail. He fell down to his knees and stared at his attacker. Hela though did not have a smile on his face like he expected. She looked oddly sad for some reason. "I don't know if this means anything, but I am sorry that things ended this way. You were a formidable opponent, Odinson, and for that, I acknowledge you as my brother." These were the last words the god of thunder heard before his world turned to black. Thor woke up with a gasp and took some deep breaths. It took a few moments for his memories to catch up in his mind. He was stabbed and impaled while fighting Hela, the goddess of death, his secret sister. And wasn't that a surprise? What a way to find out that your father had secretly had a daughter before you, that he ended up banishing and erasing from history. Thor knew that his father had done a few very disturbing deeds, but that had to be one of the most surprising ones. A part of Thor felt bad for the woman. She had been set aside by her father without warning, or that's according to her at the very least. But Odin was never the irrational type. He was merciless and ruthless, and could make some very difficult decisions. Banishing his daughter was something he would do, but not as an impulse or as a whim if he wasn't controlled, that is. Nevertheless, even after thousands of years of banishment, Hela was extremely powerful. That connection to Asgard that would heal her from any mortal wound was too overpowered. Even if he would have defeated her in might, which he came very close to doing, she would not tire, she would never stop trying to kill their father, and he couldn't let that happen. For the sake of all Asgardians in the past, present, and future, he could not let her kill Odin. And yet, he had failed. Thor was supposed to be the main attack force on this side of the conflict, while the Morrigan stabilizes the portal. Odin needed to conserve the Odin force for the last attack, and Loki was busy with his own mission. Only Thor was available to beat back Malekith's army, and whatever other surprises might occur. But no one expected Hela to come back. She was a peerless warrior, with far more experience than him. It was not her power that made Odin banish her. Did she fail a test that he had passed? Would he have shared a similar fate should he have failed to prove his worthiness? It didn't matter now, he had lost, impaled 3 times in the chest. Yet he didn't feel any pain in his chest, nor the corrupting curse that was laced in his sister's swords. Thor jumped up and started to feel his chest, and saw no presence of a wound anywhere. Was he dead? It seemed to be the only conclusion available to him. He looked around and saw Asgard's garden. It was one of his favorite places in the palace, where he often stayed to admire its beauty when he was stressed, angry, or simply tired. This was one of the few places he fully relaxed in, away from the courtly politics that always seemed to follow him around. It was one of his few secrets that very few know about. But there was something wrong. Everything felt misty for some reason, like a ghost of reality. Was this place supposed to be the famed halls of Valhalla? Thor had to say that for all he likes this place, he expected a bit more. You're not dead if that's what you're wondering. Thor did not shriek like a little girl, nor did he jump away in fright, and he would deny it vehemently if anyone accused him of such. However, his actions might be slightly shameful to the person who is supposed to be the first soul he met in Valhalla. Perhaps the men could know more. Thor turned immediately and froze when he saw the men. He looked distinctly familiar. He had red hair and a thick beard. He was wearing a warrior's clothing and had an imposing presence. But what took Thor's attention the most was the man's missing eyes, and yet his face was very expressive. As if he could see without his eyes. He reminded him eerily of his father, Odin. There was only one person that could feel like a storm and had lost his eyes. It was Thor, or better yet, the last incarnation of him. What madness is this? He was Thor and yet this being was also him, impossible. The man chuckled, very few things are truly impossible if one tries enough. But that's not what you want to ask, is it? How are you here? You're not supposed to be here, muttered Thor. Rune King Thor snorted, my dear successor, you're asking the wrong question. The how is not important. The better question is why I am here with you. No, I'd rather know how, Thor muttered. The elderman chuckled, so impertinent. But I will indulge you. I foresaw that you would need me in the future, or at least, need my advice. I did not know the specifics, but I left a small imprint of myself in my hammer, Mjolnir. When you touched the hammer, trying to wield it, it formed a connection with you, allowing me to speak to you. It's too late, don't you think? I'm dead. Rune King Thor looked amused by the answer. Did you forget, young Thor, what I said earlier? You are not dead, at least not yet. But Hela stabbed me, she cursed me. Thor's predecessor nodded, she did, and you are very close to passing on to Valhalla, and you would have, had the situation been different, had the stakes been different. What's keeping you alive is your connection to Mjolnir, to my Mjolnir. You can bring me back. Thor asked, excited. I can't do anything, successor. You're the one who can. You only need to accept Mjolnir as your own. Thor immediately deflated. Replacing his hammer felt too soon, especially when it was just destroyed. Thor chose to change the subject. I'm still far weaker than Hela, she would kill me. Even with your 2 eyes, you are blind to the truth. You're more powerful than you realize, and with Mjolnir at your side, very few can stand in your way. You're trying to deflect the issue. You need to accept your true weapon, Odinson. Thor shook his head, my hammer was destroyed. Your hammer was a shard of a whole. It still lives within the original one, ready for you to accept it. You are worthy, Odinson, you simply need to accept that you are. You're not doing this for the sake of glory or vengeance. You're doing it because it's right, because it's your duty to your race, just as it was mine to sacrifice myself for your sake thousands of years ago. The cycle is almost broken, the plan is working. The Morrigan played her part perfectly, and now it's your turn. Set aside your grief for your companion for the sake of your people, for the sake of Asgard. Thor nodded and muttered, for Asgard. Immediately, power raced through his veins, he could feel his spirit getting stronger by the connection. Thank you. Thor's predecessor nodded with a smile, don't thank me, after all, I am you. Hela will still be there. She is still unstoppable. Rune King Thor nodded, that's correct, she is. I cannot defeat her. That's right, you can't. Surprised by the man's admission, Thor questioned, then what am I supposed to do? What should you do when you're playing a game against a more powerful and more experienced opponent? Thor remembered Loki asking him this exact question in his youth, you cheat. The redhead smiled, yes, you cheat. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you a head start. How much are you willing to sacrifice for Asgard? The reply was immediate, anything. Don't worry, I will not do anything drastic, after all, you only need 1 spell. That should take around 100 years from your life force. Remember, Thor, believe in yourself. It's time to wake up. The garden started to fade away, but Rune King Thor asked for one more thing. Thor, one last thing. Thor turned and the men continued, when you see the Morrigan, tell her that I'm sorry. Tell her that it was a pleasure, that I treasured our friendship to the very end. The god of lightning nodded, and the room was swallowed in pure white. Suddenly, Thor wasn't in Asgard anymore, he was back in Svartalfheim. He raised his hand and Mjolnir came to him. It wasn't his old hammer though. The first Mjolnir traveled through the dimensions and came to his hand. After all, nothing can stop Mjolnir from reaching its wielder's hand. Immediately when he touched the hammer, he understood what his past self was talking about. This was Mjolnir, his hammer. His former hammer was a part of the whole, and he was glad for it. As Mjolnir's power coursed through his veins, Thor's wounds closed, and Hela's curse was expunged. He was ready to protect Asgard, to protect his people. He leapt towards his sister at a blinding speed, who was sending an endless barrage of necro swords at his father as he stayed behind a runic shield, still refusing to give up a chance at Asgard's freedom. Thor teleported using his lightning in front of his sister, surprising her with a thunder punch. "Stand down, Hela, for your sake. This is your last warning." "You're dead," she exclaimed. "And yet, here I am. Your thoughtless actions have killed loyal Asgardians, and your allegiance to the shadows threatens the entirety of the 9 realms. Stand down and we shall address your concerns after the attack." Hela answered sarcastically, "I refuse." Thor let out a sad smile. "So be it." Immediately Thor threw his hammer at his sister, who tried to grab it like she did the first time. However, this time she failed and was sent flying back. He summoned one of the most powerful bolts of lightning from the sky using Mjolnir and let it fall on his sister, blinding all the spectators. The bolt of lightning created a gigantic crater where his sister was limping, still being healed. Not letting his sister recover, he ran at her and hit her with his hammer, sending her flying back, and then sent another bolt of lightning that slammed her down into another crater. Thor threw his hammer into the air, which descended vertically towards his sister, sending her further into the ground. Thor slowly walked towards the downed Hela that was struggling to get up, with Mjolnir staying on her chest. She could not move her chest but glared at Thor. "You cannot keep me contained forever." The god of thunder answered her with a dry tone, "Yes, I can." Thor grabbed his hammer and let whatever remained of his power flow through it, readying the spell that his predecessor taught him. Thor did not sacrifice his eyes for knowledge, only a century of his lifespan, just for a single spell, a way to bind Hela's powers and remove her connection to Asgard. As he grabbed his hammer, hundreds of small runes appeared in the air. It didn't matter that Thor did not understand them, as they fell and were absorbed by Hela's body. Odin couldn't have done this because of the energy requirements. Odin would have had to use the Odin force, and if that was a possibility, then he would have defeated her himself. The goddess of death must have felt something because she looked scared for the first time. "What did you do?" "I have bound your powers and your connection to Asgard. You are defeated, sister." Before she could protest, Thor punched her in the face and knocked her out. Grabbing her, he teleported back to his father. He saw him standing next to the Morrigan who was healing him. He threw the body of his unconscious sister at their feet and spoke up, "Hela is defeated." The Allfather nodded, looking proud, but it was the Morrigan who spoke up, "The portal is stabilized. Odin, stay ready for my signal to do your thing. Thor, stay here and make sure no one interrupts me when I go in. It's time for my part of the plan now." Chapter 312, Dragon of the End. May 13, 2013, Royal Palace, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. Fear makes companions of us all. What you're going to do is very hard, and very scary. You're right to be afraid, but don't let it rule over you. Remember why you're doing this, why you're prepared to risk everything for this, and you'll pull through. Loki gave Thor and his mother a longing look, glorious purpose indeed. I chuckled, but stayed silent to Loki, "Good luck, god of mischief." I waved my hand and opened a portal, and Loki stepped through it. "Morrigan," he spoke up. I turned and looked at him. "If anything happens, if I don't make it, I just wanted to say thank you. You have helped me more than you realize, and for that, I will forever be grateful." I nodded. "It was a pleasure, Loki." "Yes, it was." He turned around and left through the portal. It felt oddly final, but I guess he knew the risks of his gambit. As for me, I had an army to lead, and parasites to slay. I slowly walked towards my allies, and prepared myself for one of the most important conflicts in my life, hoping that everything would be alright. May 13, 2013, Realm of the Shadows. Loki Odinson POV. Loki Odinson was many things, but brave wasn't one of them. He loved his family, well, he would always deny seeking Odin's approval even if he craved it most of his life. But most of all, he loved his freedom. The god of mischief never felt free on Asgard, always being judged by everyone around him. They called him a coward of a prince, the black sheep of the royal family, and their disgrace, just because his powers worked differently than Thor's. He was not mighty like Thor, but he treasured his mind most of all. Loki was devious, cunning, and a true trickster. He was simply different, he thought differently. He tried to do his best, but it simply wasn't enough. He wasn't one of them. But what always grated Loki the most was the fact that he was always the villain in the story. It was like his whole purpose was to present his brother with an opponent that he would triumph over, something that he resented all his life. When Loki learned how to fight, he always sparred against Thor, and he couldn't compete against his brother's natural talent. All he felt was that his purpose was to act as a stepping stone for Thor, and he hated it with all his heart. Odin did not seem to care about his suffering, but Loki always felt like he was fated to be the antagonist to Thor's story. It was a quaint way of looking at it, considering the truth of the matter. Who knew that his lamentations during his youth, where the whole world was against him, were partially correct? Those who sit above in shadow treated his life as a story that they could write, chaining him to a fate of constant suffering and failure. They ruined his life, his relationship with his peers, and his mind, which he cherishes most of all. They would have scripted his tale to be the villain, and in the end, it was their turn to suffer with the weapon they created themselves. Truthfully, Loki would have been lost if it wasn't for the Morrigan. The witch had taught him how to harness his powers, to truly accept the fact that even though he was different, that didn't mean that he was any less than any other Asgardian. Still, Loki's domain still grated him somewhat. He was the god of mischief and lies, but he still didn't understand what that truly meant, other than his talent with illusions and magic. But the god of mischief still had all the time in the world left in him to discover his true strength after dealing with these parasitical creatures. The moment he landed in the realm of the shadows, he split his consciousness into two. It was a trick that the Morrigan taught him that he had mastered surprisingly quickly. He had even surpassed the Morrigan in its execution and improved upon it. The spell was supposed to be a mind spell that compartmentalized his mind to focus on two problems at once. However, Loki was able to incorporate it into his illusions, conjuring solid copies that he could actually imbue with enough power for a few spells. To act as protection for the copy, Loki gave him the knife that the Morrigan made for him. It could conceptually kill almost anything, and the copy would need it if it ever gets attacked. Loki could easily control the two bodies and have enough power and concentration to focus on a single powerful spell. Loki immediately clouded himself and went invisible, letting his copy join the enemy's ranks. Meanwhile, Loki himself snuck to the edge of the realm, far enough from the throne room. It was time for his part of the plan, the part that would start everything. Taking a deep breath, he took out an orb from his pocket. It was absolutely covered with runes that he did not understand. It was made of some weird Midgardian metal called vibranium that seemed to absorb and release energy on a massive scale. He didn't know how in the nine hells it worked, but Odin's eyes had bugged out when he saw it, muttering something about celestial runes, and it being impossible for her to master them all. The god of mischief didn't care, he was already troubled by the fact that he accepted this suicidal role for the plan. But it would be for the best, after all, this would mean that he would be free, that he wouldn't be the villain anymore. Inside the orb was supposed to be some sort of dimensional bomb that could fracture the borders of a realm for a few minutes. It was a very dangerous artifact that could ruin realms and entire planets by giving them up to the void. It wouldn't have done any damage to the shadows, though. They were the gods of the gods, they knew how to navigate the void, it was how they came to this universe in the first place. But this wasn't supposed to be an attack after all, it was supposed to be a distraction. Readying himself, Loki threw the orb and took cover. Seconds later, the bomb exploded, creating a breach in the realm, and for the first time in his life, Loki saw the true chaos that the void embodied. The explosion was blinding and deafening, and Loki felt the ground shake beneath him. He peeked out from behind the cover and saw that the breach was much larger than he had anticipated. Pure chaos was pouring in, engulfing everything in its path. The once peaceful and shadowy realm was now being consumed by a maelstrom of anarchy. Objects were flying around in random directions, defying the laws of gravity. Fire and lightning were striking everywhere, destroying buildings and trees. The sky was swirling with colors and patterns that made no sense. It was as if the fabric of reality itself was unraveling. However, Loki thrived in the chaos and started to plan the second part of the plan. He gathered all of his power into a single spell, his greatest spell. He created an illusion shaped by the chaos itself. It didn't control it, one could not control chaos, merely direct it. He shaped it slowly into the shape of a dragon made of chaos. It was the closest thing to what the dragon of the end should look like. It was larger than Asgard itself, and looked more terrifying than anything in the nine hells. Loki immediately sent a message to the Morrigan, signaling that it was time for them to start the invasion. Of course, they wouldn't let out Nidhog. They were not mad men, but why would they let him out, if they planned on using him as a distraction anyway? And the shadows seemed to believe his trick anyway. He just received a message from his illusion telling him that the shadows have noticed the breach and are moving to fight the illusion of the dragon of the end, leaving only one of them to guard against Asgard's invasion. It didn't take long for the shadows to appear in front of the breach. Truthfully, Loki had felt many things over the years, and he knew that these beings were powerful, but he did not expect them to be able to do this. The King of the Shadows felt more like a reality manipulator in this realm. He shaped the world around him, trying to create shackles to bind Loki's creature, which seemed to ignore them outright. After all, one could not bind chaos itself. Suddenly, the king released a beam of light bigger than anything Loki had ever seen before, striking the beast in the chest. The chaotic structure of the dragon was destabilized, and it looked like the dragon was dead for a second, only for Loki to rebuild the dragon again, stronger and bigger than it used to be. The shadows kept bombarding it with blasts of power that shook the entire realm, but the dragon was unstoppable, indestructible, and they knew it. The only way to stop it would be to fix the breach in the realm, and the chaotic matter that remained, unconnected to the void, would have to stabilize according to the laws of the realm. Loki held his iron control over his creature, giving it his complete focus, while the shadows fought it, and the invasion started. His double stayed by the throne room with the remaining shadow, who seemed unconcerned by the attack. He could understand it. After the raw firepower he saw the others of her kind send at his dragon, it wouldn't take long for only one of them to kill Asgard's entire invading army. And that was them after being weakened by Rune King Thor. It was disturbing to imagine how powerful they would have been in their prime. Still, it took about 15 minutes for Asgard to fully breach the realm, and they sent only the Morrigan to the other side, while Thor and Odin remained in Svartalfheim. Leaving his dragon on autopilot, the Morrigan walked confidently into the throne room and the shadow spoke up with a mocking tone. After all of this, they sent you. You're a Midgardian, you're mortal. You do realize that you have no chance here. The Morrigan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you are correct, and this is where I die. But perhaps, you are wrong and this is the end of your tyranny on the 9 realms. We are the gods of the gods, human. We are so much above you, that it would take barely more than a thought to kill you. You cannot have any delusions of fighting me to a standstill. The Morrigan shrugged. As interesting as such a fight would be, it isn't needed. After all I needed was to distract you. The shadow didn't have enough time to consider what was said until Loki stabbed her with his death dagger from behind. The parasite gasped in shock until it let out a small scream of shock. It was distinctly feminine, unlike her previous neutral voice. Slowly, a light started to gather around the wound, until it consumed her, and she was destroyed with a scream. The destruction destabilized his clone, but it didn't matter, his purpose was fulfilled. The throne room was completely unguarded, and it was time for the Morrigan to finish her part of the plan. The loss was felt by the other shadows as well, especially the king who screamed in fury, letting out a giant blast of light that completely destabilized the dragon and even sent Loki flying back, without his invisibility. The king of the shadows immediately noticed the god of mischief and glared at him. With a wave of his hand, he telekinetically sent Loki flying to a wall and kept him frozen. Without Loki directing the chaos dragon, the dimensional breach started to close, making Loki's main method of attack useless. The god of mischief gulped in fear as the towering king of the shadows glared at him with hatred in his eyes. You. Chapter 313, of Fairies and Tales. May 13, 2013, Realm of the Shadows. Loki Odinson POV. The parasite gasped in shock until it let out a small scream of shock. It was distinctly feminine, unlike her previous neutral voice. Slowly, a light started to gather around the wound, until it consumed her, and she was destroyed with a scream. The destruction destabilized his clone, but it didn't matter, his purpose was fulfilled. The throne room was completely unguarded, and it was time for the Morrigan to finish her part of the plan. The loss was felt by the other shadows as well, especially the king who screamed in fury, letting out a giant blast of light that completely destabilized the dragon and even sent Loki flying back, without his invisibility. The king of the shadows immediately noticed the god of mischief and glared at him. With a wave of his hand, he telekinetically sent Loki flying to a wall and kept him frozen. Without Loki directing the chaos dragon, the dimensional breach started to close, making Loki's main method of attack useless. The god of mischief gulped in fear as the towering king of the shadows glared at him with hatred in his eyes. You. Loki couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, as the giant being in front of him held him telekinetically. The light coming from his eyes was almost blinding, the king's rage being expressed. You will pay for your actions, traitor. You will pay for Amora's death. It didn't make any sense. Yes, the shadows were connected, but killing one of them should not have brought this much of a reaction from him. Whoever this was had a deep connection to the king himself, meaning that Loki had struck a nerve somewhere. And now the king was yelling in anger. Its expressions looked surprisingly natural, surprisingly mortal. Loki needed to take advantage of this to have any hope of escaping this place in any way. Even the name was surprisingly familiar to Loki. Loki was supposed to escape unseen, the same way he entered in the first place so that the next part of the plan could proceed. If he doesn't leave soon, Odin and his allies will presume that he had perished and will proceed, which would ensure his doom. He needed to get out of here, or he would be dead. He didn't have the raw power to fight a single shadow, so he needed to use his most powerful feature, his silver tongue. Still gasping from the telekinetic pressure, Loki spoke out. She meant a lot to you, didn't she? Amora, what a familiar name. Wait a minute, wasn't that the name of that enchantress woman? She was a famous seductress that was obsessed with Thor and getting him to marry her. She was a good sorceress, all things considered, but she ended up going too far and tried to enchant Thor. It was quite the scandal, and her sister Lorelei, who had helped her with her ambitions, happened to be one of Frigga's handmaidens. They were both banished to Vanaheim for their transgression, something that was surprisingly merciful compared to Odin's usual stern punishments when it came to harming his heir. The similarity between the two names wouldn't have meant much if it wasn't for the Morrigan's theory about the shadow's origin. The god of mischief didn't let the grieving king answer and instead muttered absent-mindedly, she was right. By the Norns, she was right. This is not the time for this nonsense. Loki gave him a humorless laugh. Amora, the enchantress. That's who that was, right? She was your queen, it's why you left her behind, it's why you mourn her so dearly. You loved her, that I can understand, even respect. The Morrigan had a theory, you know. About where you came from, and how you had such intimate knowledge about the cycle of Ragnarok. Because your existence is not natural, and your knowledge is too detailed, so it was theorized that you were once Asgardians from another universe that chose to cannibalize our cycle for your benefit. Seeing the other shadows shuffling around, he knew that he was right. What right did you have to do this to us? You treat us no better than slaves and cattle. We are Asgardians, just as you used to be. There's still something left of your old selves. If there wasn't, why would your king act like we do when his lady love tragically died? I am not asking you to stop what you're doing, but truthfully, ask yourselves if you were in our position now, what would you do? The king must have noticed the fact that his subjects were not as inflexible as he thought they were, so he visibly calmed down and responded, we did it because we had no other choice, small god. What we did, to our greatest shame, was not for the sake of being cruel or cowardly, it wasn't for greed or power. We did it because there was no other way. Our people were burning, the women and children screaming, having abandoned any hope of survival. What we did, what we do, wasn't honorable, but it preserved both our people and yours. It is not a perfect solution, I will admit this much, but by doing so we ensure the survival of both our people, and that is what's important. Loki didn't understand most of what the king was insinuating, but from the way the other shadows were nodding with resolute expressions on their faces, they did. Perhaps the shadows were not malicious in intent. Loki didn't know the full story, and frankly, he really didn't care all that much. He had tried to play off whatever Asgardian honor they had, but for some reason the shadows still consider their actions to be honorable. He didn't have enough information to proceed, and he genuinely didn't know how he could get out of that one. Oh, Loki could still use the emergency escape that the Morrigan had given him, but it would be traced easily enough to the throne room and the plan would be ruined. But should the Morrigan finish her role, the realm will be sealed entirely, and he would not be able to activate it anyway. So, he had a choice ahead of him. He could escape with his life and betray his people and sacrifice his own freedom. Or he could sacrifice himself and die as a free man, reincarnating as a free one in the next cycle. The choice was surprisingly easy. The king continued in a fake mournful tone, and now, we must discuss the vile treason of Loki, son of Laufey, that cost us the life of our queen. What can you say to defend yourself, young god? Loki was going to die today, and he knew at the moment those malicious eyes loomed down at him. But this was as good a death as any. He had defied the gods of the gods themselves, saving his people. He would be remembered as a hero of Asgard, not the disappointment or monster that people have been whispering about all his life. He simply needed to distract them now until the Morrigan's trap activates. The effects should be very obvious and clear anytime soon. Instead of staying silent, Loki burst into laughter and spoke up hysterically, you think yourselves to be honorable? Do you think yourselves to be wise? You're not even close. I don't know why you're doing this, and I don't care. What you did to us was wrong. All those people, so many ancestors, were sacrificed in your name without even knowing your hand in it. Oh, you like to think that you're gods, better yet, the gods of the gods, but you're not gods, you're just parasites that use us and long for our lives. You feed on us. On the memory of love and loss, birth and death, and joy and sorrow. Our lives are little more than your playthings, and you wonder why I betrayed you. You caused me nothing but suffering, you took away my life, my emotions, my family, and you ask me, why I have betrayed you, vile creatures. Thankfully, as soon as he was finished, the Morrigan's trap revealed itself. The Morrigan was ruthless. Her student Loki might be, and she would let him die for the sake of the bigger picture. He respected that, even if she became far more calculating ever since Lady Selene left. What the Morrigan was able to do was nothing short of breathtaking, and Loki could do nothing but appreciate the genius demonstration of magic. It was amazing. The Morrigan had somehow fully connected the convergence properties to this realm, making it slowly shrink and lose its borders. The witch bent the entire realm to her whims, bending space and time itself to create the perfect prison. She mimicked the convergence on the very borders of the realm, inside and out. The realm was still there but no one could exit it, no one could navigate it. Not a single kind of energy could enter or leave this place, not even Ragnarok's. It was only the faint connection between the realm to the cycle that made sure that this cursed dimension is not forever lost to the chaotic void between universes. Of course, as it is, the shadows could claw through this connection and try to undo it, but the Morrigan's plan did not stop there. Loki had won, he had delayed the shadows enough for the plan to work. It was a fitting end for these shadows, trapped in their own realm, fully closed off to the rest of the multiverse. They will stay alone in this realm, with only one way to escape this banishment, death. Oh, Loki was not planning on staying trapped in here with them. He will accept his death graciously and hope that he would be a better man in the next cycle. The King of Shadows, who was incensed by his speech, immediately noticed what was happening. What have you done? Why, I have won, oh, King of the Shadows. You are a prisoner here, in your realm. Asgard has been freed from your tyranny. You have lost, trapped in this realm, for all eternity. The King of the Shadows recast his telekinetic push and walked towards Loki. You think this little trap is enough to stop us? Oh, it's a clever trap and it might delay us slightly, but in a few centuries, we would disable it without much issue. You have achieved nothing other than buying your realm a meager amount of time, where you'll stay to be tortured every single day in here, hoping for the sweet release of death. I will shred your soul to pieces, so that you never reincarnate, that you become nothing more than an old tale of what happens when you defy us. You're nothing but the villain in your story, the small pathetic antagonist. I know that for a fact because that is your fate. You will never be a hero, Loki. Loki was frightened by the king's words. For the first time, no plans came to mind as the giant man punched him harder than he had ever been punched before. The king screamed at him, "You're nothing more than a failure. A being of mischief and lies, that's what you are, that is how you will always be. You should have been grateful that I included you in our story anyway." His mind hazy from the impact, Loki thought to himself. Yes, he was the god of mischief and lies, but something was always missing. The name stories resonated deeply with him. How fitting, wasn't his life barely even more than a story, a myth? His mother once told him that every story ever told really happened. Stories are where memories go when they're forgotten. His mother's words resonated with him. Yes, all the lies, all the mischief simply preludes to the endless canvas that is his life. His mischief is nothing more than an amusing story, a comedy. And weren't all lies stories, in the end? After all, Loki's tricks were lies that he turned into truth. Could he do the same with any stories? Perhaps he wasn't even the god of lies, merely the god of stories. That title strangely felt right, and something deep in Loki simply snapped into place. The young god felt himself being rushed with power that felt strangely familiar. No, it was always his power, but he had never understood it before. In this small realm of death and shadows, Loki found himself and the blast shook the entire realm, sending the king of the shadows flying back. Was he a reality manipulator with his stories? No, he wasn't. Loki could tell how easy it is to make his stories a reality because of the chaotic residue left by the breach. The now revealed to be god of stories had manipulated pure chaos into his illusion of Nidhog, but this was on another level. But that would not serve him for long. As long as his stories become reality, he would consume more of the chaos. This was a temporary situation at best. But for a fraction of a second, Loki was the most powerful being in this realm. Yet, he could not leave this realm. He was just as trapped as the rest of the shadows. But what if that wasn't true? What if Loki could rewrite his own story? It was an immense undertaking, but this was an outside realm, where the laws of the main universe are not fully enforced and will not cause too much backlash as long as there is no paradox. It was a mad idea, but it was the only chance he had. The question is whether there's enough chaotic residue to power the spell. The king stood up once more, releasing far more power than before. "I will enjoy killing you, pest." "No, you won't," Loki answered with a smirk. "After all, I was never here." The god of stories relished the look of surprise on the king of the shadows' face when reality changed suddenly. Loki made it as if this encounter all happened to a solid clone of his, that he created just before the void was resolved. Meanwhile, his real body clouded itself and left towards the throne room, met with the Morrigan and left the realm the moment she activated her trap. As soon as the narrative was over, and Loki set foot on Svartalfheim, Loki felt himself being drained like he never had before giving his mentor a smirk. It worked. That was the last thing he uttered before darkness consumed his vision and he fell unconscious. Chapter 3:14, Asgard Falls No More. May 13, 2013, Realm of the Shadows. Loki Odinson POV. It was a mad idea, but it was the only chance he had. The question is whether there's enough chaotic residue to power the spell. The king stood up once more, releasing far more power than before. "I will enjoy killing you, pest." "No, you won't," Loki answered with a smirk. "After all, I was never here." The god of stories relished the look of surprise on the king of the shadows' face when reality changed suddenly. Loki made it as if this encounter all happened to a solid clone of his, that he created just before the void was resolved. Meanwhile, his real body clouded itself and left towards the throne room, met with the Morrigan and left the realm the moment she activated her trap. As soon as the narrative was over, and Loki set foot on Svartalfheim, Loki felt himself being drained like he never had before giving his mentor a smirk. It worked. That was the last thing he uttered before darkness consumed his vision and he fell unconscious. Jasmine Sayer POV. My time in the realm of the shadows was weird. I understood that when I stepped foot in such a foreign realm. It was not connected to the cosmic energy of the universe, and yet it was filled with energy derived from it. It was like a battery that gets charged for a brief period but was disconnected from the rest of the universe otherwise. It was such an ingenious design, a truly eternal battery to contain all of the energy released by each cycle of Ragnarok while staying disconnected from the world tree at large. If it wasn't for the convergence and its odd-dimensional properties, I would have never been able to find it. No wonder Rune King Thor had explicitly instructed me to wait until the convergence event to attack them. For all their abominable behavior, I had to admit that the mechanics and dimensional manipulation to create an independent pseudo-realm to act as a battery were ingenious. It could never be filled, no matter what. The more it's filled, the bigger the realm becomes. Currently, it was around the size of a small city, but if I had to guess before Rune King Thor had weakened them, it must have been larger than a planetary system, if not more. After all, the cosmic energy that contributes to the expansion of the universe was absorbed here. Of course, the glaring issue was the fact that it was not connected to any constant source of energy and the dimensions of the realm depended fully on the power stored inside it, centered on the throne room. Should they somehow not have enough energy, the dimensions would shrink until the realm itself disappeared into oblivion. Although with that said, the shadows were significantly weaker than I thought. The knife filled with death energy that I had given Loki worked too well in killing the remaining shadow. It was too quick, the explosion of life force was too small, too contained. Oh, those who sit above in shadow were strong, the weakest one of them would probably be able to surpass me in terms of raw power, and demolish me in terms of experience. They were weaker than they have ever been, but it just didn't make sense. These parasites absorbed energy that was fit for an entire universe. I have been operating under the assumption that these beings would crush me with a sneeze, and they should. They probably would if they weren't weakened. But the question was, where did all that energy go? I didn't have the luxury of caring, after all, these people could return at any given moment. So, I used the flexible properties of the realm to start my trap. I had to design it first and implement it, until Loki arrived from his trap. It was a masterpiece if I say so myself. I was able to remove the internal dimensions of the realm entirely through 2 extra dimensions using the convergence event as permanent property of the borders. It was like the physical surface of a sphere but in a higher dimension. You could never find an ending. If you go too high, you'll find yourself in the lowest part of the castle. It was an infinite prison with no way out. I did the same to the external dimensions, making it impossible for someone to even enter the realm. With that done, and the runic array fully planned, I just needed to power it, and for that, I needed to wait for Loki to return. Immediately, I felt a shiver in the reality of the realm, where Loki had always been next to me. It was like 2 external timelines that happened at once. It didn't matter much since it was in an external realm with no true connection to the natural laws of the universe, and no paradox happened. I was able to feel the 2 timelines thanks to my sensitivity to cosmic matters ever since my ritual, which is what allowed me to understand the nature of the convergence this readily. How curious, Loki was able to somehow alter his own personal timeline without creating a paradox. I'll need to ask him about it later, as for now, we needed to leave. We ran out of the portal, and I activated the trap while leaving. Of course, to be extra hateful for the misery they caused my oldest friend, Thor, I chose to power the ritual itself using whatever energy they had left from the last cycle of Ragnarok, shrinking the dimensions slowly as the ritual progressed. It was a vicious move, for all the harm and manipulation they had done. Honestly, it was their fault for assuming that no one would be able to use the flexibility of their dimension to remove power from the realm and channel it in a spell. How fitting, they are trapped by the energies of the cycle that empower them. As we left, I heard a large angry roar, as the King of the Shadows realized what was happening. Quickly, I killed the connection between Loki and the realm, causing the young Jotun to fall unconscious. He was already drained, and the shock must have knocked him out. I made sure that he was alright and watched as the portal closed fully. It was the final connection there was between this universe and the realm of the shadows, outside of the cycle of Ragnarok that kept them anchored to the world tree. Suddenly, a giant hand made its way through the portal trying to crush us all. I instinctively created a giant energy shield around us, protecting us. And Odin, with a look of dark glee on his face, used his Odin sword to channel the power of the space stone to cut the entirety of the shadow's hand. He smiled maniacally at the howls of pain as the portal fully closed, and the arm disintegrated into nothing, its very nature contradictory to the universe. The king of Asgard looked at me. Is it done? There's only one thing left to do, I replied. He gave me a nod and I started my final spell, the final part of the trap. The shadows were trapped, but technically, if we left it there, they could escape in time. I didn't know their exact power set, but with enough power and persistence, they could destabilize the trap and open their realm back to the world tree, allowing them to start their plans anew. Although I doubt that they even had the energy required to do so, it's better to make sure that they do not return, and the best way to do it would be to remove their connection to our universe entirely. Using the convergence as an anchor, I create another portal. Although, this time, my target is not to the inside of the realm, not that I could break in anymore, but the outside. The remaining Asgardian soldiers, their opposition having been massacred, were gaping at the scene, at the world tree in front of them. Of course, it wasn't the actual world tree, the eternal border of the universe. That thing was inconceivable, especially to beings that are hardwired to only think and even imagine in 3 dimensions. I don't think that even I would be able to look at it before falling into madness. No, it was its conceptualization from the Asgardians' belief that I matched using an illusion so that Odin would be able to channel the attack. In front of us was an eternal bark of a tree that seemed to go through forever, with branches that showed a realm each. It looked beautiful, even Niflheim did, but there was a small rot. It was a realm that rooted itself to the tree using dark chains that seemed to slowly poison the tree itself, something that was almost sacrilegious, compared to the beauty of the rest of the tree. This was the realm of the shadows, and this confirmed more than anything that they did not originate from our universe. Noticing the realm as well, Odin grinned while his Odin sword was glowing in power, ready to start the attack. After so long, so many lifetimes, this is it. I have dreamt of this moment for millions of years, hoping that I would one day see a time when Asgard, when the entire 9 realms, were truly free again. It took some time, some patience, and a lot of suffering. I even lost hope for a while, but Asgard is free, we are free. This is the moment I have been waiting for all my life, and I am happy to share it with my sons. For Asgard. With that little speech, a gigantic wave of power appeared from the sword. He obviously used everything he had. He used the space stone itself to power the spell, used his entire Odin force and runes to manipulate the outcome, and amplified it using the eternal flame, which was more than willing to destroy something as unnatural as the realm of the shadows. With that done, Odin slashed his sword, directly at the abomination of a realm, and the world froze for this moment. I had never felt anything even coming close to this kind of power. It was completely unbelievable, and the beam of blue light erupted from his sword and struck the realm in a gigantic explosion. The realm seemed to stop the beam for a second before it started getting pushed away, still connected through the black chains. Odin wasn't satisfied and channeled even more power, screaming all the while, and finally, the attack gave way, and in a gigantic explosion, the chains snapped and turned into dust, and the cursed realm flew away outside of our universe, through the void itself. Curiously, the Odin sword was unable to channel power on that scale and was shattered into pieces. Odin himself looked pale, drained by the attack, and almost fell forward, barely being held up by Thor. I closed the portal and sighed. The shadows were gone and Asgard was free. Slowly, Odin gathered himself and stood up on his own. This is a momentous day for all of us. Asgard is free, we are all free, in this life and the next, we will remain free. And for that, Morrigan, you have the eternal gratitude and allegiance of Asgard for this lifetime and any future other. We will forever be in your debt. I gave him a warm smile. I was not the one who came up with the plan. Your son did, I just executed it. It doesn't matter who came up with it, what's important is the outcome. And you have fulfilled your side of the bargain. It's only right that I do the same. Before he could do anything, he was stabbed in the heart from the back, with a black sword that seemed to swallow the night itself. Odin froze in disbelief at the attack and fell as the hidden attacker revealed himself. I snarled the moment I recognized the man. How could I not? He was my worst enemy, after all, Entropy. The cosmic entity gave me a malicious smile. Well, hello there, Morrigan. Did you miss me? If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 315, Rematch. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Jasmine Sayer POV. Slowly, Odin gathered himself and stood up on his own. This is a momentous day for all of us. Asgard is free, we are all free, in this life and the next, we will remain free. And for that, Morrigan, you have the eternal gratitude and allegiance of Asgard for this lifetime and any future other. We will forever be in your debt. I gave him a warm smile. I was not the one who came up with the plan. Your son did, I just executed it. It doesn't matter who came up with it, what's important is the outcome. And you have fulfilled your side of the bargain. It's only right that I do the same. Before he could do anything, he was stabbed in the heart from the back, with a black sword that seemed to swallow the night itself. Odin froze in disbelief at the attack and fell as the hidden attacker revealed himself. I snarled the moment I recognized the man. How could I not? He was my worst enemy, after all, Entropy. The cosmic entity gave me a malicious smile. Well, hello there, Morrigan. Did you miss me? He looked slightly different than he used to be. He still wore this black suit, he was still so pale that I would have mistaken him for a vampire, and he still had the obnoxious smug smile on his face that showed how superior he thinks he is compared to us. To be fair, he was, by definition, more than we could ever be. After all, he's a multiversal cosmic being that is the living embodiment of one of the most powerful concepts that have ever existed. What was different though, was his nature. His body was far more natural, more stable for the lack of a better word. When we had fought, he was leaking power everywhere, obviously not used to the fact of having an avatar that exists and perceives only 3 dimensions with a linear perspective of time. He obviously looked more in control of his aura, probably from years of experience reining himself in. Thor ran towards his father, who I seriously didn't know if he was still alive. Technically, Asgardians, especially the Allfather, could survive such wounds if they are treated correctly, but I wouldn't hold my breath. This was Entropy, a cosmic entity of all things, an endless being of power who is only constrained by his mortal form. If he wanted Odin dead, he would be dead. Immediately, I created a convergence portal underneath the king to the healing chambers in Asgard. It was the best I could do considering who I will have to face. I telekinetically pulled Thor back to stop him from acting foolishly and attacking my opponent. No, he was currently Asgard's heir, and with how unknown Odin's situation is, he needed to stay alive to have any hopes of keeping the Nine Realms' stability. What did make me freeze was the sword in his hand. It felt like death, like the end. It was powerful, absurdly so. And even worse was the glowing yellow gem in the pommel. It was a familiar sight, one that I hoped would never see again. This was the Mind Stone, the infinity gem that I have given Erisham the Judge, a fucking celestial. This did not bode well for any of us. Seeing my eyes widen, the cosmic entity smirked. I see that you admire my sword. The Necro Sword, the first one at the very least. I dug it up from Clintar myself. I have to say that I rarely even notice mortal inventions, but I will admit that Null created a masterpiece while forging that sword. A shard of death, of the end, forged into a weapon capable of slaying all that it touches. I did my best not to stiffen. I have heard about the Necro Sword, the weapon capable of killing practically anything alive. Rumors say that even Galactus himself could die at the hand of that sword, and now it was in my enemy's hands. Hela had used it as an inspiration for her attacks by using conjuration and adding an essence of her affinity over darkness into the objects to act as a curse. But this was the real deal, and it was far more powerful than anything Hela could create in 1,000 Asgardian lifetimes. But what unsettled me the most was the infinity stone that it contained. The sword could handle the stone without problem, but Erisham would not have let it go without a fight. I needed to know what happened, because as everything was crumbling around, I probably lost another ally. How did you get the Mind Stone? He burst into laughter. Oh, Celestials like to think they're the strongest beings on the planet, that they cannot die at the hands of any other beings. I proved them wrong. After all, I only needed to test out my new sword. And how kind of you to get them to gather in a single place to argue about what to do. It didn't take long for me to take the stone from their rotting corpses. I have to say, genocide was a lot more fun, and took a lot less effort than I expected. I growled at him, and he smiled at me. Oh, come on. You tried to cheat by getting their help. This is between you and me, honey, and I will watch as everything you build crumble, as your hopes and dreams burn, until you finally give up. The last time we fought, you ended up frozen in time, and that's when you had as many advantages you could have had, an environment of your choosing, and the element of surprise. I answered back at him. Even then, it's not the first time we have clashed from your perspective. You could not live with your failure, that you were defeated by a mere mortal. So, like a coward, you came back in time to redo it. If that doesn't speak of your competence, nothing will. He frowned at me, probably not expecting the answer. I am still a cosmic entity, and you are barely more than a washed-up avatar of one. You tricked me, and took me by surprise the last time, something that will not happen again anytime soon. No, something wasn't right in this. No, you're not here for me. You didn't expect me to be here anyway. You're here because of the beacon created by the Space Stone during Odin's attack. You're here for the stones, not for me. You probably didn't even care about the Celestials. You tracked down the stone's signature and killed them after figuring out that I had asked for their assistance in dealing with you. The cosmic entity frowned for a second before putting a fake smile on his face. You're correct. I forgot how clever you could be, Morrigan. And what a fortunate idea to find not one but 2 infinity stones in a single trip. You will not have them. The man let out a sinister laugh. How will you stop me exactly, especially when you'll be too busy fighting them? Before I could voice my confusion, I felt Thor try to send a bolt of lightning at me, which I redirected back. Damn, he's used the Mind Stone to control whatever was left of Asgard's soldiers. I dodged a thunder punch by Thor and attempted to retaliate, only for me to dodge another one of Hela's banished swords. Shit, wasn't she supposed to be knocked out and bound? I stopped thinking about it and watched as the entirety of the army charged against me. Sighing, I gathered a large amount of psionic energy into my hands and pressed it to the ground. Immediately, a giant telekinetic and telepathic attack coursed through the entire battlefield, and all of the soldiers and knocked them unconscious. The only 2 who seemed to have somewhat stayed away was Thor, who was resistant to telepathic attacks thanks to the original Mjolnir, although it seems that it wasn't enough to circumvent the Mind Stone. I teleported next to Hela and knocked her out as well. I looked around for my enemy, only for my face to pale as he was grabbing the artifact containing the ether and destroying it with his sword, which started absorbing the reality stone. It didn't take long for a red stone to appear on the sword's hilt. That was one down, and another one to go. The reality stone might be lost, but I still could deal with the space stone. I telekinetically grabbed the shards of the Odin sword and summoned them to me. Entropy's eyes widened as he realized that it took me very little time to dispose of his mind-controlled army. I grabbed the Odin sword and started shaping the very properties of the URU metal. It was a skill of genuine molecular manipulation that I gained when I performed the ritual for a cosmic core. It was just natural to shape matter like clay, and I barely fought before doing the same. The Odin sword had broken, but it was not lost. Its identity as the strongest weapon in Asgard's history, as a channel of the immense power of the space stone, remained. I could still feel the remnants of the phoenix flames of destruction and rebirth in the metal, and it welcomed me as its master. In what felt like hours but was probably seconds, the sword shards in my hands had turned into a staff with the space stone at the top of it. It wasn't the best I could have done, and I would probably need to make a few adjustments afterwards, but it will do for now. I tapped my staff on the ground and the space stone glowed. Thousands of portals opened underneath every single living soldier to Asgard. Even the bound Hela was sent to the dungeons. I have to say, I can see why people would seek the stones so. The power they granted felt infinite. The stone's name was justified in that. I smirked at the slack-jawed expression on Entropy's face. You're different. I frowned at his answer, not understanding what he was getting at. Yes, I am. No, you don't understand. You're not supposed to be like this, to have this control or power. Shaping you like that is not something that you could do. Even the stone, the way you use it is too precise, too controlled. What have you done, Morrigan? For the first time, Entropy looked slightly wary of me. Did I not perform the ritual for a cosmic core in the former timeline? Again, I didn't see how that was relevant to the current situation and grinned at my opponent. You're not leaving with that stone, Entropy. Seeing my challenge, he nodded resolutely. Then come take it from me. Our last confrontation ended in a stalemate, and I believe I am due a rematch. I channeled my death sight and saw the battlefield ahead. I was still slightly wary of the use of my death powers. I remembered how much I changed the last time I used it, but this was a desperate time. As expected, I saw nothing when I looked at him. I couldn't kill him. After all, he's an avatar of energy with the cosmic entity's consciousness, not the entity. Not that I would be able to kill a cosmic entity anyway. They were concepts given consciousness and form. They were not alive in the broad definition of the term. I still remembered the main weaknesses that the Entropy avatar had. The first weakness was that he was a creature of pure energy. Should I drain it somehow, it should kill him and leave the actual entity outside of the universe to be dealt with by his peers. There was also the fact that he was bound by a linear perspective of time. I could trap him in a time loop like I did the last time, but he would see such an attack coming. Slowly, a plan came into mind, and I looked at using my death vision to approve its viability. When I got the result, I grinned. He did play with me last time and it's time to make him pay for it. The game is on. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 316, The Game is On. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Jasmine Sayer POV. I still remembered the main weaknesses that the Entropy avatar had. The first weakness was that he was a creature of pure energy. Should I drain it somehow, it should kill him and leave the actual entity outside of the universe to be dealt with by his peers. There was also the fact that he was bound by a linear perspective of time. I could trap him in a time loop like I did the last time, but he would see such an attack coming. Slowly, a plan came into mind, and I looked at using my death vision to approve its viability. When I got the result, I grinned. He played with me last time and it was time to make him pay for it. The game is on. Immediately, I leapt towards my opponent, manipulating the space between us so that I would arrive in a fraction of a second. Entropy's eyes barely widened when I arrived, but he was able to parry my attacks with his sword. Undeterred, I conjured thousands of small spikes from the air, which he turned into dust the moment they came even close to him. I could feel him continuously using the Mind Stone, trying to break into my mind, but I had long ago learned how to protect mine, which was even more protected when I wielded the Space Stone. Seemingly fed up with the exchange, he feinted an attack with his sword and punched me, sending me flying back. Too bad for him. As I flew back, I opened a portal behind him and used my momentum to kick him in the chest. Entropy flew back but used the necrosword to stabilize himself and land on his feet. He glared at me, and I gave him a smirk while pointing at his cheek. He touched it and felt the black ichor on the small scratch on his right cheek. He stared at it, looking perturbed, and snarled back at me. I had used the Space Stone to make a small, an invisible blade of space that cut him without him knowing. I spoke up. First blood goes to me, Entropy. He sneered at me, and the reality stone started glowing maliciously. Well, the kid gloves are off, I guess. He created a cloud of shadows in front of him that destroyed everything around it and floated ominously at me. I used the Space Stone to scatter the cloud and sent it through another portal. With another wave, I summoned a meteor above him, and it fell down, burning, towards my opponent. Entropy yelled in exertion and waved the necrosword, the reality stone visibly glowing. A beam of red shadows formed from the extremity and fell towards the falling meteor, which seemed to consume the rock entirely. Damn, the synergy between Entropy's powers and the reality stone was deeply disturbing. The stone was very attuned to darkness and destruction, and it was very dangerous at the hands of someone like Entropy. Truthfully, outside the Soul Stone, I would say that the Reality Stone is the most dangerous Infinity Stone. In a way, it could be used to change the state of matter of anything. Not to mention the fact that it could be used for large-scale illusions that would make Loki's look like child's play. The only weakness, if one can even call it that, would be the fact that actual reality manipulation could only be done on a small scale, and was temporary if it wasn't enhanced by the Power Stone, that is. I theorized that it was the Reality Stone that would be the main catalyst in Thanos' snap, which would kill half the universe using transmutation. The rest of the stones would simply enhance the range and power of the stone, and stabilize the consequences of the snap. But now, my enemy, who was an entity attuned to darkness and destruction, was given a weapon capable of channeling his power efficiently, rendering the risk of being drained out of existence through large-scale attacks moot. I needed to deal with him quickly because the more he acclimates to the stone, the more dangerous he becomes. Using the Space Stone, I created a mini dark hole that flew at him at a tremendous pace. Entropy used the Reality Stone to transform it into a ball of darkness that he turned into a beam, and sent back at me. I simply shaped the space around the beam to bend it and make it miss me, hitting one of the remaining dark elven spaceships. The ship was turned into dust in mere seconds. This was getting us nowhere. 2 Infinity Stones fighting is a recipe for a stalemate. I needed to do things differently. I barely noticed Entropy wave his sword, still powered by the Reality Stone. In mere seconds, the battlefield disappeared, and the sun went out. Everywhere around me was nothing but darkness, and while I usually thrived in it, Entropy was by far a more powerful master of the dark than I ever could be. Fortunately, my death sight did not actually use light to work, as it relied on the energies of the universe. The moment I activated it, I noticed the blade coming at my throat. I was able to bend the space around it, making it miss, but there was still a large slash on my chest. In my panic, I used the Space Stone to create a telekinetic push that would have flattened an entire city. The attack dispelled the darkness and sent my opponent flying back, away from me. I could feel the wound on my chest resisting my natural healing. The wound would heal, but it will do so in normal time, and will probably scar permanently. I growled at my enemy, who was smirking at me. "You aren't Death's avatar anymore, are you?" I knew something was different about you, but I never expected this to happen. At least you're outside the bitch's protection, which means I can kill you as easily as I want to, without having to worry about any retaliation. While he was doing his little smug speech, I used that time to my advantage. Discreetly, I started working on my plan, creating small runes in the sand using my telekinesis, which I kept clouded using an illusion. The cosmic entity leapt towards me, gathering an orb of darkness in his hand, and it raised at me. I let him come. Bringing the fight to him didn't seem to be working. He seemed to be satisfied with my action, probably thinking that I had given up and accepted my death. However, seconds before he arrived, I started stretching the space between us. The few yards between us became miles, and from Entropy's baffled expression, he didn't see that coming. While he was still leaping through the air, I summoned my chains of Enkidu, through a dozen portals, and bound the cosmic entity as much as possible, freezing every single limb he had. The chains were very powerful when dealing with gods and demons, or more appropriately, beings of pure energy. They constrained the energy output of these beings, stopping them from releasing their magic or casting any spell. Mages or mutants bound by the chains would feel weaker and wouldn't be able to use their powers, but beings of pure energy like Entropy would feel as if they were actively drained of their very being. Unfortunately, the effect was too passive to work on draining Entropy to death, but it's enough to freeze him for a fraction of a second. And that's all the time I needed to activate the second layer of my plan. It was the smaller rune circle that involved a time dilation barrier that would slow down Entropy's perspective of time immensely. It had proved to be a weakness of his, and with my new cosmic core, powering something like that up wasn't too draining. I grinned to myself as the cosmic entity's snarling face froze in time. I had to do this because the next step of the plan would take slightly longer, and I didn't know how long the chains could hold him still, especially with 2 Infinity Stones in his grasp. With that done, I activated the final layer, which was a bastardized ritual originating from one that was supposed to create ley lines by absorbing the power of another one. The ritual started absorbing the energy inside the circle, and I dispelled the time freezing array since it would be absorbed by it anyway. Immediately, Entropy's frozen face returned to normal, and he immediately noticed that something was wrong. "What's happening? What are you doing?" I stood outside the ritual circle, my face frozen, doing my best to maintain the ritual. Slowly, Entropy's form started to stutter and fade slightly, and I thought gleefully to myself that it was working. My death vision didn't show me how to kill him because he couldn't be killed. However, the fact that his form was vulnerable and that I knew these vulnerabilities allowed me to model an attack that would hurt as much as possible, and it was working. It didn't take long for the cosmic entity to realize what I was doing. It seems that he had forgotten that in this form he wasn't a powerful cosmic entity, just an avatar of one. He wasn't endless anymore. Everything seemed to be working until the chains started to get strained. I could understand why they were weakened since their energy was being absorbed by the ritual, but it was the best way to stop him from moving. Unfortunately, this small weakness was enough to allow him to use the reality stone and shatter them entirely. With entropy free from the chains, he was still very much being drained. He seemed to try to alter the ritual to no avail. I foresaw something like this happening anyway and had manipulated the ritual to only stop when the wards are destroyed. He seemed to realize this and started bombarding the wards, which I was powering with everything I had. I needed to weaken him as much as possible. He kept hitting the wards again and again, and I almost felt like I was being hit again. I even channeled the space stone's energy into maintaining the wards. But entropy seemed to guess that and combined his two stones, overwhelming mine, and destroying the ritual. I knew that what I did wouldn't hold him indefinitely. I created this ritual in this very duel, and I was unprepared for the confrontation. Yet I still hoped that it would work somehow, that my final opponent would die on this night, setting me free from my duties, and allowing me to retire. The backlash sent the two of us flying back. As I got up, I saw him being in pain for the first time since I saw him all those years ago and smiled to myself in satisfaction. He slowly got up at the same pace I did. And we faced against each other. For the first time, I felt like I could see some small acknowledgement of respect from him, and I couldn't stop feeling like I felt the same towards him. This was a powerful foe, a worthy opponent. I visibly noticed that he was weakened, and as disconnected from the cosmic energies of the universe, he needed to actively recharge his avatar. A drain of this size had severely crippled him, at least for a while. I was still hurt by the impact, and the necrosword wound wasn't helping things. We stared at each other for what felt like hours until we ran towards one another in what was our final clash of the fight. The both of us channeled our weapons, swinging our weapons downwards. Two energy beams, one dark blue and another dark red, clashed in the space between us. I could feel the impact create a giant explosion that leveled the battlefield, and yet the two of us stayed unmoved. I channeled everything I had into the attack, which I had enhanced with the space stone, and I was losing. It seemed that even as drained as he was, he had more raw power than me, or maybe the two stones enhanced his power enough to overwhelm me, and my single stone, in a contest of pure power. Seeing that I was about to lose, I controlled the cosmic energy in the two beams and compressed them using the space stone into a single point, to my opponent's confusion. Although his eyes seemed to widen when I released both energies in an arc of malicious energy that cut everything in front of me. I had added a small energy nullification property into the wave, turning a fraction of it into antimatter that should, technically speaking, hurt him. To make sure it hits, I shortened the path between my attack and entropy. And yet, the cosmic entity was able to use the necrosword to deflect the blow, but not entirely. The attack seemed to have visibly hurt him. The attack was stupidly powerful, and it had continued towards a mountain that was actually split in half by the impact. The cosmic entity's chest was visibly blackened, the right side of his face looked almost burnt, and one of his arms looked more like a blackened limb of ash than anything else. He was barely able to hold onto his sword. The best part was the fact that he wasn't healing himself. He was too drained to do so. I stood proudly in front of my opponent with my staff raised, hiding how much that took out of me. The cosmic entity glared at me. This isn't over. I ran at him to finish the fight, only for him to use the reality stone to summon a cloud of darkness. I dispelled the cloud, but my enemy had disappeared. I couldn't sense him, but I could tell that he had left this realm. Suddenly, I felt the actual weight of what I had done today. I fought entropy on equal ground and managed to get him to run, even if he ended up escaping with an infinity stone in his hands. Absent-mindedly, I opened a portal to Asgard's healing chambers, and the moment I entered, I let the darkness consume me and fell unconscious. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 317, Valhalla. May 13, 2013, Svartalfheim. Jasmine Sayer POV. I stood proudly in front of my opponent with my staff raised, hiding how much that took out of me. The cosmic entity glared at me. This isn't over. I ran at him to finish the fight, only for him to use the reality stone and summon a cloud of darkness. I dispelled the cloud and my enemy had disappeared. I couldn't sense him, but I could tell that he had left this realm. Suddenly, I felt the actual weight of what I had done today. I fought entropy on equal ground and managed to get him to run, even if he ended up escaping with an infinity stone in his hands. Absent-mindedly, I opened a portal to Asgard's healing chambers, and the moment I entered, I let the darkness consume me and fell unconscious. I woke up with a gasp, feeling suspiciously uninjured. Even the gash in my chest had disappeared, something that should have been impossible given the fact that it was made by the necrosword, which means it would take months to heal, and that it would definitely scar. I looked around and found myself in the familiar white environment that was slowly shaping up to look like Atlantis. The fact that my heart did not ache at the sight was further proof of how much Celine's actions have changed me, and I don't know if I am better off or not. I could feel some nostalgia at the place that I called home for centuries, that I gave my freedom to save the remnants only to lose it centuries later because of the ambitions of its remnants. I could easily infer that this was the void that made up the soulscape, which is usually inaccessible unless some higher power uses it to speak to people. This meant that someone is trying to speak with me. Looking around, I spoke up, ready to meet my summoner. I know you didn't bring me here just to watch me wander around, so can you just reveal yourself to get on with it? I was told that you were perceptive, I didn't know how much, a voice replied behind me. I turned and watched an unfamiliar being reveal himself. He took the form of a pale man with black hair and eyes and wore a similarly colored robe. He looked too similar to Entropy for me to ignore, but he was very different in the way his energy felt. Where Entropy felt like decay given form, where death felt like the emptiness, this man felt like chaos. It was beauty and ugliness, love and sorrow, creation and destruction, it was everything yet nothing. I couldn't isolate which entity this man represented, nor how it could even contact me with the universe being closed off. Instead of guessing and accidentally offending the obviously cosmic entity before me, I asked, "Who are you?" "I am imagination and creativity, I am ideas and stories, I am memories and forgotten, I am the king of nightmares and reverie." "I am Dream," the man answered me in a monotone voice. I was still confused, I didn't know why Dream would come to visit me. I hadn't ever involved myself in his matters in any way. "Why did you bring me here?" "To speak to you, of course." This was really starting to grate me. About what exactly? Dream did not answer me and instead looked around. "It's a beautiful place, this city, this idea." Atlantis was once a dream that a single man had, which was shared with many others until they decided to give it form. Everything starts with a dream and it's always nice to see them take form. For fuck's sake. This is why I don't like dealing with cosmic entities. They can either be dicks or talk in riddles. I sighed in exasperation. "How are you even in this dimension, Lord Dream? It should have been sealed off until the timeline stabilizes. This universe is sealed by the orders of the living tribunal himself. However, we major cosmic entities still have our ways and influence to enter it. After all, if it was truly sealed, then no new life would flourish, no one would die, and time would freeze and become an illusion. And in my case, no one would have any dreams. Access is very regularized for only cosmic entities that are necessary for the universe to function, even if then we are not allowed to involve myself." I found myself raising my voice. "So, you're telling me that you could stop Entropy from destroying the multiverse, and can actually oppose him, but choose not to?" He shrugged, looking unconcerned. "We are not allowed to interfere. But I believe that there is something large at play. For a threat of this magnitude to be left alone means that the living tribunal is involved somehow. Nevertheless, this matter does not concern me. You're telling me that the potential destruction of the multiverse, which would make you fade into nothing, is not a concern. You're misunderstanding something, young one. We are not mortals, we are not alive. I am Dream, and my purpose is to manage the dreams of every living being. Should the multiverse be destroyed, I would gladly fade away, since my existence would have no purpose. That is until a new multiverse will inevitably be born and a new dream will be born." I glared at him. "So, that's it. You're telling me that death, fate, time, and all the others are leaving me to deal with something that I should be your responsibility for, just because of some obscure plan that you don't even know about?" Dream answered with his usual monotone voice. "Fate is not one of the cosmic entities allowed to interfere. You have to understand that Entropy was always under Death's purview. The fact that she seems unconcerned by his actions and is trusting you to handle it reassured the rest of us that the chance of the destruction of the multiverse is unlikely. Why the hell is Death still putting this on me? I have resigned as her avatar." The cosmic entity smiled at this. It was quite the scandal when that was revealed. No entity has ever had an avatar willingly resign, so that was surprising. But Death didn't seem too bothered by it. She seemed to have expected it really. This was getting ridiculous. "So, you're trusting Death on this? You have to understand that your former patron is not a normal entity. Her words have weight and are acknowledged as one of the mightiest one of us. She is powerful, ruthless, and surprisingly merciful sometimes. Truthfully, I fully expected her to destroy Entropy's consciousness and replace him with another being. But she seemed to be content in binding his cosmic energy outside the universe and following the rules of the living tribunal. It doesn't make any sense. Why would she risk something like this?" For the first time, Dream's voice turned harsh. "It is not your place to question our decisions. You are so small, Morrigan, far smaller than you realize. And for all your power, you're still a speck of dust compared to the weakest one of us. Do not think that your victory over Entropy means that you surpass him in power. Even with the paltry amount he's using to have a physical form to pursue his foolish ambition, he's far stronger than you. He was very limited by our laws and nature, even if he continuously fights against it. I didn't understand what he was getting at. What laws? I asked. Dream seemed pleased with the question. We as beings of endless power and influence need to limit ourselves when descending to physical planes. But, even then, we cannot interfere too much with mortals and forget our purpose, our existence. The principal laws of the living tribunal are etched into our very beings, and it is in our nature to obey them, and Entropy is no different. If you had fought Entropy as an avatar of death, he would have crushed you, since you represent another entity. Yet, you renounced your title and your allegiance, and thus he needed to lower his power to your physical level to deal with you. You have crippled him immensely because of your detachment from death, but I fear that the next time you fight, he will be far stronger, and yet oddly weaker. That didn't make any sense, and the cosmic entity obviously saw my confusion as he clarified. Entropy is convinced that this is his purpose. His cosmic essence is locked up, barely even connected to the avatar. His body is slowly resembling that of a mortal, or more specifically, one of your celestials. His status as a cosmic entity is already in question, since his very essence is still locked up, and all you're dealing with is a shard with a personality, which is constantly evolving to stay alive. He is slowly being unbound by our laws, as he changes into something else, something lesser. The more unbound he becomes, the weaker she is to us, and the stronger he becomes to you. It's quite the perplexing position. Damn, what a way to sour a victory. Well, I shouldn't have to fight him in the first place. The living tribunal ordered that you are to deal with Entropy and that no outsider may interfere in your task. Death did not protest, and thus it is now your duty. And if I choose not to fight? Dream's answer made me freeze. Your world would be consumed by darkness, and turn into ash. The multiverse would soon follow, and not a single entity will lift a finger to stop it. Fading into nothing is a far kinder fate than those who disobey the living tribunal. I glared at him. He was serious. The cosmic entities expected me to deal with their problem and wouldn't lift a finger to do it themselves. It was such an unreasonable request, and yet it didn't really change anything. I was going to fight Entropy anyway, if only because I was the only one who could. This was starting to get grating, so, to summarize, you're telling me that I have to fight a former cosmic entity that's slowly turning into an eldritch abomination, that's planning on destroying the multiverse, and none of you are planning on helping me out. Death believes in your inevitable success, and so does the living tribunal. And I trust their judgment. I looked at him incredulously. You're kidding, right? Any allies I could have had are either dead or dying. Even the Celestials are no more. I don't even know if Odin survived, and even if he did, he was severely wounded by the Necrosword. I banished my wife because I don't trust her, and the only ones that remain by my side are my daughter and the avatar of the Phoenix Force. Even then, my daughter doesn't have the raw power to deal with a fight of this scale. Dream nodded. Yes, you are correct. I have watched you and I am willing to help in exchange for a favor in return. I was very dubious, but still willing to listen to him. What is it? I am willing to add a person to your side, someone that would be able to balance the scales somewhat, my avatar, my champion. In exchange, I ask that you simply train him in the art of what his role will entail. This was interesting, but I still wasn't sure about it. I thought that the living tribunal forbade anyone from interfering. The cosmic entity had a predatory smile on his face, that would apply if the soul in question hadn't been my avatar for a very long time, not that they knew of it. And who is he supposed to be? I questioned. Why, Loki Odinson, of course, the god of stories and avatar of dream. Well, shit. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 318, of Bargains Struck. May 13, 2013, Limbo. Jasmine Sayer POV. Dream nodded. Yes, you are correct. I have watched you and I am willing to help in exchange for a favor in return. I was very dubious, but still willing to listen to him. What is it? I am willing to add a person to your side, someone that would be able to balance the scales somewhat, my avatar, my champion. In exchange, I ask that you simply train him in the art of what his role will entail. This was interesting, but I still wasn't sure about it. I thought that the living tribunal forbade anyone from interfering. The cosmic entity had a predatory smile on his face, that would apply if the soul in question hadn't been my avatar for a very long time, not that they knew of it. And who is he supposed to be? I questioned. Why, Loki Odinson, of course, the god of stories and avatar of dream. Well, shit. This was a big mess that I really didn't need to deal with right now. It was an opportunity, yes, but it came with many strings attached. I just stared blankly at Dream before speaking up. Are you sure that it's him? I have never sensed any cosmic energy from him, only the energies provided by the Odin Force. It was a sensible question. I had personally trained Loki, and to do that, I had to examine his powers very closely. I knew that there was a spark hidden underneath, but I assumed that it was his own potential that he was stifling. I felt he was strong, but he was certainly not even close to being the avatar of a cosmic entity. Jean, even when she was untrained, was far more powerful than any potential I sensed he had. Dream looked at me like I was an idiot. Are you insinuating that I somehow do not know who my own avatar is? No, of course not. I simply hadn't sensed anything from him, so it's somewhat surprising. I trained him myself. Dream shrugged. His connection to the Odin force often stifles the growth of his cosmic potential in every lifetime. Even then, my powers have safeguards in them due to their strength. He cannot use my powers without being at peace with himself, without being clear-eyed enough. Even then, I have only awarded Loki with barely more than a fraction of what an avatar should have. It makes sense. Dream was a very powerful entity, and Loki could end up doing a lot of harm if he fell into madness with the powers of Dream in his hands. But the nerfing was something I didn't understand. Cosmic entities tended to make sure that their avatars were as powerful as possible to better represent their interests, and the power down. Eons ago, there was a Loki who Odin failed immensely. He chose to leave Asgard and removed himself from the All-Father's reach by destroying his link to the Odin force. For the first time, he had access to his powers as an avatar, and he honed them, as much as he could. He didn't understand it then and thought that his father had been binding him all this time. And so, he called himself the god of stories and rose above the power of even his father. Dream answered with a solemn tone. I could understand where this was going. Loki could barely be called stable at the best of times and was naturally a chaotic being. Dream's powers are based on reality and mental manipulation, and I could imagine a bratty Loki destroying universes just to get back at his neglectful father. Dream continued, ignoring my horror. He developed the awareness of dreams and stories but did not have any control. He became powerful, dangerously so, and deranged when he realized the nature of his existence. He proved to be a danger to the entire universe or even the multiverse. He was untrained, undisciplined, and without the proper understanding of what he was, or his duties to me. He tried to kill the abominations that controlled the cycle of Ragnarok, and knowing what he would do with this power, I removed my blessing, turning the raging bonfire into a spark, allowing them to kill him. And thus ended the tale of Loki, the god of stories. It was probably a good thing to have an avatar of a cosmic entity by my side, but this was too good, and I learnt long ago to not trust these beings. They do not often lie, but they were very prone to misleading mortals. Still, something was still bugging me. Loki's ascension was convenient, too convenient. Why now? Why this Loki? Dream shrugged. I did not make the decision. The spark of my powers is in his soul as it has been when I first chose him. He channeled my powers when he was escaping these shadows, as you call them, in their realm. His ascension has begun, and with it, his madness will flourish anew, stronger, more terrible than ever. I am asking you to save him from himself, from the chaos of dreams and nightmares, of the countless potential ideas and stories that will torment his soul. Then retract your blessing, I retorted. You don't understand. Loki is my ideal avatar, the perfect one like you were Death's. I am not willing to let him go just yet. This was getting more confusing. Ideal avatar. In all of time and space, in all that was and will be, in every possible iteration of the universe, there exists only one soul that can be called an ideal match for every entity. There are two different types of avatars, ones that are blessed by the entities, as they are deemed to be interesting, and beings that are the ideal representations of an entity. Loki is mine, as you were Death's. I was Death's ideal avatar. Then why did she let me go so easily? Dream shrugged. It surprised us all when you were even found. A living being that embodies the concept of death perfectly is a paradox that I never expected to see. Which is why the fact that you were allowed to leave was such a scandal. Because don't mistake me, you did not leave death's servitude, she let you go. Why? I do not know. Well, that was something I needed to process later. I had to deal with the issue of Loki right now, and Loki is yours. Yes. The living tribunal warned me that should he endanger the nature of existence as he has done before, they would destroy his soul entirely. So that's why he wants my help here. He is trying to entice me with Loki's allegiance, because he's not allowed to interfere and would likely get punished, along with his avatar, should Loki do something he really shouldn't. It wasn't a bad deal per se, but there were a lot of things that Dream wanted to leave unsaid. He wants me to save his ass and gave me a strong ally for the future. He really doesn't care about Entropy, about what he wished to do, and that made me sick. A part of me wanted to just say fuck it and let the multiverse die, taking all the cosmic entities with it. Fate obviously lied during our last meeting. Cosmic entities can interfere, they are simply not allowed to do so for some reason. I grimaced. Loki was still my student, and he felt more like an attention-starved young man than the monster the legends portrayed him to be. I just couldn't let him fall any further. I didn't have it in me to be that dismissive over being petty. The logical thing would be to accept the bargain. I didn't really lose anything. I was still going to teach Loki, but I would just have to include control over his cosmic powers in the curriculum. And yet, Dream's involvement made me hesitate slightly in accepting. Probably seeing my indecision, Dream spoke up, "Trust me, seeing where things are heading, you'll need as much help as you can get. Entropy is currently allied with Thanos, which means that he has the Mad Titan's army at his disposal. Not to mention the true power of the Necrosword, which he will start channeling because of his defeat at your hand." Wait, he wasn't using the Necrosword properly. The Necrosword or the All Black is a weapon created by the Elder God Null, a being of such power that it eclipsed that of the Celestials. He was even able to learn from multiple iterations of his existence throughout the multiverse. It took a fully realized avatar of the Phoenix Force and thousands of Celestials to bind him, and even then, they still perished in the battle. They didn't even kill him but bound his consciousness to another realm. Even now, traces of his existence would corrupt the mightiest and noblest of hearts. That sword was his masterpiece, his coup de grace. Did you really think that simply having the ability to destroy beings of energy is the extent of its power? I gulped slightly. So, Entropy could have defeated me easily. Dream nodded. At a price, yes. The Necrosword is as powerful as you give it influence over you. Entropy was careful to only channel minute amounts of its power, but you've made him desperate. He'll be stronger and less constrained the next time you encounter him, and I'm afraid that you'll need all the help you could get, especially an avatar with my powers. You will gain as much as you cultivate in him. Well, I will admit that Dream's warnings have worried me. The alliance with Thanos, I had already guessed. He was a useful pawn that would give everything he needed to Entropy. But the All Black was worrying. I didn't know much about it, other than the sword being forged by Null, something that was terrifying enough, and that it had the ability to kill gods, which I translated to energy beings. The idea that with each passing moment, Entropy was losing what made him a cosmic entity, and thus not being bound by their laws, was unsettling. I was very much scared that I genuinely couldn't deal with him by myself. Sure, I had fought Entropy at even ground, while I still hadn't mastered my cosmic powers, but he was sandbagged as well. Fuck, I needed a heavy hitter, and Dream was providing me with one. The question was I desperate enough to accept whatever strings that came with this offer that I don't know about? The answer was clear. It's not like the other cosmic entities would do my job, yes, Lord Dream. I will train Loki Odinson in the arts of becoming an avatar of a cosmic entity. Finally, the being with endless power smiled slightly. I am glad to hear it. Tension had drained from his shoulders, and he must have seriously been worried about it. I didn't know if it was to cover his ass or if he just liked Loki, but it was better than his impassive face that barely moved during our entire conversation. He continued, "A bargain is struck. It's time for your dream to end, Morrigan. It's time to wake up." Before I could process it, the world disappeared into smoke, and I woke up with a gasp. Dream POV. Dream watched as his sister's former avatar left limbo and woke up in the living world. He barely reacted as Death appeared behind him. "I did as you asked, sister. You owe me." Death nodded. "I do." His sister had asked him to speak to her former avatar, whom she was still attached to for some reason, and he had no reason to refuse. Death had always supported him when he needed any assistance. "There's something I wish to ask." "Why?" Death simply raised an eyebrow. "Why what?" "Do not try to be coy with me. I know you. Time would not have allowed Entropy's travel to the same timeline the way he did. You asked him to do so. You knew of Entropy's betrayal, and yet you are not concerned by the implications. So, why are you torturing your former avatar so? The last outcome of the altercation was not favorable, so I asked Time for a redo." Dream was confused. It was an odd feeling, not favorable. She defeated Entropy. His sister had a smug smile on her face. She did. But that was not the optimal outcome. With these parting words, Death disappeared into smoke, leaving a confused Dream behind. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 319, The Asgardian Aftermath. May 13, 2013, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. I had fought Entropy at even ground, while I still hadn't mastered my cosmic powers, but he was sandbagged as well. Fuck, I needed a heavy hitter, and Dream was providing me with one. The question was I desperate enough to accept whatever strings that came with this offer that I don't know about? The answer was clear. It's not like the other cosmic entities would do my job, yes, Lord Dream. I will train Loki Odinson in the arts of becoming an avatar of a cosmic entity. Finally, the being with endless power smiled slightly. I am glad to hear it. Tension had drained from his shoulders, and he must have seriously been worried about it. I didn't know if it was to cover his ass or if he just liked Loki, but it was better than his impassive face that barely moved during our entire conversation. He continued, "A bargain is struck. It's time for your dream to end, Morrigan. It's time to wake up." Before I could process it, the world disappeared into smoke, and I woke up with a gasp. I looked around wildly to observe my surroundings and I relaxed slightly. I was in a strange bedroom, but the architecture and decorations were obviously Asgardian in origin. It seems that they had taken care of me while I was exhausted and unconscious. Grasping the fact that I was safe, I took a deep breath and stood up. It was then that I noticed that I was wearing some Asgardian clothes. Shrugging, I simply waved my hands and they transformed into my usual dark clothing and black cloak. I didn't care much about my appearance, being fully capable of changing my face and body, but my cloak was a part of me. I had replaced it even after I had given my old one back to death. It was just so useful, an easy shield to be enchanted, or even material to be transfigured if I need to. Although, I still needed to hone my reactions to use it instinctively, now that my old cloak and its benefits were gone. I got up and noticed that my new staff was leaning on the wall next to me, the space stone glowing faintly. I summoned it and it leapt immediately into my hands. It was a powerful weapon, one that I forged in despair and hurry. I expected it to be a botched job, to be perfectly honest, but when I touched it, I could feel the weapon match me completely. Suddenly, the staff changed its shape, its golden color slowly turning black, and it became taller and darker. It was perfect. The staff was intelligent, understanding, and had healed itself, even perfected its design to fit me as well as possible. I didn't know whether it was the remnants of Gungnir and the Odin sword, or if it was simply a basic consciousness that inhabited the space stone itself, only that it was welcoming me as its partner. It was such a bright spot on an otherwise shitty day. I had won the fight, but at what cost? Sure, Asgard was free, and those who sit above in shadow were banished to the void between universes, trapped in their realm, which is slowly shrinking until they inevitably die. It was a fitting punishment for those parasites. But I lost my part of the bargain. Odin was either severely hurt or dead, he was stabbed with the damn necrosword, and I'd be surprised if he survived somehow. And to make things worse, Entropy was able to take the reality stone before escaping. I slowly got out of the room, and into the throne room. The Asgardian guards bowed and let me pass without any issue. As I entered the throne room, I wasn't really surprised to see Frigga sitting on the throne. I guess that Odin is dead, and Thor still refused to be crowned, deeming himself unworthy. I bowed to the queen slightly. "Hello, Frigga." The queen of Asgard immediately brightened. "Lady Morrigan, I am glad to see that you have recovered." Shrugging, I answered, "As well as can be expected, I suppose. There are a few details that are missing. Do you mind filling me in?" She nodded and stood up. "It would be better if we spoke of this in private." The queen of Asgard walked out of the door, and I followed after her. We walked silently to the halls of healing and into what seemed to be a private room, where I saw two big golden beds. They were floating and filled with two comatose occupants. Odin and Loki seemed to be very unconscious. Thor looked to be sitting, observing them as if they could disappear at any moment. Though to be fair, they could. Frigga saw me freeze at the sight, and spoke up. "What happened?" All witnesses only seemed to remember the destruction of the Shadows realm, and the Allfather getting stabbed in the back, and then nothing. I nodded. It made sense. Entropy had probably used the Mind Stone the moment he recognized me. "What do you know about the agreement I had with Odin?" "You would provide your aid with the Shadows, and in return, he would provide his during some conflict you had in the near future." An apt description, but one that lacks detail. A very dangerous cosmic being, that from what Loki told me, you call endless, is planning the destruction of the multiverse. Lucky for us, Entropy, that's the entity's name, is weakened somewhat to avoid the retaliation of the other cosmic entities, but he is still very powerful. He seeks to use the Infinity Stones to destabilize the fabric of reality to spread his essence into the multiverse. For some reason, the living tribunal refuses to be involved, and thus, it's on me to prevent this. I asked Odin for his help during the final confrontation with him, and in exchange, I would help him to free Asgard. Frigga blanched but nodded. "This is worrying, but I don't understand what this has to do with what happened." As you probably know, the ether is the reality stone, and since Entropy sensed its presence, he came to collect it. Once the fighting ended, he stabbed your husband in the back using the necrosword and used the Mind Stone, which was already in his possession, to mind control the survivors of the conflict to distract me enough for him to get the two Infinity Stones we had. I was able to knock them all out and teleport them home using the Space Stone, and ended up fighting Entropy for the Reality Stone, which he ended up escaping with. It wasn't really an appropriate fight. Entropy had focused almost entirely on the Reality Stone and me on the Space Stone. The truth was that the stones were far more powerful than anything we could do on our own. Entropy was still bound by the laws of the living tribunal, and I simply didn't have enough raw power to negate an Infinity Stone, especially when used by someone that was already powerful. While the fight lacked our usual technicality and finesse, it more than made up for it in the creative use of the stones and raw powerful attacks. Frigga, in return, gasped in shock, "The necrosword." I understood her fear. It was a very fearsome weapon against gods and celestials. There were legends about the sword in every corner of the universe. Even when people tried to forge replicas, they caused a lot of damage with them. I answered her, yes, the original one. I have to say that I am amazed that Odin is still alive. It was a serious wound, especially given the weapon used. Frigga teared up. Odin always was a fighter. No wonder the healers didn't know what to do. They said that the wound was cursed, and no healer could do anything. She then looked at me pleadingly. Is there anything you could do? I frowned but moved towards the comatose king. I pointed the butt of my staff at his wound, and carefully released the remnants of the eternal flame, the flames of the phoenix force, at his wound. The small fragment went through the wound and attacked the poison of the necrosword. Life and rebirth fought death and destruction, and somehow, with whatever remained of the Odin force in the king's body, were able to cancel each other out. Usually, this wouldn't have worked. From what I understand of the matter, Null was stupidly powerful, and so was his sword. But Entropy was barely using the sword as a way to channel the Infinity Stones and the fact that the curse would allow him to kill immortal beings, so, the curse was able to be mitigated. I looked at the Queen of Asgard and spoke up. I was able to neutralize the curse, but he will keep fighting it for the rest of his days. He will need to heal naturally, and it will be up to him to fight. But I must warn you, Frigga, it is very unlikely that he will remain the warrior he used to be. And wasn't that a bummer? One of my biggest trump cards was officially out of the picture. Thor will have to remain here to deal with his father's health, and I only have Loki left in the picture, who is currently still unconscious. Speaking of the god of thunder, he immediately ran towards me and enveloped me in a hug. Thank you, Lady Morrigan. I awkwardly waited for him to let go of me, and proceeded to walk towards Loki. I scanned him and fully understood what had happened. He had channeled too much of his new powers as the avatar of Dream, without even knowing, and now his body didn't know how to handle it. His body and mind were healing quite nicely, though, and I turned to reassure his mother, he only needs to rest, his body and magic will do the rest for him. He's simply exhausted. He did something very reckless to escape the realm of the shadows, and now he's paying for it. He should be fine in a couple of days, as he recovers. Frigga's shoulders sagged in relief. I didn't know how tense she was before. She must have been very worried about him. She looked like she wanted to say something but it was cut off in her throat somehow. In the end, she only said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. But there is something concerning Loki that I wish to ask about." Frigga nodded. "What is it?" "I wish to take Loki as an apprentice. An official one, that is." Thor gave me a confused look. "Wasn't he already your student?" "Yes, you were my students, but not my apprentices. My purpose was to teach you how to control your powers, but taking Loki as my apprentice would be me teaching him things that I wouldn't really consider teaching anyone else." Frigga looked hesitantly. "I am not sure if this is wise." I shrugged. "Your son has unlocked a very dangerous power during the fight, one that could lead to him falling into madness. He would make what happened before looking like a picnic. I need to make sure that he's not overwhelmed. If you're very much against the idea, I will not press the issue, but I will ask him for his opinion on the matter either way." Both of them reluctantly nodded and I continued, "One last thing." Frigga replied, "Yes. Can you tell me what happened to Hela? She's currently in the dungeons. Your bindings are still working." I gave her a predatory grin. "I wish to speak to her about something." "Are you sure?" "She hasn't said a word ever since the battle." I nodded. "Trust me, Queen of Asgard, I can be very persuasive, and the goddess of death will want to hear what I have to say. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 320, Life to Death. May 13, 2013, Asgard. Jasmine Sayer POV. "Yes, you were my students, but not my apprentices. My purpose was to teach you how to control your powers, but taking Loki as my apprentice would be me teaching him things that I wouldn't really consider teaching anyone else." Frigga looked hesitantly. "I am not sure if this is wise." I shrugged. "Your son unlocked a very dangerous power during the fight, one that could lead to him falling into madness. He would make what happened before looking like a picnic. I need to make sure that he's not overwhelmed. If you're very much against the idea, I will not press the issue, but I will ask him for his opinion on the matter either way." Both of them reluctantly nodded and I continued, "One last thing." Frigga replied, "Yes. Can you tell me what happened to Hela? She's currently in the dungeons. Your bindings are still working." I gave her a predatory grin. "I wish to speak to her about something." "Are you sure?" "She hasn't said a word ever since the battle." I nodded. "Trust me, Queen of Asgard, I can be very persuasive, and the goddess of death will want to hear what I have to say." Hela Odin's daughter POV. Hela wasn't used to being overpowered. Yet, it has happened exactly 5 times in her long life. The first time was when the Morrigan defeated her thousands of years ago. She had thought to use Midgard as a base for her glorious conquest of what she had thought to be her future empire. Soon after, she was bound and imprisoned by her father in Niflheim, but even then, she was still recovering from her fight with the Midgardian witch. As for the last 3 moments, they happened mere minutes after she was able to get free from her prison. First at the hand of her younger brother, then she was controlled by that abomination, before again being easily wiped out by that damn Morrigan woman, something that she was begrudgingly glad having happened. Not being in control of herself was just wrong. She never wanted to feel that vulnerable, that weak, again. Which brought her to her current predicament. She was bound with power-nullifying chains and tossed into the dungeons. To be completely truthful, the worst thing was the fact that she was effectively erased from Asgard's history. No one knew who she was. She was supposed to be their future queen, and yet no one remembered her. The sad thing was that she was glad to be in this dungeon. It was better than Helheim, that's for sure. She was alone then, in an empty world, always weakened and drained. It was horrible, and seeing people alive around her, even if they were sneering at her from outside her cell, was far better than the emptiness that she lived in for thousands of years. Hela accepted the fact that she wasn't going out of her cell for a very long time, but it was better than before. Odin would soon wake up. He was hurt far worse than anything like it during their conquest days, and he will probably either banish her to Helheim again or execute her. Not that even he knows if he could kill her. Her connection to Asgard was still there, just very muted. And so, the goddess of death chose to enjoy her time in Asgard for whatever time she had left. She had missed this place, the golden floors, the glorious architecture. She almost forgot what Asgard looked like. She even forgot what it smelled like. Hela was used to the light sulfuric smell that existed throughout Niflheim. Nevertheless, Hela was prepared for the end. She wished that Odin would execute her, and not banish her to that place. Helheim truly was monstrous, but it was the fact that it was a barren wasteland that didn't stop draining her energy that made her so very reluctant to return. She preferred death over another couple of thousands of years of solitude. However, for the first time since she got here, the cell doors opened, and a figure entered. It was the Morrigan. She conjured some sort of seat and looked in the bound Hela. With a wave of her hand, the goddess of death's shackles disappeared, leaving her completely unbound. Hoping that the witch was being arrogant, Hela prepared to conjure a few weapons, and yet nothing appeared. She tried once more, and again, nothing happened. Hela heard a snort from her captor. That's not going to work. I bound your powers, your very connection to Asgard. They're still there, simply muted. With another wave of her hand, another seat appeared. The witch then gestured to the seat, and the rightful heiress of Asgard glared at her, then sat down. Are you here to gloat? To laugh at my misfortune? The Morrigan let out a few chuckles. Why would I ever do that? I am not that petty. Well, sometimes I can be, but only if there's something personal involved. No offense to you, but we do not know each other enough for me to form an attachment to your fate. I wouldn't care if you were to die right now, or if you were to escape this prison cell and the realm altogether. No, my dear Hela, I am here simply to speak. The goddess of death shuddered at the apathy in the woman's voice and steeled her nerves to reply. Then what do you wish to talk about? We can talk about many things, but first I wanted to ask if you knew the people who freed you from Helheim. Did you have any idea who they were, what they had done? It wasn't a question she expected, but she still didn't mind answering. No, I did not. And she was telling the truth. Hela didn't know who these gods of the gods were, nor why they waged war with Odin. She didn't expect much. Asgard was built on the way of the warrior. Battle was in their blood. The Allfather fighting some obscure entities wasn't that unusual in her time. She only cared for her revenge, to fulfill the purpose that she had given herself when she was banished. The Morrigan must have believed her because she answered, I thought so. If you had known what they had done, you would not have accepted the offer. After all, they failed you as well. Who were they, really? They didn't lie to you. They were the gods of the gods. Your father called them those who sit above in shadow, and they had enslaved the Asgardian race for millions of years, with only your father knowing what was happening, yet even he was incapable of resisting their influence. Hela scoffed. Asgard was built thousands of years ago. Strangely, the Morrigan nodded at her statement. Yes, this Asgard was. But there have been countless Asgards in the past. I don't understand. Ragnarok, the witch simply replied. That single word made her shudder in fear. What does the end of the world have to do with this? The Morrigan gave her a sad smile. Everything. Ragnarok is not the end of the world, nor the beginning. It is an endless cycle of death and rebirth. Asgard is born, rebuilt and then destroyed, over and over again, like an endless machine. Your soul is old, Hela, as is that of every Asgardian. You're far older than you realize. You have simply forgotten who you used to be. These gods of the gods cannibalized the cycle, turning your lives into plays, turning you into puppets that dance to their tunes, in the hope of getting the maximum amount of the energy released by Ragnarok. They have done so for millions of years and planned on continuing until the heat death of the universe. Only Odin understood what was happening when he performed his ritual, even then he's already too much under their control to do anything at that point. The ritual. That must be why he was so different afterwards, why he advocated for peace. He must have remembered his past lives. No wonder he acted so differently afterwards. Slowly digesting all of this, Hela finally realized what the woman in front of her was getting at. So, they did this to me. The witch shrugged. Normally, I would say yes. It does sound like something that they would do. They like to use you and Loki to bring about Ragnarok. And keeping you imprisoned would help cultivate your resentment for Odin. But during this cycle, they were severely weakened by the previous version of Thor, so their influence over Odin, while still existing, was less forceful. Odin could have wanted to banish you, or maybe he had no choice but to do so. We don't know, and we may never know. Can't the old man tell you when he gets up? Hela asked incredulously. We don't know if he'll ever wake up, Hela. He survived far worse wounds than a single stab. The Morrigan gave her a sad look. My dear, your father wasn't stabbed with an ordinary sword. It was the necrosword. Hela gasped. Of course, she had learnt about the necrosword. She had thought to emulate it in her conjurations by combining her magic into a curse in every one of her blades. It was still nothing compared to the legends of Null, and his mythical sword that slaughtered thousands of Celestials by himself. She had admired him once, but now, she could only curse him. That blade might take away any chance of her getting her answers. So, he really could be innocent, then. Hela muttered to herself. The Morrigan must have heard her because she answered, yes, he could. Odin can be ruthless, and a control freak, I will admit that. He was a warmonger in his youth, as he always is in every lifetime, and he did have a tendency of banishing his own children to teach them a lesson. But he wouldn't just banish you to a place like Helheim if he had any hope or any love for you. And you were his child, and Odin does love his children. Although, I did have a laugh imagining his reaction when he realized you were his daughter. Hela growled, why did you? Well, you were always Loki's daughter, not Odin's. He must have shat himself when he realized that you were his daughter in this incarnation. Hela snorted and suppressed a chuckle. That must have been an amusing sight. The Morrigan continued, all right, now, the reason I'm here is to make you an offer. Your brother and his mother have given me their blessing, so don't worry about it too much. I know you, Hela, you're a creature of war and battle. And I am planning on fighting a war on a much higher scale than ever seen before. My enemy is stronger than anything you have ever faced before, and even then, his pawn and his lieutenants are no joke. We are fighting a war against the very end itself, against an endless being, and should you help me and survive the fight, then all your crimes, all your failures will be forgiven. You will be welcomed back to Asgard as a princess. Endless? Do you mean? The woman nodded, and Hela gulped. She was right, this was a fight far above her, and yet even now, she craved combat and conflict. The idea of returning to Asgard as a free woman was enticing, but she couldn't help but ask, why should I help you? The woman gave her a knowing glance, because he's the one who took over your will, and stabbed your father in the back. Hela stiffened. She remembered the feeling of weakness and wanted nothing to do with it. She ignored the pain in her heart when she saw her father being stabbed. In the back of all places, what a dishonorable way of fighting. No matter what happened, she could not let her father's potential death stay unavenged. I agree. The Midgardian witch nodded, good. What about your father? I'll assume that he was under the shadow's control until he wakes up. When he does, I will confront him. The woman nodded, don't expect much, Hela. Mind control or not, Odin is still an asshole at the best of times. Hela stifled a snort at that. Yes, that was an apt way of describing Odin. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 321, Family Concerns. May 13, 2013, Asgard. Hela, Odin's daughter POV. The woman gave her a knowing glance, because he's the one who took over your will and stabbed your father in the back. Hela stiffened. She remembered the feeling of weakness and wanted nothing to do with it. She ignored the pain in her heart when she saw her father being stabbed. In the back of all places, what a dishonorable way of fighting. No matter what happened, she could not let her father's potential death stay unavenged. I agree. The Midgardian witch nodded, good. What about your father? I'll assume that he was under the shadow's control until he wakes up. When he does, I will confront him. The woman nodded, don't expect much, Hela. Mind control or not, Odin is still an asshole at the best of times. Hela stifled a snort at this. Yes, that was an apt way of describing Odin. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Wanda Maximoff POV. Wanda Maximoff was used to her mother disappearing on odd quests whenever she feels like it. She disappeared for years after her first fight with Entropy, she stayed for months in a cave in Wakanda during her ritual, and now, she went to Asgard to fight some kind of shadow demon things that controlled the Asgardian in order to get Odin's alliance in the fight against Entropy. Honestly, Wanda had no idea what the hell was going on with the Asgard mess, only that Jasmine was really going out of her way to deal with it. Honestly, Wanda stopped trying to figure out her adopted mother's plans a very long time ago. She had plans inside plans, surrounded by complex plots and turns, that somehow end up working. No, she wasn't worried about her mother's life in the slightest. Wanda will admit without a shred of shame or guilt that being adopted by Jasmine was the best thing that ever happened to her. Her life before was so lonely, so uncolored, filled with nothing but madness and anger. Wanda's rage against her father, against her brother, against the world, had consumed every cell in her body, and the young woman shuddered at the thought of what she would have become if her mother hadn't saved her. Would she have been able to control her powers? Would she have been able to live a meaningful life without being consumed by her rage and pain? She definitely wouldn't have met Jean, her other half. Wanda didn't know how they were blind to their own feelings towards one another for so long, but the moment that they confronted themselves in Genosha, everything felt right. Speaking of Genosha, Jasmine had sent them there to help Emma Frost rule the country. At first, Wanda thought that it was a demeaning job. She was the daughter of Jasmine Potter, who even arranged for Genosha to exist in the first place and took it over from Mr. Sinister. But Wanda didn't realize how complex the operations in Genosha truly were, and that if she became the leader overnight, she would have been overwhelmed after a single day. Still, Wanda could recognize that she was groomed into the leadership, not as much as Jean, who was probably going to be promoted to the Queen of Genosha in a few years, but Wanda did not doubt that Jasmine had a leadership role for her. Still, Genosha was more than a national thing, it was more like an international operation that monitored mutants all over the world. While Jean was mostly tasked with dealing with political and local issues, Wanda was part of the External Affairs Task Force. The operation was imperative and extremely large. It was largely composed of 3 departments. The Intelligence Department catalogs emergent mutants and puts them under surveillance and detects if an issue occurs with them thanks to a connection to Alfred, Jasmine's virtual intelligence. The Extraction Department deals with the urgent removal of mutants in case they are in danger, like being hunted down by an organization or zealot rioters. These agents tended to be heavy hitters in case there is a confrontation with the danger element, although those tended to be rare occasions. Finally, the Communication Department is the one responsible for contacting the mutants in question and their families, to offer them a place in Genosha. This department also includes the infiltration specialists that spy on certain organizations that might cause harm to Genosha or the mutant issue at large. Anyway, Wanda was a high-ranking agent that has participated in all 3 departments and rescued thousands of mutants across the globe, offering them and their families a place in Genosha, to live a peaceful life without hiding who they are, what they are. The system that they had devised was obviously working. The mutant issue stopped appearing every other day in newspapers, seeing that incidents involving mutants started to decline drastically. Nowadays, the media barely even mentions it at all, to the anger of most governments across the globe. They wish to create their own armed forces made of mutants, which they view as little more than weapons of mass destruction. It was disgusting, it was disturbing, it was horrible, and Wanda hated it. But it was the truth of the world, power attracts, and humans are greedy. Still, Wanda's time in Genosha was oddly relaxing, and she was somewhat glad that she was away from her mother's mad plans for a little while. However, Jasmine had asked her and Jean to stay in Greenwich to deal with any irregularities. Apparently, there was something called the Convergence, and it created random portals all over the 9 realms, and with how Asgard is planning an attack on these shadow people, it was entirely possible that a stray portal could appear and cause problems. Why only Greenwich needed to be defended, Wanda had no idea, but the reality manipulator had long stopped doubting her mother's statements. Things were remarkably stable for a while until a single large spaceship appeared out of a red portal and destroyed a couple of buildings. Jean was able to easily hold it up the moment she realized what happened, and Wanda disintegrated the ship and its inhabitants. But there was still some damage done, and dozens of people had lost their lives. Wanda knew that it wasn't their fault. Greenwich was a large place, and the convergence portals were random by nature. They had saved thousands of lives if the ship, which was honestly as large as a skyscraper, had continued its trajectory and killed people. This happened 3 days ago, and like a switch, the mutant phobia was back. Wanda had no idea how stupid they could be, considering that it was an alien ship that crashed in the middle of a British city and was saved by a couple of mutants. But people were very wary of the powers showcased by Jean and Wanda, not that they were able to find any sign of their existence. They just assumed that a powerful mutant happened to be there during the attack, although there were some conspiracy nutjobs that say that it was a terrorist attack arranged by the mutants. It was sad to see the fact that they had saved so many lives were being judged so harshly. Politicians stroked the fire, enraging the public by saying that mutants should be monitored by the government to avoid such issues. It wasn't even that they cared about the fact that they saved a city, but they wanted to say that powerful mutants can be dangerous for everyone. It wasn't even fair, not really. They couldn't consider Jean and Wanda as scales to what a mutant was capable of. The average mutant was barely more than a regular person, with an extra small ability that didn't mean much in the long run. Enhanced vision, reflexes, or hearing wouldn't get the government excited about it. It was juggernauts like Magneto, Wanda, Jean, and even Xavier who were the ones being targeted really. The people never even considered that barely more than 1% of the mutant population was an alpha-level mutant or above, and by trying to control them, the government will end up hurting millions of others for the handful that exist in the world. But all of this wouldn't change anything really. No one knew about Genosha, and whatever laws they drafted wouldn't impact them in any way. Genosha's purpose would continue, at-risk mutants will continue to be saved and freed, and it's not like any nation could impede their operations in any way. It would probably take a couple of years for the outsiders to figure out that whatever they're doing wouldn't work. Genosha will always stay one step ahead of them, and all that fear-mongering will be a waste of resources. And yet now, a few days after the incident, Wanda and Jean sat in Sayre Manor, waiting for Jasmine to return. The place was somewhat empty without her mother's presence. She even started to miss Celine's silent dismissive glances that were always on her face. Speaking of Celine, Wanda knew that something had happened between her and Jasmine. It definitely wasn't pretty. No one, not even Bucky, had any idea what truly happened, only that Jasmine returned one day furious after something Rose had done, and Celine was gone afterwards. Even Rose didn't answer any of her calls, and yet Wanda knew that the witch was still in Britain. Apparently, the political situation was up in flames after some sort of mass assassination of very influential people in the magical world. The reality manipulator thought that Rose might simply be too overwhelmed while dealing with the issue to answer them and would contact them shortly. They knew that Jasmine had put her in charge of the magical world somewhat, and she probably had some trouble dealing with it. Still, Jasmine hadn't contacted them for months outside of the small mission in Greenwich, and even then, she sounded oddly detached. The thing with Celine must have really shaken her up, and Wanda was concerned. The reality manipulator looked at her beautiful girlfriend who had just entered the room. Did you find out anything? The redhead shook her head. No, no one knows anything. It's really weird, actually. Do you think we should ask Rose? She was obviously involved in whatever happened to Jasmine. Jean nodded. I don't know. She might be busy. Wanda snorted. It's not like we can't just teleport out if she's too busy. Jean's green eyes bored through her. You're really worried about Jasmine, aren't you? She's my mother, Wanda returned. Of course, I'm worried. She's been through so much already, she can take it, Wanda. The reality manipulator shook her head. No, something is different this time. Something was wrong when she called us, and with how Celine is gone somewhere, and Rose is ghosting us, something must have happened, something serious. Jean looked pensive. Ever since I met her, she has been obsessed with the fight against Entropy. She's giving it her all, and I can tell that. This is probably another of her antics trying to think of the bigger picture or something like that. Jean, I'm serious here. I can feel that something is wrong. Jean shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, I suppose we could go to Britain and ask Rose. But if she kicks us out, or if she's too busy, you'll be the one explaining about your little hunch. I still think that it's probably nothing and that you're just missing Jasmine. But it's your mother, so I guess I can understand your worry. Wanda was relieved by her girlfriend's acceptance to go to Britain. She ran and enveloped the redhead in a hug. Thanks for understanding. You're the best girlfriend ever. Jean gave her a cheeky smirk. Remember that when it's my time to ask you for a weird favor. Wanda snorted as Jean waved her arms and opened the portal. The two women walked inside and appeared in a deserted alley in Britain. Wanda was going to get answers and Rose was the key to it. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 322, Wilted Ruby. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Wanda Maximoff POV. Jean looked pensive. Ever since I met her, she has been obsessed with the fight against Entropy. She's giving it her all, and I can tell that. This is probably another of her antics trying to think of the bigger picture or something like that. Jean, I'm serious here. I can feel that something is wrong. Jean shrugged. If it makes you feel any better, I suppose we could go to Britain and ask Rose. But if she kicks us out, or if she's too busy, you'll be the one explaining about your little hunch. I still think that it's probably nothing and that you're just missing Jasmine. But it's your mother, so I guess I can understand your worry. Wanda was relieved by her girlfriend's acceptance to go to Britain. She ran and enveloped the redhead in a hug. Thanks for understanding. You're the best girlfriend ever. Jean gave her a cheeky smirk. Remember that when it's my turn to ask you for a weird favor. Wanda snorted as Jean waved her arms and opened a portal. The two women walked inside and appeared in a deserted alley in Britain. Wanda was going to get answers and Rose was the key to it. They arrived in London, right next to the infamous Leaky Cauldron, the hidden entrance to Diagon Alley. They entered the pub and asked to have access to the alley. When Wanda waved her hand to activate the gate, the sight before them surprised them both. Wanda couldn't help but gasp in shock at the state of the alley. There was none of the colorful, glittering window displays of spellbooks, potion ingredients, and cauldrons. Instead, there were ministry posters about keeping calm and that rioting will result in a prison sentence. Most of the stores were empty, with their windows boarded up, and their lights turned off. It honestly looked miserable. Diagon Alley wasn't supposed to be like this. According to Rose and Jasmine, the place was supposed to be a lively street, with stores open all around, each selling magical artifacts, pets, or ingredients. You should be able to see magic all around you as you walk down the alley, and yet all that remained was a few rundown stores, and beggars and con artists with illegal stalls all over the street. Jean's eyes were wide at the sight. I knew things were bad, but this is just depressing. No wonder Rose didn't answer us. Wanda nodded. This is supposed to be a place of wonder, of magic. What the hell happened here? As far as I know, only a dozen of influential people died, not the entire government. The redhead shook her head. Something else is afoot. I can feel it. We need to talk to Rose. Wanda nodded. Can you track her more easily now? The avatar of the Phoenix Force put a lot of time and effort into mastering her telepathy. Her sensing range was almost global in a way, but there was just too much information to get a precise location. But if she restricted herself to only one city, she could pinpoint the location of anyone with scary accuracy. Only people capable of heavily occluding their minds could trick her, and Rose, for all her skills and magic, was just not powerful enough to trick Jean, even with her clemency. Although Jean still hadn't perfected mental manipulation on such a scale or distance. She could do it on a city-wide range, but she's a lot less precise with it. Thankfully, her telekinesis didn't have such a range for precise manipulation as well, because if she did, she could easily become a warlord and take over a country, without anyone knowing, and that was terrifying. Jean's mind sense was why they went to Diagon Alley in the first place. Well, anywhere in London would have worked, but Wanda had never visited the magical district of England, and she wanted to take a look. Sadly, it ended up being such a bummer. The redhead closed her eyes and focused, and after a few minutes, she spoke up. She's in Godric's Hollow. Her parents aren't there, so we can go see her. Wanda nodded and they both walked to another alley, created a portal, and left the alley. They both appeared in what seemed like a small village. Godric's Hollow was a very odd place, a mixture of a magical town that's connected to a mundane one. Mages and humans walked side by side, sometimes in the same community, and Wanda knew that if it wasn't for Jasmine's mist, the statute of secrecy would have broken years ago because of some accidental magic some kid would do. Still, both women walked towards a small cottage. It was a quaint place, homely. Wanda liked it a lot. Jean knocked on the door, and both of them waited for Rose to answer. The witch opened the door seconds later, and with wide eyes exclaimed, "Wanda, Jean, it's been such a long time." Rose enveloped them in a hug and invited them to come in. Flabbergasted by the greeting, they entered the room, and immediately noticed the smell of alcohol in the living room. There were a few bottles lying around, and Rose was obviously drunk from the way she was swaying while walking. Jean, who was the polite one out of the two of them, spoke up, "Yes, Rose. We missed you, so we came to see you." Wanda nodded, "Right." Rose giggled, "You gals are a riot. So, what's been happening?" Putting aside her confusion by Rose's response, Wanda replied, "We're doing great. What about you, Rose? You don't look great, honey." Again, Rose let out a giggle, but there was a bitter edge to it this time. "I'm just dandy. I'm all alone in the world now. My parents are dead, my brother is dead, and well, I don't know what to do with my life now." Wait, what? What was going on? Jasmine would have said anything if something had happened to the Potters, especially if it would have affected her precious sister this badly. Jean seemed to come to the same conclusion and wanted to dig further. "I'm sorry for your loss, Rose. We didn't know that something happened. If we did, we would have come at once. We're sorry for not being there." Rose sniffled, "It wasn't your fault. Just the stupid Court of Shadows and the idiots that chose to exterminate them without even thinking about the consequences for the rest of us." "Rose, you're not making a lot of sense now. What's the Court of Shadows exactly?" Wanda asked. "Just some stupid Illuminati wannabe for the magical world. The British branch tried to kidnap me. They threatened my brother's family, you see, and obviously, he cared for them more than me, and was more than happy to give me up. They wanted me to be their weapon, to teach them Jasmine's magic. Well, the joke's on them. Hermione, my brother's right-hand woman, chose to betray everyone in a sacrificial ritual that backfired. In the end, I was alone, and everyone was dead. Nathan, Hermione, the entire court didn't survive, just me. And then some idiot chose to kill all the members all over the world, at once. Thousands died at the same moment. The ICW is still scrambling around to try to find who did it. My parents were caught in a riot in France. They didn't make it. So, here I am, alone without any family left except a sister-in-law that doesn't want to see me because she thinks I killed Nathan and her children who are practically strangers to me. Jean walked towards the sobbing witch and gave her a hug. Oh honey. Everything is going to be okay. Are you sure? Rose asked meekly. Of course, I am, Jean responded. After Rose calmed down slightly, Wanda couldn't help but ask, so, why are things so bad in Britain? We went to Diagon Alley, and it was seriously bad. Rose nodded. It's not just Britain. It's practically the entire magical world. The shadows had their fingers in a lot of pies. They had most of the businesses in their pockets, and them dying at once caused a global economic collapse. The goblins had to limit the amount of gold allowed to leave a vault every month. Their businesses just closed, the unemployment rate skyrocketed soon after. The entire economy was built on a knife's edge, managed by a few elite families. But all of them dying at once, with no one truly understanding the scope of their operation, it was just too much. Things toppled and everything went to shit. And what are you doing about it? Jean asked. Rose looked confused. Why is that my problem? Startled by the reply, Wanda responded, Jasmine gave you the responsibility of taking care of the magical world, didn't she? Although, I have my doubts that you could do it alone. She'll probably have to deal with it herself, or at least lend a hand. Rose frowned. What does my dead sister have to do with anything, Wanda? Wait a minute, what the hell was she on about? Jasmine, the Morrigan, your sister. You're her heir, remember, at least in magical matters. She divided her responsibilities between us. Rose glared at her, her voice getting more heated. This is cruel, Wanda. My sister died in Hogwarts when she was 14. You're disrespecting her memory. Both Jean and Wanda stiffened. They looked at each other, eyes wide, and the redhead spoke carefully. Tell me something, Rose. What do you know about the words Selene, Ragnarok, and Morrigan? Rose's scowl didn't lessen, but she was obviously taken aback by the question. Selene, I guess she's the titan of the moon in Greek mythology. Ragnarok is the Asgardian version of the apocalypse, and the Morrigan is the Celtic deity of death. Why are you asking me about old myths? This was very disturbing. Rose, what can you tell me about your sister? The witch's frown turned into a wistful smile. She was amazing, a prodigy like no other. I only met her for a year, but she accepted me even after our parents abandoned her so long ago. She even left a portrait of herself to me, in case something happened. It taught me how to perfect my magic, but it was destroyed long ago in an accident. She died at Dumbledore's hand, after showing the world the monster that he truly was. Wanda sent a telepathic message to Jean. How can she forget about Jasmine? Jean responded, I don't know, but I'm not seeing any kind of obvious mental manipulation here. It's like whatever happened to her was fully ingrained in her psyche. Her memories are not fogged or altered in any way. I don't think that anyone would be able to do something this detailed without leaving a single trace, most of all in such a short amount of time. You'd need years, maybe even decades, to change that many memories on an unwilling subject. This didn't bode well at all. Rose was a decent enough mind mage. Defensive mind magics had never really been her strong suit, but it was enough to protect her from most attackers. She did excel in offensive mind magic and putting suggestions in other people's heads. Still, this was proof that something was very wrong. Jasmine was away, Selene had disappeared, and Rose was brainwashed somehow. They needed answers, as quickly as possible. Honestly, Wanda was tempted to just leave the drunk Rose to her own devices and keep looking for Jasmine. But one look at the vulnerable, desperate woman in front of her, pitifully swaying and sobbing at her misery, just broke her heart. With a resolute expression on her face, Wanda stayed still and kept trying to cheer up the depressed and grieving witch. Jasmine was still off-world, and they could get their answers from her after she returned. But for now, they really needed to take care of their friend, brainwashed or not. After all, they were family, and if there was something that Wanda treasured, it was family. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 323, Familial Recollections. May 16, 2013, Godric's Hollow. Wanda Maximoff POV. This didn't bode well at all. Rose was a decent enough mind mage. Defensive mind magics had never really been her strong suit, but it was enough to protect her from most attackers. She did excel in offensive mind magic and putting suggestions in other people's heads. Still, this was proof that something was very wrong. Jasmine was away, Selene had disappeared, and Rose was brainwashed somehow. They needed answers, as quickly as possible. Honestly, Wanda was tempted to just leave the drunk Rose to her own devices and keep looking for Jasmine. But one look at the vulnerable desperate woman in front of her, pitifully swaying and sobbing at her misery, just broke her heart. With a resolute expression on her face, Wanda stayed still and kept trying to cheer up the depressed and grieving witch. Jasmine was still off-world, and they could get their answers from her after she returned. But for now, they really needed to take care of their friend, brainwashed or not. After all, they were family, and if there was something that Wanda treasured, it was family. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. The trip back to Midgard was done using the Bifrost. Odin's blast, which banished the realm of the shadows, had destabilized the realms in general and stopped the convergence. This meant that travel between the realms became that much harder and more energy demanding. Honestly, the Bifrost was just easier to do. Speaking of Odin, he still hadn't woken up yet, and I honestly didn't know if he would ever wake up from his coma. The king was already very drained by his actions, and that's before he was stabbed with the fucking necrosword of all things. It's hard to conceptualize what the Allfather had accomplished. He banished an entire realm, a dimension, removed it from the universe, to forever roam in the void. My spell simplified the visualization of the world tree for Odin to attack his target. But the attack itself had enough power to wipe out half a galaxy. Rune King Thor once told me that his father had done something similar to the realm of heaven because they killed his daughter or something similar. Although, he didn't do it alone, his wife, an avatar of the Phoenix Force, whose daughter the angels had just slaughtered, had helped power the attack as well. Odin's feat was very impressive, and it was why he did his best to conserve his energy outside a few initial underpowered strikes using the Space Stone to inspire his soldiers. As for Odin's children, Hela had decided to return with me, and be under my supervision. It was saddening that I couldn't see her as anything more than an abandoned child that craved her father's acceptance and got nothing in return. I could understand Odin's point of view considering how many times Hela had been a key element of the Shadows script of Ragnarok. Still, I needed to nurture the girl, teach her what it means to be a goddess of death, and not do anything except conjure discount necroswords like some amateur. Loki, on the other hand, was still unconscious, but I decided to take him with me anyway. It was natural to be this way when he starts ascending fully to being an avatar of a cosmic entity. The God of Stories' powers were probably going to be very impressive, something that I knew deep down. But it would be an uphill battle. For every scrap of power, Loki would have to fight his madness, to resist the chaos of stories and dreams, and the Jotun had a very complicated relationship with madness, because of both the shadows and the Mad Titan. It's a shame that Thor would have to stay behind in Asgard and not finish his tutelage under me. But to be honest, I was running out of things to teach him regarding his powers, and I don't think that the God of Thunder was responsible enough to learn more esoteric abilities. Still, I lost Odin as a player but gained Asgard as an ally. I lost the Celestials but gained an Infinity Stone. At least I was free from their ultimatum where they would have forced me to kill Wanda. Honestly, I gained enough to say that the small confrontation, which would probably be against Thanos, his children, and his armies was getting more favorable, but I lost my main allies in the conflict against Entropy. I will need to find someone to fill the gaps. Loki now has the potential to replace Odin in the roster, but there has to be someone to replace the Celestials. I had a candidate in mind, and while they'll be weaker than the Celestials, they were passionate enough to fight harder for the sake of life. As for my two pupils, I knew that dealing with them is going to be very difficult for me to handle. An abandoned goddess and a mad prince. It honestly sounds like the beginning of a joke. As we arrived at the manor, I put Loki in his bedroom, letting him sleep off his exhaustion. As for Hela, I simply let her in one of the empty rooms in the manor and told her to take it easy for the next couple of days. I had restored her connection to Asgard, and it was taking some time for it to stabilize. Additionally, she was imprisoned for the last few thousand years. She needed to relax for a bit before I start training her. As for now, I needed to ask Jean and Wanda to see if the conflict slipped out into Midgard. I sent out a telepathic message telling them to come to see me at their earliest convenience, and I was surprised to see them frantically leave a portal seconds later. Wanda had immediately run towards me and enveloped me in a hug, while muttering, "I was so worried about you." I looked at her confusingly. "Why? I have contacted you barely a few days ago." Jean elbowed her in the side and Wanda just muttered, "I just did." "So, how did things go with Asgard?" I shrugged. Most of it went as planned, but there were a few surprises along the way. The shadows are gone, but Entropy ambushed us later. Jean gasped, "Are you alright?" I nodded. Yes, I was able to fight him off, but Odin is extremely injured, and Asgard suffered many losses. He was even able to steal the reality stone from under our noses. And were there any new additions or apprentices? Wanda asked cheekily. I looked at her surprised. "Why would you ask that?" Jean burst into laughter. "You have to admit that whenever you leave, you always return with a new pupil or so. You know, remember Loki, Thor, Wanda, even me. You tend to collect us, I guess." "Huh, I never noticed that. I guess I really do collect pupils who show the most potential. I suppose you might be correct. Thor had to return home as the crown prince with his father being unable to currently rule. His sister Hela is now under my purview after the shadows released her, and Loki has ascended as an avatar of Dream, which means that I will need to teach him how to control his powers. The two girls burst into laughter for a couple of minutes, before Wanda sniffed and spoke up. I'm not even surprised anymore. See what I mean now? Trying to change the subject, I asked them, what about your task? Did you have any complications? The two girls looked towards one another, and Jean spoke up. Only one ship was able to go through, but it was very low and decimated a few buildings before we could stop it. We did it, of course, but there were a few casualties. The politicians are using it to push down on the mutant issue. I raised an eyebrow at the redhead and simply shrugged. The two lovers looked at me with disbelief at my unconcerned behavior. You don't care? Wanda asked, her voice raised. It's not that I don't care. I am sure you did your best to deal with the issue. Death is always regrettable, but it was far better than it could have been without your presence. As for the politicians, I expected it, really. The redhead looked confused. You expected it? Yes, the politicians and the truly wealthy do not wish to disturb their place in the hierarchy of things. They are afraid of the potential threat that the mutants could present to the natural order. They need to bind the mutants, to either eradicate them or subjugate them, and they waited for the first large-scale show of mutant powers as evidence of their fears. Truthfully, they are correct but not in the way they think. My daughter looked confused. How? The mutant race is growing. With every generation, the percentage of mutants will grow, until humans will be in the minority, and perhaps even disappear. Almost half the planet has the potential to have a mutant offspring. This plan of mine has been a long time coming, and there's no stopping it without committing genocide. Plan? The two girls asked at once. I gave them a warm smile. Yes, a way to reintegrate the magical world after the Statute of Secrecy. I knew that mutants were rising in strength. They derived from the mage population, and so, I added a small feature to the mist, the reality magic that protects the magical world. I made sure that slowly everyone would have a spark of magic, the same way Muggleborn do, but not powerful enough for them to develop powers. True Muggleborn who do not have any mage as an ancestor gain their magic by being conceived in a place with a magical presence. The mist turned the entire world into a slightly magical place. The moment humans are introduced to someone with the slightest magical heritage, they became a potential carrier of the mutant gene. Slowly, over the last few centuries, the number of carriers grew until over half the population are carriers now. It's why the mist doesn't fully work to hide mutants. Everyone is technically a squib, a potential mutant, ready to exist. Jean was gaping. The rise of mutants in the last century. They said that it was because of nuclear radiation. But it was you. I nodded, yes. With an entire population with powers, mages would no longer have to hide, and the Earth would have been united for the first time in recent history. All I needed was to prevent zealots prone to genocide, and slowly society would integrate itself to accept mutants. Because why would they condemn mutants if their own children had a high chance of becoming one themselves? It was my plan to stop the magical divide, to stop the witch hunts. Wanda looked at me with awe. All this time, you've been planning all of this. I gave her a sad look. It was a foolish dream, I see that now. Conflict, greed, violence, are human nature. And I can do many things, but I cannot change human nature. So, you're going to give up? Jean exclaimed. I shook my head. No, I will not. What's done is done. I decided that I will no longer interfere with human matters anymore. I love the magical world too much, sacrificed too much. I realize that now and I'm tired of it. My goal is to stop entropy. The rest of humanity will need to learn to exist without my guidance. The redhead looked outraged. What about us? Wanda, Rose, and me. Are you going to leave us too? The three of you were supposed to be the visible representation of my ideal for humanity. You were supposed to help guide the reintegration of the mutants and mages. You, Jean, would have led the mutant race. Rose would have led the mages, and Wanda would have been the mediator, the combination. You still could do it without me, but I will no longer be involved. Wanda looked back at me with her eyes shining. Were we nothing but pawns, all this time? I shook my head. Wanda, you are my daughter. Jean might as well be one as well, and I love you both. I will help you in your endeavors, but I believe it's time that the human race should learn to grow up, and take off the training wheels. I leave the world in your hands. Jean gave me a sad look. What happened to you, Jasmine? I raised an eyebrow and she continued, wasn't Rose your sister as well? We went to talk to her. We know that something happened. You're not your usual self. Are you going to do the same for us? Get us to forget you as well. I restrained myself from palming my face. This was going to be a long conversation, and probably not a pleasant one. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 324, Truth and Consequences. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. Wanda looked back at me with her eyes shining. Were we nothing but pawns, all this time? I shook my head. Wanda, you are my daughter, Jean might as well be one as well, and I love you both. I will help you in your endeavors, but I believe it's time that the human race should learn to grow up, and take off the training wheels. I leave the world in your hands. Jean gave me a sad look. What happened to you, Jasmine? I raised an eyebrow and she continued, wasn't Rose your sister as well? We went to talk to her. We know that something happened. You're not your usual self. Are you going to do the same for us? Get us to forget you as well? I restrained myself from palming my face. This was going to be a long conversation, and probably not a pleasant one. In the end, I simply muttered, oh. I assume you have questions. Wanda didn't seem happy with my answer. Of course we have questions. You removed Rose's memories of you. Why would you ever do that? I released a sigh. It's been a long time coming. It wasn't some thoughtless, cruel decision. It was calculated, and it was the best way I could think of. How could erasing Rose's memories of you be a solution to anything? I realized that Rose was not like the both of you. She was open-minded, an adequate apprentice, and a dear sister, but it wasn't enough. She was still marked by her lonely childhood and kept hoping that I would one day forgive her family and come back as her parents' daughter, I replied. The two girls looked at one another, probably understanding what I was getting at. So, you changed her memories because she was clingy? I shook my head. No, I had accepted that part of her. As long as it didn't impair her judgment in her duties, I didn't care what her ambitions were. Everything was fine until I sent her her first assignment. Do you know what the Court of Shadows is? Wanda snorted. The magical Illuminati wannabe, right? Amused by the description, I nodded. Yes, that's an apt description. The British branch of the group was hunting me down, because of my duel with the celestial ego. And wanted to use Rose to get to me. I instructed my sister to deal with them, politically at least. I didn't want to mess up the economy of an entire nation, which is why I didn't just wipe them out. Jean questioned, did she fail? She didn't just fail. She was betrayed by her brother and captured. The court wanted me under their control, a foolish idea. Before I could kill them all, they perished at the hands of Nathan's best friend who betrayed him as well. I killed the witch afterwards. In the end, Rose lost her brother and I let her grieve with her parents, as she should have. She was angry with me for not being in as much pain as her over the loss of her brother. She was angry at the world, confused between hating Nathan for betraying her, and loving him as his family. She said some very hurtful things, and I forgave her for it. I let her go back to Britain, to grieve her brother with her parents. I also tasked her to deal with the economic collapse that was going to happen with the court wiped out. It was her fault after all. I chose to focus on the Ragnarok matter and chose to let Rose do as she wished. Wanda nodded, with tears in her eyes. So, you wiped out her memories because she said hurtful things. I shook my head. No, I did it because a few weeks later, she teleported to my mansion, attacked 2 Asgardian princes without provocation, and blamed me for a genocide that I did not commit, that ended up causing her parents' death in a roundabout way. It was such a stretch, with no proof, no thought, only that I was the cause of all her pain, that I chose to spare her the suffering. I realized that I couldn't count on an heir this close-minded, one that kept blaming me for her every suffering. I was already behaving erratically because of something Celine did, and I just realized that I had failed Rose, and she had failed me. And so, I chose to detach myself, end our relationship, and end our apprenticeship. I made her forget about the larger world but let her keep her magic, provided that she won't teach it to anyone. She forgot about me, about the end goal, and instead will focus on improving the magical world. She will find a good partner, husband or wife, I don't care, and her name will be cemented in history, but she will not be anything more than a powerful witch. You brainwashed your own sister? Wanda exclaimed. It was mercy, I replied. She would not have been happy continuing her role as my apprentice, a woman that she would continue to blame for her every misfortune. I regret what happened, but my decision, while cruel on the surface, was better for the both of us. I took a sip of tea and looked at the 2 bewildered women before me. Jean spoke up. You left her alone with no family left. You abandoned her when things were getting too difficult. How is that any different from what James and Lily Potter did to you? It was a low blow, and the redhead knew it. Still, I learnt not to let my guilt impact my judgment a long time ago. Perhaps I did. But it was for her own good, and it was mine as well. I told you before, I am wiping my hands of humanity. As far as I'm concerned, you are all free to massacre each other without my involvement. Wanda's eyes were tearing up. What happened to you, Mom? I tilted my head. I don't understand. When did you stop caring about humanity, about us? You did so much over thousands of years, fighting for humanity, manipulating the world so that it could prosper. You even essentially created the mutant race just so that magical children could use their abilities without fear of being hunted down. You practically changed the entire human race for them, and now, that the magical world is burning, you just let go of them. Why would you do that? I shrugged, because it's a thankless, useless ideal. All my life, I hoped to replicate Atlantis, or at least what it should have been. I hoped that humanity would band together, forget their differences and grow as a race. But greed, anger, and hate are ingrained deep in the human mind. I could save countless races, and yet discrimination will continue. The cycle of suffering will never stop, I realize that now, and it's futile to try. Even as their guardian angel, they would have sought to enslave me to their whims. I know that, and the both of you know that too. If I had allowed Rose to become my heir, she would have failed. She was too tainted by her suffering, by her pain, that she would have burnt the world in her anger. Jean protested, you didn't see her. Rose was doing nothing but drinking, whatever remained of her family rejected her, and she was all alone. You could have spared her all that. I nodded, I could have, but I chose not to. Rose forgot my existence past my fake death. She has the power and knowledge to rebuild the magical world into a better society, and I am giving her the choice, for the first time, to do as she wished. This is a test, as much as it is a punishment. Should she rise above her self-pity and anger, and prove herself worthy, she will regain her place at my side, and become my heir once more. If not, then she wasn't worthy of becoming my heir in the first place. Wanda shook her head, what you've done was cruel, logical, but unnecessarily cruel. Something is wrong with you, not in general, but due to something recent. Something has changed. You're more ruthless, more pessimistic. So, tell me, Jasmine, what happened with Celine? I snorted. My daughter knew me very well, Celine betrayed my trust. She was the one responsible for the court's genocide. She wanted Rose's words to shock me, to cause me to despair, at least enough that her enchantment would take hold. I found out later on that she put a compulsion on my wedding ring, to get me to escape my emotional suffering by using my death abilities as a buffer. When Rose told me that she regretted the fact that I was her kin, I was emotionally vulnerable enough for the enchantment to take hold and lose a large chunk of my humanity in my grief. I seem different because I am different. I still retain a shard of the woman I used to be, but I am more, now, and with it comes a newfound perception of the futility of some of my actions. I decided that it was time for me to stop being a crutch to humanity, that you all would learn to grow on your own without my interference. Jean looked at me with tears in her eyes, and what happened to Celine? I banished her to Avalon. Wanda looked at me with eyes wide, you did not kill her. I shook my head, no, I did not. I don't think that I can. She is my wife and for all her failings, all the cruelty, I love her. Jean and Wanda stayed silent for a minute before the redhead spoke up, so, what now? I shrugged, now, I am focusing on the fight with Entropy. I guess afterwards, should I survive, I will simply leave the planet, and go on vacation. God knows that I need one after all this work. Jean snorted at the joke, but Wanda's eyes were still tearing up. Confused, I asked her, why are you so sad, Wanda? My daughter looked away and replied, will you abandon me too, make me forget about you if I do something wrong? I chuckled, of course not. Wanda, you're my daughter, you'll always be my daughter, and there is nothing that can change that. When I banished Rose, I wasn't thinking straight, I was overwhelmed by my new way of thinking, and I did something reckless. Sure, I can see the reasoning behind it, but now that things have stabilized, I can see other ways I could have done it. Trust me, Wanda, even if you betray me, I will never abandon you. Wanda looked back, I wish I could believe you, Mom. I was saddened by my daughter's lack of faith in me, even if I understood where she was coming from. It's all right to be scared, Wanda, just don't do anything rash. Wanda nodded, yeah, I know. I need some time to process things a bit. I love you, Mom. I love you too, my daughter. Wanda turned and left, her girlfriend followed after her, but did not leave without telling me, don't worry, I'll make sure she won't do anything drastic. Thank you, Jean. As the both of them left the mansion, I wanted some time to think about things as well. From what I understood, the UN was probably going to start moving with the superhuman accords soon, trying to bind anyone with superpowers to their collective governments. I teleported to a beach and started walking on the pier. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts, it's a beautiful night, isn't it? I nodded without looking at the source of the voice, yes, it is. Yes, it's nostalgic. It's been a while, Medusa. I stiffened at the name, very few people knew of that identity. I turned towards the source of the voice. It was a short woman, with kind brown eyes, and long auburn hair. I didn't recognize her, but there was a deepness in her eyes, a smoldering intensity, a warmth, that was familiar yet strange. Immediately, like a bolt of lightning, I knew who this woman was. But it was impossible, Hestia. The familiar smirk on her face was enough proof that my guess was correct. How was this possible? If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 325, of Lovers Past. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. As the both of them left the mansion, I wanted some time to think about things as well. From what I understood, the UN was probably going to start moving with the superhuman accords soon, trying to bind anyone with superpowers to their selected government. I teleported to a beach and started walking on the pier. Suddenly, a voice interrupted my thoughts. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? I nodded without looking at the source of the voice. Yes, it is. Yes, it's nostalgic. It's been a while, Medusa. I stiffened at the name. Very few people knew of this identity. I turned towards the source of the voice. It was a short woman, with kind brown eyes, and long auburn hair. I didn't recognize her, but there was a deepness in her eyes, a smoldering intensity, a warmth, that was familiar yet strange. Immediately, like a bolt of lightning, I knew who this woman was. But it was impossible. Hestia. The familiar smirk on her face was enough proof that my guess was correct. How was this possible? Hestia POV. Hestia, goddess of hearth, had lived in mourning for thousands of years. She grieved the loss of her one and only love all those years ago when her family's blind thirst for power made them trust a malicious mage that tried to enslave the remnants of Atlantis. Because that was what they were, really, remnants of a once mighty civilization that sunk into the sea, destroyed forever. The worst thing was that her siblings didn't grasp what Medusa, and even if Hestia knew that her name was the Morrigan, she would always be Medusa to her, had done for their sake. She had saved them all from their own foolishness, from their own greed. The Olympians would have been banished into the realm of an elder god or a demon, which would have no doubt ended with either their death or enslavement. And yet, Medusa had built an entire dimension, an entire realm to save them, defied her own patron, Death, a being of endless power, and was punished for it. Oh, how Hestia cried in despair over her death. Her sadness slowly evolved into anger, and finally into a smoldering rage, that she did her best to suppress for the sake of her family. And yet, it didn't take long for the Olympians to forget to who they owed their lives. Zeus returned to being an ineffectual ruler, and the new realm of Olympus was divided once more into sub-realms for each of Cronos' sons, and again, the three elder gods started to wage some sort of cold war against one another, with gods taking sides of the conflict. The amount of pettiness was absurd. Medusa had designed Olympus to be able to observe the mortal world and interact with it indirectly. Those were the laws of the gods, enforced by the universe itself, with very harsh punishments should they be broken. The main thing is that contact must be initiated from the mortal world, not the other way around, and the response depends mostly on the method of contact and the strength of the god being contacted. A prayer to Zeus might allow him to send some favorable wind to a sailor, or to Poseidon might allow him to calm the seas slightly. A sacrifice might allow them to kill them to bless a mortal or declare them to be their champion, but that was in the unlikeliest of cases, and it did help them immensely in helping the pantheon flourish when the Roman Empire rose. Truthfully, Olympus was lucky in the fact that they were known to exist in memory, and thus were still being prayed for centuries until Christianity started spreading. Even then, the gods of Olympus were not forgotten, simply turned into stories and myths. Other gods did not have such luxury, and Hestia shuddered to think how much damage they could cause should even their names be uttered by a mortal. Names have powers after all. Even though she was prayed to many times, Hestia rarely did respond to any contact beyond the instinctive comforting hearth. She was too caught up mourning her lover, that she observed succumbing to her own grief as well. She became more detached, more ruthless, and less caring. It was sad for Hestia to see it, especially as she was constantly called by fate to serve role while she barely had any time to grieve. Hestia herself was different. Life as a being of energy tended to cause that. She was more detached from the mortal world. She didn't mourn their loss as she once did. The goddess of the hearth thought that it could have been a reaction to losing her beloved. But the rest of the Olympians were also changing slightly. Their way of thinking, their priorities, were so inhuman that Hestia could say without a doubt that they had all changed. Everything went as usual until Zeus decided to send a champion of his to kill Medusa once more. Well, she went by a different name back then, Circe, Hestia believed. Medusa had taken over her students' names after she died, as a way to honor her legend. The god of the sky had no idea who she was, only that she was some witch that had killed legions of Romans when they tried to burn Medusa's temple in Corinthos, which they had built together. As predicted, Medusa slaughtered the arrogant champion in seconds, embarrassing Zeus once more. Wanting to show up their brother, Poseidon and Hades sent champions of their own, to no avail. They ended up transformed into animals and sold as pets to a few merchants. It was somewhat amusing to watch the frustration on her brothers' faces in front of the entire court of Olympus. That amusement died soon after when Zeus declared the witch Circe to be an enemy of Olympus and sent visions to every priest, every champion, and everyone to hunt down the witch Circe, causing Medusa to end up fleeing Corinthos, the home she had built with Hestia, and move elsewhere with a different face. Hestia was sure that her beloved could have taken care of them, but simply didn't want to risk the city's destruction. Instead, she simply hid their temple, their home, under a powerful enchantment and left. Even now, the city was still standing, a testament to their love. However, that was the breaking point, the last straw. Hestia knew that it was irrational, that it was out of centuries of anger being suppressed, but the council was still trying to hurt her beloved even after they had existed in different dimensions. And so, Hestia released her burning rage and challenged her siblings, who were surprised, to say the least, that their gentle elder sister would fight them this viciously. Luckily, Hestia had learned a few things from her lover, and defeated all three of them, destabilizing the political landscape in Olympus. She was now the queen of Olympus, and she started her rule by forbidding contact with the mortal world. The two worlds are supposed to be separate, and contact would cause nothing but grief. And so, with fewer miracles, the faith in her pantheon diminished, and Christianity started spreading all over the world. Hestia ruled Olympus with a gentle yet firm hand. The Olympian Council still existed, but it wasn't a fixed position, and it wasn't restricted to the elder Olympians and their children. And so, slowly, life started to flourish in Olympus. Gods started to look at what they could do in their dimension, and not the mortal world, creating new creatures, nymphs and the like, building endless forests of immense beauty and architectural wonders. The golden age of Olympus flourished under her rule, for more than it could have under the control of any of her brothers. And Hestia never married, never took another lover, no matter how much her family pleaded with her to have an heir. She did not accept any of the potential suitors, men and women alike, that tried to seduce her. She simply observed her beloved Medusa's life, as she did her best to move on, and she did. The Queen of Olympus wasn't sure whether to be happy or sad about it. It broke her heart to see Medusa learn to love another, even after centuries of grief. Oh, Hestia loved the fact that the light in her beloved's eyes started to shine once more, even if she didn't approve of the cold woman that she chose to love. Yet, the woman, Selene, was good at balancing Medusa's personality. Where she was cold, Medusa was warm. Where she was detached, Medusa was caring. Their relationship grew for thousands of years into a small contentment, and Hestia wanted nothing more than to take Selene's place in the relationship. And yet, she was stuck in this place, as an observer but not a participant. And yet, for all the fact that Medusa learned to love once more, she was still a slave to fate and time, forced to fight endless battles, taking endless names, to be part of history, which always ends in tragedy. After all, death is inevitable, and mortal lives were awfully short. And when Medusa's time loop ended, when she was finally free, she was forced to deal with one tragedy after another, forced to fight a battle against a being so far above her in power that it was laughable, and yet she persevered. That was until Wanda Maximoff changed the course of time. The Council of Gods was shaken. Those who existed on a multiversal scale were banished and locked away, and the universe was locked down. The cosmic entities and their council chose to ignore the warnings of Entropy's defection and left Medusa to clean up their mess. And she did so well, trying to do it. She fought the entity head-to-head and tricked him into falling into her trap. She rose up and chose to resign her role as Death's champion, and she defeated a celestial while ascending into becoming one of her own. She even fought against the abominations that were enslaving the Asgardians and defeated them. And yet every victory had a taint of defeat. It was sad, it was tragic, and yet her beloved did not give up when many others did the same to her. It wasn't until Selene betrayed Medusa that her beloved had her own soul changed without her accord, and had been turned into a different person entirely by a simple event, that Hestia knew that her beloved needed her help. For all her calm exterior, Hestia knew that Medusa was crying a river inside, hoping that the hurt and pain would go away. And it broke the Queen of Olympus' heart to watch it happen. Oh, how she hoped she could help, that anyone could see the clear pain hiding underneath the surface of apathy that she projected, that even Medusa didn't understand. And for the first time, when Odin destroyed the realm of the abomination, where the dimensional walls were down for a fraction of a second, Hestia knew that she had a chance. The goddess of the hearth was able to make a small link to the mortal world, taking over the mind of a mortal, just to see her beloved. She knew that it was temporary, that Agamotto's spell could notice her presence and send her away anytime, but she needed to at least speak to Medusa, to comfort her. Immediately after having a mortal vessel, Hestia teleported to her beloved, who was slowly walking on a beach. She smiled as she took in the woman's sight for the first time in thousands of years. The scrying simply was enough to capture her beauty, the way she felt. Oh, she was different, very different, and yet she was still the same at her core. This was a woman with a will of steel and yet filled with so much love and so much sadness. Hestia smiled and walked next to her beloved. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Her beloved nodded without looking. Yes, it is. Yes, it's nostalgic. It's been a while, Medusa. The moment she said the name, Hestia knew that she had Medusa's attention. Her beloved turned, and even in a different vessel, she knew her identity immediately. Hestia, she murmured more like a prayer than a question. Hestia smiled warmly at her beloved and nodded. Yes, they were together once more. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 326, Enticing Offer. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Hestia POV. Immediately after having a mortal vessel, Hestia teleported to her beloved, who was slowly walking on a beach. She smiled as she took in the woman's sight for the first time in thousands of years. The scrying simply wasn't enough to capture her beauty, the way she felt. Oh, she was different, very different, and yet she was still the same at her core. This was a woman with a will of steel and yet filled with so much love and so much sadness. Hestia smiled and walked next to her beloved. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? Her beloved nodded without looking. Yes, it is. Yes, it's nostalgic. It's been a while, Medusa. The moment she said the name, Hestia knew that she had Medusa's attention. Her beloved turned, and even in a different vessel, she knew her identity immediately. Hestia, she murmured more like a prayer than a question. Hestia smiled warmly at her beloved and nodded. Yes, they were together once more. Jasmine Sayre POV. I honestly didn't know what to think. It was a miracle, something that I never even entertained as a possibility in my mind. Hestia was always a fond memory, in the back of my head. Whenever I think of her, I remembered the nice memories we shared together, where she got me to move on from what happened to Atlantis. I lost my home, but I gained another one with her on Corinthos. We might have been separated by tragedy and fate, but the time we shared was always precious to me, and what I lost when she was gone was something that I only regained centuries later thanks to Selene. I shook my head at the thought of Selene. I still loved her deep down, but the sting of her betrayal was still there. I might have lost a chunk of my humanity, but even a spark of it would mean that I still feel love. In a way, I didn't really stop feeling. I still have emotions. Anger, hate, happiness, despair, glee were all things I experienced. But there was a logical, an analytical tint to them. I could ignore them, refuse to feel their effects to focus on another more important matter. I could distance myself from them to be as impartial as possible, but it didn't negate them. Yes, I was different, but I was not a machine. My heartbreak over Selene's betrayal still hurt massively, and it was something that I just didn't want my daughter and her girlfriend to see. I put those things in the back of my mind, focusing on the miracle in front of me. Hestia is supposed to be in another dimension. She had ascended as a god with the rest of her people, and thus was banished from the mortal world by the wards of Agamotto. She shouldn't have been able to manifest herself in this place, and yet, this was without a doubt Hestia. This was impossible, it was inconceivable, it was a miracle. I should be overjoyed, but all I felt was confusion. How are you here? My former lover grinned. Odin. His blast shifted the dimensions local to this universe. The wards are still stabilizing to the aftermath, and there are a few gaps which I used to sneak in here. Alarmed, I prepared myself to warn the Sorcerer Supreme of this face. If Hestia was able to enter, then an entity like Dormammu could also sneak in. Seeing my panic, the goddess of the hearth scolded me. You have time to worry later, my love, let's just enjoy ourselves right now. She walked towards me and enveloped me in a warm hug. I have missed you, Medusa. I let out a warm smile of my own, and I missed you as well, Hestia. I looked her up and down. I'm surprised by your new body. The woman chuckled. It's not mine. I still have the same form. No, it's just some mortal that I'm possessing. I raised an eyebrow. This wasn't really a Hestia thing to do. She always advocated free will and condemned mind control. When I used the mind arts to erase the memories of raiders that tried to attack Corinthos, she always scolded me afterwards. I guess that thousands of years could change anyone, even her. As if she was reading my mind, Hestia blushed in embarrassment. Come on, it was the only way I could come and meet you, and it's only temporary. In a few days, the wards will stabilize, and I will return home. And I did transmute a few pounds of gold for her trouble, and I even healed her terminal cancer, so she'll get to live past the next few months. I shrugged, not really caring about what happened to a random mortal woman. People die all the time. Hestia taking over the body of one of them didn't matter much to me. But what really stung was the fact that it was a temporary situation, so, you'll have to go back. Yes, it's only temporary. I just needed to see you, and at least say goodbye this time. I responded in a mourning tone. Yes, we didn't even get to say our goodbyes last time. Hestia, though, wasn't to be deterred by my tone. Now, it's not the time to think of the past, just enjoy the present. Come on, there are so many things I want to see. She grabbed my hand and we teleported away. I looked around and found myself in New York City. It was night, and yet the city was still crowded. It wasn't sleeping. Hestia gasped in shock, these mortals are very ingenious. I have to say that it's different to see things in person instead of scrying. I raised an eyebrow, you could scry from Olympus. She nodded, there are a few allowances for gods. It's why the pantheon was still being worshipped centuries after we left. We were able to affect the world in small ways, depending on the belief of our followers. It's why you could find champions running around in ancient Rome, who had a smidgen of power for my siblings. Oh, that made sense. I just thought that they were mutants or sorcerers that thought to emulate the gods somehow. They tended to hunt me down back in the day, something about me being an abomination in the eyes of the gods. I did tend to roll my eyes when they kept preaching about their gods and how I should repent. At least, I did that before, you know, killing them all. They were also annoying about it and wouldn't stop appearing out of anywhere. I just ended up leaving the place to stop dealing with the hassle, and fate did show me that I had another role at another place. Nevertheless, this was very curious information. It did remind me a bit about how demons tended to have influence over the physical world when they made deals with mortals. I guess that worked in a way with gods as well. I gave her a sly grin and wiggled my eyebrows, did you look at me, as well? She blushed, not as much as I would have liked. Your wards are very good, but I did like to keep tabs on you. Her smile suddenly looked sad, you've experienced so much hardship, my love. I shrugged, it is what it is. As you said, it's useless to live in the past and forget about the present. So, you were never tired of it all? I released a bitter laugh from my throat, tired. Hestia, I'm exhausted. Even after I was practically a glorified servant to time because of my time loop, the moment I am free, I'm tasked with fighting one of the most dangerous beings in existence because the people who are actually responsible for keeping him in line just didn't bother. So, yes, sometimes I think about just giving up, letting the world burn, just to spite those assholes that call themselves cosmic entities. Hestia snorted, well, it's nice to see that your tongue is still as sharp as always. I deflated from my little rant, I really did just keep going, didn't I? You've been keeping that in for a long time, haven't you? Yes. I'm just tired of being the one having to deal with everything. I just feel like my life was never mine, like it was just a story written by some higher being who only wants me to experience hardship after hardship until I slowly come apart. Even Selene, who I thought was the only good thing about my life, ended up betraying me. I guess I'm just tired of it all. Hestia perked up at the mention of Selene. I have to ask, Medusa. Why her? You could probably have chosen any other woman, and taught them a method to longevity and loved them as well. Why did you just choose to love Selene? I simply shrugged, I guess, at the time, I didn't even really think about loving anyone else. I just saw someone that was just as tired of her immortality as I was with mine, tired of seeing everything wither and die, and I guess we latched onto one another, becoming companions, then friends, and then more than that. Do you regret it? Do I regret loving Selene? No, I don't. I don't think I ever will. Selene provided me with stability, a way to keep me grounded, to call me on my bullshit and whatever idiotic decision I make. I see now that her betrayal was as much my fault as it was hers. She might have made the decision, but I betrayed her by leaving, even if I didn't have a choice. We were each other's rocks, our ways of preventing the other from going too far. It's just sad that Selene ended up going too far concerning me than anything else. Hestia gave me an incredulous look, seriously. She messed with your soul, Medusa. There's no betrayal worse than that. And you're ready to forgive her, just like that. I shook my head, oh no, I do not forgive her, I will probably never forgive her. Whenever I look her in the face, I will see the woman that betrayed my trust in a way no one had ever done before, in a way that I didn't even think was possible. But even then, I will still love her. After all this time. After all she has done. I nodded, always. I know it doesn't make any sense, but love is rarely logical. Oh, don't worry, I will probably never take her back as a lover, let alone as my wife. This breach of trust is like no other, but it's hard to forget the millennia that we spent together, with no one else to share our grief. Hestia looked down and asked, what about me? Do you still love me? I froze at the question. Do I still love Hestia? Sure, the image of her is very nice in my mind, but I was no longer that grieving young witch that lived in Greece, and I was different. Sighing, I replied, I love the woman you used to be. But time changes everyone. I am not the same that I used to be, and you are not the same woman I used to love. You might have been able to observe me all this time, but the fact is that I do not know you, at least not enough to love you. Perhaps if I knew you better, I could have, but we only have so little time left together. Why do you ask? The goddess of the hearth gave me a sad smile, you always were a logical one, weren't you? I asked you because I had an offer for you, one that can be affected by your answer. I perked up, interested, what is it? I'm offering you a place at my side in Olympus. To ascend with me to Olympus, where you would rule by my side as my queen. You said it yourself, you're tired of being a pawn in this game of destiny. So, just give it up, and come with me, stop caring about them. You owe them nothing and they do not deserve you. Come with me and live as my wife until run itself runs out. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 327, Acceptance. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. I love the woman you used to be. But time changes everyone. I am not the same that I used to be, and you are not the same woman I used to love. You might have been able to observe me all this time, but the fact is that I do not know you, at least not enough to love you. Perhaps if I knew you better, I could have, but we only have so little time left together. Why do you ask? The goddess of the hearth gave me a sad smile. You always were a logical one, weren't you? I asked you because I had an offer for you, one that can be affected by your answer. I perked up, interested. What is it? I'm offering you a place at my side in Olympus. To ascend with me to Olympus, where you would rule by my side as my queen. You said it yourself, you're tired of being a pawn in this game of destiny. So, just give it up, and come with me, stop caring about them. You owe them nothing and they do not deserve you. Come with me and live as my wife until run itself runs out. I froze when I digested what Hestia just revealed. It was just inconceivable, running away, living the last few years of my life in peace before the entire multiverse is destroyed. But wasn't that what I wanted in the end, or at least what I told myself I wanted? But how would that change anything really? A few years are nothing but a blink of an eye to someone of my age. All I would end up having is what amounts to a moment of reprieve until I burned with the rest of the Olympians when Entropy destroyed the multiverse. Confused by the fact that Hestia wasn't even trying to save her people, I questioned, are you truly giving up on Olympus? Are you accepting the fact that your people will die like the rest of the multiverse and choose to make me that offer for the sake of it? The goddess of the hearth snorted, of course not. Ascended beings that exist outside of the physical dimension are not at risk. Entropy doesn't have access to his full abilities anymore, and all he's planning to do is to spread a fraction of his essence into all physical worlds, killing them all. Olympus will be safe and out of his reach, the same as all the elder gods and demons that still live. Why do you think that gods and demons aren't concerned about what's happening? They are not in danger really. And inevitably, after the living tribunal punishes Entropy, new planets will be born, new lifeforms will grow on them, and everything will return to normal. What I am offering you is a way out. Join me on Olympus, outside the reach of Entropy, and live unconcerned with the fate of the multiverse. What of humanity? What of the countless lives that are spread out among countless universes? Do we just let them die? Hestia shrugged, what about them? You washed your hands of humanity, you said that yourself many times. What's wrong with letting them die? Everything ends. And the gap left by humanity will be filled by another species, on a new planet, with a new ecosystem. The goddess of the hearth's unconcerned tone at the death of trillions showed me how different Hestia had become. When we were together, she would have gasped and cried at the thought of so many dead. She would have fought tooth and nail to stop that from happening. Her apathy to the situation told me that I wasn't the only one who had lost my humanity, Hestia had as well. Gods were inhuman by nature, and ascended ones, while remembering a few things from a mortal perspective, do not retain the semblance of humanity, or mortality. The Hestia before me might simply be a being with the memories of the woman I once loved, but doesn't share any of the qualities that made me love her in the first place. But damn, that was really tempting. To leave the mortal world, the physical plane, and let the cosmic entities that think themselves too high and mighty to deal with a mess of their own creation, handle the Entropy thing. And why should I care if Entropy succeeds? I would be in another dimension with Hestia and the remnants of Atlantis. I would no longer be a pawn in whatever game the Endless are playing. I guess the balance would be disrupted, but why the fuck should I care? It wouldn't be my responsibility, it shouldn't be up to me to fight Entropy. I have quit my role as Death's avatar, I am no longer a slave to fate and time, and I will not be bound. And yet, the thought of leaving left me with a bad taste in my mouth. I had invested so much in the fight against Entropy. The countless plans, the armies, hell, I even sacrificed the very humanity that I treasured for so long, to fight a being with endless power. For all of that to be for nothing, it would be disappointing. Honestly, I thought that it would feel more like running away than fighting what Death had planned for me. Because something made me feel like this was Death's plan all along. The fact that she still has a hold on this universe and yet chose to let me go without even trying to stop me, or even try to convince me, despite the cosmic scandal that it caused, is worrying. She expected me to quit, somehow, she expected the universe to lock down, somehow, and she expected that Entropy would defect as well and that I would end up opposing him. That kind of planning worried me, it was terrifying, and Hestia was genuinely giving me a way out, something that I have craved for so long. The only issue would be if the offer was too good to be true. Hestia noticed my silence and attributed it to me thinking about her offer. She wasn't wrong, not really. I was seriously thinking about accepting. It was a very attractive offer. The goddess walking next to me continued, "Look, Medusa, you wouldn't even be a normal goddess, you would be by my side, ruling Olympus as you should have in the first place. We are the remnants of Atlantis, and you are the uncrowned queen of Atlantis." I raised an eyebrow at the blatant attempt at manipulation to get me to accept. Atlantis was always a sore point for me. It was my home, my culture, that I had done my best to honor. Olympus was what remained of this culture, bastardized as it might have been, but I could turn it into a new Atlantis, and make it the paradise it used to be. And yet, the thought didn't feel as thrilling as it would have in my youth. I guess I just accepted that Atlantis is gone, and that trying to revive it would be a mockery, a pale imitation of what it was, not a way to move on forward. I gave Hestia a blank look, showing her that I could see through her futile attempt. Atlantis is dead, Hestia, and trying to imitate it will only lead to disappointment. What I am more curious about is the fact that you're the queen of Olympus now. Care to explain? Even if she hadn't just revealed it, I would have been able to guess it. Hestia now held an air of authority, like she expected to be obeyed without question, which means that she held a very high position in Olympus. She was such a wallflower when we were together, choosing not to oppose her family, out of loyalty, love, and compassion. Hestia blushed slightly. "Well, I spent centuries mourning you, watching you become more miserable every day. Until Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades all started sending champions to your doorstep to kill you. They thought that you were just some witch that they could use as a way to challenge their champions, and well, they turned it into some kind of competition. You ended up just leaving Corinthos, our home, and I got really angry. I decided that those three oafs shouldn't be in charge, and I challenged them for the throne. I won obviously, and I've been the queen of Olympus ever since." I grinned and bowed mockingly, speaking up with a monotone voice, "Your Majesty." Hestia glared at me. "That's not funny. I already get that crap on Olympus, and I don't need it here." I snorted, "I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine you ordering people around. You were so uncomfortable when the people of Corinthos kept bowing whenever we walked around without disguises." Again, the Queen of Olympus blushed. "I will admit that there was a learning curve involved. You have no idea how many gods are willing to do anything for a scrap of power that they will not use to do anything. By the powers, there were so many marriage proposals, from men and women, and it was horrible. Some even offered to be my concubines. It was so embarrassing." I wiggled my eyebrows. "Come on, you can't tell me that you haven't had any stress relief for so long." Hestia looked down. "I thought about it. But I just couldn't let go of you. I loved you, truly loved you, and you loved me. I couldn't just forget about it. I still watched over you, and getting married, or even taking a lover felt like a betrayal. I couldn't help but feel guilty about her confession. She had never moved on, while I had. Selene might not have been the perfect wife, but she soothed the hurt that Hestia left when she was gone. Hestia had no one." Seemingly reading my thoughts, Hestia made sure to reassure me, "Look, I'm not admonishing you in any way. We were separated, and only I could take a look at you, you didn't have the same luxury. I was even happy when I saw you moving on, no matter how much I wished that it was with me." Not knowing what to say to that, I simply walked towards her and enveloped her in a hug. Hestia hugged me back and we stayed like this for what felt like an eternity. I whispered in her ear, "I missed you so much, Hestia. I cannot express by words how many times I thought about you." Hestia looked up at me, eyes warm and hopeful. She looked beautiful like this. And honestly, I think I was inclined to agree with her offer. It was a good way out, a great way out even. I would have a small share of happiness in an otherwise miserable life. I would live with the remnants of my people, and teach them some of Atlantis' traditions. I would let go of Selene and the betrayal she caused me. I would get to know Hestia once more, and honestly, even if we take into account how much the both of us changed, we seemed to get along just fine. The only issue is that I would be dooming the multiverse, that I would be abandoning Wanda, Jean, and Selene to die at the hands of Entropy's madness. I would let Asgard die, once more. Thor, the boy king that had so much potential, would not live to realize it. Loki, my hopeful student, would never learn to control his madness. Everything I had worked for in my entire life, for thousands of years, would be gone for the fraction of a second. And yet, this regret was overshadowed by the potential freedom that would come with the offer. I would live in peace, without dealing with cosmic entities. And wasn't that what I wished for the most? Perhaps, for the first time in God knows how long, it's time for me to be selfish, to do something for me. I looked Hestia in the eyes and spoke up. "Hestia. About your offer, I have an answer now. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 328, Counteroffer. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. I would get to know Hestia once more, and honestly, even if we take into account how much the both of us have changed, we seem to get along just fine. The only issue is that I would be dooming the multiverse, that I would be abandoning Wanda, Jean, and Selene to die at the hands of Entropy's madness. I would let Asgard die, once more. Thor, the boy king that had so much potential, would not live to realize it. Loki, my hopeful student, would never learn to control his madness. Everything I had worked for in my entire life, for thousands of years, would be gone for the fraction of a second. And yet, this regret was overshadowed by the potential freedom that would come with the offer. I would live in peace, without dealing with cosmic entities. And wasn't that what I wished for the most? Perhaps, for the first time in God knows how long, it's time for me to be selfish, to do something for me. I looked Hestia in the eyes and spoke up. Hestia. About your offer, I have an answer now. Before I could tell her my answer, I felt my mind being pulled from my body, and everything turned white. It was blinding, and sort of confusing, and I had to blink for a few seconds to see if I hadn't somehow turned blind or something. I looked around me, and it was hard to describe the place I was in, except for the color white. The floor was white without even a speck of dust to mar its unnatural color. It was completely even and completely flat, with no natural imperfections, which ironically made it feel unnatural. The sky was white as well, and there were no shadows or distinguishable features. Everything seemed to blend together into a seamless, infinite expanse of whiteness. I felt a sense of disorientation and emptiness, as if I was lost in a world without any reference points. It was both eerie and calming at the same time, and I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to me and where I was. I would have thought that there was some kind of enchantment making me see only the color white, but when I raised my hands, they looked normal. And yet, this place felt oddly familiar, like I had been here before. It reminded me eerily of Limbo, but it was something else, something more. Well, isn't this interesting? The familiar voice surprised me greatly. I jumped in fear and turned to confront the being who had taken me away, only to gape at the sight before me. The thing took the shape of a woman, and yet it was just wrong. She looked like someone had taken a drawing of what a human looked like and just given it birth, without any expressions. The woman was pale white, with her eyes as dark as the night, yet filled with what seemed like galaxies and star systems that seemed to glow inside. This being was on another level, and I knew it. I put on a facade of confidence. Hello, I wouldn't know about interesting, but you are the one who summoned me, I presume. The woman let out a smile that sent chills down my back. Oh, do you truly not recognize me, Morrigan? After all, we've known each other for quite some time, haven't we? The being released a fraction of its power, but it was enough for me to recognize it instantly. I was intimately familiar with that power, as I served it for what felt like an eternity, death. I spoke up with a monotone voice. The cosmic entity's smile widened. Yes, indeed. You look different. The moment I spoke these words, I couldn't help but regret them. This was a fucking cosmic entity, not an old friend for the both of us to catch up on. If the woman was offended, she didn't show it. Yes, I tend to be dramatic whenever I leave my realm. Everyone fears the end, fears me. But in here, I can take up any form I want. Even the one you're seeing today is formed by your own vision of power and excellence. So, this is your realm. I waved around. Death snorted, of course not. This is more like the entrance hall. Don't worry, you're not allowed in, it's not your time yet, and I don't believe that you'll ever be able to leave it, should you ever enter. I didn't know what to say to her in response, and thus I stayed silent. I knew that death was powerful, that she had sway over the other cosmic entities, but I didn't know how powerful she really was. No one did, really. Honestly, the only cosmic entity that I had fought properly was Entropy, and even then, he couldn't even be classified as a proper cosmic entity anymore. Entropy was scary, but death was just on another level. After a minute without anyone speaking, I decided to break the silence by asking, "Why did you summon me here?" The woman raised an eyebrow. "You seriously can't tell?" "No, I could, I just hoped that I was wrong." It wasn't a coincidence that death would summon me in the exact second I was going to accept Hestia's offer. My former patron was surprisingly chill most of the time and wasn't really that demanding. Her summoning me meant that something was interfering with whatever it was that she was planning, that Hestia presented an active danger to her ambitions, whatever they may be. You do not want me to accept Hestia's offer. And that's because I was going to accept. It was just too attractive of a prospect to live without the constant responsibilities I was burdened with, without the countless lives that are on my shoulders. I would taste a brief sense of peace, perhaps even regain my love of Hestia once more, and move on with my life as a goddess, not a mortal. The cosmic entity snorted. "Of course I don't want you to accept the offer. You can't tell me you're surprised, especially when you're going off script." Off script? What the hell was she talking about? "Don't worry, it's just a misunderstanding." Death reassured. Misunderstanding my ass. This was Death, the living embodiment of the concept of the end, the destroyer of worlds. She did not make mistakes, or at least, she shouldn't. But the implications of this little slip of the tongue made me angry and I started to yell at her, "It's just a big game to you, isn't it? My life is nothing more than a story, than a play that you designed. Tell me then, why shouldn't I just accept the offer just to tell you to fuck off and let me go? Because I'm not your champion anymore, or your little servant. I quit my post the moment I could, and you accepted that." The woman, surprisingly, wasn't angry at all. In fact, she burst into a peal of laughter. "It was without a doubt, the moment I felt the most scared in my entire life. You think that you're free of me? Oh, child, I've never let go of you. I just let you have a little temper tantrum and quit for a while, but you were always going to return to me. You have no choice in the matter. You are my champion, my creation, and I am not letting you go. I trembled in fear and anger. I left you. And I never dismissed you from your post. Oh, sure, I let you go slightly because I pitied you and wanted to give you time to heal. But I never formally dismissed you. But I don't have your power," I protested, almost with a pleading tone. The woman didn't seem to care for it. "I removed most of it, but there's still a small amount hidden in your soul, in your core. We are still connected, whether you like it or not. And I'm not willing to let go of you just yet." I kneeled down. "Why now? Why the moment I have a true chance at happiness, you come back to haunt me so?" Death gave me a sad smile, "Because you still have your role to play. I have designed your life from the moment you were born with your split soul, until the moment you die. As much as I care for you, your role is important, and I can't just let you abandon it selfishly." I glared at my former patron, selfishly. This is the first time in thousands of years that I can truly think for myself, to prioritize myself instead of becoming this martyr you were shaping me into. As far as I care, if you want to deal with entropy, you're free to do it on your own. I am accepting Hestia's offer and that's final. Is it, now? The way Death asked me that question made me shiver in fear. What if I gave you the incentive to listen to my commands? What would you do then? This didn't sound good. What are you talking about? Do you remember our deal, our first one on Atlantis? You promised to serve me as my champion, as my avatar, in exchange for me saving the remnants of your people, of Atlantis. I even let the Olympians escape my grasp into that little dimension of theirs since they were all that remained of your people. I nodded, yes, and even though Atlantis is dead, I still served you for thousands of years. The woman's smirk widened, and yet, by disobeying a direct order from me and accepting Hestia's offer, you would go back on our bargain, which means that I can go back on mine. I still don't understand. I replied. Death sighed and took a deep breath. What I am getting at is the fact that should you accept Hestia's offer, I will consider it a betrayal of our agreement and I will slaughter every single remnant of Atlantis, man, woman, child, or even artifact. I will destroy that little dimension you created for them. I will drain them dry of their very essence, and kill every single living thing on Olympus, even your precious Hestia. I gulped. You can't. You'll find that I can. Don't make deals that you can't back out of, girl. But you were so hopeful for my help. Like it or not, you belong to me, you have always belonged to me, and you are forever destined to belong to me. So, what is it going to be, Morrigan? Are you going to kill off your entire race again or are you going to listen to me for once? I honestly didn't know what to do now. I could say without a single shadow of a doubt that Death was not bluffing. She was more than prepared to kill the entirety of Olympus just to punish me for disobeying her. I had thought I was free of her, but that was just her humoring me. I didn't have a choice really. If I disobeyed her, she would destroy Olympus and bring me back here, or maybe even kill me, but if I listened to her, I would give up whatever illusion of freedom I had and continue to fight entropy. Honestly, for all that Hestia was barely more than a stranger to me now, she was still a close friend and lover. My fond memories of her wouldn't let me sacrifice her just to make a point, just to defy death. Resigned to my fate, I nodded. The cosmic entity cackled in laughter. That's good to see, girl. Now, I want to see no rebelliousness from you. I want you to keep to your role, keep recruiting, and keep working on your fight against entropy. Do that, and Hestia would be safe, even if you somehow manage to fail, I can promise you that. I still glared at the cosmic entity, and she seemed to soften slightly. Look, Morrigan, do this, and after you've dealt with entropy, if you succeed, I will let you go. I will not force you to do anything anymore. That is a promise. I could feel the weight of the promise. The air was electrified, and I could feel that this statement would be enforced if I accept. It didn't change anything, not really, but at least it was a guarantee that I would be free of her after this whole entropy mess is dealt with. Still, I had no real choice in the matter, and she did pretty much just threaten me into agreeing. I agree to your terms. And for those that think that I am making Morrigan needlessly suffer, this is me setting up Death as an antagonist. It's sort of like making sure that there would be that inevitable confrontation between them, in which Hestia will play a large role in. Honestly, I could have done it better, but I didn't really know how else to do it. However, trust me, the payoff will be worth it. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 329, One Last Time. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. Resigned to my fate, I nodded. The cosmic entity cackled in laughter. That's good to see, girl. Now, I want to see no rebelliousness from you. I want you to keep to your role, keep recruiting, and keep working on your fight against Entropy. Do that, and Hestia would be safe, even if you somehow manage to fail, I can promise you that. I still glared at the cosmic entity, and she seemed to soften slightly. Look, Morrigan, do this, and after you've dealt with Entropy, if you succeed, I will let you go. I will not force you to do anything anymore. That is a promise. I could feel the weight of the promise. The air was electrified, and I could feel that this statement would be enforced if I accept. It didn't change anything, not really, but at least it was a guarantee that I would be free of her after this whole Entropy mess is dealt with. Still, I had no real choice in the matter, and she did pretty much just threaten me into agreeing. I agree to your terms. The moment I spoke these words, the white world shattered, and I returned to reality. I was hugging Hestia and had just told her that I made a decision on whether or not I will accept her offer. She looked at me, with those hopeful eyes, that I was going to betray with my answer. Well, it's better to not mince my words and lead her on. I'm sorry, Hestia, but I just can't. I could see the emotions going through her eyes. Her hope was shattered, turned into shock, sadness, and then heartbreak. I couldn't deal with the emotions, and so I enveloped her into another hug. I wished I could have gone with her, I really did. The idea of letting go of this cursed world, of leaving this life behind without any responsibilities or constant wars and balances I needed to maintain. I could have gone back to Olympus, to the remnants of my first true home, and flourished there. Even if Hestia and I did not end up renewing our romantic relationship, I still would have been happy to live the rest of my days in a place where I wouldn't have to watch the people slowly grow old, wither and die inevitably, while I stayed watching, undying. Hestia ended the hug, and I could see the tears in her eyes. Do you love Selene that much? I shook my head. This has nothing to do with Selene. I love her, perhaps more than I did anyone else, but she betrayed me deeply, and I will not forget something like that. The truth is that I have responsibilities, and while I wish more than anything that I could come with you, I just can't abandon everything just for my sake and yours. The goddess of the hearth glared at me, with tears staining her cheeks. Oh, let go of that sanctimonious dramatic speech about responsibilities. You might like to pretend to care, but I know deep down that you resent every single one of them. You hate your life, and I can see it in your eyes that you still do. So, if you would rather sacrifice your life for the sake of your own self-loathing, fighting a fucking cosmic entity, than join me and our people once more, then you're more than welcome to do so. But don't pretend that this is anything more than your decision, Morrigan. Damn, she called me Morrigan, not Medusa. I am really starting to hate death even more so. I hated how she threatened me into serving her once more, even when I don't even have the power as her champion anymore. It seems that even thousands of years of service wasn't enough for me to get a retirement plan of any kind. Should I tell Hestia? It's very unlikely that we'll see each other again, after tonight. Agamotto's wards will readjust soon, and things will go back to normal, banishing her back to Olympus. The circumstances of our meeting was a 1 in a billion occurrence, and I don't want to leave things like this. Yes, it's better that I tell her. It's more complicated than that, Hestia. I want to come with you, I really do, but I'm under pressure here. The Queen of Olympus' glare lessened slightly. Explain. I sighed. What do you know about my deal with death? You would serve as her avatar in exchange for her sparing your people, the Atlanteans. I nodded. Yes, and so far, she has kept her side of the bargain. What you do not know is the fact that when I saved your people, when I saved Olympus, I did something forbidden and it backfired immensely. You were supposed to have died in that ritual. Death was supposed to punish you for breaking the natural laws. She didn't do any of that because of our agreement. I was lightly punished for my actions, but you were beyond her reach, technically. If you die, you still die, but by making you into beings of energy, you became the first gods with souls, and Death hated that, especially when she couldn't kill you herself because of our agreement. Hestia looked pale at my admission. I guess we owe you our lives then. I smiled at her, confirming her theory. Yes, in a way, you do. And Death has been on my case about it. Even now, I might have quit my position, but she hasn't formalized it. It was unofficial, and she didn't care because she wanted me to deal with Entropy. Now that I just thought about leaving with you, she told me in no uncertain terms that she would see this as a direct violation of our deal and that she would destroy the realm of Olympus, and all of its inhabitants as they are abominations in her eyes. If I said yes and came with you, you would die, everyone would die, and everything I had ever suffered as the avatar of Death would have been for nothing. Hestia had tears in her eyes by the time I was done explaining my conundrum. You did all of this for us. Yes, I replied, feeling a heavy weight in my heart. You are my people, and I promised my father, Atlan, that I would do my best to protect you all. I couldn't stand by and watch you suffer and die. But now, I find myself stuck between a rock and a hard place. I want to be with you and the rest of the Olympians, but death's threat is too great to ignore. And how I wish that wasn't the case. I hope that I was free of the cosmic entity, that I was free of her meddling. But even now, thousands of years after the biggest mistake of my life, she was still there. Sometimes, I wish that I wouldn't have accepted that deal, all those years ago, that I would have let Atlantis burn and die in the past. And yet, every time I have these cursed thoughts, I remember Hestia and how she was alive in Olympus as a goddess, and I accept that what I have done, what I suffered, was worth it. I could never risk something like this happening to Olympus. Hestia looked at me pleadingly. She could be bluffing. It was a desperate plea, and I knew it. Hestia simply refused to believe that I was forced to stay here, in the mortal plane, away from her. I shook my head with a sad look on my face. She wasn't. And even if she was, you're the queen of Olympus now, Hestia. Are you truly willing to risk your people, your kingdom, for the chance that death might have been bluffing? Hestia looked down. So this is it, then. I could understand why it was difficult to let go, but this was most likely the best relationship the both of us ever had, romantic or not. Once upon a time, I truly loved that woman, enough that I would have died for her. But this didn't need to be a sad occasion. What do you mean this is it? We still have the entire night to catch up. Hestia looked confused until she realized what I was talking about. Perhaps you are right, Medusa. Let us forget about the past and the future, and simply focus on the present. We are together once more after so long. I did sincerely miss your companionship. As I did yours, Hestia. With that done, we simply kept walking by the beach, in the middle of the night. The sand was cool and soft underfoot, while the moon's light illuminated the surroundings with a silver glow. The waves were crashing gently against the shore, and their sound mixed with the songs of the crickets. The ocean was like a sheet of glass, reflecting the bright moon, creating a mesmerizing illusion of stars on the water. The air was salty and fresh, carrying the scent of seaweed and the sea. The stars in the sky twinkled like diamonds, and the constellations were visible to the naked eye. It was a breathtaking sight, with the full moon casting an ethereal glow on everything, making everything look otherworldly and beautiful. It was the perfect setting to just talk about us, about what happened to us in the last 3,000 years. I laughed at the antics her brothers kept pulling, and I sympathized with her about Zeus' horrible reign and how she ended up taking over, at least for the sake of things being somewhat orderly. In turn, I told her about a few of my adventures, about the pain of constantly losing people I cared about. I let out my grievances at my binding to time and fate, which stopped me from experiencing even the illusion of free will for so long, that even when I ended up free after the loop was over, I felt lost. I told her about my anger at Rose, at her actions and her condemnation of me. I told her about how much Celine's betrayal hurt, and how it was easier to use my celestial side to function every day, just so I don't collapse in heartbreak the moment I think of my wife. I ranted about the fact that the cosmic entities that obviously knew about the threat that Entropy posed, just let it go for some reason. I didn't know if it was at death's prompting or not, but the result was the same. I was forced to fight against Entropy, a being far above me in power and experience, and yet no one seemed to care. There wasn't a single cosmic entity that hadn't failed me in a way. Even fate had misled me to believe that cosmic entities were unable to intervene in the universe while it's locked. By the end of our conversation, we had sat down in the sand watching the sun was rising. Hestia gave me a warm smile. It's time, I can feel it. I could feel my eyes fill up with tears as I understood what she meant. I will miss you, Hestia. She nodded, her eyes teary as well, and I will miss you as well. It was nice to get to know you once more, Medusa. And I could say the same to you. She was putting on a brave face, but I could tell that her heart was breaking. Medusa, before I go. Can I ask you something? I nodded and she continued, can I kiss you, one last time? I slowly leaned into her face and met her lips one last time. They were salty from the tears coming down her cheeks. As the kiss ended, we both looked at each other's eyes, not wanting to forget this magical moment. Hestia's brave face crumbled from the intensity of the emotions. I don't want to go. I lunged to comfort her into a hug, but slowly the woman started to slightly glow, and I could tell that Hestia was gone, leaving behind an unconscious mortal and me with a broken heart. I looked up to the rising sun and spoke up, goodbye, Hestia. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 330, The Fool and the General. May 17, 2013, Baxter Building, New York. Reed Richards POV. Reed Richards was a genius, that was a fact that no one could deny. People may hate him, call him an idealist, a naive man with delusions of grandeur, but no one would ever call him unintelligent. Even Victor Von Doom, his most hated enemy, would not deny his genius, and considering how arrogant that man was, it meant something when Reed was acknowledged by someone like him. He was so much above these people. They just felt slow, in a way, and thought linearly. And sometimes Reed pretended to just dumb himself down for the sake of others. It was a curse, being the smartest man around. Even Susan couldn't challenge him intellectually. Honestly, the only person that was able to do so even slightly was Victor. Perhaps that was the reason that Reed ignored all the warning signs he gave off, just for the sake of finding a true equal. And Victor came very close, and it was a shame that the guy decided to become a supervillain and take over an entire nation. Reed supposed that Stark was good enough, but he tended to waste his intelligence, at first with his ridiculous parties and weaponry, and then his whole charade as Iron Man and the Avengers. Honestly, Reed didn't care about any of that. He was a researcher first, not a fighter. Even though publishing even a fraction of his findings would spread chaos to the world, Reed loved research, discovering new theories and laws of the universe. He was an explorer, a scientist, first, and superhero second. Johnny always complained about the fact that they could be doing more than just waiting for Doom's inevitable attack plan to prove himself superior to Reed. That guy really had an ego. Or maybe it was revenge for the accident that gave them all powers. Speaking of powers, Reed had lied about his knowledge of them. He still had no idea how they gained their abilities, just a few theories without any proof. He still didn't even understand why the experiment failed in the first place. It should have worked, and to be completely frank, if his team hadn't gained any abilities from the accident, and made a name for themselves while dealing with Doom the first time, his career would have been over. The project itself was why he would never collaborate with the military again. Exploring his theorized negative zone. It existed, he knew it did, and his calculations were perfect. Even then, when he activated the portal for the first time, he saw it for a fraction of a second, an otherworldly environment filled with darkness and chaos. Silhouettes of barren, floating islands everywhere. Giant storms of energy reigned in the background, capable of destroying planets and stars alike. It should have been Reed's crowning achievement, and in the end, it was his greatest failure. He had even depolarized his molecules to not be torn apart by the antimatter. But even after all his precautions, a wave of energy was released and affected his entire team. He didn't know why, it was like there was an external barrier stopping him from entering the negative zone. It was driving him insane, and any other attempts at accessing it hadn't worked ever since. As for the wave of energy, it had done something, he just didn't know what. Their genetic structure had mutated somewhat, but only as a defense mechanism to survive the energy wave. Even then, it was identical for every one of them, and yet their powers were different. It was driving the genius insane with theories and impossibilities. Even years later, Reed could not let go of the negative zone, to the disapproval of Susan and the rest of his team. Yes, he was part of the Fantastic Four, but he was a scientist at heart. He didn't involve himself with the politics, especially with how messy they have been after the invasion. Speaking of the infamous invasion, Reed wished that they hadn't been in a conference out of the city when it happened. The Baxter building was attacked but the defenses held. After years of Doom going after them, adding a force field around the building became a necessity. Who would have thought that Doom's constant attacks would be good for something? How that man keeps making evil plans and keeps running an entire nation was baffling. Seriously, he was working on rebuilding Latveria for years. He should have been far too busy to keep harassing Reed. As for the alien tech, it took Reed a month or so to figure it out, outside the energy cells that is. It was surprisingly similar to Earth's technology, all things considered, just slightly more advanced. Honestly, Reed could have designed better weaponry in a slow weekend. It wasn't anything special. Even the physics necessary in making them were something he had discovered himself years ago. The existence of aliens wasn't really that surprising, all things considered. It took a special amount of arrogance for humanity to believe that they were alone in such a large universe. Still, Reed hadn't figured out how to reproduce the Chitauri energy core. Oh, he understood how it worked, he had the equations and everything. He simply needed to see how it could be manufactured, which was slightly more challenging than he thought. He's been trying to figure it out for a week or so, and he's been making progress, just not as much as he would have wanted. Honestly, Reed had wanted to figure out all the tech he could get his hands on, in the vain hope that one of them would have physical properties that might help him solve what happened with the negative zone. He was in the middle of his work when the alarm rang. Susan's voice entered. "Reed, Secretary Ross is here to meet you. He says it's urgent." "Send him in," Reed answered, as he set aside his experiment and walked out to the main lab. He tended to have a hidden lab for his private projects, with the main one serving more as an office than anything else. He's usually expected to meet people in his lab, and he didn't want them to see some of the stuff he's working on. However, what was curious was the fact that Thaddeus Ross was there to see him at all. The man was too rigid for Reed's taste, and when they worked together during the negative zone experiment, they got along like oil on water. The military had an interest in the experiment because of the potential resources that could be mined in the negative zone, as well as the potential of weaponizing antimatter. Soon after the accident, Ross went away to deal with some other mission that Reed honestly didn't care about. Although, he did know that the man had become the Secretary of State, a very powerful position in the United States government. He shouldn't have anything to do with Reed anymore. This impromptu visit was a surprise. As expected, the former general walked towards Reed with an impassive face. He sat down in front of the genius. "Dr. Richards, it's good to see you again." "And it's good to see you, Secretary Ross. But with all due respect, I don't understand why you're here," Reed answered. Ross smiled, "Still not one for small talk, are you?" "I like that. I'm a straight shooter too, so I won't beat around the bush. Your country needs your help, son." Reed raised an eyebrow. "Look, I'm just as patriotic as the next guy, but I'm a scientist, not a soldier." "No, you're exactly the kind of soldier we need. We don't need you to fight or even invent anything for us." "No, the problem is very difficult." "What do you know about the mutant issue, son?" "It deals with the place of mutants in our society. But I haven't heard anything about them for a while." Ross sighed. "That's the problem, and it's one that everyone had started to forget. We were naive about it, but mutants haven't disappeared or stopped being born. They have simply learned how to hide themselves better. We cannot allow them to reign unsupervised, especially with that kind of firepower in their hands." "You're talking as if they were weapons of mass destruction. Most of them are barely more powerful than a normal human." Ross gritted his teeth. "Do you know what just happened in Greenwich a week ago?" Reed thought back. He was busy all week trying to figure out the Chitauri energy cell, but he did hear Susan mention something about an alien invasion in England somewhere, which kind of ended in less than a minute. "You're talking about the small invasion?" Ross nodded. "Yes, on the 13th of May 2013, at around noon, a giant spaceship as tall as a skyscraper appeared out of nowhere, killing 26 British citizens and injuring 153 others. The ship was immediately destroyed by the combined efforts of Jean Grey, also known as the Phoenix, and Wanda Maximoff, also known as the Scarlet Witch, the daughter of the deceased mutant terrorist known as Magneto. The Elderman showed him security camera footage of the incident that had two women in action, one casually telekinetically stopping the giant spaceship that was almost as big as the Baxter Building, and the other one turning it into dust with all its probable passengers still inside. The scene was shocking, terrifying. No one is supposed to have that kind of power, and Reed could easily see why people would be nervous at people with such abilities. The genius muttered, "People are afraid." Ross nodded. "Yes, they are. We have ignored the mutant issue and its rise for so long. And for the first time, we have a solution. I don't see how you could solve something like this." Reed responded. The Secretary of State grinned. "It's not just the United States that's working on it, it's the entire UN. We're currently drafting a bill that would be signed internationally to regulate the enhanced population. This way, every person with superpowers, powerful or not, would need to register and be thoroughly tested the moment they develop their powers. This way, we will only need to survey the truly dangerous enhanced and leave the large part free of discrimination. Even then, the data will only be available to a new international task force that will deal with crimes committed by an enhanced, which we're hoping the Avengers would lead. We still haven't talked to them yet. This way, they'll have prime suspects in case something like this happens." Reed looked hesitant. "I don't know about this. The whole registration thing could cause a lot of complications." "Don't worry about that, no single government will have access to the data, only the UN will be able to access it. It's a good way to limit vigilantism, by having them join the task force, and make them official employees that are accountable for their actions instead of just reckless idiots with a sliver of power beating up criminals to a pulp. Still, the registration itself is dangerous." Ross let out a victorious grin, "Which is why we won't be in charge of it. We will leave it to the best hands available, your hands. You'll only need to report to the UN and no one else. You'll have a high level of autonomy." "But why me? Why not someone like Stark? He's charismatic enough to lead whatever it is you're doing." "Yes, but he has a murky past while yours is squeaky clean. We also want your team, your family, to be the representation of what we want to achieve, the pinnacle of the accords that we want everyone to follow." Reed gave him a questionable look. "What about the Avengers?" "It'll be up to you to recruit them, but if they refuse and use their powers in public, they will be treated like criminals and arrested. It's one of the biggest possible laws in the accords after all." "It seems a little extreme. Teenagers are usually the ones who end up becoming mutants." Ross visibly gritted his teeth. "Look, Richards, it's the best we could do. There's going to be amendments and modifications, the document is in its infancy. I'll be sending you a copy and you'll need to give me anything you don't like, but this is the UN, not some corrupt government. If they put something in, it's probably there for a reason. But don't ask for too much, because trust me, compared to some suggestions, this is far better for the whole enhanced population than what could have been chosen." Reed spoke to protest, but was interrupted. "Look, read the draft, let me know what you think and tell me if you accept or not." But be very careful, if you refuse this, the consequences on the enhanced population will be grave. It's not a threat, it's my prediction. You have 24 hours to give me an answer. Thank you for your time, Dr. Richards. The former general turned around and left Reed's lab, leaving a pensive and nervous genius behind. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 331, of Ploys and Schemes. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. She was putting on a brave face, but I could tell that her heart was breaking. Medusa, before I go, can I ask you something? I nodded and she continued, can I kiss you, one last time? I slowly leaned into her face and met her lips one last time. They were salty from the tears coming down her cheeks. As the kiss ended, we both looked into each other's eyes, not wanting to forget this magical moment. Hestia's brave face crumbled from the intensity of the emotions. I don't want to go. I lunged to comfort her with a hug, but slowly the woman started to slightly glow, and I could tell that Hestia was gone, leaving behind an unconscious mortal and me with a broken heart. I looked up to the rising sun and spoke up, goodbye, Hestia. It took a few days for me to get over my encounter with Hestia. It was just such a blast from the past, that it caught me off guard. I will admit that seeing her again, even if she was possessing a mortal, brought back a lot of old feelings. Honestly, while I treasured our time together, I always did my best to forget about Hestia. It wasn't out of malice, or anything. It was simply too painful to remember my first true love. Surprisingly, for all my stupidly long lifespan, I have only been in 2 romantic relationships. One ended up banished to another dimension, and the other betrayed me in a way that was truly unspeakable. Honestly, I would have preferred if Selene had killed me, or imprisoned me, but soul manipulation, on such a high level and with such drastic change, was simply abominable, and that's me talking. I have committed genocides, tortured countless beings, sunk islands, and destroyed civilizations. I have mind-controlled thousands of people and changed reality itself for my own purpose. Hell, to punish Merlin, I bound him and his soul into a dying body that cannot move, cursed to watch the world through a scrying mirror, for thousands of years, while constantly in pain and unable to move a single muscle, or cast a single spell to change the inevitable. It was a fitting punishment for someone with the gift of clairvoyance. Yet, for all the horrible things I have done, I never ever even thought about manipulating the soul of others and shaping their very existence, to what I desire. It was simply out of the question. Sure, I knew enough about soul magic. I had the soul stone in my possession for centuries, and I did experiment with it. But souls are elastic, in a way. They can be manipulated slightly, but not as drastically as mine has been. I was somewhat of a special case. Never has there ever been a partial ascension, blocked by a phoenix, of all things. It's always either you ascend as a higher being of energy, or you stay mortal. I was in this weird middle ground, which made my soul so vulnerable to speed my ascension along and modify my soul. But enough about Selene's betrayal and what has happened in the past. It was time to think about the future, and more specifically, the fact that I was completely stuck in this fight against Entropy. Whether I liked it or not, Death had me by the balls. I completely forgot about my deal with Death when she saved Atlantis and Olympus' involvement in the matter. Olympus was my final gem in this life. The remnants of a lost civilization that I saved personally. It was a testament to my defiance, and I wasn't willing to let it be destroyed. Still, there was a slightly positive note to my encounter with Death. I learned that the cosmic entity is invested in Entropy's defeat. No, that's not quite right. It's not just his defeat, because she could have handled the matter herself without any hassle. No, it had to be by my hand for some reason. Death needed me to kill Entropy. The fact that she quickly interfered when she learnt of my plan to join Hestia in Olympus was proof enough. She hadn't foreseen Hestia's offer for some reason, and she acted rashly and blackmailed me into staying here. That was a weakness I could exploit. According to Dream, my former patron had known that I would leave her, that I would resign to fate. Even when the universe's timeline was technically in flux and unstable, Death still managed to predict my actions somehow. It was troubling, but here laid a ray of sunshine. Whatever it was that made Hestia take Death off guard was the key to my freedom. I will need to investigate the incident and find a way to replicate the event. Not that it mattered anyway. Death's binding vow that she would let me go when Entropy is defeated was ironclad. And it's not like I could go back to Olympus, with the dimensional barriers reasserting themselves. But I could use it to force Death's hand somehow, make it deal with Entropy instead of me. Still, I can't plan anything without understanding whatever it was that took Death off guard like that. I knew for a fact that this whole mess was planned by Death in a way. Because why else would the living tribunal and the rest of the cosmic entities risk themselves fading away into the void, and not lift a finger or look worried while doing so? Death had gambled on me and convinced the living tribunal to leave the matter for me to handle, which in turn stopped the other entities from interfering. Why else would fate immediately help me in sending me to my universe, or at least send me to the closest universe with the exact woman that can send me home, in the exact situation where she would trust me after me saving her life? Why else would Dream send me one of his own champions on a silver platter just to help me defeat Entropy? The fact that I was a pawn in some cosmic chess game Death was playing was humbling. But that also meant that Entropy was also a pawn, and I didn't know if this made things better or worse. Nevertheless, until I had a proper plan, it was better to stick with the original plan to deal with Entropy. I cannot oppose Death without a trump card of some sort. So, setting my thoughts of cosmic chess games aside, I decided to plan out for the inevitable fight. With all cosmic entities refusing to give me any shred of help, I had to deal with it on my own, and things didn't look good for me. I have gained the Asgardians as my allies, who will be willing to fight to their deaths against Entropy, but they would be crushed in seconds against the man himself. The best they could offer is opposition against Thanos' armies when he inevitably comes to Earth. Even Thor, that I had such high hope in, would be crushed in seconds since he barely has a spark of the Odin force since the Allfather was still alive. Speaking of the Allfather, his coma was very troublesome. Should he wake, he would still be too injured to help me in any way. The Necro Sword's curse was very powerful, and even if I did my best to mitigate the damage, it was still too much for an old and weakened Odin. The best-case scenario would be for him to wake up and give control over the Odin force entirely to Thor, who would perform the same ritual as his father. This was the only way to gain a fighter that could even come close to lasting at least a minute against someone like Entropy. Yeah, the chances of that happening are extremely slim, and with Asgard just getting out of a war, I chose to let them enjoy their freedom as much as they could. Now, the good thing is the fact that I got a replacement for Odin in Loki. As the avatar of Dream, he could be very dangerous and very powerful. But training him will take some time, and the young god was still unconscious from using his cosmic powers to manipulate reality on his personal timeline, of all things. What he did was extremely dangerous and almost impossible if it wasn't for the chaotic energies created by the dimensional breach in the realm of the shadows. The natural laws were lax in a realm foreign to our universe, add to that the chaotic energies and a newly emerged avatar of a cosmic entity, and you get some kind of a miracle occurring. Training Loki will be a hassle, but at least the god was older than Jean Grey, and more experienced in manipulating his internal energy, meaning that it should take less effort to train him. The Asgard mess also ended with me getting custody of Hela, the supposed goddess of death. Her case was somewhat odd since she was supposed to help deal with the Asgardian souls after their death to stay local to the cycle of Ragnarok. But unfortunately, since Odin banished her and bound her power, she had no kingdom, and the dead stayed frozen waiting to reincarnate, or they went to Valhalla, which is a dream realm that acts more like a paradise for each soul. The people who did not end up in the vaunted halls of Valhalla were just frozen, as if they were asleep, without anyone looking after them, which was supposed to be Hela's responsibility. It's not like I would ask her to do that now. She could be a powerful ally, at least against Thanos, and I am not going to let her rot in an empty realm with the way things are going. The former crown princess of Asgard was powerful and had a lot of potential, especially when it came to shadow magic. It's sad that she barely scratched the surface of what she could do. She was so absorbed by Asgard's culture of honorable combat that she only learned how to conjure swords with a little darkness inside each one and banish them away. The idea that she could fight using magic must have seemed womanly to her, and Hela wanted to be known as a warrior, not a witch. I had to admit that Hela's story was a sad one. She was raised in the middle of a war and encouraged to fight as much as possible. And when her father suddenly shifted his priorities and changed after his ritual, she was lost. She tried to continue as if nothing happened, to make her father proud, but was beaten by me, and then imprisoned by her father. It was tragic, but so are half of the stories in the universe. She would have my sympathy, but nothing more. Still, the young Asgardian was still traumatized by Entropy's use of the Mind Stone. Being mind-controlled like that freaked her out, even if she was pretending that everything was fine. Even I was pretending that everything was fine, that Selene's betrayal didn't matter, that seeing Hestia again wasn't heartbreaking, and that figuring out that I was still under death's thumb after my little illusion of freedom was dispelled, didn't make me want to burn the world in anger. No, I compartmentalized everything and chose to channel my celestial side to be able to function without blowing something up. Speaking of Celestials, the news of their demise was a big blow to my plans. They were a long shot, but it was a promising one. Having the Celestials help me fight Entropy would have made things a lot simpler, and I didn't expect to be outsmarted like this. I, especially, didn't expect Entropy to find fucking Null's sword as well. Still, if he took the Celestials away from me, I would need to find something to replace them. Honestly, I only expected Erisham to involve himself, not the entirety of the council. As for his replacement, I had an idea who would fit this role. He wouldn't even come close to Erisham's power and skill, but he would be better than nothing. I would still need to track down this specific replacement, and to do that, I would need something connected to him, to track him properly. Genetic material would be better. My solution wasn't really pretty, but I stopped caring about things like propriety a long time ago. I called out to my new student, Hela, we're going on a small mission. The goddess of death ran up the stairs looking excited, really? What are we doing? Nothing strenuous, don't get your hopes up too much. Tell me, my dear, what is your opinion on grave robbing? Hela's excited smile turned into a gleeful one, who's the unlucky man? It's not a man, actually, it's a woman. Her name is Meredith Quill. I need to use her remains to track down her son, Peter Quill. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 332, of Deathly Graves. Chapter 332, of Deathly Graves. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. Still, if he took the Celestials away from me, I would need to find something to replace them. Honestly, I only expected Ereshkigal to involve himself, not the entirety of the council. As for his replacement, I had an idea who would fit this role. He wouldn't even come close to Eresham's power and skill, but he would be better than nothing. I would still need to track down this specific replacement, and to do that, I would need something connected to him, to track him properly. Genetic material would be better. My solution wasn't really pretty, but I stopped caring about things like propriety a long time ago. I called out to my new student, Hela, we're going on a small mission. The goddess of death ran up the stairs looking excited, really? What are we doing? Nothing strenuous, don't get your hopes up too much. Tell me, my dear, what is your opinion on grave robbing? Hela's excited smile turned into a gleeful one, who's the unlucky man? It's not a man, actually, it's a woman. Her name is Meredith Quill. I need to use her remains to track down her son, Peter Quill. Hela Odinsdottir POV. Hela Odinsdottir looked at her warden in confusion and slight fear. Oh, she had no illusions of the fact that she was anything more than the Morrigan's prisoner. The former crown princess of Asgard didn't know why she wasn't rotting in her prison cell on Asgard, but she was glad to at least experience this illusion of freedom as much as she could. Oh, for all of Hela's brashness in combat, she was still raised as a princess. She knew that the Morrigan didn't just free her from the goodness of her heart. She wanted something from Hela, and it was driving her insane to figure out what it was. Oh, she knew about the woman's decision of fighting one of the endless of all things, but Hela knew deep in her heart that she simply didn't have the raw power to fight something like that. She wouldn't contribute much against an enemy that's even stronger than the Morrigan, considering how easily she defeated her every time they fought. And the Morrigan knew that for a fact. She knew the extent of Hela's power. Whatever her warden had planned for her, it didn't involve fighting Entropy directly, of that, she was sure. Still, digging up a grave would be a fun experience. She thought that she had misheard the Morrigan at first, but at least it was outside the mansion, which was starting to stifle the goddess of death slightly. Don't get her wrong, it was far better than any cell on Asgard, but Hela had lived in Helheim for thousands of years, a desolate empty place, and she wanted to see as much as possible from the universe until her father inevitably woke up and banishes her back. So, yeah, Hela was very excited at the prospect of leaving the mansion, even if her warden would be with her. Speaking of the Morrigan, she waved her arms and created a portal and walked through it. The daughter of Odin followed swiftly. As soon as she stepped away, the portal closed behind her. It was almost midnight, and the only thing that illuminated the sky was the moon. Hela looked around and saw that they were in a farm somewhere. Hela was curious as to where they were. This wasn't exactly the place she expected to go grave digging, and so, simply followed after the Morrigan. The witch walked with purpose, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. The only other sounds are the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. The moon shines brightly, casting its eerie glow over the surroundings, illuminating the tall trees and sprawling fields that surround her. Hela's eyes are fixed on the distant silhouette of a small town. As they made their way to the town, Hela couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" "Missouri. It's a few states away from New York. Now, we're in a little town, where something incredible happened, not that anyone knows about it." "What was that?" Hela couldn't help but ask. The woman smiled. "A celestial came to this planet and impregnated a woman. In this little town, in the middle of nowhere, the first true celestial hybrid was naturally born. The Celestials themselves have been experimenting for billions of years trying to save their species, and yet one that they called broken and refused to associate themselves with ended up accidentally achieving their goal." The goddess of death was flabbergasted by what she had just learned. Celestials were legendary beings that brought as much destruction as they do creation. They liked to dub themselves as the keepers of balance, as the creators of life in the universe, and yet there are records of them destroying entire planetary systems on a whim. What was mostly known was the fact that they were not born, they either appeared or were designed by another one, and came to life in a ritual that involves the sacrifice of an entire world to be born. Hela didn't know the specifics, but the idea that one of them was able to reproduce with a human mortal was groundbreaking. And does the child have access to the Celestial's famed cosmic abilities? Yes, surprisingly enough. As far as I know, the Celestial had been able to have children all over the universe, but they didn't inherit any of his powers. I believe that humanity's flexible genetics are the only reason that it worked. Well, that's the first time she heard about it, flexible genetics. This world did not originally belong to humanity. It was the home of multiple gods and demons that ruled unopposed and enslaved humanity. They experimented on them, had children, and created hybrids just to see what happened. Humanity didn't just naturally evolve, it was prodded and manipulated, and over thousands of years, humanity instinctively learned to adapt to esoteric energies. Curiously enough, it was a half-god sorcerer called Agamotto that banished the gods away in what was probably the most impressive feat of magic in history. But humans were still modified, still different. It's why there are so many mages and mutants in this world compared to practically any other. A celestial-human hybrid could grow to adapt to the energies of celestials and learn to harness their powers. Again, Hela was surprised by the depth of the human race. Their history was richer than she thought. Even when she was younger, tales of elder gods and demons were considered barely more than myths and legends. While Hela did her best to digest the small lecture that the Morrigan had told her, the two women walked throughout the deserted town. It was too late for anything to be open. There was practically no other living being around. There wasn't a single noise outside of their steps. Finally, a few minutes later, they arrived in front of their destination, the town cemetery. As Hela entered the graveyard, she felt a strange sense of comfort wash over her. It was as if she had come home, to a place where she belonged. She walked among the headstones, reading the names and dates inscribed on each one. The moon cast a soft glow over the scene, making the shadows seem to dance among the graves. Hela felt at peace among the dead as if they were old friends who welcomed her presence. She strolled down the rows of headstones, feeling a sense of reverence for those who had gone before her. She followed the Morrigan until she stopped in front of the grave of Meredith Quill. It did mention that she had a son, which is probably the man the Morrigan wanted to find. Her headstone read, "May her music live on forever." An odd phrase, perhaps she was some sort of musician. Not that it mattered now, the woman was dead, and dead men told no tales. Her song has ended, as all songs inevitably do. For some reason, the Morrigan simply stood still, staring at the grave. It took a few minutes for Hela to have the courage to ask, "What are we waiting for?" "I am waiting for you to dig her grave," the woman simply answered. "How am I supposed to do that?" "You're the goddess of death, Hela. You need to realize what that means." Still confused, Hela asked, "Be that as it may, I cannot bring back the dead. And I'm not asking you to. But even as far as Asgardians go, you are special. Do you know what death is, really?" Robotically Hela answered, "Death is the opposite of life, the end of everything, of everyone." The Morrigan nodded, an apt definition, for someone who isn't actually connected to death in any way, that is. No, while death is known as the end of life, it is the end of everything. Anything that has a beginning has an end, whether it is an object or a person. So, with that said, how do you think you could dig up the grave? Hela still didn't understand, and her companion must have noticed this fact because she continued, "Fine, I can see how that might be confusing. You have spent your entire life using your powers by conjuring destructive blades, probably mimicking Null's famed necro sword. But you're more than that. The ground in front of us has existed at some point, it was born, and thus, it can die as well. Observe." Still confused by what she was talking about, the Morrigan waved her arms and a small black energy appeared from thin air, and slowly morphed into a ball. The ball, then, fell towards the ground, and a chunk of the ground was immediately turned into dust. It wasn't an explosion, the impact didn't make any sound, it just ceased to be. It died, and Hela finally knew what the Morrigan was getting at. The Morrigan gave her a smile, "You understand now, don't you?" Hela nodded, "How can I do that?" "I don't need to teach you, Hela, you already know how to do it. Remember your conjuration, how you mix them with your own magic. Now, instead of conjuring steel, just let your magic express itself, only summon the destruction, the death. Here, try it." Hela looked down and listened to the woman. She reached into herself as if she was summoning a sword, and yet didn't let it be projected, only her magic. And it worked like a charm. It was natural, and small black flames appeared on her arm. Instinctively, Hela pressed her arm to the ground, and in seconds, there was a hole that was meters deep, leaving a small casket completely intact. How had she never known about this? How had no one ever taught her that? It felt right, it felt like how she was supposed to use her magic. She understood now why it was so inefficient to use it in conjunction with her conjured blades. Well, it wasn't truly inefficient, considering how exhausted she felt after just removing a few meters of dirt, but it was something that could be trained. With a wave of her hand, the Morrigan opened the casket, and a small bone was summoned. Immediately after, the casket was closed and somehow the hole was filled with dirt as if Hela hadn't destroyed it moments earlier. The Morrigan used the bone as a conduit for some obscure spell, which involved a lot of floating runes that she didn't understand. The witch kept at it until she somehow transformed the bone into a metal sphere. There was some sort of glowing red arrow pointing outside the sphere, reminding her of a compass. The immortal witch then smiled. Well, this was a success. I believe we should depart to see our recruit soon. So, did you find out where he is? The Morrigan shrugged. I have no idea. He's not on the planet, that's for sure, and I'm not exactly confident about the names of the planets in the galaxy. You mean that he's not on Earth? Yes, but this little artifact could help me track him down anywhere in the universe. I have always been thinking about exploring the universe outside this planet, and I do have a spaceship that I appropriated that I wanted to take for a spin. What do you think, Hela? Are you up for a trip in the universe? Hela gave her a blinding smile. Perhaps, this wasn't exactly the informal prison that she imagined it was. She would trust the Morrigan for now, and if she ends up betraying her as well, at least she would have a few interesting adventures on the way back to her cell. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 333, Preparation of a Journey. Chapter 333, Preparation of a Journey. May 16, 2013, Missouri. Hela Odin's daughter POV. The immortal witch then smiled. Well, this was a success. I believe we should depart to see our recruit soon. So, did you find out where he is? The Morrigan shrugged. I have no idea. He's not on the planet, that's for sure, and I'm not exactly confident about the names of the planets in the galaxy. You mean that he's not on Earth? Yes, but this little artifact could help me track him down anywhere in the universe. I have always been thinking about exploring the universe outside this planet, and I do have a spaceship that I appropriated that I wanted to take for a spin. What do you think, Hela? Are you up for a trip in the universe? Hela gave her a blinding smile. Perhaps, this wasn't exactly the informal prison that she imagined it was. She would trust the Morrigan for now, and if she ends up betraying her as well, at least she would have a few interesting adventures on the way back to her cell. Jasmine Sayer POV. Our journey back to Sayer Manor was spent in silence. Hela was quickly losing whatever hostility she had towards me. Honestly, I had no idea what to really do with her. She wasn't really up to snuff to help in the fight with Entropy. At most, she could help fight Thanos, should he ever have access to any Infinity Stone. I will admit that the goddess of death was absurdly powerful compared to other Asgardians besides Thor, Odin, and Loki. Her magical education was practically non-existent, but what little she could use instinctively was mastered to the extreme. Honestly, conjuring weapons imbibed with raw corruptive energies of the dark element was very impressive. Especially considering the size of the conjurations she could make. When you think about it, it's technically like creating a magical artifact from scratch, only that they all have the same enchantment. But curiously enough, when I looked at her during our visit to the graveyard, I saw something that made me stiffen. Hela was marked by death. It wasn't anything compared to me, but it gave her authority over the souls of dead Asgardians, to act as her own representative when dealing with the Ragnarok cycle. While it did technically enhance her power, it wasn't anything impressive normally, but in the realm that she would choose as her own, that would handle the dead Asgardians, she would be omnipotent. Of course, the realm she chose had to have no living beings, except for her that is. But the goddess of death would technically have the power to defeat celestials and elder gods alike in her domain. Unfortunately, Hela never declared any domain, at least not officially. The souls of the Asgardians simply wandered around, waiting for the cycle to restart and for them to be reborn. Honestly, even during her banishment in Helheim, she could have declared the place to be her domain, and whatever influence Odin would have had over the realm would have been destroyed. Hell, she would have regained her powers, since it wouldn't make any sense for a realm to be hostile to its owner. The souls of the deceased Asgardians would have immediately been transported to her realm, and she wouldn't have lived for thousands of years alone in an empty world. And yet, because of a lack of education, and a lack of understanding, she didn't do it. She simply wallowed in eternal darkness, instead of creating whatever she wanted. She could have turned her prison into an eternal paradise, a utopian afterlife for all Asgardians. The potential Hela had in her own realm was immense, but that did not translate outside. As there's no need to mention that Hela would need centuries to build her power enough for it to make a tangible difference. Even then, this iteration of Hela was abnormally powerful. Her access to the Odin force had made her very powerful outside her realm, compared to her earlier iterations where she was a daughter of Loki. Oh, if I had started to teach her centuries ago, she would have been a force to be reckoned with. But that was not to be. As for now, I will do my best to build her powers until the fight against Entropy. At least, she would be able to assist against Thanos, but I can't see anything more than that. Still, I am going to take her along on the trip to find Peter Quill. Since Loki still hasn't woken up, I will need to leave him behind, and I do not wish to lose myself in my own mind. I guess I'm afraid. That is surprising, that someone that's barely human anymore can still feel something as fundamental as fear. I have been repressing my thoughts of Rose, Selene, and Hestia for so long, and I'm afraid that if I end up alone, I would be overwhelmed by the emotions that I have been trying to repress. I needed this trip, and I think that Hela does as well. I need to distract myself with something that I haven't done before. I have always dreamt of visiting the stars, even thousands of years back. I was constrained back then by the fact that I had no clue how the technology worked, and that my magic was only local to the planet, so any artifact would stop working in space, and run out of magic very quickly. Hela, I believe, just needs to start seeing new things as well. She was practically a prisoner for thousands of years, and this little trip, which shouldn't take too long, should help alleviate her restlessness. The trip should be a lengthy one, but accidents could technically happen, and I could be delayed by some event or another. So, I'll need to prepare for my departure. The moment we arrived home, I spoke up, Hela, I want you to get ready to leave. I have a few things to arrange, but it shouldn't take too long. We'll leave tonight. She nodded and ran to her room. As for me, I sent a telepathic message to Jean and Wanda, summoning them. I rarely use our link outside of necessity, so it didn't take more than half an hour for them to make a portal home. They looked disheveled and were still in their sleeping clothes. I stifled my laughter at the sight. Well, hello there, I spoke up cheerfully. What is it, Jasmine? Wanda growled back at me. I gave her a slight smile. I'm leaving, for a bit. It shouldn't take more than a few weeks, but it could take longer. Jean straightened up. Where are you going? I simply pointed up to the clear sky above me. The stars were shining, as was the full moon, and it took a few seconds for Wanda to realize what I was talking about. Space. You're going to space. I nodded. There's someone I need to meet. I already have a spaceship ready and the coordinates of my destination. I summoned you here because I wanted to go over a few things with you before I leave. How come we're not coming with you? Wanda protested. Because I need people to handle things on Earth. With Selene gone, you're the only two people that I fully trust to fulfill my responsibilities. The mood immediately dampened at the mention of Selene. She really was a lifesaver out here. It's so hurtful having someone that I fully trusted betray me like this. Honestly, previously, I could just leave at a moment's notice, and I would know that everything would be fine because of her. Losing this assurance created a slight unpredictability on the board that I really didn't need. Trying to ignore the pain of thinking about my banished wife, I choose to change the subject. Well, first of all, the basic things. The company is mostly run by Alfred, but he might need your assistance, so he'll contact you if something happens. Your other duties will currently involve taking care of Loki when he wakes up, but the biggest thing will be to monitor the coming UN accords regarding the regulation of enhanced individuals on Earth. Jean was flabbergasted. Wait, what? What UN accords are you talking about? Seriously, you of all people, the heirs to Genosha, don't know about it. It's a bill that politicians have been trying to set up ever since the reveal of mutants. They want more control over people with superpowers, and the whole mess in Greenwich gave them all of the justification they needed. They're going very hard at controlling the superhuman population, and a few things were seriously against basic human rights. I warned Stark about them many times, but I'm not seeing him getting involved at all. So, I'm doing my best to monitor the situation and make sure things don't go too far. Jean questioned, what do you mean by too far? I shrugged. With the way things are going, a civil war in the superhuman community is inevitable. A few will be convinced to sign up by their governments, and more will protest the accords. My goal here is to prevent the enhanced community from being fractured. That will be your mission. You can do whatever you really want, but I would suggest either making an example out of the enhanced that is in the politicians' pockets or finding a way to find influence to make the accords not be this outrageous. Wanda looked thunderous though. You knew about this and told no one. I tilted my head in confusion. I knew that it was being drafted in secret and that it was secretly supported by practically every nation in the world. I couldn't just kill all of the representatives or brainwash thousands of people from across the globe without being suspicious. I could have easily triggered World War III, and I'm not joking here. I needed the draft to be publicized and planned to oppose it using the public's opinion, which is what politicians fear the most. The fact that I am passing on something of this importance to you during my absence shows how much I am trusting you. As long as the planet is not at war, and the superhuman community is not divided, then you're more than welcome to do what you want. The two girls have grown paler the more I spoke. They didn't realize how delicate the mission I am leaving them with is. But they're ready for something like this. They have been for a while. It's why I sent them to Genosha in the first place. Wanda was the one to speak up this time. Are you abandoning us? I gaped at her question. Of course, I'm not. My daughter didn't seem to believe me. So, you're telling me that after the first time we have a serious fight, over what happened with Rose, you're telling me that killed me and that you're not running away. I sighed back. Of course, I'm running away, Wanda. I need to take a breather, and this trip provides it. I need some time to think properly. A lot has happened very quickly in the last couple of months, and I was so busy with the Asgard mess that I never dealt with it properly. This has nothing to do with you, Wanda, and everything to do with the fact that I need some time to myself without worrying about some crisis after another. Before Wanda could respond, Hela came down the stairs. Lady Morrigan, I'm ready when you are. All right, Hela, go to the garden, I'll be right with you. My daughter looked at me with her eyebrows raised. Who are you replacing with your new addition, Rose or Celine? I glared at Wanda. Do you really have no respect for me whatsoever, Wanda? I know you're angry about what happened with Rose, but I'm not shallow enough to replace my sister or my wife with someone I just met. The fact that you are insinuating something like that is very hurtful. Wanda looked down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I nodded. Good. I know that you have complicated feelings about what happened, and how much I have changed, but I am still your mother, and I love you. I just need this trip to clear my head. And I did always dream about going to space. The two girls snorted in amusement. My daughter gave me a warm smile. I will miss you, Mom. My eyes moistened when she called me her mother, but I steeled myself. I will miss you too, Wanda. I am trusting you both with the safety of this planet. I have faith that you'll do a good job. Goodbye, Wanda, Jean. I walked away and went to join Hela in the garden, still overwhelmed by the simple act of Wanda calling me her mother once more. It appears that I haven't lost my daughter. That was a good feeling. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 334, Infinity and Beyond. Chapter 334, Infinity and Beyond. May 16, 2013, Sayre Manor. Jasmine Sayre POV. I nodded. Good. I know that you have complicated feelings about what happened, and how much I have changed, but I am still your mother, and I love you. I just need this trip to clear my head. And I did always dream about going to space. The two girls snorted in amusement. My daughter gave me a warm smile. I will miss you, Mom. My eyes moistened when she called me her mother, but I steeled myself. I will miss you too, Wanda. I am trusting you both with the safety of this planet. I have faith that you'll do a good job. Goodbye, Wanda, Jean. I walked away and went to join Hela in the garden, still overwhelmed by the simple act of Wanda calling me her mother once more. It appears that I haven't lost my daughter. That was a good feeling. When we were finally in the garden alone, Hela asked me, well, where's the famous spaceship of yours? I raised an eyebrow and gave her a small grin. I didn't respond verbally and instead just snapped my fingers. Right next to me, the floor split in half and started to fold up. Slowly a platform rose as well with Ego's famed spaceship sitting on top of it. I have to say, for all of the Celestial's madness and obsession with a galaxy-wide genocide for no apparent reason, he had a good sense of style. The ship has a smooth, curved design with a white and gold color scheme. It looked more like a high-tech giant egg than an actual spaceship, but somehow it seemed to work. I had fished the ship from where it was hidden after I had defeated its creator. The guy actually left it in the middle of the desert in Texas but had activated its cloaking capabilities. It took me a few hours to find the damn thing. Even then, I didn't even try to open it, and just sent it through a portal to Sayre Manor. Still, it had been worth it to find a method of space travel right on my doorstep, and after millions of years of life, I was sure that whatever Ego had built would surely be a veritable marvel of technology, especially with the instinct towards technology that being a Celestial provides. By channeling a small amount of cosmic energy, the door opened up, allowing us to enter the spacecraft. The interior was lined with smooth, gleaming surfaces, which reflected the warm light from the glowing panels overhead. The ship's design was sleek and modern, with very few physical buttons and controls considering that it was a spacecraft of all things. The two of us walked down the long, curved corridor that led to the ship's central chamber. I stifled a smirk as I noticed. Hela's eyes widened in amazement. Impressive, isn't it? I remarked. The goddess of death was too distracted by the intricate designs and symbols on the walls of the ship. She was probably feeling the raw cosmic energy that is used to power the ship. The glow pulsated, almost like a heartbeat, which made the ship feel like it was alive in a way. When we finally reached the central chamber, Hela couldn't help but release a gasp, and I couldn't really blame her. The chamber was a massive, open space, with a high ceiling and walls that curved away into the distance. In the center of the room was a massive, glowing structure, which seemed to be the source of the ship's power. I could hear Hela mutter to herself, "This is amazing." I grinned and responded, "Yes, that it is." "Who built this masterpiece?" I shrugged. "The father of the men we're looking for." Let's just say that he was a very disturbed individual and I ended up disposing of him. He came to Earth on this ship, and I thought that it would be a shame to let it wither and ruin. Hela burst into laughter. I didn't know that you were a thief as well as a murderer. I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. It's not my fault the man was trying to kill me for no apparent reason. I didn't care about her calling me a murderer, not really. I was a murderer, and I accepted that fact thousands of years ago after my first genocide. I was the ultimate murderer, Death's Hunter. No matter what Hela would have done, I have performed deeds that were 100 times worse, and I was not ashamed of it. I stand by my actions, even if I was ordered to do so. I did not relish in the endless slaughter and constant deaths, but my hands still have done the deed. I have still killed them all. Hela broke my train of thought by speaking up. So, how does this thing work? I raised an eyebrow and extended my sense. The technopathy that I gained when I ascended into a pseudo-celestial was very useful in this situation. I tried to communicate with the machine and marveled at the response I got. This was pure celestial technology that worked solely on cosmic energy. It was probably more limited than anything Erisham would have built, but it was more advanced than anything built with mortal hands. I understood why there weren't any buttons or navigation equipment. The entire ship was telepathic. Yes, the ship listened to telepathic commands and had a supercomputer that interprets the commands and executes them. It was such a foreign idea, to have a machine understand telepathic messages. Because human thoughts were complicated, varied, and too chaotic to be put into words. Honestly, when people say that the English language is limited, they were not kidding. Thoughts were more than just intent, it was an intent with so many nuances, emotions, feelings, and so much more. There is a reason why artists that put their thoughts and emotions into paper format are called geniuses. It was a very impressive achievement to accurately portray a single thought or feeling in words. For a computer, a non-sentient machine, to be able to somehow interpret the complex commands of the human mind was far more advanced than anything humans would build in the next million years at least. And yet, the ship was listening to me. It closed the doors of the ship, activated the cloaking shield and started flying away until we were firmly outside of the planet's orbit. The damn thing was fast as well. We were further than the International Space Station in a few minutes. I gave Hela a smug grin. You were saying. You didn't even push a single button, she protested. I don't need to. That's how good I am. I ignored her spluttering, and with a mental command, I turned the walls of the ship transparent. I could see countless stars better than any other human had ever seen with the naked eye, and yet, my eyes were fixed on the brilliant blue and green sphere that hung in the darkness below me. It was hard to believe that this was my home, this tiny dot in an infinite universe. I have fought for thousands of years to protect this little dot, this little sphere. And for the first time, I started to wonder about the futility of it all. Earth was so tiny compared to the universe. Do my actions even matter in the grand scheme of things? I never left the small rock that I call home and explored the universe. The idea that I might not be able to use magic frightened me. I would be weaker, and more vulnerable, and I resented that. From up here, all the petty squabbles and problems of humanity seemed so small and insignificant. The Earth looked so small, so fragile, and it made me wonder how such a small planet could be so divided. Hela didn't seem to share my fascination with the view, so, where are we going? We're about to find out. I waved my hand and the sphere I created with Meredith Quill's bones appeared from thin air. I sent a mental command to the ship and a small podium grew from the ground, letting me put the tracking sphere inside. I explained how the tracking device worked and the ship immediately understood and started to move away as quickly as possible away from the planet. What's it doing? Hela protested. The ship is trying to get as many readings as possible to triangulate the signal, I responded. By the time the ship had finished, we had left the solar system entirely. It barely took half an hour for that to happen. The ship then created a holographic map of the galaxy with the location of my target. Unfortunately, it would take years for the ship to get there through normal space flight, which is why we were going to use jump points to get there. It was a network of portals created and managed by the Shi'ar Empire all over the galaxy. Well, it was mostly to rule over their own empire, but after a peace treaty with the Kree and Nova Corps thousands of years ago, it became a galaxy-wide thing. Their jump points are also one of the biggest reasons Earth was such a hot commodity. Its closest jump point was more of a knot in the network, allowing access to a large number of locations. As for our trip, it was 79 jump points away, which while a little over the recommended number for the average mortal, Hela and I were not mortals. Which made things a lot easier, since we could just handle it. I gave Hela a challenging smirk. Well, this trip will probably be a bumpy one, think you can handle it? She glared at me at the idea of doubting her. Of course, I can. I nodded and sat down on the sofa. A belt materialized itself around my torso and chest, locking me into place. Hela followed my lead and sat down on the opposite sofa. Feeling a bit cheeky at the idea of space travel, I asked the ship to let me start the journey by creating a lever to pull. Hela raised an eyebrow and I just shrugged unabashed. I always wanted to do this. Do what, exactly? I smiled widely and bellowed, Allons why, as I pushed down the lever. Immediately, the ship roared to life and accelerated to the nearest jump point. A hexagon made out of energy appeared, and the portal opened up. As we entered the jump point, I was immediately struck by the kaleidoscope of colors that surrounded us. The walls of the ship seemed to shimmer and pulse with the energy of the wormhole, creating an otherworldly light show that was both mesmerizing and disorienting. The feeling of being inside a jump point was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was like being in the heart of a star, surrounded by some sort of pulsing energy that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel the G-forces pushing against me as the ship hurtled through the wormhole, and I had no idea how a normal spaceship could hold up against something like this. The feeling kept repeating again and again, through one portal after another, until we came out of the last one. The ship then flew towards our destination. We were probably half a galaxy away from Earth and I had never felt more alive. When we finally stopped, we were met with a massive spherical structure floating in space. I asked the computer what it was telepathically and was immediately met with a hologram showing the details of this structure. It was known as Klein, one of the largest and more secure prisons in the Nova Empire. It had a reputation of being inescapable. Hela was reading the text from behind my shoulder and asked, "Now, what?" I grinned at her. "Now, we plan a prison break, my dear. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 335, Prison Break. Chapter 335, Prison Break. May 16, 2013, Klein Maximum Security Prison, Nova Empire. Jasmine Sayer POV. The feeling of being inside a jump point was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was like being in the heart of a star, surrounded by some kind of pulsing energy that threatened to swallow us whole. I could feel the G-forces pushing against me as the ship hurtled through the wormhole, and I had no idea how a normal spaceship could hold up against something like this. The feeling kept repeating again and again, through one portal after another, until we came out of the last one. The ship then flew towards our destination. We were probably half a galaxy away from Earth and I had never felt more alive. When we finally stopped, we were met with a massive spherical structure floating in space. I asked the computer what it was telepathically and was immediately met with a hologram showing the details of this structure. It was known as Klein, one of the largest and most secure prisons in the Nova Empire. It had a reputation of being inescapable. Hela was reading the text from behind my shoulder and asked, "Now, what?" I grinned at her. "Now, we plan a prison break, my dear." "I don't like this," Hela complained. She wasn't exactly wrong. We were both wearing orange jumpsuits, having infiltrated one of the prisoner shipments. I decided against being obvious while breaking into the prison in case it bit me in the ass later on. There's no need to cause a war between Asgard and the Nova Empire, or even worse, Earth and the Nova Empire. I chose to infiltrate the prison as a convict and not a guard because I needed Quill to trust me, and that was easier as a fellow convict. I used my technopathy to alter the prisoner logs to include 2 fake identities, for both Hela and me, and altered the guards' and prisoners' memories as if we were always there. All things considered, for all Klein is the pride of the Nova Empire's prisons, and it was disturbingly easy to break into it. I shrugged at my new student. "I know that you don't like the fact that we're technically in prison considering your history, but it's only for a little while, until we grab Quill and leave." The goddess of death shook her head. "It's not that. It's just humiliating to even pretend that these things could hold me." She pulled up her shackles, which seemed to be made of standard steel. "You know that if I had said that we were enhanced in our files, they would have chosen better cuffs," I answered dryly. "Still, there's a principle involved," she protested. I raised an eyebrow. "Are you telling me that you want to be restrained with better cuffs?" Hela looked down and muttered, "You don't get it." I simply shrugged because she wasn't wrong. I didn't get why that woman would ever want to have better restraints. It must be an Asgardian thing, something to do with honor, I guessed. The guards had strip-searched us before giving us our prison uniforms. I decided to just hypnotize them and let me and Hela through normally. I was all for playing the part of a criminal, but I had my dignity. It didn't take long for us to finally be led to our cells. I will admit that if someone didn't have powers, escaping this prison would be slightly challenging. Sure, there were gaps in security, and the guards weren't the brightest bunch, but the flying artillery going everywhere was somewhat effective in preventing a prisoner uprising. The system was technically very secure, but like most secure systems, the main weakness had to be the one operating the system. And damn, those guards were glaring vulnerabilities. Honestly, breaking out of this prison wouldn't be a big deal. But I wasn't here for a trip and mostly came here to find Peter Quill. As for our prison tour, the guards kept telling us the basic rules: where to get food, where to shower, and practically everything we needed to live in this place. The good thing was the fact that the guards didn't involve themselves too much in the inmates' daily lives. The guards were practically only involved in case something drastic happened, or a prisoner tried to escape. Practically everything the inmate needed was automated, and the robots involved in intimidating the inmates into submission. Unfortunately, they didn't give a shit about the actual lives of the prisoners. Deaths were fairly common in Klein, especially at the hands of other inmates. From the sound of it, the prison was practically a small society of prisoners with social classes, probably depending on their physical strength. Finally, we were left to the common room where the other inmates stayed, and the guards left us to the inmate initiation. The moment the guards left the room, a hulking alien with blue skin walked up to me and Hela. "Check out the new meat, and pretty ones too. I'm gonna slather you up in Gunavian jelly, and go to town." I just raised an eyebrow and motioned Hela to shut the bastard up. The savage that she is, kicked the alien in the balls and punched him in the face. I then grabbed the kneeling groaning alien's face and stared at him in the eyes. "Let me make something clear. If anyone so much as touches me and the woman with me, I will rip out their balls and feed it to them. And that's me being merciful. Do we have an understanding, worm?" I didn't even raise my voice, and yet the alien's blue skin started getting paler and paler the more I talked until it was barely blue at all. The man nodded fervently as if his life depended on it, and it wasn't really wrong. I kept holding his face until I felt satisfied that I intimidated enough people around me so that they wouldn't even try to mess with me. Not that it would matter, really, but it would be troublesome to deal with horny prisoners all day. I let the man go and he fell to the ground, passed out in fear. I heard one of the prisoners yell out, "Who are you?" "I only tell my name to dead men." "With that said, are you sure you want to know?" I answered with a monotone voice. I heard a collective gulp from the inmates, and I nodded to myself, turned, and walked away. "I didn't know you were this terrifying," Hela spoke up with an admiring tone. I shrugged. "You just got this, even after I kicked your ass so many times." The goddess of death grumbled and looked down at her feet. I have to say that I didn't expect Hela to act like this anytime soon. Oh, she still had her little temper tantrums and was a bit of a psychopath, but once she got used to me, she started acting slightly less formal. She had a wicked tongue but was also very prideful. Poking at her pride was an easy way to get a rise out of her. But she learned better than trying to do something like that with me. Hela, Odin's daughter, was a damaged girl that lived in complete isolation for thousands of years after being betrayed by her father, and I was happy to see her getting better. Having embarrassed Hela slightly, I found a small empty corner in the courtyard and motioned my new student to come with me there. As we sat down, Hela asked, "So, which one of them is your target?" I have to say that I didn't expect whoever you're looking for to be in a place like this. I shrugged. There are traces of cosmic energy everywhere, but it's an ambient thing. Quill must have not unlocked his cosmic powers just yet, meaning that our search is a lot less dangerous than it could have been. That's good to hear, but are you seriously going to recruit a criminal? He could be a mass murderer or something worse. I raised an eyebrow. You personally massacred the entire forces of the Valkyries and still want to judge someone for being a mass murderer. Hela blushed and tried to justify herself, but I interrupted her. "Look, Hela, I know I don't look it, but I'm in a very hard place right now. If he's some scum, I will leave him be. But as long as he's not a complete monster, I can keep an eye on him and set him straight. I've always known that this was shot in the dark in the first place. I just needed a break and took this small mission to change my environment, so to speak." The goddess of death sighed in exasperation. "Well, where are we going to find our young degenerate?" "Well, we have to be smart about it. We can't tell anyone of our purpose. I'll scan the inmates' minds to find out what he looks like, and who he hangs out with. We'll then observe him to see if he's a monster before doing a deep mind dive to see his memories. After that, after he's passed our tests, we'll make our proposal." For some reason, while I was talking, Hela seemed to start snickering. I gave her a confused look and she pointed behind me. Inside was a man in his late 20s with brown hair and a somewhat strong build. He was looking at me with a small smirk on his face. "Well, hello there, good looking. My name's Peter Quill, but I am mostly known as Star-Lord. Or the dude could just come up to me to flirt." I gave him an unimpressed look. "And my name is none of your business." "Oh, come on, don't be so cold. In this place, you'll need all the friends you could have. And honestly, you two are two of the most attractive women in this prison, and no matter how strong you are, you can't fight all the prisoners here. Even Gamera can't, and she's very good. She's very lucky Drax wants to use her as bait against Ronan." Hela tilted her head. "Ronan?" I shrugged. "He's some Kree warlord that tried to come to Earth a few decades ago. Carol Danvers, a good friend of mine, destroyed his fleet in minutes and he ended up running away. Not that interesting of a guy, to be honest." Hela nodded, disappointed. However, I had Quill's attention. "Wait, Earth? You're from Terra?" I shrugged. "Yeah, I'm from London, but I live in New York right now." "Seriously?" "I haven't been there in ages, ever since I was a kid really. I'm from Missouri, by the way." "When did Terra start having space capabilities?" They still don't, not really. Oh, they could make something. I could see Tony Stark or Reed Richards building a space fleet, but the planet's too divided for it to remain peaceful. Although, the general populace does know that aliens are real, especially after the Chitauri invasion about a year ago. Peter was pale in shock. Thanos invaded Terra. I shook my head. No, he was repelled. I was actually part of the team that repelled the Chitauri. Neither Thanos nor his children were part of the battle, and it was mainly confined to a single city, so there weren't that many casualties. And how did you end up space traveling, by the way? A psychopathic alien came to Earth with his ship and tried to destroy the world or something. I ended up killing him and took the ship for myself. So, I decided to travel the galaxy for a bit. The half-celestial burst into laughter. Well, as a Ravager, I do approve. But how did you end up in here? The Nova Corps are assholes, that's all I'm saying. From the loud laughter that Quill released, I knew that I said the right thing. Things were going well. Quill didn't seem to be a psychopath in hiding, just some wannabe rogue that fancies himself to be a captain. Once I get to know him a little better, I was going to recruit him. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice. Quill, what are you laughing at? I turned towards the noise to find a small walking raccoon next to what appeared to be a Mantri hybrid of sorts. Hela looked at me, confused, and spoke up. I never met a talking rodent before. Well, shit. And everything was going so well. It's my fault for jinxing it. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 336, Meeting the Guardians. Chapter 336, Meeting the Guardians. May 16, 2013, Klein Maximum Security Prison, Nova Empire. Jasmine Sayer POV. A psychopathic alien came to Earth with his ship and tried to destroy the world or something. I ended up killing him and took the ship for myself. So, I decided to travel the galaxy for a bit. The half-celestial burst into laughter. Well, as a Ravager, I do approve. But how did you end up in here? The Nova Corps are assholes, that's all I'm saying. From the loud laughter that Quill released, I knew that I said the right thing. Things were going well. Quill didn't seem to be a psychopath in hiding, just some wannabe rogue that fancies himself to be a captain. Once I get to know him a little better, I was going to recruit him. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud voice. Quill, what are you laughing at? I turned towards the noise to find a small walking raccoon next to what appeared to be a Mantri hybrid of sorts. Hela looked at me, confused, and spoke up. I never met a talking rodent before. Well, shit. And everything was going so well. It's my fault for jinxing it. As expected, said rodent didn't like being insulted by Hela, and practically leapt into the air to beat her up. The idea that a genetically and mechanically modified raccoon could hurt the Asgardian goddess of death was amusing. Unfortunately, Hela tended to be ruthless whenever she was attacked, so I decided to grab the raccoon by his clothes in midair. The scene was comical as the speaking animal tried to fight my grip and kept slashing his claws towards the grinning Hela. I raised an eyebrow and turned towards my student. Did you have to insult him? Come on, how was I supposed to know that he would take it so seriously? I was just surprised that he could even speak. Then you have no problem apologizing, do you? I insisted. Hela rolled her eyes and looked at the struggling talking animal trying to leap at her. I meant no offense with my comment, and I apologize for my unthoughtful words. The raccoon stopped glaring at Hela and nodded. Just don't do it again. Well, that's one disaster averted at least. I almost forgot that Hela was raised as a princess and knew how to apologize properly. I let go of the talking raccoon, who landed on his feet. Quill gave me a sheepish look. He's a little sensitive about the animal thing. I shrugged. He really needs to grow a thicker skin if one comment can make him lose all rationality like this. He's right here, you know. And his name is Rocket, infamous bounty hunter. The now named Rocket interjected. I am Groot, the talking tree spoke up. And yet that wasn't all that was said. It was some sort of psychic message that was very complex, with the general concept of a greeting. It was a beautiful language that was far more complex than anything ever created on Earth. It was the closest thing I ever heard that even resembles a manifestation of thought. The more psychic sensitive a person is, the better they understand it. Rocket seemed to have developed an understanding of the language after so long. I smiled at him, and answered, I am Groot. I was greeting him back, telling him that it was an honor to meet him. The tree's eyes widened, and he let out a huge grin. I am Groot. He was very happy to see someone understand his language. Before I could continue our conversation, the talking raccoon interrupted me. Wait, you speak Groot? I shrugged. I have a talent for languages, and I have seen some with similar methods of communication. It's a beautiful language. Hela interjected. What's the big deal? A language is a language. I snorted, you're an Asgardian and use the all-speak. It's not really fair. Plus, you lose a lot of the message by cutting corners like you are. I am Groot, Groot affirmed. He was right of course, the all-speak could never translate something this complex without losing a lot of it. Wait a minute, Quill interjected, that's an actual language. I thought he could only say 3 words. A lot can be conveyed with only 3 words, Peter Quill, I answered. Rocket burst into laughter, I like them. Let's take them with us when we escape from this place. The human hybrid gave the raccoon an incredulous look, seriously, you're just going to give them our share of the loot just like that? Hey, the raccoon protested, I said nothing about the loot. We're just going to get them out and leave them there. We can trust them, Groot likes them and he's never wrong about these things. I spoke up, look, after we're out of there, we're going back to Terra, and your credits are useless there. We're both very well off and we really don't need anything from you. Rocket gave Quill a smug look, see, they're not interested in the orb, and we can use the extra manpower to get out of here. Immediately, a green-skinned woman sat across from us, who are these women, Quill? I actually don't know their names. But they're from Terra just like me, and Rocket invited them to escape this place with us, Gamera. Quill responded. She gave me a suspicious look and I grinned at her. Quill gave me a warning look, don't let her pretty face fool you, she's a child of Thanos. She killed more people than you can count. I raised an eyebrow, really? The Mad Titan. He's allying himself with an enemy of mine, which makes him my enemy. Honestly, I can't imagine being raised by someone like him. I presume that your childhood was not a happy one. Gamera's eyes widened as I spoke, no, it was not. I grinned at her, so, tell me, gentlemen. How are we going to leave this place? Rocket grinned, I have a plan. We all turned towards the raccoon, don't look so surprised. I personally escaped from 22 prisons before here. It will be a little harder, but still doable. Hela gave me a meaningful look and whispered to me, are you seriously going to listen to him? I shrugged and whispered back to her, hey, if things get out of hand, I'll handle it. As for now, I'm curious as to what Rocket was planning. Our conspirators didn't seem to notice our conversation because Rocket continued, if we're gonna get out of here, we're gonna need to get into that watchtower. Rocket pointed at the control tower in the middle of the courtyard. And to do that, I'm gonna need a few things. The guards wear security bands to control their ins and outs. I need one. Gamera answered, leave it to me. Rocket nodded, accepting her decision. He then looked around and saw a man with a prosthetic leg, that dude, there. I need his prosthetic leg. I almost snorted in amusement. I could tell that the raccoon was lying and didn't need the leg for anything, but I will let him do what he wants for now. Quill, though, was completely confused, his leg. The talking raccoon nodded, yeah. God knows I don't need the rest of him. Look at him, he's useless. All right, Peter answered, I'll handle the leg. Rocket nodded, pleased with himself, finally, I need a Cornix battery. Dude, we're in a prison, Quill protested. I'm not an idiot, Quill, Rocket protested, there's one behind the black panel underneath the watchtower. Gamera gave the raccoon an incredulous look, and how are we supposed to get it, exactly? It's in the middle of the prison, 20 foot up, in an area that's completely monitored. The raccoon glared at her, look, I got one plan, and that plan requires a fricking Cornix battery, so figure it out. Can I get back to it? Thanks. I spoke up this time, I can handle the battery if that's the problem. Rocket visibly sagged in relief, good, now, this is important. Once the battery is removed, everything is gonna slam into emergency mode. Once we have it, we gotta move quickly, so you definitely need to get that last. Hela hit me in the shoulders and pointed at Groot who was currently removing the said battery from the panel in the middle of the courtyard, Rocket. The raccoon's eyes widened when he realized what his partner was doing, Groot, don't do it, you. Just as he said it, Groot removed the battery from the panel and the alarm started to blare. Rocket groaned and murmured to himself, or we could get it first and improvise. Gamera stood up, I'll get the armband. And I'll get the leg, Quill answered. Rocket leapt towards Groot who was being attacked by security robots, and I still sat at our table with Hela next to me. I raised an eyebrow, are you sure you don't want to join the fighting? She shrugged, it wouldn't be much of a challenge. I nodded and the both of us simply sat down and continued our conversation. I opened my personal dimension and got a thermos filled with tea. I then conjured a tea set and started sipping my tea, watching the prisoners revolt. Hela shook her head at my antics and watched as Groot and Rocket fought the robots, and the foolish guards that can barely handle a gun, they're very untrained, she remarked. I shrugged, they're prison guards, not warriors. They mostly rely on the robots to keep things in order. Still, their lack of skill is shameful, she protested. She had a point, especially since this is a maximum security facility. The guards should be at least as skilled as the average inmate in case of a prisoner uprising. Which is why they were getting destroyed by a tree and a talking raccoon of all things. Hela remarked, they seemed very eager to leave. I snorted, everyone in prison is eager to leave. But no, from what I saw in their minds, they're being hunted down by Ronan because of that orb. There's a good possibility that he would personally come here and they're terrified of him. The Kree warlord you spoke of? I answered while nodding, yes. He's not that big of a deal. Carol Danvers, a warrior from Earth with powers, destroyed an entire fleet of his when he tried to invade Midgard. You can easily handle him, but these mortals just can't. Plus, he's got a large fleet following him, apparently. Although Thanos' involvement with him is curious. He's an enemy, right? Yes, Entropy's tool. He's one of the ones that he chose to collect the Infinity Stones for him. I responded. And the orb? I grinned, it's an Infinity Stone. Whoever designed the mechanism was very good at concealing what it was, but I can sense it without much trouble when I'm this close. I am rather curious how they achieved this, to be honest. Hela looked at me disbelievingly, they're just leaving an Infinity Stone unattended in a place like this. And the idiots want to sell it. A fucking Infinity Stone, of all things. They have no idea what it is. As far as they're concerned, it's just an orb that's worth a lot of money. They don't know that this thing can blow up an entire planet by accident. I drawled back. So, they're idiots. They're ignorant, there's a difference. Although this trip does bode well for us. We could get an Infinity Stone out of it, which would make us have the same number as Entropy. I looked around and saw Gamera give Rocket a control band. The raccoon smiled and yelled out, move to the watchtower. Well, they seem to have finished their mission, let's follow them, shall we? I told my student. Hela grumbled as we walked towards the top of the watchtower. Yes, this was far better than staying on Earth. I have to say that space is more exciting than I thought it would be. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 337, Escaping Prison. Chapter 337, Escaping Prison. May 16, 2013, Klein Maximum Security Prison, Nova Empire. Jasmine Sayer POV. Hela looked at me disbelievingly, they're just leaving an Infinity Stone unattended in a place like this. And the idiots want to sell it. A fucking Infinity Stone, of all things. They have no idea what it is. As far as they're concerned, it's just an orb that's worth a lot of money. They don't know that this thing can blow up an entire planet by accident. I drawled back. So, they're idiots. They're ignorant, there's a difference. Although this trip does bode well for us. We could get an Infinity Stone out of it, which would make us have the same number as Entropy. I looked around and saw Gamera give Rocket a control band. The raccoon smiled and yelled out, move to the watchtower. Well, they seem to have finished their mission, let's follow them, shall we? I told my student. Hela grumbled as we walked towards the top of the watchtower. Yes, this was far better than staying on Earth. I have to say that space is more exciting than I thought it would be. We silently followed the gang to the watchtower and watched as Quill knocked out the guard with the prosthetic leg Rocket asked him to get. Hela and I sat down in the watchtower and kept sipping our tea, while Gamera just noticed Drax's presence, having followed Quill. She looked towards the human hybrid and asked, why is this one here? We promised him that he could stay by your side until he kills your boss. I always keep my promises, when they're to muscle-bound whack jobs who will kill me if I don't, he answered. He presented the leg to Rocket, who burst into laughter, you actually got the leg. I was just kidding about the leg. You're joking, right? I had to pay the guy 30,000 units for it. Quill responded, outraged. This seemed to make Rocket laugh even more, that's even better. Tell me, was he just hopping around without his leg? I wish I could have seen it. Quill grumbled, fine, just start that mad plan of yours. The still chuckling raccoon answered, fine. And so, Rocket kept messing with some wiring and Quill started to bicker with Drax, who didn't understand the concept of metaphors. Hela gave me a look, my lady, why are we entertaining these imbeciles? I snorted, that's an apt description. I suppose I could call it a test. The coming fight will not be an easy one. I need to see if the boy will be able to handle it, before even entertaining the idea of unlocking his heritage. And the others, she questioned. They're amusing, I responded. And I almost burst into laughter at the flabbergasted expression on my student's face. I continued, there's something wonderful about these people, Hela. There's the monster that wished to atone for her sins, the man that has lost everything and wishes for nothing more than vengeance, two unique partners each lost in the universe, choosing to look around it for a sign of purpose. And finally, the boy that's anchored to the past, that dreams of his home but is too afraid to face his demons there. He's an idiot though. Hela protested. And so was your brother. And yet Thor defeated you, didn't he? But they're not really idiots, they're dreamers, lost in a vast universe. I don't see it, my student interjected. I nodded, perhaps, with time, you will. Our conversation was interrupted by Quill's panicked cry, those are some big guns. He wasn't joking. The prison riot seemed to have ended, with the inmates either in their cells or unconscious. The guards had assembled in the courtyards with what looked like rocket launchers and pointed them at the watchtower. Rocket was busy working on his escape plan and Quill was practically shitting his pants while mumbling, "We're so gonna die." I raised an eyebrow, "No, we won't." He looked at me, "I forgot you were even here. Why are you drinking tea? How did you even get tea?" I snorted, "I have my ways. But don't worry, honey, everything is going to be fine." The commander then started yelling out, "Fire on my command. 3, 2, 1. Fire." When he started firing, I just made telekinetic shields around their barrels and the guns practically exploded when they fired, knocking all of the guards out. All of our companions stared disbelievingly at the scene and then at me. I looked to my student who had a smug grin on her face. I took another sip of tea and winked at them, "Told you there's nothing to worry about." Quill's eyes widened, "How the hell did you do that?" "Oh, Peter, you should know by now that a magician never reveals their secrets. Did you really think that I was doing nothing while all of you were fighting? There's a thing called subtlety. Oh, I believe this belongs to you. One of the guards was using it and I figured it was yours." I threw him his Walkman. I had summoned it when we were walking the stairs. I sure as hell wasn't going to keep waiting for him to go get it when he would realize that it was stolen by one of the guards. He stared at the device, my Walkman. I nodded, "I haven't seen one of these for a while. Very old school, kid." Before he could protest, I continued, "Hey, Rocket, didn't you have a plan to continue?" "Oh, right." He then kept fiddling with the controls until he removed the artificial gravity of this place, and controlled some of the robots to take us out of there. We flew into a long corridor towards the inmate storage facilities that contained their stuff. I just modified my clothes to my usual cloak and dark clothes, while Hela conjured her skin-tight outfit. Rocket got Quill's ship to be released from the hangar and we all started to make our way to his ship. Hela murmured to me, "What about our ship?" I nodded to her and sent a telekinetic message to Ego's ship to follow me around and avoid collisions, while staying in stealth mode. It was better to wait for all of this to finish and only use the ship as a way home. I needed to observe Quill further. It was a shame that his celestial heritage granted him basic mind shields against telepathy. Sure, I could break them in seconds, but he would notice, and get a migraine. I had no other choice than to observe him to judge his personality, and I was going to use this opportunity to study him. I wasn't going to grant the power of a god to someone who wouldn't deserve it. This was a man, with faults and doubts, not a two-dimensional character. He had his issues and I needed to make sure that he wouldn't misuse such power. Because this was power that people would kill for, even sacrifice entire worlds for. I was going to be granting him immortality, and the power to shape the universe as he saw fit. So I needed to be certain before accepting him. All of us left the prison in silence and flew on the Milano, Quill's ship, and left the prison. Hela spoke up, "Well, that was interesting." Rocket ignored her and looked at Gamera, "So, where's this buyer of yours?" The green woman hesitated before responding, "Nowhere." It was a couple of hours later that they arrived at the giant head that made up the colony. Drax looked up in awe and asked, "What is this place?" "A head of a diseased celestial, I believe. Probably one that died at Null's hands during the Celestial Wars, considering the decapitation. They seem to be using it as a colony for some reason. It's rather disgusting, to be honest." I responded. Gamera answered my unasked question, "They're mining the organic matter in the skull. Bone, brain tissue, spinal fluid. They're very valuable across the galaxy." I shook my head, "No, Celestials don't have organic matter. They're beings of energy, which is why they're so hard to kill. Plus, this stuff would have rotted millions of years ago, if that was the case. No, it's most likely the mechanical resources that they use as avatars. They have a tendency of mimicking life to an extent, but they create the optimum materials to make their bodies. Organic matter tends to be very inefficient, and Celestials very much hate inefficiency. They're pretty much mining a giant robot head, nothing more." Gamera looked at me, surprised, "How do you know so much about them?" "The details of the Celestials have been lost to history." I shrugged, "It's just something I picked up on the long road that is life." Gamera was annoyed by her response, "Still, this is a dangerous place where every resident is an outlaw." Quill responded, "Well, I come from a planet of outlaws. Billy the Kid, Bonnie and Clyde, John Stamos. He was probably trying to impress the woman or something." Unfortunately for him, I raised an unimpressed eyebrow, "Dude, those are imaginary characters. Did you forget that I'm from Terra too?" Peter looked down and grumbled. I almost burst into laughter, he was pouting like a child that didn't get what he wanted. Rocket sighed, let's just sell the damn thing and go our different ways. I'm getting sick of you people. And so, after docking, Gamera went to arrange a meeting with the buyer, while we waited in a pub. Hela was grinning while watching a battle royale of lizards that the others were betting on. You know, this is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. I smirked, I told you that this would be a nice trip to relax. There isn't really any danger to any of us, and all we have to do is watch Quill's personality. As missions go, this is a rather interesting and fun one. She was right, of course. I needed a place to de-stress after what happened in the last few months. For all I had the cold logic of a celestial, I still had some humanity left too. I still wanted to scream and burn the world for the injustice that befell on me. I wanted to break down and destroy things until I'm too exhausted to do so. And for someone of my power, that was a dangerous thing. This trip was a good way of living without expectations, of forgetting about the looming battle and just have fun for a bit. I felt better, but the urge to give in and start destroying things was still there, in the back of my mind. Damn, I didn't know Celine's betrayal had messed me up that much. I was restraining myself as much as possible at all times. Rocket slowly walked towards me. I have to ask, lady, why are you still with us? I shrugged, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Please, we both know that your adventure story was crap. Are you after the orb? I snorted, not especially. While I do know what it is and the damage it could bring, I am after something far more valuable. And what is that? Why, Peter Quill, of course. Rocket gave me an incredulous look, seriously. That guy is worth more than 4 billion units. I shrugged, value is in the eyes of the beholder. But even then, Quill is his father's heir, and I am here to decide if he is worthy enough to inherit his position. Wait a minute, is Quill's father a king, or something? It doesn't matter really, he's dead, after all. The raccoon's eyes widened, I'm sorry for your loss. I snorted, don't be. He was a monster, and I was the one who killed him. Before he could comment on my statement, Gamera entered the room. The meeting is arranged. The buyer is waiting for us. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 338, The Collector. Chapter 338, The Collector. May 16, 2013, Nowhere. Jasmine Sayer POV. I shrugged, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. Please, we both know that your adventure story was crap. Are you after the orb? I snorted, not especially. While I do know what it is and the damage it could bring, I am after something far more valuable. And what is that? Why, Peter Quill, of course. Rocket gave me an incredulous look, seriously. That guy is worth more than 4 billion units. I shrugged, value is in the eyes of the beholder. But even then, Quill is his father's heir, and I am here to decide if he is worthy enough to inherit his position. Wait a minute, is Quill's father a king, or something? It doesn't matter really, he's dead, after all. The raccoon's eyes widened, I'm sorry for your loss. I snorted, don't be. He was a monster, and I was the one who killed him. Before he could comment on my statement, Gamera entered the room. The meeting is arranged. The buyer is waiting for us. Peter Quill POV. Peter Quill, preferably known as Star-Lord, was weirded out by the 2 mystery women that escaped with them from Klein. He didn't trust them, not one bit. Well, he didn't really trust any of his companions. 3 of them had already tried to kill him, and the 4th was an unhinged idiot that hungers for vengeance. However, the 2 women just rubbed him the wrong way. Oh, sure, they were from Terra and had saved his mother's Walkman from that asshole guard, but they were too comfortable during the escape. They were too confident that they would be fine. That kind of arrogance got you killed. Yondu had drilled that into him when he was a child. These 2 women were either very powerful, or extremely arrogant, and honestly, Peter didn't know which it was. He didn't even know which one he would like them to be. And no, he wasn't grumpy because Gamera had almost stabbed him when he put the moves on her, and then they were interrupted by the message from her buyer to meet with him before he could explain himself. Drax for some reason started wallowing about Ronan and just left. That guy was an idiot. There was no other way to put it. Oh, he was a great fighter, there's no doubt about it, but the dude took jokes too seriously, and was obsessed with killing Ronan to the point of madness. Nevertheless, he had grouped up with Rocket, Groot, and the 2 women to go to their destination. Gamera took them to a very shady place, even for Nowhere, and they ended up in front of some weird building that was surrounded by security guards. A red-skinned woman greeted them, "Milady Gamera, I am here to fetch you for my master." Peter would have felt outraged for the woman if he was younger. Alas, the self-proclaimed Star-Lord had learned that slavery was fairly common across the galaxy, especially on planets that are not under the authority of any massive empire. Sure, the woman was a slave, but she looked like she was treated better than most other servants. Peter had seen some fucked up stuff in his time as a ravager, and that was one of the main reasons he wanted to leave Yondu in the first place, even if he begrudgingly loved the man. The escaped convicts followed the servant to her master, and Peter wouldn't admit that he was weirded out by the creepiest collection of living beings he had ever seen. It looked like a mixture of a zoo and a prison. This was beyond weird, and Rocket seemed to share his opinion by mumbling, "Okay, this isn't creepy at all." The servant though seemed oddly proud of it. "We house the galaxy's largest collection of fauna, relics, and species of all manners." Finally, to the man's relief, they arrived at the end of the corridor in silence. "I present to you, Tanalier Tyvan, the collector." The man in question looked like a weird goth kid with spiky white hair and wearing expensive furs. The man was sitting on what appeared to be a throne and was examining what looked like a precious stone. The collector looked up and brightened. "Oh, my dear Gamera. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh." As usual, the assassin was all business. "Let's bypass the formalities, Tyvan. We have what we discussed." The man, though, seemed to be staring at Groot. "What is that there?" The walking tree responded with the only 3 words he could speak: "I am Groot." And so began the collector's offers to buy Groot from Rocket, and even to buy his body after his death. This was one of the oddest conversations Peter had ever witnessed, and the talking raccoon looked like he wanted to shoot the collector. In the end, Gamera interrupted them. "Tyvan, we have been halfway around the galaxy, retrieving this orb." "Very well, then. Let us see what you brought." Peter handed him the orb, which did not slip through his fingers, and gave it to the collector. He wanted to get rid of the damn thing as quickly as possible, but he was a bit curious as to what the damn thing even was. He had been arrested, almost killed a dozen times for that artifact, and he still had no idea what the hell could cause this much strife. The collector placed the orb between 2 machines that kept turning it, like a puzzle, and started monologuing. "Oh, my new friends. Before creation itself, there were 6 singularities. Then the universe exploded into existence, and the remnants of these systems were forged into concentrated ingots. Infinity stones. These stones, it seems, can only be brandished by beings of extraordinary strength. Observe." He then showed a scene of a giant being as tall as a mountain, with 6 eyes, destroying a planet with a tap of his staff, something that made Peter slightly piss himself. The collector though didn't seem to notice their horror, and continued, "These carriers can use the stones to mow down entire civilizations like wheat on a field. Once, for a moment, a group was able to share the energy amongst themselves, but even they were quickly destroyed by it. Very few in the galaxy have the power, constitution, and will, to wield an infinity stone without being destroyed by it in seconds. Behold." The orb had finished opening in a purple glowing stone that seemed to pulse in power. "Beautiful, beyond compare," the collector murmured. Their thoughts were interrupted by a snort from one of the unnamed women. The collector looked at her with confusion. "What is it, my dear?" "Oh, well, you weren't exactly wrong, but you're missing a lot of context about what the stones truly are," she responded with a haughty tone. "And who might you be, my dear?" "My name is Hela, Odin's daughter, collector," she replied. The men seemed to pale in fear. "The daughter of Odin, the goddess of death. Oh, you know of me." My father had made a very conscious effort to get people to forget about me. "And yet blood never forgets, Odin's daughter." The woman, now named Hela, nodded. "That is true. But the stones, while powerful, are not just remnants of the singularities that prelude the universe. They are the crystallization of the foundations of the universe, the pillars in which the chaos stabilized, and the Big Bang began. Time, space, soul, mind, reality, and power, which you happen to possess. That's not mentioning that the celestial in this photo, Essen the Searcher, I believe, could destroy a plane easily without a stone. I do not know why he used it, but celestials are far more powerful than they appear," the still unnamed woman continued. The collector though seemed to delight at the information. "Very little is known of the celestials." "Might I know your name, my dear?" "I have many names, my dear collector. But my true one is Morrigan." "My name is Morrigan." The room shuddered at the name and Peter felt cold at the name. Gamera though, paled in fear. "You're..." The woman nodded. "I am, young Gamera. Do not worry, you are safe. I do not hold your father's crimes as yours. Truthfully, I wouldn't have really interfered with his schemes if it wasn't for his new ally." "Then why were you in prison?" the green-skinned woman exclaimed. Her tone was almost amused. "I went in there because I wanted to be there. I had someone I needed to meet. But you, collector, have done a foolish thing in opening the orb. The stones release a very distinct energy that can be detected by those who are looking for them. The orb had done a very good job at concealing its energy. You have invited every little power-hungry man or woman with knowledge of the stones to your abode. I would recommend running away as quickly as possible for this." Before she could say anything else, the servant girl leapt at the infinity stone. "I will no longer be your slave." The collector tried to stop her by yelling out, "Karina!" No. Alas, Karina did not listen to him. As soon as the woman had touched the stone, Peter knew that something bad was going to happen. The woman's skin started to burst with power and flake away. The poor slave screamed and disappeared in an explosion. Peter and the rest of the crew were able to escape with their lives as Tyvan's place exploded. The 6 of them limped away from the lair. Well, 4 of them did. The 2 mystery women were walking unconcernedly, and they even grabbed the orb, locked the stone once more, and gave it back to Quill. When they collected themselves, Peter mumbled, "What the fuck was that?" Gamera wasn't listening to him. How could I think that Tyvan could contain whatever was within the orb? Rocket, though, stared at the orb in Quill's hand. "Why the hell do you still have it?" Quill shrugged. "They gave it to me." He pointed at Hela and Morrigan, who simply shrugged. "I am not leaving an infinity stone unattended. I am not a thief who would steal the stone. I am not willing to take the stone to Terra, since there is already a stone there, and we don't need to be made even more of a target. Asgard is messed up because of the war, so they can't take care of one properly. You will need to deal with the stone by yourselves." Gamera seemed to nod in agreement. Yes, having 2 stones in the same star system, let alone the same planet, would be foolish. And Terra is quite primitive compared to the rest of the galaxy. It would not hold up against a proper outside invasion. We need to get the stone to the Nova Core. They could protect it from Ronan and my father. Are you insane? We just escaped from a prison of theirs. We would be arrested in seconds. We could just leave it to Ronan. Unacceptable. Ronan would destroy planet after planet to satisfy his bloodlust. Billions would die because of that decision. Gamera interjected. Unfortunately, alarms started to blaze, and an explosion occurred. Peter looked up and felt dread at the sight of the giant warship flying in the sky. "We're dead. Ronan is here." If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them, so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 339, The Ravagers. May 16, 2013, Nowhere. Peter Quill POV. He pointed at Hela and Morrigan, who simply shrugged. "I am not leaving an infinity stone unattended. I am not a thief who would steal the stone. I am not willing to take the stone to Terra, since there is already a stone there, and we don't need to be made even more of a target. Asgard is messed up because of the war, so they can't take care of one properly. You will need to deal with the stone by yourselves." Gamera seemed to nod in agreement. Yes, having 2 stones in the same star system, let alone the same planet, would be foolish. And Terra is quite primitive compared to the rest of the galaxy. It would not hold up against a proper outside invasion. We need to get the stone to the Nova Core. They could protect it from Ronan and my father. Are you insane? We just escaped from a prison of theirs. We would be arrested in seconds. We could just leave it to Ronan. Unacceptable. Ronan would destroy planet after planet to satisfy his bloodlust. Billions would die because of that decision. Gamera interjected. Unfortunately, alarms started to blaze, and an explosion occurred. Peter looked up and felt dread at the sight of the giant warship flying in the sky. "We're dead. Ronan is here." Jasmine Sayer POV. Well, as I expected, shit hit the fan. I let Quill take the orb to continue his test, and let him deal with the bloodthirsty Kree that's hunting it. I honestly chose not to involve myself. There wasn't really a point in me fighting Ronan. There were no stakes, not for me, at least. I had used the time they were knocked out to replace the Infinity Stone with a vibranium pellet that had absorbed its energy. It didn't even come close to the original's output, and anyone who has experience with the stones would notice it, but for idiots like my companions and Ronan, it was enough to fool them. Vibranium can be very handy in these situations. I learned long ago how to store energy inside it, and by the time I was done, the pellet was glowing purple just like the Power Stone. Oh, it was impressive enough, and probably had enough energy to destroy a mountain, but terrorizing the galaxy, or even destroying a planet, just wasn't possible using my fake stone. Honestly, what I've done is accurately replicate Zola's experiments on the Tesseract, but with far better results, since, I know what I'm doing. Because as much as I want to test Quill, I don't want to risk the Power Stone falling into the wrong hands. That would just be stupid. I wasn't going to let a Kree warlord just get it just for the sake of Quill's test. As long as they all believe the stakes are high, the test would still work. Well, I was right to do it. As Drax ended up calling Ronan to his location, and ended up almost dead with Ronan leaving with the orb, and Quill and Gamera being taken by Yondu. So, yeah, replacing the Infinity Stone was a good idea, all things considered. I sat with Hela by my side, still sipping my tea, and looked amusingly at my glaring companions. Rocket was practically snarling at me. "Where the hell were you?" I shrugged, around. "You made quite the mess of things. You didn't even try to help us," he complained. "It wasn't my fight, not really. I'm not particularly invested in the orb, and I am not the one who called a damn battle fleet to his location thinking that he would destroy it with just 2 knives. I drawled back. Drax looked down in shame. You're right. I was a fool. All the anger, all the rage, was just to cover my loss. Rocket didn't seem to appreciate his self-pity. Oh boo-hoo. My wife and child are dead, I don't care if it's mean. Everybody's got dead people. It's no excuse to get everybody else dead along the way. Well, the talking raccoon was somewhat right. Everyone has issues, be it big or small, but ignoring everyone's safety just for the sake of revenge was a dick move. I had no idea what the lunatic was thinking of. Still, Drax looked pitiful, looking down at himself, so I gave him a comforting smile. You know, I sort of understand it, your loss. I have lost children of my own, over the years. It's the rage inside of you, burning everything away except the thought of revenge. I remember cursing the unfairness of it all, that my children die while so many monsters get to live on. I'm not telling you to move on, because it's just foolish to tell you that, only for you to not make it your sole purpose, because whether you achieve your revenge or not, you will not truly be victorious. Should you fail, it will eat you up until you try again and again, until you finally perish. Should you succeed, you will become nothing more than a shell of a man with no purpose, having lost everything, and yet, gained nothing in return. Drax gave me a sad smile. You truly understand. I gave him a smile, but Rocket interrupted our conversation. All right, enough of the feely crap, we need to get as far away from the galaxy as possible before Ronan destroys the damn place. I am Groot. Groot responded. I could feel the intent of indignation and protest, mixed in with warmth and friendship. He wanted to rescue Quill and Gamera. I could see what he was doing. Groot was trying to guilt Rocket into rescuing the 2 prisoners. I gave the sentient tree a small smirk, while Rocket groaned. I know they're the only friends that we ever had, but there's an army of Ravagers around them. I pressured the talking raccoon even more. The question is, are you really happy to leave them to their fate, or do you just think that you can't do it? There is no shame in admitting that you can't get them out of there. It's completely understandable, you know. Rocket glared at me. Of course I can do it. I tilted my head. So, you're choosing not to, then. The talking raccoon was growling. Fine, I'll do it. A few minutes later, we were inside the Milano and flying next to the Ravager ship. Hela was grimacing and murmured to me, this plan is idiotic. I snorted, of course it is. Then why are you going with it? You're more than capable of rescuing the target yourself. I replied while shrugging, I'm still testing the boy. No, you're not. His stunt of sacrificing himself for the green woman was enough proof of his character. You have already decided that you will recruit him, we both know it. Why don't you just teleport to the ship and bring them back? I sighed. Well, considering Asgard's state, I thought we'd secure an army for the coming fight. Thanos will have the spatial advantage, why can't we have a fleet of our own? You're talking about recruiting the Ravagers. Why not? I said, they have a code of honor, and the Ravager captain that kidnapped Quill was being threatened by the celestial eye lobotomized. From what Quill said, Ravagers can be surprisingly honorable. And yet, Rocket is planning on blowing them up, Hela drawled back. No, he isn't. He's bluffing, and if he does end up shooting them, I'll intervene. The second I finished my sentence, Rocket fired a small shot at the Ravager ship and yelled, you, attention, idiots. The lunatic on top of this craft is holding a Hadron Enforcer. It's a weapon of my own design. If you don't hand over our companions now, he's gonna tear your ship a new one. A very big new one. I'm giving you to the count of 5. 5, 4, 3. Hela protested, is he seriously only giving them 5 seconds to release them? I shrugged, well, you did say that they were idiots. You need to stop him, Hela demanded. Before I could do anything, I heard Quill's voice, no wait, hold on. Rocket, it's me, for God's sake. We figured it out. We're fine. I grinned at my new student, told you everything was going to be fine. I snickered at Hela's grumbling as we boarded the Ravager ship. I ended up leaving Hela with Rocket and the others, and chose to meet with Yondu instead. I snuck into his office and hid inside. The moment the blue-skinned captain entered I spoke up, Yondu Udanta, we need to talk. Immediately, the men stiffened and whistled. A golden arrow, which was glowing red from the tip, ended up being banished towards me. I just tilted to the right and avoided the projectile and raised an eyebrow. After the Ravager captain realized who I was, he relaxed slightly and summoned his weapon back. You're the woman the animal brought with him. I nodded. One of them, yes. What are you doing here? No, better yet, how did you get here? Yondu demanded. Like I said, we need to talk. Yondu glared at me, we have nothing to talk about. You're just as much of a prisoner as the rest of them. I snorted, I am here because I wish to be. If I choose to leave, there's very little you can do to stop me. Just get the hell out of my office, bitch. He answered back. I gave him a slight smirk. Well, Yondu, I didn't know you had such an ego. I put an emphasis on the word ego to make sure he understands what I was talking about. It worked as intended since the blue-skinned alien stiffened and glared at me. How do you know that name? You mean Quill's father? Don't mess with me. That name has haunted me for decades, and if I have even a whiff that you're working for that nut job, I'll kill you myself. I raised that boy myself and I ain't giving him up. I chuckled at his response. Oh, you're very protective of young Peter, aren't you? Quite the softy you ended up being. No, don't worry, I don't work for ego. I am the woman who killed him, after all. Yondu sagged in relief. You sure about that? Because it would be a great weight off my shoulders if that monster is finally gone. Yes, I am. I destroyed his mind, shredded his very consciousness. Trust me, there's no going back from that. However, I'm not here to talk about that abomination, I'm here to talk about Peter. You're not taking him, Yondu protested loudly. I stifled a laughter. You're talking like I want to abduct him or something. Look, he's practically the only one left of my kind, and I'll need his help. Something is coming, something bad that will destroy the entire universe if I do nothing. A fully trained celestial hybrid will help me bridge the gap between me and my enemy. You want him to be a hero? Yondu sneered. I snorted. Hero? No, I want him to be a survivor. My enemies make Ronan look like a child with a tantrum. I'm talking about a universe-ending threat. If he doesn't fight, he'll die like the rest. So, which is it? Cower and die, or fight and maybe die. I won't lie. I'm kind of desperate here, and I just observed him to make sure that he wasn't some nutjob like his father. But right now, my chances aren't looking good. And think of it this way, if Quill survives and knows the truth about his abduction, you will have a very powerful celestial owing you big time, and trust me, that's far better than the silly stone you're fighting for that can't do anything but blow things up. Yondu looked hesitant and I continued, you don't need to answer me right now. Just think about it. I'm going to give the offer to Quill later either way, but whether you support him or not will severely impact your relationship. I then turned and walked out of the office with a smug smile on my face, leaving the Ravager captain to his thoughts. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 340, The Plan. Chapter 340, The Plan. May 16, 2013, Middle of Space. Jasmine Sayer POV. I snorted, hero. No, I want him to be a survivor. My enemies make Ronan look like a child with a tantrum. I'm talking about a universe-ending threat. If he doesn't fight, he'll die like the rest. So, which is it? Cower and die, or fight and maybe die. I won't lie. I'm kind of desperate here, and I just observed him to make sure that he wasn't some nutjob like his father. But right now, my chances aren't looking good. And think of it this way, if Quill survives and knows the truth about his abduction, you will have a very powerful celestial owing you big time, and trust me, that's far better than the silly stone you're fighting for that can't do anything but blow things up. Yondu looked hesitant and I continued, you don't need to answer me right now. Just think about it. I'm going to give the offer to Quill later either way, but whether you support him or not will severely impact your relationship. I then turned and walked out of the office with a smug smile on my face, leaving the Ravager captain to his thoughts. I sat with Hela while Quill and the others were making another elaborate plan to stop Ronan from destroying Xander. It was, honestly, one of the stupidest things I had ever heard. Oh, it could very much work, but it wasn't really a good plan by any measure. There were too many unknowns. I snorted at how dramatic they were. They were all standing up like a cheap heist movie, and Quill started, all Ronan has to do is touch the stone to the planet's surface and zap, all plants, animals, and Nova Core will be gone. Everything will die, Gamera said. Quill nodded, so, our main priority is to make sure that Ronan doesn't make it to the planet's surface. Well, that was just wrong. Even if the Kree had the Power Stone, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the planet without killing himself in the process. The stone's power doesn't just react to anything alive and kill it, it's a source of power, just like it says. You could use it to power an engine, although it will be overloaded easily. But a massive structure can just use the stone as fuel to work as long as it is energy intensive enough and the output of the stone is regulated. Ronan would need to channel the Power Stone through his own body to cast anything using it. He could probably use it in small weak bursts, but nothing more. Choosing to let them pursue their own plan, Hela and I will be on the surface of the planet. We can make sure that Ronan doesn't step foot on Xander. If anything goes wrong, we'll handle it. They seemed very doubtful of our abilities, but seemed somewhat eager to get us out of the way. They probably thought that we were cowards that didn't want to fight. Honestly, I could understand why they would think that, but I will handle the situation when this moronic plan of theirs inevitable fails, and I'd rather be safe on the surface of a planet than on a fragile spaceship. Rocket though seemed to just shrug and continue the usual plan. That means that our heist has to happen in space. We'll need to breach his warship, the Dark Aster, and break inside. Quill nodded. We'll need to blow a hole in its hull. After that, our craft and Yondu's will enter. One of Yondu's subordinates protested, what about the hundreds of soldiers inside? Drax replied with a bloodthirsty grin on his face, I'll handle them. Everyone nodded in acceptance and Gamera continued the plan. Once they know that we're on board, Ronan will isolate himself behind impenetrable security doors on the deck, which I can disable by dismantling the power source. Quill concluded the plan. We'll make it to the flight deck, and I'll use Rocket's Hadron Enforcer to kill Ronan. Once Ronan is dead, we will retrieve the stone using these orbs to contain it. If you touch it, you will die. Do you understand? Gamera started distributing the mechanical orbs that should contain the stone. It wasn't anything pretty, really. It wouldn't hide the stone's signature like the original orb would. The Ravagers yelled out in excitement, and everyone started to assemble their gear to begin the heist. They gathered the fleet and started to work. Quill had sent a message to the Nova Corps warning them of Ronan's plan. Hela and I stayed on Yondu's ship, while the rest went on the Milano. Before Quill could leave though, I called for him, Peter. The half-celestial turned towards me, and I gave him a hug and discreetly sent a small pulse of cosmic energy through him, making him shiver. I murmured to him, good luck. I turned and left to sit next to Yondu, while the boy just confusingly turned and left for his own ship. I sat next to the Ravager captain in silence until he asked, what do you think about that plan? I think that it's the stupidest thing that I have heard in a very long time. It's so moronic that it might actually work. I drawled back. But you still doubt it? Else you wouldn't have chosen to stay on the surface, he asked. I just shrugged. There are too many unknowns in this plan. There's the very significant possibility that Ronan would survive Rocket's Hadron Enforcer. Ronan was engineered as a weapon of war to serve the Kree Empire. He is built to withstand energy weapons and explosions. And I was correct in that. I had talked to Carol Danvers a while back about her time as a Kree soldier. People with special abilities like her photon blasts weren't that uncommon. The military was filled with them. The Kree stopped naturally reproducing a long while back. Each offspring is genetically engineered for a single purpose. It started when the Supreme Intelligence was created. Ronan was made for war. His purpose, his very core, is to destroy the enemies of the Kree Empire. The average Kree citizen is technically stronger physically than most humans, matching Earth super soldiers in strength and speed. Comparing Ronan to the average Kree would be like comparing Captain America to your average human. His constitution, speed, reflexes, and strength are very impressive, and he could probably survive a lot of damage. Rocket's weapon was untested, and its output was theoretical. It might be enough to kill Ronan, it might not. And considering that the entire purpose of the plan was to use the damn weapon on Ronan, it was the mark of a bad plan. That's not even considering what complications might arise while infiltrating the ship. I didn't really want to discourage Yondu, but he seemed resigned to this. And Quill, do you think that he'll make it? Yes, he will. Trust me, I'll make sure of that. You really are a big softy on the inside, aren't you? I teased. He seemed to relax at my statement. Quill was the one person I wasn't worried about dying. I had activated his cosmic core before he left, not that he understood what happened. He was now technically connected to Ego's energy, meaning that should he end up with a mortal wound, the cosmic energy would heal him. He was functionally immortal, not that he knew about it. I already decided that I could work with Quill, and that for all his bravado, he had a heart of gold. If I tell him the truth about Entropy, he will help, and if he was scared, all I would do is tell Gamera and she would convince him to do it. After all, she's very sensitive when it comes to her father. I didn't want to lose him to an accident during his silly plan, but that was life and that was a way to make sure of it. Technically his cosmic core should have stayed dormant until it would have been activated by cosmic energy, which tends to be very harmful. Him touching the power stone could technically unlock it, but I didn't want to risk it when I could do it for him without a lot of mess. Yondu looked like he was lost in his memories, you know. I didn't even know what the hell that freak was doing to his children. Not at first, at least. I just thought that he just liked fathering bastards and collecting them. I saw some fucked up things in my days, so it really wasn't a big deal. And the pay was so good, I would have been an idiot not to agree. When I realized what he was really doing to them, killing them the way he did, I refused to hand over Quill. I have been running ever since, afraid that Ego would hunt me down and take him. I tried not to get attached, I really did, but that boy was everything I would have ever looked for in a son. Did you ever have someone like that? I nodded. Yes, I did. Then please don't make me lose my kid. And if anything happens, save him first, that's all I'm asking. I will. You have my vow that Peter Quill will survive this day, I simply answer. The Ravager captain relaxed at my addition, but then gave me a searching look. I do have one question, though. If you really are strong enough to kill that asshole ego, couldn't you take care of all of this by yourself? I nodded. Yes, I could. Why don't you, then? I snorted. Why should I, really? This isn't my planet. These aren't my people. I have enough problems on Terra, and I'm not willing to bring more problems there. Now, me just walking around killing space terrorists and saving galaxies is all well and good, but it would bring attention to my planet. I would be a common threat that everyone would fear and plan against. Now, me being on the ground among billions of people, while I saved the planet, people wouldn't really recognize me and just assume that I was a Xandarian with powers protecting their home from a disaster. That's why I don't display my powers so easily. What about the Infinity Stone? He asked. I'm not going after the Infinity Stone, if that's what you're wondering. I don't really care about it. But one piece of advice, if you end up with it, sell it as soon as possible. The collector will give you a good price for it. The Mad Titan himself is seeking the stones, and having one means that you'll need to defend yourself against him when he eventually gets there. I'm not planning on inviting a war to Terra when they can barely even visit their own moon. Yondu blanched when I mentioned Thanos, and I could understand. The Mad Titan was like the boogeyman in the galaxy. He didn't hold a physical empire, he didn't conquer planets and star systems, he simply killed half the population and left. No one really knew of his intentions, his goals, or his dreams, outside of killing half the population of every planet he visited. His children, trained soldiers utterly devoted to him, were extremely feared. Gamera was one of the most feared women in the galaxy. The Ravagers kept glancing her way many times with nervous looks on their faces, as if they expected her to snap and kill them all at a moment's notice. Still the fleet started to arrive towards Ronan's ship. I nod towards Yondu. Good luck. Hela followed me as I walked towards the small shuttles. We entered inside and were ejected from the ship. We made our way to Xander's surface while the Ravager fleet prepared the attack. This should be interesting, at least. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 341, Presentation. Chapter 341, Presentation. May 16, 2013, Middle of Space. Jasmine Sayer POV. Yondu blanched when I mentioned Thanos, and I could understand. The Mad Titan was like the boogeyman in the galaxy. He didn't hold a physical empire, he didn't conquer planets and star systems, he simply killed half the population and left. No one really knew of his intentions, his goals, or his dreams, outside of killing half the population of every planet he visited. His children, trained soldiers utterly devoted to him, were extremely feared. Gamera was one of the most feared women in the galaxy. The Ravagers kept glancing her way many times with nervous looks on their faces, as if they expected her to snap and kill them all at a moment's notice. Still the fleet started to arrive towards Ronan's ship. I nod towards Yondu. Good luck. Hela followed me as I walked towards the small shuttles. We entered inside and were ejected from the ship. We made our way to Xander's surface while the Ravager fleet prepared the attack. This should be interesting, at least. Peter Quill POV. Peter Quill, the self-proclaimed Star-Lord, was falling. At least he wasn't alone anymore. Ever since his mother died, he was alone. He didn't have any true friends. Yondu's crew wasn't really appropriate for a young boy to befriend. Even now, as an adult, Peter was weary of a lot of them. Oh, the whole cannibal thing was very persuasive, but it was a running gag because that's what he cried out when he first saw them. But at their core, Ravagers were killers, thieves, and worse. Truthfully, he never really liked being a Ravager, and he had hoped that the orb would have been his way out. Even when he ran missions for Yondu, he always refused anything that was too extreme, like murder or pillaging. He might be a thief, but he always thought of himself as an explorer. Yondu had understood this line, and had thankfully never asked Peter to cross it. Yondu could be surprisingly thoughtful at times. But deep down, Peter knew that he would inevitably be forced to do something against his moral code, and that he wouldn't be able to refuse, which is why he was always looking for a way out. He's actually been saving up for years for the day that he could just leave Yondu's crew and never look back. His dream was to live a luxurious life, full of adventures, like the movies in his childhood. At first, the orb heist in Morag was supposed to add a few thousand units into his savings. Oh, it wasn't anything drastic, just a reasonably large payday that would put him one step closer to freedom. Alas, when he realized that the orb was actually worth billions of units, and that Gamera already had a buyer, he knew that this was it. Even split 4 ways, it was enough for his retirement plan and more. This was his freedom on a silver platter, his true happy ending. Unfortunately, the orb contained an infinity stone, a planetary weapon of mass destruction, and all thoughts of retirement went to hell. Well, they did when Drax, the moron, chose to invite a fucking rogue Kree fleet to their doorstep because he wanted to kill Ronan. And well, that ended up with Peter back at the beginning with the Ravagers, under Yondu's thumb, and planning a desperate heist with a ridiculous plan that was pretty much suicidal. His dreams of freedom were crushed, and he was now desperately trying to stay on Yondu's good side to atone for his transgressions. Oddly enough, the plan went reasonably well. They were able to infiltrate the Kree warship, sneak on board, and kill a few Kree soldiers. Gamora was able to disable the security lockdown, although she had to fight her bald blue robot sister. Rocket was doing a good job at killing any of the stragglers attacking the city, which was evacuated by the Nova Corps. Speaking of the Nova Corps, their planetary defensive fleet was very impressive with how it connected with each other, and held up the entire warship, until Ronan decided to get serious and use the Infinity Stone to blow them up. Still, it was enough for them to sneak on board and use Rocket's moon-destroying weapon thingy to hit Ronan point blank. That was when shit hit the fan. How the fuck did Ronan survive a direct blast of Rocket's weapon? He didn't even kneel. Maybe he used the Infinity Stone or something, but Peter didn't know. He was relatively sure that he was going to die until Rocket crashed into the control room and hit Ronan point blank with the Milano. Now, that was some impressive flying. Anyway, the warship was falling towards the surface with no end in sight. And Quill was prepared to die. Quill was falling, but he wasn't alone. His crew was with him. Gamora, the woman who had tried to kill him, was giving him a sad smile while holding his hand. Drax was looking down strangely smiling, he was probably thinking about seeing his family again. Rocket, the sassy talking raccoon who kept insulting him, was weeping as Groot was turning himself into a protective cocoon in a vain attempt at saving his friends. Because they were his friends. It was such a strange concept, having actual friends, even if they all tried to kill each other before. They didn't know each other for long, but he was glad to have met them. At least he would die a hero, having saved billions of lives, or at least tried to. It was a fitting end, in a way, that he wouldn't die a monster as he always feared. He would die a free man, like he dreamed. But at least he had purpose, his life wasn't an empty one. Peter suppressed his tears as Rocket was slowly crying at Groot's face. No, Groot. You can't. You'll die. Why are you doing this? Why? We are Groot, the talking tree softly answered back, and for the first time, Peter could understand the underlining message. He expressed his love on a very deep level, and Peter was glad to reciprocate the feeling. At least, Peter would die loved. Peter closed his eyes as he sensed his end nearing, until it never came. Slowly, Groot's body slowly returned to normal, but Peter didn't understand what was going on. He stopped feeling the heat that came with falling into a planet's atmosphere with no heat shields. When they looked through the hole Rocket made, he saw that the entire projectile was immobilized. Did one of the engines fix itself somehow? He didn't even hear any of the engines working. Everyone looked confused until their comms went online. Well, boys and girls, did you miss me? Morrigan. Peter questioned with surprise in his voice. I told you that when you idiots would inevitably fuck up, I would handle it. She drawled back. Well, honestly, Quill sort of forgot about the woman slightly. Getting any information out of her was like pulling teeth. He barely got her name and that of her companion, Hela. The strange thing was that Gamora was actually scared of her, well, not afraid, mostly just wary. She knew something about this fellow human. Something that made her very dangerous, even if she mostly looked like some noble who rarely did the dirty work herself. When she had chosen to stay on Xander to inevitably fix whatever mess you make, he just thought that she wasn't a fighter. There was no shame in it, some people were born to fight, and others were not. But now, the woman was somehow holding an entire Kree warship in the air. Morrigan then spoke up, I'm getting you down. Try to hold on to each other as much as possible. Slowly the ship started to continue falling down. But they were already barely a mile high, so it wasn't too drastic of a fall. Except that the moment they touched the land, the ship turned into black feathers that started to flow in the air, before dissipating into shadows and disappearing into nothing. Quill jumped down on the ground and pinched himself to make sure that it wasn't a dream. This couldn't be real. The Nova Corps seemed to not freeze in surprise and shot down any Kree soldier that survived, although they tended to be either very injured, or just dead. The self-proclaimed Star-Lord burst into hysterical laughter, until he saw the familiar purple energy glowing around. Ronan was still alive, and he still had the stone. He heard the Morrigan's voice in the comms, Rocket, get the Hadron Enforcer ready. It didn't work last time, the talking raccoon protested. Well, I wasn't there last time, just trust me. Grumbling, the raccoon started working on his weapon, which looked to be in surprisingly good condition. When Ronan had released a blast, sending his attackers away and started monologuing, people of Xander, the time has come to rejoice and renounce your paltry gods. Your salvation is at hand. It's done, Rocket signaled back. Drax aimed it at the staff, not Ronan himself, the woman signaled. I will fulfill my mission. Drax then held the machine and aimed it at his target. Fire, rocket, the Morrigan yelled. The projectile hit the staff, this time, which was destroyed, releasing the Infinity Stone. Peter saw his arm moving by itself, as if it was being pushed by something. He grabbed the empty orb he had, and threw it at the Infinity Stone. The orb opened up by itself, and swallowed the stone. He had to say that Ronan's baffled face was worth this entire mess. For some reason, the Morrigan was snickering. Pikachu, I choose you. What? He asked. Oh, Earth reference. I forgot you were taken in the 80s. So, that was after you left Terra. Grumbling at the fact that someone knew more Earth pop culture than him, he almost missed Ronan running towards the orb, only for a large piece of metal, probably a remnant of the ship, to fall from the sky and cut him in half, before turning into feathers and disappearing as well. Peter, his crew, and even the Nova Corps stood there gaping at the corpse of the men that had terrorized the galaxy for years, and tanked weapons like they were nothing, die from an accident of all things. Although Peter didn't think that it was accidental at all. At least, considering the Morrigan's silence on the matter. Peter walked towards the bisected Kree terrorist and went to grab the orb he threw. He didn't even realize that he was laughing. It was just so ridiculous. He fully expected to die because of this. He was smiling next to Gamera, with Rocket and Groot at their side, that were hugging, and finally Drax that had tears in his eyes, having finally avenged his family. Unfortunately, the celebrations were interrupted by Yondu. Well. Quite the light show. Ain't this sweet? But you got some business to attend to before all the nookie starts. Peter stifled a groan. He had forgotten about Yondu in all the madness with Ronan. You gotta reconsider this, Yondu. I don't know who you're selling this to, but the only way the universe can survive is if you give it to the Nova Corps. I may be as pretty as an angel, but I sure as hell ain't one. Hand it over, son. Peter sighed and handed him the fake orb, making sure to hide the real one from him. After the Ravager captain left, Peter muttered to himself, he's gonna be pissed when he realizes I switched out the orb on him. Gamera's smile made things worth it. Yondu was the closest thing that he had to a family, but it was time for him to grow up. Before he was going to be interrogated by the Nova Corps, Morrigan said, I'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything about my involvement in all of this. I'd rather keep a low profile. Peter was confused. Don't you want to get pardoned from going to jail? The Morrigan snorted, I didn't get arrested, Peter, I broke into the prison. It would take someone very powerful to even think about taking me down. Why the hell would you break into a prison? To meet you, of course. Still, Peter was confused. Why would you want to meet me? It's because of your father. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 342, Pitch Black. Chapter 342, Pitch Black. May 16, 2013, Middle of Space. Peter Quill POV. I may be as pretty as an angel, but I sure as hell ain't one. Hand it over, son. Peter sighed and handed him the fake orb, making sure to hide the real one from him. After the Ravager captain left, Peter muttered to himself, he's gonna be pissed when he realizes I switched out the orb on him. Gamera's smile made things worth it. Yondu was the closest thing that he had to a family, but it was time for him to grow up. Before he was going to be interrogated by the Nova Corps, Morrigan said, I'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything about my involvement in all of this. I'd rather keep a low profile. Peter was confused. Don't you want to get pardoned from going to jail? The Morrigan snorted, I didn't get arrested, Peter, I broke into the prison. It would take someone very powerful to even think about taking me down. Why the hell would you break into a prison? To meet you, of course. Still, Peter was confused. Why would you want to meet me? It's because of your father. These last words rang in Peter's head during all the ceremonial crap he had to go through. Sure, he was rewarded with a medal for saving Xander, by the Nova Prime herself. The Nova Corps gave them, and the entire Ravager team that helped in the fight against Ronan. Yondu of all people, the infamous Ravager captain, was now free to walk in the Nova Empire as he wished. As for Peter and his team, they were starting to get called the Guardians of the Galaxy. The Nova Corps even salvaged what remained of the Milano and rebuilt it from the ground up. It looked almost identical to how it used to be. It was straight up out of a movie from Terra. He was now a famous hero in the galaxy, leading his team to confront the evil Ronan from committing genocide. He even got a medal like those old war heroes from home. And yet, it all tasted bitter because of Morrigan's last words. Peter Quill always imagined his father coming and taking him away from the Ravagers, saving him from a life of a monster. And yet he never came, the so-called spaceman, his mother so lovingly described every night. And for the first time, he had a lead, and the sad thing was that he didn't know if he wanted to know about him, if that made any sense. He did follow through with Morrigan's request to not say anything about her involvement. As far as everyone was concerned, she had perished far away from the excitement, her pod having malfunctioned because of the city's defenses and crashed. He did what the woman wanted and lied, but he didn't even know what he wanted in return. Well, she saved them from Ronan and helped Xander recover the Infinity Stone. Peter had no illusions about the fact that he threw his orb of his own volition. Something moved his hand, made it so that he would throw the orb at exactly the right time, at the exact location it needed to be at. And that wasn't him. Her fellow human had saved his life, and this was nothing more than repaying the favor. So, why was he hopeful, and nervous at the same time? Why did he feel like a young boy again? Morrigan knew who his father was, and it scared the crap out of him. He gulped before finally making his way to the Milano where the two women were hiding. Gamera seemed to have noticed his nervousness and murmured to him, "What's wrong, Peter?" Morrigan and Hela, Gamera stiffened when he mentioned the two women. "They know something about my father, the one that disappeared." "Oh," Gamera breathed out. "Yeah. All my life, I made up stories of him in my mind. You know, I even pretended an imaginary character was my dad for a while, that he would just take me away and we would have adventures together. I was such an idiot back then. But I always dreamed about my mother's spaceman, the one she spoke of with so much life in her eyes," Peter confessed. "And having a real chance to meet him, to see the men your mother loved, is scaring you." Gamera continued for him. Quill nodded. "I know it seems silly, especially after what we just went through together. But there's this image of him in my head." The green-skinned woman just grabbed his arm in comfort. Peter really appreciated how close the two of them had gotten during the last few days. It was odd, for all his escapades, he had never felt towards a woman as he does for Gamera. He then remembered a little detail from before, about Morrigan. "You recognized her name?" "Why?" Gamera sighed in defeat. "I heard that name a few times. I didn't know who she was, I still don't to be honest, but my father was wary of her for some reason. She single-handedly stopped his invasion of Terra. After his defeat, he was visited by a strange man in black that said he knew her. They call my father the Mad Titan, but his madness pales in comparison to what I saw in the eyes of that man. He called himself the enemy of Morrigan, and that he would help Thanos achieve his goal, and oppose the Morrigan. Outside of these overheard conversations between my father and his new advisor, I never heard the name. So, she's dangerous." The former assassin released a snort. "Of course she is. Anyone that my father even knows the name of, is dangerous. For him to be so wary of her. I shudder to think of what she's truly capable of." Well, that made things a lot more terrifying. What the hell did that woman have to do with his father anyway? Was his father a monster as well? But then, why would his mother speak of him so fondly until her inevitable death? There were too many possibilities, and Peter was too exhausted to think of them. Morrigan had all the answers, and she looked ready to reveal them to him. Peter steeled himself and entered the hangar in his ship, where he usually hangs out if he has any company. When he did, he saw the Morrigan sitting down on one of the couches, eating snacks. It was hard to believe that this woman was the one Thanos himself was wary of. She just seemed so normal, so ordinary. Hela on the other hand was playing with some kind of black dagger with some very complex maneuvers. When Morrigan saw him arrive, she brightened. "Peter, how's my favorite captain doing?" "We need to talk," he simply answered. About my father." Peter continued, slowly getting irritating. The woman snorted. "Well, you certainly took your time to man up and talk to me. What do you want to know?" "Everything," Peter breathed out. The woman just shrugged. "Well, it's a very long story, but I'll try to make it short. What do you know about the reason why Yondu took you from Terra?" That question froze Peter immediately. "Didn't they just kidnap me?" The woman burst into laughter. "Oh, you're so cute. Look, if they wanted a boy from a backwards planet, they wouldn't have picked you, just after your mother died, to take you. No, the Ravagers don't do anything for free, and they were paid to grab you, to bring you to your father. Yondu just refused to bring you to him after he left Terra." The self-proclaimed Star-Lord froze as she finished. This was a fundamental part of him being a lie. He felt burning hatred towards Yondu. That man had raised him as a criminal, constantly scared for his life, and he had done it after refusing to take him to his father. Peter tried to control himself and just asked, "Why would he do that? Why did he take me away?" "Because he realized what your father was doing to his children." "And what was that?" The woman gave him a grim expression and answered, "He was killing them all." Again, Peter froze. "What?" "Yeah, your father, Ego, is a very old entity, part of a race that are not born, but simply come out of existence. They call themselves Celestials, but in many ways, your father was broken, incomplete. Do you remember the giant beings using the Infinity Stone in the Collector's illusions? Even the head that became Nowhere was one of theirs. Celestials are born with a certain encoded purpose, but your father had none, and it turned him insane. He turned himself into a living planet, with his consciousness being the core, and created an entire ecosystem on the surface. Morrigan waved her arms and an illusion appeared out of nowhere, of a planet with a face. It looked strangely beautiful. The woman then continued, he was alone in the depths of space for billions of years, slowly learning, evolving, until he decided one day that life was just disappointing, that he hated it, and so, he planned a massive undertaking, gave himself a purpose, to unite all life in the galaxy as a single being, him. He called it the expansion, but he wasn't strong enough to power it. He needed another celestial to help him control the expansion properly, but he didn't know if others even existed, and so, he chose to create his own. He traveled throughout the universe, going to one planet after another, getting women pregnant with his seed, while hoping that one of his children would inherit his power. He would overload them with his cosmic energy and hope that they would adapt, that he would unlock their own connection to what he called his light. Thousands of children each born from a mother of a simple species died. He killed all of their mothers, planting seeds of disease in them, waiting for them to die, and then send someone to pick the children up. He hired Yondu many times in the past, to get his children, until one day, he realized what was happening to the younglings he was transporting. When he did, he chose not to give you away, not when your death was practically guaranteed. And so, Yondu chose to raise you, prepare you for the horrors that might await you out there, as repentance for your brothers and sisters that he transported to their deaths. He lived in constant fear that ego would find him and take you away. The woman kept showing him illusions of every event she talked about, but something truly enraged him, a deep realization that hurt more than anything. He killed my mom. Morrigan nodded, he did. He killed countless mothers to take away their children. I imagine he could be quite charming when he wanted to be. He killed my mom. Peter yelled. Suddenly, Peter felt as if something was unlocked. The entire spacecraft was starting to shake, like it was resonating with his anger. Gamera fell down in shock, and even Hela looked nervously at him. Morrigan, though, looked unconcerned, like she expected this to happen. He didn't care, too consumed by his burning rage. It was bottled deep down, trying to escape. He almost let it all go, destroying everything around him in his rage, until the Morrigan just snapped her fingers. There was noise everywhere, but the snap was somehow deafening. The room then righted itself, the spacecraft stopped shaking, and Peter himself felt breathless for a second, and fell down to the floor. The woman raised an eyebrow, are you done? Who the fuck are you? Peter gasped out. I'm the Morrigan, the last daughter of Atlantis. I am the last defense to the oncoming storm, the end of everything. The multiverse will soon be swallowed in darkness, Peter Quill, and I need your help to stop it. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 343, The Final Problem. Chapter 343, The Final Problem. May 16, 2013, Middle of Space. Peter Quill POV. Morrigan nodded, he did. He killed countless mothers to take away their children. I imagine he could be quite charming when he wanted to be. He killed my mom. Peter yelled. Suddenly, Peter felt as if something was unlocked. The entire spacecraft was starting to shake, like it was resonating with his anger. Gamera fell down in shock, and even Hela looked nervously at him. Morrigan, though, looked unconcerned, like she expected this to happen. He didn't care, too consumed by his burning rage. It was bottled deep down, trying to escape. He almost let it all go, destroying everything around him in his rage, until the Morrigan just snapped her fingers. There was noise everywhere, but the snap was somehow deafening. The room then righted itself, the spacecraft stopped shaking, and Peter himself felt breathless for a second, and fell down to the floor. The woman raised an eyebrow, are you done? Who the fuck are you? Peter gasped out. I'm the Morrigan, the last daughter of Atlantis. I am the last defense to the oncoming storm, the end of everything. The multiverse will soon be swallowed in darkness, Peter Quill, and I need your help to stop it. When she finished her monologue, Peter just stared at her, flabbergasted by what she just said. I don't understand. The woman smirked and answered, I didn't expect you to. What are you, really? Peter asked. I am like you, or at least the closest thing there is to you that exists in this universe. I am a half-celestial, or at least, a pseudo-celestial. The difference is that you are biologically stable, while I am slowly ascending to becoming a full one, but I am hoping that it will be a long way away. The terrifying woman answered. Why is that? The woman shrugged, being a celestial is more than just having cosmic powers to manipulate reality. They have a different way of perceiving the world, one that happens on a very high level. In a way, things start to feel small, lives start to feel like acceptable costs, and you realize how meaningless things really are. This detachment from reality is something that I wish to avoid at all costs. One day, I will lose my humanity, my mortality, and become a cold, ruthless being. It is inevitable, and yet, it is a future that I fight. Peter shivered at the cold tone in which it was delivered. He had always centered himself around the idea of bonds and caring. A life as a cold, rational being that is always calculating the best outcome is something that he would dread as well. Still, as terrifying as Morrigan was, she couldn't deter Peter from his righteous anger towards the man that killed his mother. Where is he? Where is my father? Dead, or at least as good as. The woman immediately replied. Peter deflated when he realized what she just said. He would not get his revenge on his father like he wished he could. How did that happen? The Morrigan shrugged. He tracked me down to earth and tried to kill me. I ended up breaking his mind, and thus turning him into a vegetable. He was fighting me through an energy projection, which meant that I couldn't really hurt him. The only vulnerable thing was his mind, and trust me, what I did to him was very painful. Right now, he's only a brain-dead planet that has a reservoir of cosmic energy. That's where you come in, Peter Quill. Wait, what? The woman gave him a soft smile. Your father may be dead, but his body still functions as a good source of cosmic energy, one that you are connected to. You can use his body, his powers, for good. Become a true guardian of the galaxy like you claimed you would. Holy shit, what was that woman on about? Sure, the story was good and all, but for all his bravado, Peter wasn't a hero. Oh, he wished he was, that's for sure, to become one of the heroes he heard so much about when he was a kid. But he just didn't have it in him. Even when saving Xander, he only did it because it was a good way to be free of Yondu. Oh, he would have wanted to save Xander, but Peter was too selfish to not put himself first. I don't want to disappoint you, Peter began. However, the Morrigan interrupted him. Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to become a knight in shining armor. All I'm asking is that you let me train you on how to control your powers, and in exchange you would help me in a single fight. That's all. Gamera this time spoke up. What fight are you talking about? What could make you so desperate that you would travel halfway across that galaxy just for the chance of one person's help? The Morrigan let out an exasperated sigh and deadpanned. Look, I'll be straight with you and put all my cards on the table. Sometime in the next few years, one of the biggest fights in the history of the universe will occur, for the fate of existence. A being of endless power took on a mortal form and is seeking to destroy everything. What's his name? Peter asked. Entropy. Peter felt a shudder go through him when he heard the name. It was like the world stopped breathing for a minute. The woman continued, unconcerned. He is the manifestation of the concept of entropy. A shard of reality given form and that gained a consciousness. He wishes to spread his essence across time and space, securing the ultimate entropy, the total heat death of the universe. Honestly, if it was just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. Universes die all the time, and an extra one dying isn't that much of an issue. No, the problem is that he's not just targeting this universe but all of them. Gamera muttered, I don't understand. Oh no, she gasped when she seemed to realize what the problem truly was. I'm afraid your thoughts are correct, the woman affirmed. The Infinity Stones, when used in conjunction for a single purpose, would break the borders of reality for a fraction of a second. But that would be enough to provide the enemy an opportunity to fulfill his goal. It would allow him to destroy not only this universe, but to spread his essence across all of them, in a sort of cascade, destroying one after another, until all that remains in all of time and space, in all the possibilities of anything being nothing more than absolute cold and no movement. Imagine that in a single moment, everything that you are, everything that you could have been, would be erased from history, stopped from happening, in a single second. That is the enemy I am fighting, the enemy I am asking you to fight with me. The single battle is near, and if we lose, everyone dies. And I'll be honest, things aren't looking so good. Then why do you need me? Why didn't you ask the actual Celestials that know what they're doing? The Morrigan shrugged and answered, I did. We had an alliance in place, but Entropy took them all by surprise with an ancient weapon capable of killing them, and they all died. We're all that is left of the Celestials in this universe. And you're expecting me, of all people, to fight against him? Peter hysterically replied back at her. Look, if we fight without you, we will lose and everyone will die, you included. If you help us, there might be a chance that we get out of there alive. What about the rest of my crew, are they supposed to just die? No, they will help fight Thanos. Entropy is using the Mad Titan to collect the Infinity Stones and destroy half the life in the universe. He will hijack the spell and spread his essence to achieve his goal. Stopping Thanos from obtaining the stones will be their goal. The battle will occur on Earth, and I have a few teams ready, that's not mentioning Asgard's army, ready to fight. Your crew could help massively since they're more familiar with the Titan situation. The woman explained. Wait a minute. What did she just say? Thanos wants to wipe out half the life in the universe. That was an insane goal. Why would anyone ever want to do that? He looked at Gamera, hoping for her to deny it, only she looked down in shame. I am not sure of his history, Morrigan explained, but I theorize that he appears to have some sort of cosmic sense. He's not wrong about the fact that the universe was withering. It was an issue with Asgardians that I solved. The expansion of the universe wasn't functioning properly, and with this issue, life stagnated. This has been an issue for millions of years, but it was resolved, and the parties involved banished. I think that Thanos realized that something was wrong, and found that killing half the population was a good way for life to flourish once more. Unfortunately, the change will only be noticeable in a few thousand years, and Thanos is dead set on achieving his life goal. And Entropy whispering in his ear isn't helping matters. Father was right. Gamera muttered. Oh, he wasn't that wrong, just misguided. Don't get me wrong, he is an arrogant and cruel warlord regardless of what his intentions are. He is utterly obsessed with the foolishness that he calls his life's purpose, and he will never give it up even if he was given any evidence. Tell me, Gamera, if I told him what I just told you, do you think that he would stop? The green-skinned woman's answer was almost immediate. No, he would not. The Morrigan nodded, and so, your team will help Terra's defenders fight Thanos' invasion, while you and I, and the rest of our team will fight Entropy. And who's on that team of ours? Peter questioned. The woman hesitated before answering. Loki of Asgard, god of stories and the avatar of dreams, Jean Grey, the avatar of the Phoenix Force, me, the Morrigan, former avatar of death and pseudo-celestial, and you. Just the four of us? Peter protested. Yes, but each one of us has enough power to wipe out planets. But you're right, there were others, but things haven't been going well. There was Odin, the All-Father, but he was injured recently. His heir is strong but he doesn't have the proper control and understanding of his powers to be in a fight of that scale. There's also my former wife, Selene, although I imprisoned her not so long ago when she betrayed me. The woman looked saddened when she spoke of her wife, so Peter chose not to insult her. What about Hela? Why isn't she on the team? Hela snorted. Boy, I am powerful, but fighting in Endless is something that is even beyond me. I am sorry. The Morrigan nodded. You need a certain amount of raw power to survive in a fight like that. Hela will be on the team that fights Thanos and his armies. There are other contenders like my daughters, Nimue, Stephen Strange, and Thor. But they just don't have the power, or they would need a lot more experience to survive more than a few seconds in the fight. The last fight I had with Entropy, we almost destroyed a planet, although we each had an Infinity Stone on our side. I was not kidding when I said that you are powerful, and that I needed you. Peter still felt hesitant. I'm still not sure. Look, Quill, I don't know much about your mother, so I'm not going to give you some speech about what she would have wanted. But what I am going to tell you is that there are times in your life when you're given a choice between doing what is right and what is easy. Neither are really wrong choices, and I will not judge you, but the question is, can you live with yourself if you condemn everyone you ever knew, everyone you could ever know, to death because of that choice? Peter looked at the green-eyed woman, then at Gamera, and he knew what choice he had to make. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 344, Forged in Fire. Chapter 344, Forged in Fire. May 17, 2013, Baxter Building, New York. Reed Richards POV. It seems a little extreme, teenagers are usually the ones who end up becoming mutants. Ross visibly gritted his teeth. Look, Richards, it's the best we could do. There's going to be amendments and modifications, the document is in its infancy. I'll be sending you a copy and you'll need to give me anything you don't like, but this is the UN, not some corrupt government. If they put something in, it's probably there for a reason. But don't ask for too much, because trust me, compared to some suggestions, this is far better for the whole enhanced population than what could have been chosen. Reed spoke to protest, but was interrupted. Look, read the draft, let me know what you think and tell me if you accept or not. But be very careful, if you refuse this, the consequences on the enhanced population will be grave. It's not a threat, it's my prediction. You have 24 hours to give me an answer. Thank you for your time, Dr. Richards. The former general turned around and left Reed's lab, leaving a pensive and nervous genius behind. May 20, 2013, Avengers Tower, New York City. Tony Stark POV. Anthony Stark, commonly known as Iron Man, was nervous for the first time in a while. Reed Richards was on his way to meet with him, and he sounded ominous. Very few people can be considered equal to Tony Stark in a field of science, and even fewer can surpass him in any scientific field. Reed Richards was a genius that was absurdly intelligent, capable of inventing things that were so far beyond the engineer that it wasn't even funny. Sure, Tony was a contemporary, an undeniable genius that changed the world, but the bullshit portal and external dimensions that Richards was working on was just not something that he had even imagined to be possible. Tony would admit that Reed was probably the only man on the planet that was more intelligent than him, but it wasn't really that simple. Intelligence was more than just a number, its many combined attributes put together, and while Reed might be overall smarter than him, Tony does surpass him in a few of these attributes individually. The only other people that come close are Bruce Banner and Victor Von Doom, although Tony admits that he doesn't know much about the self-styled Dr. Doom, at least in terms of scientific achievements. Yet, Richards and Tony never really interacted all that much. There wasn't any animosity between them, but there was definitely some tension. Richards was just too stiff and righteous for Tony's taste, and Tony was probably too boisterous and distracted by the world around him. He never dedicated every waking moment to help improve the world's knowledge of science, which wasn't really a bad thing. Tony always thought that Reed stayed in his lab too much and forgot the world outside of it. But something was wrong. There was always this professional rivalry between the two geniuses, one that stopped them from collaborating with each other, which meant that whatever Richards was coming for, it was going to be something different. The fact that he's coming at all instead of staying in his lab, meant that it was also important. Tony really didn't like any of it, not one bit. He tried to do his best to calm himself down, until he heard Jarvis' voice, "Mr. Stark, Dr. Richards is on his way. He should arrive in 27 seconds. The billionaire nodded. "Thank you, Jarvis." Tony took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and prepared himself for the impending meeting. When Reed finally arrived, Tony greeted him cordially and invited him to sit down. "So, Reed, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?" he asked, trying to sound casual. Richards wasn't one to beat around the bush, so to speak. He was a direct man that dealt with facts. It was a breath of fresh air compared to the politicians Tony had to deal with far too often for his liking. The men seemed to appreciate it. "The Secretary of State came to see me a few days ago. Thaddeus Ross came to see you." Now, that was a problematic way to start a conversation. Ross was someone that Tony kept tabs on, as he did most of the known enemies of his teammates. The former general qualified, considering his history with Bruce Banner. But the man was also shrewd, manipulative, and ruthless. It's the reason why someone like him had risen so high in the government after his many fuck-ups, especially with the damage that the abomination had caused when he almost destroyed Harlem. Reed must have noticed the look of distaste on his face because he asked, "I assume that you are familiar with the man?" Tony nodded. "Yes, horrible person. He was utterly obsessed with the Hulk and chased him down everywhere to study him, and to find a way to replicate Banner's accident to create a super soldier serum of sorts. The man attacked Bruce on sight, even on foreign soil, triggering his transformation into the Hulk, and well, you know what happens when the Hulk is backed into a corner. Honestly, that man is the reason why my friend wasn't able to have a moment of peace for years, and well, I personally think he's a giant dick." Reed nodded, unaffected by Tony's little rant. "I do not like him that much either, but the general isn't the problem. It's what he had to say that was the problem." Tony gestured Reed to go on, and he did. "He gave me this." The man let out a pile of paper in front of Tony. "What's this supposed to be exactly?" the billionaire asked. "That, Stark, is the Enhanced Registration Act that's currently being debated by the UN. One that will require every enhanced human being to register themselves to their government, submit for power testing once a year, and have a tracking chip inserted into them. This would allow the government to handle enhanced matters accordingly, and cause less casualties, civilian or otherwise. I have also sent you a digital version for you to look at," the man monologued. Tony was flabbergasted by this, and asked Jarvis to analyze the document Reed sent, and to compile a list of possible issues that came with it. The results weren't just bad, they were so fucking disgusting that the billionaire had to calm himself so as to not end up yelling at Reed. "You're joking, right? This has to be the stupidest thing I have read in a long time. This has to be the biggest human rights violation since slavery, Reed. For fuck's sake, this document states that the government has the authority to arrest any enhanced without cause and hold them indefinitely. And how on earth can using powers in public without government permission be worth life in prison? Even the permission is only valid for a day. This will cripple any superhero team in the world. And there isn't even a clause for minors. Reed, you have to see that this is bad. This is oppression written on a piece of paper." Reed grimaced. "I will agree with you on that. It's bad, but it can be amended slowly. This has been a long time coming. New York, Greenwich, there. Events that terrify the people. They need to know that they're safe. That's not grounds to do something like this, and you know it," Tony protested. "It's the only way they're willing to work with us. Look, this document is going to get signed anyway, and it was time something like this would happen. Subjugating every person with superpowers and imprisoning them just because of what they are, that's what you're talking about. Most of the mutants are kids, Reed. You're trying to arrest kids." It was too much for Tony to accept. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, was one of the few things Tony treasured. The boy was funny, smart, sassy, and was very efficient in his night job as a vigilante too. The idea that this pure kid could be arrested at any moment because of these accords was just disgusting. The kid was entirely heroic, he saved so many lives without severely hurting a single person, and Tony was proud of him. These accords threatened his little protege, and he wasn't going to have any of it. The most frustrating thing was the fact that Reed Richards, the smartest man on the planet, was going along with it. Reed, how can you justify supporting something like this? They can arrest you too without any reason if you sign this thing. Because it's the only thing we can do. I was able to create a simulation to see how something like this would end. If we do nothing for the next 5 years, if the accords are scrapped for any reason and don't go through, there will be war. Be it between enhanced factions, or between them and humanity. The answer is simple. There will be countless fatalities in this conflict no matter who the victor is. I support the accords because it's the only way for humanity to avoid a third world war, and slowly if we all support it, we can make amendments to make the lives of the enhanced better. That's why I'm with them. It's the only way. Tony wasn't having any of it, they want control, Reed, and you know it. The moment they notice you taking it away from them, they will get rid of you too. What else am I supposed to do? Reed exclaimed, at least even if they are oppressed, they will be at peace. With the way the mutant population have risen since their appearance, and then practically disappeared, the UN will either have to change the accords to compensate for a rise of mutants and relax the restriction, or the accords will simply become moot as the number of mutants becomes insignificant, making the X gene a random genetic effect that was quick to rise and then fade away. Either way, win or lose, humanity prevails. What you're talking about isn't humanity. This is glorified slavery, Reed, and you can put it in pretty words all you like, the effect is the same, Tony responded with an icy tone. Reed just sighed in exasperation. I came here looking for a peer, a person that would have the capacity to see how delicate the situation is. I will have to leave disappointed, but still hopeful. Next week, the accords will be announced and the Fantastic Four will be making a point of signing it. The Avengers can either join us and sign it as well, or they will disband. The choice is yours, and you have until then to discuss it with your team and make your final decision. Goodbye, Tony. The men simply turned away and left the building. This was bad, this was really, really bad. With that thought, Tony remembered a conversation he had with the Morrigan. She still scared the shit out of him, but she had warned him about the governments of the world seeking to take control over the enhanced population. He had dismissed it as a conspiracy theory. He was regretting that now. She was right and now Tony had to deal with it. The woman had told him in no uncertain terms that she wasn't going to intervene anymore in the matter, but he had to ask for her help. Reed Richards, as part of the beloved superhero team, the Fantastic Four, would be supporting them, giving the accords legitimacy, and making young fools that idolize him and have powers support the accords as well, unknowingly chaining themselves for the government to take care of. He needed help, he needed advice, and he needed it as soon as possible. There was only one person who had foreseen this, Jarvis, please call Jasmine Sayer. Tell her that it's urgent. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 345, Light the Flames. Chapter 345, Light the Flames. May 20, 2013, Avengers Tower, New York City. Tony Stark POV. The men simply turned away and left the building. This was bad, this was really, really bad. With that thought, Tony remembered a conversation he had with the Morrigan. She still scared the shit out of him, but she had warned him about the governments of the world seeking to take control over the enhanced population. He had dismissed it as a conspiracy theory. He was regretting that now. She was right and now Tony had to deal with it. The woman had told him in no uncertain terms that she wasn't going to intervene anymore in the matter, but he had to ask for her help. Reed Richards, as part of the beloved superhero team, the Fantastic Four, would be supporting them, giving the accords legitimacy, and making young fools that idolize him and have powers support the accords as well, unknowingly chaining themselves for the government to take care of. He needed help, he needed advice, and he needed it as soon as possible. There was only one person who had foreseen this, Jarvis, please call Jasmine Sayer. Tell her that it's urgent. After being told multiple times that Jasmine Sayer was away by her assistant, Alfred, something that was weird since she could teleport. Alas, Tony could not get into contact with the witch, and he was too restless to wait for her to help him. The woman had told him that she wouldn't help him anyway, that he was on his own. And it was Tony's fault that he didn't listen to her warnings. Now, he was screwed, and he needed his team's help. Jarvis, send the team a message to come as soon as possible. Tell them that it's an emergency. Honestly, Tony had no idea how to broach the subject to his teammates. How was he going to tell them that the people that they had almost died saving are doing their best to repress them as much as possible? The world had taken the Avengers' sacrifices and spat on them for no reason. Sure, they had a point, but not to make things this drastic. The incidents that they're using to justify the accords were not the fault of the Enhanced. Most casualties happened because of extraterrestrial issues, and they were contained by the Avengers or other enhanced quickly enough. Sayer knew about the Greenwich attack, but said that it was uncertain to happen at all. And she was right, the space portal was consistent with many gravitational anomalies that were discovered by Jane Foster, who had sent him her findings when he asked her. Even then, the ship happened to be contained as quickly as possible by Sayer's agents, making the casualty count as low as possible. Unfortunately, it was enough for people to start a fear campaign on enhanced people on general, and it was working. Even though mutants have practically disappeared by now, people still feared them for some reason. Half an hour later, the entire team was there, including Rhodey, and Sam Wilson, some military veteran in the Falcon project that used to run with Steve Rogers. Thor was missing, but that wasn't really a surprise since he was back at Asgard, but other than him and the Morrigan, everyone was there. While the billionaire was thinking about how to broach the issue, Natasha decided to speak up. "What's going on, Tony? Why are we all here?" "We have a problem," Tony simply answered. Everyone straightened up and Cap immediately went to soldier mode. "Who are we fighting?" "Everyone, that's the problem." At their questioning look, he continued, "An hour ago, I was visited by Reed Richards who had some very concerning news. He gave me a document, the Enhanced Registration Act. It's a bill that's getting ratified by the UN in the next week. It is without a doubt the single most repressive and constrained proposal I have ever read, coming very close to slavery, and we're all affected by it. Secretary Thaddeus Ross is representing the United States when it relates to the Accords, which once signed, would make the crap he did to Banner to be legal, and he would be able to do the same for anyone with any kind of powers." The entire room fell silent and Tony would have been able to hear a pin drop. "What the hell, Tony?" Rhodey exclaimed. Everyone started to try to yell, and the billionaire just raised his hand causing them to fall silent. "Look, I know you want to know more. I printed each of you a copy of the Accords, a brief summary if you don't want to read all of it, and what I found when I researched things slightly more. Read what you want, and when you will, and then we'll talk. We need to make an informed decision as a team." Tony passed each of them a folder containing the necessary documents, and everyone started reading. It didn't take long for people to get through them. The other members of the Avengers were quite smart. Rogers' super soldier serum had also enhanced his mind. Rhodey and Wilson worked for the military, which actually involved more paperwork than shooting people. The former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were familiar enough with this kind of documents as well. As for Banner, well, he was a certified genius with too many doctorates. "This is insane," Banner murmured. Tony answered, "Unfortunately, Reed Richards and the rest of his team support it. They agreed with this crap. Yeah, it's the UN and everything, but politicians are also politicians. How long is it gonna be before they LoJack us like a bunch of common criminals?" Wilson protested. 117 countries want to sign this. 117, Sam, that means something, Sam. Rhodey protested. "You're all missing the point. Reed isn't supporting it because he likes it, but because he thinks he has to. He's planning on signing the Accords and slowly pressuring them to amend it, to make it at least not violate human rights." Tony explained. Surprisingly, Banner seemed in favor of the Accords and spoke up. "Look, he may have a point, and the Accords do look very extreme, but ever since people with powers started appearing, challengers followed them. Some oversight might not be a bad idea. Making the use of superpowers against the law and making it so only people that have signed the Accords could use them, and only fight crimes with permission from the UN are not a bad idea. It would stop anyone with powers from getting hurt fighting crime or something, and it would give the Avengers credibility to the whole world." Rogers protested, "And at what cost? We tried before with S.H.I.E.L.D. and look what happened to it. The UN disbanded the entire organization. Are we going to let them do the same to us? Look, Steve, I'm not going to support the Accords, believe me, but the thing with S.H.I.E.L.D. is a lot more complicated than you think. What happened was for the best." Tony replied calmly. "For the best?" "Tony, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the only one fighting the good fight, trying to get to the darkest places and shed some light. You can't think that what happened to them was just." Tony sighed. He didn't want to get to the S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff, but he had no choice there. S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised. Almost half the organization was loyal to another one. S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to fall anyway. What happened was because the other organization needed to fall with it. The entire room fell silent, and Romanoff commented with a dry tone, "So that's why she did it, huh?" Tony looked at her and continued, "Yes, it was part of a plan the both of us hatched. It started with something called Operation Paperclip. Hundreds of Nazi scientists were pardoned and brought to the US after the Second World War. A few were able to get into S.H.I.E.L.D. including one Arnim Zola. Slowly, a new Hydra was hatched from inside of S.H.I.E.L.D., until it made up almost half the population. The original plan was to slowly whittle them down and keep S.H.I.E.L.D. intact. Unfortunately, the Hydra higher-ups tried to kill the Morrigan's civilian identity, and she responded in kind. Fury tried to arrest her because of it, so she just gave up on saving S.H.I.E.L.D. and dismantled the entire organization for full measure. Hydra did a lot of bad things, including killing my parents. I'm not kidding, I saw the video myself from one of their archives. This is what happened to S.H.I.E.L.D., so please just shut up about it, because it's gone and it has nothing to do with this conversation. Cap's face paled at what he heard, and Natasha chose to change the subject slightly. Back to the issue at hand, we need to make a decision about what to decide. Do we follow Richards or do we fight with it? Clint, who had been silent this far, spoke up. Yeah, I'm out. Everyone looked at Clint with shock on their faces. Look, I'm just a guy with a bow and arrow. I have a family that I need to take care of. I love you all, but not enough to risk upsetting the government and risking my family for you. I have been thinking about it for a while, and I have enough saved up to retire properly. I am officially resigning from the Avengers. If you somehow manage to solve this mess, then let me know. Other than that, I'm out. Clint, Natasha protested. I have to do this, Nat. For Laura and the kids. He calmly answered. Everyone nodded, accepting his decision but unhappy to lose him, and after a few goodbyes, he left the tower. Banner was the one who started. Look, we still need to make a decision. What about the Morrigan? Natasha asked. What does she think about this? She knew about it, warned me even, but I thought that she was just paranoid. I'm ashamed to say that I ignored her advice, and now we're all paying for it. I still can't get hold of her. Apparently, she's been away since that mess in Greenwich. It had something to do with Thor, I believe. I'm not really sure, to be honest. The billionaire answered back. Steve asked, if we sign this, we surrender our right to choose. What if this panel sends us somewhere we don't think we should go? What if there is somewhere we need to go, and they don't let us? We may not be perfect, but the safest hands are still our own. Rhodey sighed in exasperation. If we don't sign it, then we're not allowed to interfere at all without being labeled criminals and being arrested. The Accords are horrible, sure, but they will go through, and you know it. They played it well, and they won. We need to decide on the consequences of the signing. Either we play by the rules and submit to their oversight, or we become fugitives for helping people. I'm leaning towards the first one. I'm with Reed with this. We need to join them and try to influence amends in the Accords over the years. Natasha nodded in agreement, and so did Bruce. I lived as an exile for years, I don't want to be on the run anymore. Tony protested. My idea is that we don't sign at all. There isn't a deadline for signing as long as we don't go out and get into fights. We shouldn't involve ourselves unless there is something really big. We let them do what they want and deal with their decisions. When the mutants hiding in secret eventually come out to protest it with violence, we don't lift a finger. Either the government will handle it as promised and then our inactions would have done nothing, or the public outcry will be so high that they will need to amend it anyway. Let Richards be the face of the Accords, and we'll be the silent opposition. Us not signing is enough opposition for the public. Steve stood up with a frown. I can't agree with this, Tony. I can't just sit when someone gets hurt. The war hero turned and left, with Wilson with him. Rhodey also stood up. I still think we should sign, Tony, but I'm with you on just waiting as long as we don't break the law. The billionaire just sighed. Thanks, Rhodey. It's always nice to see you have my back. He just turned towards the balcony to get some air. The billionaire jumped when he heard the voice. You wanted to talk with Jasmine Sayer. We're in charge while she's away. Why did you ask to see her? If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 346, Assemble. Chapter 346, Assemble. May 20, 2013, Avengers Tower, New York City. Tony Stark POV. We let them do what they want and deal with their decisions. When the mutants hiding in secret eventually come out to protest it with violence, we don't lift a finger. Either the government will handle it as promised and then our inactions would have done nothing, or the public outcry will be so high that they will need to amend it anyway. Let Richards be the face of the Accords, and we'll be the silent opposition. Us not signing is enough opposition for the public. Steve stood up with a frown. I can't agree with this, Tony. I can't just sit when someone gets hurt. The war hero turned and left, with Wilson with him. Rhodey also stood up. I still think we should sign, Tony, but I'm with you on just waiting as long as we don't break the law. The billionaire just sighed. Thanks, Rhodey. It's always nice to see you have my back. He just turned towards the balcony to get some air. The billionaire jumped when he heard the voice. You wanted to talk with Jasmine Sayer. We're in charge while she's away. Why did you ask to see her? Tony let out a definitely manly squeak and jumped away from the voice while hiding his face. He turned around and saw two visibly amused women with red hair. One had green eyes, which he recognized as Jean Grey, formerly one of Charles Xavier's students, before his untimely death, that is, and then member of the Crimson Roses. Next to her stood her teammate Wanda Maximoff, whose eyes were subtly glowing crimson. These two women were two of the most powerful mutants in the world, and yet Tony exclaimed, "What the hell is wrong with you? Can't you just knock or call like a normal person?" Wanda grinned at him. "It's funnier this way." Tony grumbled to himself and asked, "Why are you here, exactly?" "You wanted to speak to Jasmine Sayer. She put us in charge while she's away," the telepath answered. "Doing what exactly?" "She almost raised Greenwich to the ground with her last stunt, which is why we're dealing with the Accords crap," Tony complained. "No, Earth was never meant to be involved in the conflict. Asgard was at war and Jasmine had made a deal with Odin. It just happened that the convergence was happening at the same time, which is why portals randomly started appearing everywhere." "What the hell is the convergence?" Tony asked. "It's a cosmic event that happens every 5,000 years or so, where the 9 realms are aligned. It was centered on Greenwich, which is why Jasmine asked us to stay there to contain anything that might get out of the portal. She was right, of course, but even then, we were not fast enough to stop everything. And now, the entire world is fucked because of these damn Accords," Tony growled. "Not as much as you think," Maximoff answered with a smug smile on her face. "We made sure that the mutant population is safe. You can't tell me you didn't notice a lack of mutant-related news in the past few years, can you?" Tony simply shrugged. "I thought it was a natural phenomenon." "No, we've been collecting and housing all willing mutants, saving them when they're in danger, and hiding them if they're discovered. We take down mutants that commit crimes. We solve the mutant issue, at least, until the next generation, that is." Gray explained. "What are you talking about?" Tony knew that he wouldn't like the answer to his question. He was proven correct when the woman answered, "The mutant population will grow exponentially in every generation. These politicians who are so eager to enslave the enhanced population will most likely have mutant children or grandchildren. In a century, over 3/4 of the population will have powers, until that includes all of the human race. In the end, the Accords will not hold more than one generation. They simply cannot, not with the way they are written. As long as we keep doing our jobs adequately and maintain the order, inevitably, the Accords will be either scrapped or neutered. The biggest issue will be about vigilante teams like the Avengers or the Fantastic Four." Tony was flabbergasted by this. How is this possible? The telepath just smiled at him. "Come on, how do you think it was possible?" "Sayer, she did all of this. She's been playing the whole world like a fiddle all this time," Tony deducted. "Yes, she did. She ensured that the X gene would be propagated, and started activating it as to make people gain power. Oh, mutants were a thing for a long time, but not even close to as common as you see now," Wanda answered. "Don't worry, it was to avoid a war in the long run. As long as this doesn't end too badly, then it would have been worth it." The billionaire snarled, "We're in this mess because of some scheme of hers. How many people have died because of her ambition?" The redhead scowled back at him. "Believe me, the casualties you see now are but a fraction of what would have happened in the near future. She's making it an issue or something now where it's manageable, so that it wouldn't be a bigger one later." "I don't care." Tony bellowed. "My team is at risk because of her schemes." Wanda just shrugged. "You're as much to blame as she is. She warned you point blank about the Accords, but you dismissed it. If you had put yourself instead of Ross to deal with the Accords, they wouldn't have ended up as a glorified slavery contract." Tony just took a deep breath to calm himself. Getting angry with people that can kill him with a thought just wasn't a good idea. He couldn't take back what was happening, nor could he undo it. He needed the two mutants' help, and that was more important than shifting blame. "What do we do now?" "Truth be told, your initial plan of doing nothing and not sign to show your protest is the best you could do. Wait until some crisis happens, do nothing, and then blame the Accords for not acting. It wouldn't take long for the public to protest the Accords for you. However, you will need to make sure that no one breaks the Accords for some noble reason, and I don't think anything short of putting Steve Rogers in a coma will change that. And the moment he gets involved, the entire team gets involved." Jean Grey proposed. "Can you not stop the Accords from being signed, or something?" Tony asked. "It's too big for me to stop. I'd have to mind control most of the world's governments just to stop it, and I don't think even Jasmine could do that." Jean denied. "Yeah, and Reed Richards' support of the Accords is already legitimizing enough." The Scarlet Witch stiffened. "Did you just say that Reed Richards is supporting the Accords?" Tony nodded, and Jean cursed in response. To say that the billionaire was confused by their reaction would be an understatement. Choosing to voice his confusion, he asked, "What's the big deal with Richards getting involved?" "Jasmine told us about him, and to be wary of him. She said that he was a brilliant man with a prodigal mind and little common sense. In a lab, he would be perfect, but in politics, he would most likely mess things up with some righteous speech or another, especially when he thinks that he's right about something. We do not need him to get involved with the Accords of all things. We'll need to deal with him as quickly as possible. He'll probably try to escalate things if you don't sign the Accords like he would like you to." Jean growled back. Tony groaned. Thing we're just getting better and better, so, what do we do? Stick with your plan, and do not get involved. Don't wear your suits, and don't go fight crime unless Earth is really threatened. But ignore anything else. I mean, don't go fighting mercenaries, don't go fight supervillains, and whatnot. Jean and I will start by putting pressure on the Wakandan king to support making a few amends on the accords. If they don't go through, we'll just have to make the case for you through trial by fire, the Scarlet Witch responded. Trial by fire? Tony questioned. He didn't like the sound of that. As a backup plan, we will fake an alien invasion while the Fantastic Four are indisposed. We will leave enough casualties and destruction for people to blame the accords, and they will have to be rectified, and you will have to be asked about why you didn't sign. That's the worst-case scenario, in case any peaceful way to rectify the accords do not pan out. The red-eyed woman explained. This was absurd, this was monstrous. Why would that be a plan in the first place? Even Grey looked uncomfortable with that plan. I won't be a part of something like this. Relax, Stark, this is only the worst-case scenario. If we're out of options. Wanda answered. No, it is cruel. You would kill thousands of people. To save millions, Wanda interrupted him. It's not a good choice, nor a good plan. But you can't deny its effectiveness. Is it really that horrible to sacrifice the few to save the many? It is a last resort, nothing more. Her companion chose to change the subject. Pessimistic plans aside, we need to get Richards to stop publicly supporting the accords. And how are we going to do that? Tony snarked. Through Susan Storm. He listens to her, if he's in the mood, that is. If there's a speck of doubt in his mind, she will be able to bring it out. Hitting below the belt by getting to his girlfriend first, Tony commented, vicious. I like it. But what if that doesn't work? The accords are going to get signed anyway, but if they do, you move the Avengers base into another country, one that hasn't signed the accords. Wakanda would be ideal if they don't sign, but they tend to be very stingy with outsiders. You can announce then that the Avengers will only involve themselves outside of countries that have signed the accords as long as basic human rights are implemented. Remember, there is nothing wrong with registering to the government if they can satisfy their security and prevent any leaks. The tracking chips are just a violation of human rights, and the indefinite arrest without cause of anyone with powers, at any age, is just barbaric. Reiterate your points and make a speech around the world. Say you're disappointed with the politicians and cite your demands. Use the public support and gratitude for the New York invasion to make your point, Jean answered. And if it's still not enough? Tony asked. You wait for a bit until you see how the accords will be enforced and implemented. Leak any misuse of power, any unjustified arrest while showing them that they could be next. If that doesn't work, we bring the big guns and we execute the last resort plan. We fake an invasion and have you say that you wouldn't want to risk being arrested for saving people. You blame it on the accords, and the rest of the world will take you seriously. Although, by that time Jasmine would probably have already returned, and she would probably have better plans. I still don't like this. Tony complained. Do you have any other plan that might work? Wanda glared at him. The billionaire gulped and thankfully Jean chose to change the subject, speaking of implementation of the accords. How is it going to be enforced? Tony shrugged, I don't know for sure. But the UN committee in charge of the accords have been communicating a lot with a certain company. Trask Industries, I believe it was called. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 347, Hardball. Chapter 347, Hardball. May 20, 2013, Avengers Tower, New York City. Tony Stark POV. You wait for a bit until you see how the accords will be enforced and implemented. Leak any misuse of power, any unjustified arrest while showing them that they could be next. If that doesn't work, we bring the big guns and we execute the last resort plan. We fake an invasion and have you say that you wouldn't want to risk being arrested for saving people. You blame it on the accords, and the rest of the world will take you seriously. Although, by that time Jasmine would probably have already returned, and she would probably have better plans. I still don't like this. Tony complained. Do you have any other plan that might work? Wanda glared at him. The billionaire gulped and thankfully Jean chose to change the subject, speaking of implementation of the accords. How is it going to be enforced? Tony shrugged, I don't know for sure. But the UN committee in charge of the accords have been communicating a lot with a certain company. Trask Industries, I believe it was called. It was 5 days later that Tony and his companions took a portal to Vienna, where the accords were being signed. The billionaire had never experienced teleportation in his life and was surprised by how smooth it was. The portal was more like a doorway, which didn't make sense, since it should have been spherical to account for the fact that the universe existed in at least 3 dimensions of space. Physics breaking aside, the 3 of them walked towards one of the hotels. Maximoff simply walked towards a bald woman with tattoos on her head and said, "We are here to speak with King Chaka. It is an urgent matter. My king has no appointment to see you today." The woman answered with a heavy accent. "Tell him that it's about Ulysses Clow." Tony had no idea who the Clow person was, but from the widening of the woman's eyes, she didn't share his ignorance. It was a rare thing for Tony to be the only ignorant one in a conversation. He decided that he definitely didn't like it, not one bit. The bald bodyguard nodded and silently walked towards one of the elevators. 10 minutes later, a small delegation of bald women came to speak with them. "We will escort you to our king." They all walked in silence to one of the elevators, until they arrived in front of a room, where another 2 guards were stationed. Honestly, Tony knew that they were visiting the King of Wakanda, unannounced, no less, but he didn't expect that kind of manpower for a UN meeting of all things. Still, the guards opened the doors to show an old man with graying hair and a goatee. "Hello, Mr. Stark, Miss Gray, and Miss Maximoff, how may I be of assistance?" Gray nodded. "We needed to talk, and this was our ticket to have our conversation." She moved her arm in a circle and a portal appeared in the roof of the building. Another weird man with spiky hair and gray eyes fell from the portal to the ground, where he was immediately apprehended by the Wakandan guards. "We are giving you Ulysses Clow as a token of goodwill, the buy-in, if you would, to start the conversation. We will also give you the entirety of the stolen vibranium after our discussion is over, even if the meeting goes poorly." Wanda Maximoff explained. The men looked calculatingly at them. "This is a fine gift to Wakanda, and more than enough for me to grant you an audience, but I have to wonder why you would part with such treasure. Wakanda is not the only source of vibranium, King Chaka. We, unlike most of the world, do not hunger for your metals, and while my mother dislikes your isolation, we are not here to discuss such fundamental differences." Maximoff replied. What the hell were they talking about? There was very little vibranium in the world or Tony would have known about it. And the billionaire was sure that Wakanda wasn't isolated at all, they were just too poor to make any impact on the international scene. "Our isolation is necessary for our survival." The king protested. "It is, but it does not have to be complete. You could help the world catch up and then reveal yourselves. You don't even need to reveal the truth about your natural resources, just your discoveries. The world would be thankful for your help, not hostile." Jean argued back. Still Tony had no idea what they were talking about, but just nodded to argue his companion's points. The king gave them a glare. "You did not come here just to argue about our way of life. So why have you come? Jean and I are here as emissaries of the nation of Genosha while Stark is here as a representative of the Avengers. To be perfectly brief, we need you not to sign the Enhanced Registration Act, and to make a headquarters for Avengers in Wakanda." Maximoff answered. The bodyguards immediately started whispering with glares on their faces. "Or you'll do what? Reveal Wakanda's existence." "You misunderstand, King Chaka, this is not a threat. We do not need to threaten you in any way. But I don't understand why you are supporting the Accords anyway. Will you register your son as well? After all, the Black Panther is technically an enhanced person as well." Jean drawled. "So, you are demanding that I stop supporting an international bill that is being signed by over 100 countries?" The king protested. "Seriously, you have read the document, have you not? It practically gives the UN cause to investigate any sightings of enhanced activity without any resistance. Are you willing to let anyone just get inside your kingdom? I thought you valued your secrecy, King Chaka. And the Avengers?" Jean Grey gave him a smile. "We need a place that's technologically advanced enough to support the Avengers, and yet inconspicuous enough to be dismissed by the international scene. They will act as the Avengers to the countries that haven't signed the Accords. You seek to make Wakanda the silent opposition to the Accords. We both know that they are necessary with the rise of the mutant population. People with superpowers need to be kept in check." "Yes, they do," Wanda responded to the man's surprise. "We have a similar system in Genosha. Everyone's registered and their powers tested, but mutants are not oppressed there. The number of human rights violations that are in the Accords is baffling, and this is our solution. You seek to use the Avengers' reputation and love of the public to protest the Accords, and say that they are too severe. Probably to demand amendments and modifications to secure it. But why did you come to Wakanda to sponsor it? We need a nation that is underestimated, but can defend itself in case something happens. We would have chosen Genosha to do it, but it's a relatively new country, and we have too many operations to save the mutants all over the world to make it the headquarters of the Avengers. It was either Wakanda or Latveria, but we don't want to associate ourselves with Victor Von Doom in any way if we can avoid it." The telepath simply responded. The king scratched his goatee. "And why should I put a target on our nation for the Avengers? Well, for one, they will defend your land from any possible spies trying to sneak in. They will be the first layer of defense, and the gun that you can point at other nations. You can be sure that no one like Clow will come again. Plus, I believe Princess Shuri wouldn't mind working with people like Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, would she? The redhead proposed. The man's lips twitched. We have our means to defend ourselves, Miss Grey. Perhaps, but not openly. Still, there is the matter of the greatest threat to your rule running around while you do not know of it. We are willing to trade you information about them, in exchange for your cooperation. Wanda smirked back. Wakanda has no threats, girl, one of the bald women interrupted. The reality manipulator's smirk didn't even grow, not even Prince Njobu's son. The king stiffened and stood up suddenly. How do you know that name? You think we haven't been observing Wakanda for decades? Because we have, and for a very long time, we haven't even tried to interfere in your ruling. We even witnessed what happened in Oakland, and we weren't the only ones to do so. Everyone out, the king bellowed out. But, my king, one of the bald women protested. I said, out. Everyone, save for Tony, his companions, and the king, left the room. The men walked and looked at Maximoff straight in the eye. Be very careful with your next words. Tony would admit that he was terrified. Somehow, he knew that there was more to the old king than he first thought. But Maximoff didn't seem even slightly intimidated and continued smiling. After uncovering your brother's betrayal, you went to his safe house. I will not say what happened, because you perfectly know. You acted as the protector of Wakanda, as the Black Panther. There is no shame in that, and we will not judge you for what you have done. But your nephew witnessed what occurred, and he is out there, plotting to destroy everything that you have built, to have his revenge on you. So, that's our deal. You remove yourself from the Accords and build a headquarters for the Avengers, and we will tell you everything you need to know about your nephew and what he's been doing all these years. What do you think? You will not tell anyone about it, or I will simply sign the Accords. Avengers be damned. Chaka responded. We will not. You will be our ally. Genosha will help you, if you need it. You will have done us a great service, and we always pay our debts. The telepath answered. And you, Stark, the old king questioned. Tony seriously had no idea what the hell these people were even talking about. He was just there, not understanding one bit of what happened. From what he could infer, Wakanda was some secret powerhouse that had something to do with vibranium. Genosha was responsible for the mutants disappearing into thin air, and somehow the king of Wakanda did something that his secret nephew saw, and was now planning revenge for. Tony missed the days where all he had to do was fight aliens and deal with Hydra, not this mess. I won't repeat a word of what has been said in this room, Tony simply answered. The billionaire didn't even know enough to blab to people about it. But the men seemed to relax at his words, so he took that as a win. The image of the stern king deflated, and he just looked saddened. Then we have an agreement. I will retract our signature from the Accords, stating that the ethical concerns troubled me, and I will arrange for a headquarters to be made for the Avengers. Jean Grey nodded, and as promised, she waved her hand and a small portal opened, with a file falling into her hand. Here is the file about Njidaka, your nephew, who is also known as Eric Stevens. He's currently working for the CIA, but trust me, he hates your family with a passion. Do with it as you see fit. The king nodded, still looking solemn. An agreement has been reached. He should have been raised in Wakanda. Maybe, but my mother has always told me that it is unwise to think on what should have been and forget to live. Keep that in mind. Maximoff responded. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, the king replied. Oh, and the vibranium that Klaus stole has been teleported to Wakanda, into the vault to be precise. You can check with them later. Thank you for your cooperation, King Chaka. Wanda spoke up before turning and leaving the room. As soon as they left, Tony voiced his thoughts about the meeting. What the fuck just happened? If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 348, Escalation. Chapter 348, Escalation. May 25, 2013, Vienna. Tony Stark POV. Jean Grey nodded, and as promised, she waved her hand and a small portal opened, with a file falling into her hand. Here is the file about Njidaka, your nephew, who is also known as Eric Stevens. He's currently working for the CIA, but trust me, he hates your family with a passion. Do with it as you see fit. The king nodded, still looking solemn. An agreement has been reached. He should have been raised in Wakanda. Maybe, but my mother has always told me that it is unwise to think on what should have been and forget to live. Keep that in mind. Maximoff responded. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, the king replied. Oh, and the vibranium that Klaus stole has been teleported to Wakanda, into the vault to be precise. You can check with them later. Thank you for your cooperation, King Chaka. Wanda spoke up before turning and leaving the room. As soon as they left, Tony voiced his thoughts about the meeting. What the fuck just happened? June 8, 2013, Baxter Building. Reed Richards POV. Reed Richards was without a doubt the smartest man in the world. Victor Von Doom might disagree, but they both knew the truth. That this petty rivalry of theirs was nothing more than Victor throwing a tantrum because he found someone that not only equals his intelligence, but exceeds it. No one could refute the fact that when it came to science, Reed had no equals. He invented wonders that were so far ahead of Earth's technology levels that they even exceeded the alien tech from the invasion by a wide margin. It was Reed Richards' destiny to change the world, and the accident that gave him and his team powers didn't change a thing. For all he could be considered to be a superhero from the general public, he knew that it wasn't true. He was a scientist and an explorer, constantly pushing the limits of what was possible, while defeating enemies that would threaten Earth. And yet, the greatest threat so far was humans. Humanity was horrible. The human race was greedy, afraid of what they didn't understand, and very prone to violence. And that made them the greatest threat to mankind, ironically enough. Everyone with a brain could conclude that a third world war would likely cause the extinction of the human race. And yet, everyone was pushing for it. They saw something that they didn't understand, that they wanted to control, yet couldn't, something that would topple their beliefs, and they wanted that threat gone. The rise of the enhanced population threatened the political landscape and the status quo that was established after the Cold War. The governments were acting like cornered animals, ready to bite anyone that could threaten them. They wanted the threat gone, or assimilated, and the Enhanced Registration Act was the way to do it. It was by far preferable to what the battle-obsessed war general wanted, which was to hunt down the enhanced population one by one. Oh, it was one of the biggest human right violations that had ever been proposed in the UN, but it was far more preferable than the alternative. If his math was correct, and it always is, then a war between humanity and the enhanced would be cataclysmic for both sides. The act going through was the best choice for humanity's survival as a species, even for how horrible it was. Truthfully, making laws to deal with the enhanced population wasn't a bad idea. Registering the powers of young mutants, testing them, and training them if they proved to be uncontrolled or too dangerous, wasn't a bad idea. In an ideal world, they would have been judged fairly and trained for their own safety, assured that they wouldn't be targeted for registering. Alas, this was not an ideal world. Even Reed's team ended up agreeing to supporting the act in fear of the alternative. They had no choice, but they could slowly amend it to make it better. In a decade, they could have changed it enough that it would actually benefit the enhanced population and not stifle any of their rights. And so, the Fantastic Four made a grand speech about the importance of accountability before signing the accords in the UN, but neither Stark nor any of the Avengers were anywhere to be seen. Even now, more than a week after the signing, they have made no speech, neither supporting nor condemning the act. They simply stayed silent, and the public had noticed. Which was why an angry Secretary Thaddeus Ross was in his office. You need to do something. I don't see what the issue is. The accords have been signed, and I have supported them entirely, like you asked, the genius simply answered. You also said that you would convince Stark to sign, the former general yelled. Reed stopped working on his computer and looked the general in the eye. I told you that I would speak to Stark. I made him an offer, and he foolishly declined. He hasn't broken any laws, he hasn't gone out as an Avenger. His team has been entirely silent about the issue. He hasn't even publicly opposed the act. You got what you wanted. So, what do you want from me? Listen here, Richards. Ross started. All right, Secretary Ross, let me stop you right there. You seem to be under the illusion that you hold some kind of authority over me. The Fantastic Four rarely ever get involved with fighting crime or something that asinine. We have not violated the act in any way. We will continue as usual. I will finish my research and explore the limits of science, which is not illegal, as far as I know. The fact that Stark and his team don't want to sign is your problem, not mine. The men was starting to get redder. Stark is a symbol. There have been very few registrations worldwide because they're waiting for the Avengers to make a comment. The longer they wait, the more they disapprove. We need to bring him into the fold, if this is going to work. So, Richards, I want you. Again, with the orders. I told you, Ross, I'm not one of your soldiers, just because I signed a document at the threat of world annihilation. You will do as I say or what exactly? You can't do anything to me. Reed gave the former general an intense look. Or I will arrest you and your team for treason. The act you signed allows me to arrest you indefinitely without cause. I have you by the balls. Reed burst into laughter. The moment you so much as make a violent move towards me or my family, I will simply release the recording of this conversation. Oh, come on, don't look so surprised. You thought that that little anti-surveillance device that you got by some washed-up scientist could stand up against my surveillance. Believe me, when it comes to science, I have no equals. Even Stark would admit to that. The men paled in fear and Reed continued, can you imagine it? Secretary of State blackmails Mr. Fantastic to hunt down the Avengers and force them to sign the Enhanced Registration Act. People would start looking more closely at your little laws, and they would be overturned in a matter of weeks. But the tensions will not lessen, and you know it. The war you fear so much will not be prevented if the act is removed. Ross grinned victoriously. He had a point. The act was the only way for the future conflict to stop. The mutant population wasn't lessening. Mutants were still born, but they either stayed hidden or they disappeared altogether. Considering that there were no signs of resistance, they either left willingly, or they were taken by someone that was either obscenely powerful or extremely cunning. One day, mutants will return, and the act will need to be applied to deal with the chaos. You're right. But Stark signing isn't going to change anything. You can't convince him, and you can't move against him or his team if he sticks to the rules you made. Reed replied. But what if we get him to break the rules? Is your team prepared to go after him if he breaks them? You would be the best bet to take them in without any severe injuries. I'm sure my team can. But again, we're not your soldiers. Send a task force or something. The men burst into laughter. You seriously think that any task force we have can hold someone like Bruce Banner? The moment he changes into the Hulk, the amount of fatalities will skyrocket, unless there was someone capable of keeping him and his team in check. As far as I know, you're the only team who could. That's a big if. Tony is not stupid enough to break the act, at least in such an overt way. But if he does, I will help you bring him in, but only to sign the accords, not to imprison him indefinitely. That's my deal. The men looked victorious for some reason. All right, I'll take what I could get. Be very careful, we're living in chaotic times and the act is the only way to bring order to this. The frustrating general turned and left the office, leaving Reed alone. For some reason, he thought that agreeing to the last stipulation was a mistake. Ross wasn't to be trusted, that's for sure. The man was a colossal asshole, but he was the one responsible for the act going through. The Avengers going rogue was a very faint probability. Stark wouldn't let his team get arrested foolishly. They hadn't even gotten involved with any mission since the New York invasion, and that wasn't likely to change anytime soon. Still, in the event that they do go rogue, Reed knew deep down that it was only his team that could stand up to Stark's. Ben would be able to handle the Hulk, he would be able to deal with Stark, and the tag team between Susan and Johnny would be more than enough for the rest, who weren't that much of a threat. If Thor was there, it would be a different story altogether, but currently, the Avengers were still manageable. Reed put away his thoughts of fighting the Avengers. It was not like it would be happening anytime soon. And he needed to focus on his current problem, like why his multiversal portal just wouldn't work. The math was correct, and he knew it. But for some reason, the portal always malfunctions. Every version with every modification still wouldn't work. Now, that was far more interesting than some political issue that might never even happen. Thaddeus Ross POV. As Ross exited Richard's lab, he went to his office immediately and started dialing to one of his off-the-book sites. We have a deadline. Release the asset in the middle of New York, preferably near Avengers Tower, in 5 days. The voice on the other end of the phone stayed silent for a few seconds before answering. Are you sure about that, sir? The death count will be very high, especially since the casualties will be mostly civilians. They will be sacrificed for the greater good of humanity. Thousands will die, so that billions will live in peace. I don't want to do this any more than you do. But the hardest sacrifices require the strongest wills. Ross answered patiently. It will be done, sir, the men answered. Thank you, son, you will have helped shape the world with your courage. Thank you, sir. Oh, and tell Trask that I want to see him. Tell him that I want to know when the prototypes will be ready. The Secretary of State continued. Yes, sir. I will contact you with the answer, sir. For the greatness and prosperity of humanity. Ross continued. For the greatness and prosperity of humanity, the men repeated before hanging up. Yes, everything was going according to plan. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athosbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 349, Stubborn. Chapter 349, Stubborn. June 8, 2013, Baxter Building. Thaddeus Ross POV. The voice on the other end of the phone stayed silent for a few seconds before answering. Are you sure about that, sir? The death count will be very high, especially since the causalities will be mostly civilians. They will be sacrificed for the greater good of humanity. Thousands will die, so that billions will live in peace. I don't want to do this any more than you do. But the hardest sacrifices require the strongest wills. Ross answered patiently. It will be done, sir, the men answered. Thank you, son, you would have helped shape the world with your courage. Thank you, sir. Oh, and tell Trask that I want to see him. Tell him I want to know when the prototypes will be ready. The Secretary of State continued. Yes, sir. I will contact you with your answer, sir. For the greatness and prosperity of humanity. Ross continued. For the greatness and prosperity of humanity, the men repeated before hanging up. Yes, everything was going according to plan. June 13, 2013, Avengers Tower. Tony Stark POV. It took a lot of convincing, but Cap and his friends stopped fighting against his plan. The fact that the Avengers could still operate in half the world was enough for them to listen to him and silently protest the Accords. It was already noticed by the general public and people were asking their opinion on the act and why they didn't sign. Honestly, things were going great. All they had to do was leak a few private conversations to the public and things would start to snowball from there. When people realized that the Avengers would quit because of how bad the Accords were, and that they needed to practically sign their own freedom just for the privilege of saving lives, it would be an international uproar. The world owed the Avengers a debt and they knew it. They would pay it back with interest. The entire enhanced community was still hesitant in signing up. The Fantastic Four were great and all, but they didn't save New York, they didn't fight in the invasion. The Avengers did, and that gave them a lot more credibility than Richard's group. Wakanda had kept their word and a base in their capital was being built. Tony still had no idea how the hell the two redheads with him had managed to pull it off, and he was there when it happened. Somehow, Wakanda was the richest and most advanced country in the world, choosing to hide from the world than share their fortunes and discoveries. That did irk him somewhat, but considering the crap he had to deal with from the government to try to appropriate his Iron Man armor, the billionaire could understand why they hid. Still, Maximoff and Grey had somehow convinced the king of Wakanda of retreating from the Accords and giving them a base in his secretly advanced country by giving him a folder about his secret nephew that was some big shot killed in the CIA. This really sounded like a plot from some cheap movie. But it worked, so who was he to judge? The stage was set, and the last thing needed was the leaked video being recorded. Subtly, Tony asked Jarvis to record his next conversation and he walked towards the other Avengers. Captain America was wearing his uniform, always ready for the war that was finished 70 years prior. He was talking to Sam Wilson and Rhodey about some army thing. Bruce was reading something on his phone, while Romanoff was playing with a stiletto knife. The billionaire walked to the living room and announced himself, "Hey guys, how are you doing?" Rogers gritted his teeth and responded, "You know exactly how we are. How can you be so calm with everything happening?" "It's not really my style," the billionaire responded, "but I also don't like to worry about things I can't change. We saved the world and they responded with the Enhanced Registration Act. The UN voted for it, and that's as unanimous as it gets. If the world wants something, there's very little we can do about it. We could fight this." Cap snarled back. "How? This isn't Nazi Germany where you have people to punch. This is politics and they're a bit like Hydra, take off one head and another takes its place. This would have happened eventually, we all know that." Rhodey answered calmly. "God, that man had the patience of a saint." Tony though answered with a sarcastic tone, "Yeah, officially registering mutants is good and all, but that act is a glorified slavery contract and doesn't guarantee in any way the safety of anyone that signs it. Considering that it will be mostly children and teenagers since that's how old mutants usually are when their powers emerge, they wouldn't really know any better than to follow the law. Seriously, you can't tell me that if you had powers when you were 13 you wouldn't have played with them. Imagine a kid just finding out he has power and accidentally uses them by reflex. Well, the government has the right to imprison him indefinitely without cause, even if no one was harmed. That's what these Accords are. You can't tell me that you're supporting something like that." Tony didn't even want to say any of this. He already repeated it dozens of times since the Accords were signed. But since this was going to be a recording, he needed everyone to pitch in. Romanoff rolled her eyes. "Look, I don't like it as much as you do, Stark, but we need to be realistic here. The people in power aren't going to let teenagers with superpowers go free. So, enslaving them is the answer?" Sam replied. "No, it's not, Sam. Which is why we haven't signed the damn thing yet," Tony sarcastically answered. Rogers was frowning. "We need to do something. We can't just let this injustice happen." Rhodey rolled his eyes. "Look Cap, this isn't the 1940s anymore. You're talking about fighting an institution. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was still a thing, we could have maybe prevented this, or it could have been a lot worse considering what we know now. But there's no enemy for us to fight. I still stand by with my opinion on just doing what the Fantastic Four are doing and trying to make the Accords at least half decent from the inside instead of dwindling out thumbs like we're doing. Rogers wouldn't have it, and what if we're sent into political fights? What if the UN refuses to send us somewhere and people get hurt? It's better than doing nothing and waiting for the public to change their minds," Romanoff responded with a condescending tone. "Look, we could just take King Chaka's offer. Wakanda offered to harbor us if we only intervene in countries that haven't signed the Accords. It's how we can help people the most," Wilson shot back. Rhodey shook his head. "Look, I'm a colonel in the U.S. Air Force. I'm not going to fight for another country, that's practically treason. And Steve here has America in his name and his shield has an American flag. I don't see us abandoning our country out of spite. It's not spite. I don't care about being disrespected. I lived half my life as a skinny boy with more health issues than most retired people. I'm used to being mocked and put down. I stopped caring about that years ago. But, they're stopping us from doing our jobs, the World War II veteran interjected, and honestly, I would leave this country if that meant that I could do the most good away from here. I won't like it. New York is in my blood, but if that's what's needed. Bruce just stood up, enough. I have had enough of these endless debates with no answer. The UN fucked us, and there's nothing we can do about it. We can't fight it without being labeled criminals, and we can't join without becoming anything more than attack dogs and publicity stunts. Going to another country still wouldn't make a difference in the matter. Ross and his people will hunt us down, just like he hunted me down all those years, and I'm done running. Let's face it, the best thing to do is to just let go. If they don't want us, then they don't deserve us. I'm with Stark on this, but I'm not protesting. Clint has already left, and maybe it's time. Maybe the invasion was just a one-time thing, and we all go our separate ways. But Bruce. Natasha protested. But nothing, Nat, the genius answered, all of you have the luxury of returning to your old lives. The act doesn't really affect you because you're not really enhanced. You're normal people who have either trained for a long time or are smart enough to build wonders. Steve is a war hero and practically untouchable. Me, I'm the man who turns into a monster. Bruce shook his head bitterly. The entire room stayed silent, and Tony could swear that he could hear a pin drop. Banner then continued his little rant, I need to keep a lid on my temper for every single moment of my life or I will transform and turn into the Hulk. And it's frustrating to see you whine about the Accords when I'm the only one seriously affected. All you have to do is stop fighting and you'll be fine. Me, I'll have to walk to Ross' hands with my free will or risk being hunted down again. Let's face it, the Avengers are over. This act is the last straw. Nat can go back to being an agent, probably at the CIA, Tony can continue being a billionaire, Steve, Sam, and Rhodey can go back to the military, and that leaves just me. You also realize that this act also considers Thor to be a foreign invader. If he ever returned to visit, the government could arrest him just for being there. Everyone was gaping at Bruce who had finally started to calm down after his rant. He then sighed in disappointment, look, guys, I like you and everything and it's been fun. But it's time we move on. Tony looked down and asked Jarvis to stop recording. He subtly anonymously uploaded the footage on the internet. The truth was that the Avengers couldn't just appear on a show to make interviews or anything, because of some stipulation in the Accords restricting individuals labeled as enhanced to be restricted from intended media coverage without authorization from the government. This is why Tony needed for their testimony to appear leaked and not just go on TV and complain about the injustice of it all. It also prevented anyone with powers to get any kind of political position since they required media coverage to rise in the ranks. These Accords really were bullshit. The entire room stayed silent for a few minutes, processing what Bruce had revealed. The Accords were really making things tense. Because the men had a point. Wakanda was a last resort if mankind was being attacked or the world was in danger, and even then, they'd lose Rhodey and with Clint gone, they didn't need to lose more people in case something happened. To be perfectly honest, Tony hadn't really thought about how Bruce was feeling about all of this, especially with Ross spearheading the whole thing, a man that hunted him to the end of the world and back. Suddenly, the alarms went off, and Jarvis announced that there was a massive energy surge in the area. Tony rushed to the control room and yelled out, what's going on, Jarvis? It appears that Emil Blonsky, also known as the Abomination, is on a rampage in the middle of Manhattan. Tony looked at his teammates and he definitely didn't like the resolute look on Steve Rogers' face. This wouldn't bode well for anyone. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times. Chapter 350, Spark. Chapter 350, Spark. June 13, 2013, Avengers Tower. Tony Stark POV. The entire room stayed silent for a few minutes, processing what Bruce had revealed. The Accords were really making things tense. Because the men had a point. Wakanda was a last resort if mankind was being attacked or the world was in danger, and even then, they'd lose Rhodey and with Clint gone, they didn't need to lose more people in case something happened. To be perfectly honest, Tony hadn't really thought about how Bruce was feeling about all of this, especially with Ross spearheading the whole thing, a man that hunted him to the ends of the world and back. Suddenly, the alarms went off, and Jarvis announced that there was a massive energy surge in the area. Tony rushed to the control room and yelled out, what's going on, Jarvis? It appears that Emil Blonsky, also known as the Abomination, is on a rampage in the middle of Manhattan. Tony looked at his teammates and he definitely didn't like resolute look one Steve Rogers' face. This wouldn't bode well for anyone. We need to help, Steve spoke up with a hint of steel in his voice. Well, what else did Tony expect Cap to do? The man was utterly inflexible when it came to things he perceived as his duty. He was impulsive and righteous, a very dangerous combination for anyone to have, let alone a super soldier. It was obvious to Tony that the man still hadn't acclimated to the 21st century. He still behaved like all those war propaganda soldiers that were fed to the masses to enlist. You can't be serious, Steve. Can't you see what's happening? Did you ignore the plan we made up together? The billionaire bellowed. Tony didn't need to be a genius to see what was happening. As far as he knew, the abomination was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction and kept in a special containment cell, while under sedation, until the organization could disable his transformation, or replicate it. He wasn't actually sure. After the organization's dissolution, he was sent to the U.S. Army and put in the raft containment cell they were working on. Tony knew it because he tracked every single asset from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, in case they would try to return, which put him easily in Ross' reach. This was Ross' move. Send a monster and arrest them for taking it down. Make it so that the fight is public, since it's still in the middle of the day, and make it close to the tower to add to the effect. Yeah, Tony was pretty certain that this was a trap to arrest them for breaking the accords and force them to sign it. People are getting hurt out there, Tony, Steve replied. The armored hero let out a snort of derision. Yeah, and what else it knew. New York is full of armored and powerful villains that attack people, but we never fight any of them. We leave them to the minor vigilantes to handle, like Spider-Man and Daredevil. It's always been like this, and according to the Accords, the government should have things in hand. When I said we don't involve ourselves, I was serious. This isn't the time to argue over politics, Tony, people are dying on our watch. I refuse to do nothing while suffering occurs around me. If I see something wrong, then it is my responsibility to stop it since I have the power to do so. The war hero returned. This comment felt like a knife to the heart for the billionaire. Didn't Peter say the exact same thing when Tony had asked him why he went out as Spider-Man? With great power comes great responsibility. In a way, Tony was spitting on his pseudo-son's code just to avoid signing the Accords. Look, I get where you're coming from, Tony protested, but have you at least thought that this attack was too convenient? Last I heard, Blonsky was imprisoned by the U.S. Army and under sedation. And now, he's attacking in the middle of the day, for no discernible reason, and so close to us. You can't say that this doesn't sound fishy. Banner interjected, yeah, that sounds like something Ross would do. The Black Widow's face was impassive. Stark's right. This is a trap, and not a clever one at that. We need to be cautious in how we handle things. Steve seemed to frown at the protest. Look, we don't have time to be careful and plan things. The fact is that people are getting hurt and the more we wait, the worse things will get. How can we call ourselves humanity's champions if we're unwilling to fight for their lives? For fuck's sake, Steve, it's an obvious trap. They're looking for a way to arrest us just for not signing the damn accords. We do this, best case, we're fugitives, worst case, we end up in prison. Tony yelled. Then we'll all be together too. Steve calmly answered. No, we won't because I'm not doing anything. Tony protested. Rhodey shook his head, I'm out too. I can't really do anything since I'm in the U.S. Army. I can't fight with the suit without their permission, and I have none. The billionaire sighed in relief, at least his oldest friend would be out of harm's way. Romanoff seemed to agree with him. She was usually very pragmatic, probably because of all the people that she killed in her life. The Red Room had taught her that humanity had its ugly part too, and that trusting a political system to be fair was a recipe for disaster. Banner though got up, Blonsky is a monster of my creation. This abomination of a man was born of my blood and my mistakes. I was too trusting in my desperation to cure my condition and these people are paying for it. This is probably a trap, but I'd rather take the risk and sign the accords when they arrest me, than to sit and watch people die to my own mistakes. And what's the worst they could do? Kill me. Been there, tried that, and it didn't work. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm with you on this, Captain. Me too, Wilson chimed in like the fanboy everyone knew he was. The sad thing was that Steve rarely cared when Rhino ran around and killed people with his supersuit, or when many mutants with delusions of power tried to rob banks, thinking themselves to be invincible. Sure, these attacks were rarely as chaotic as the abominations, nor did they happen in the middle of the day. But Steve still didn't care about them beyond frowning slightly. He wanted to get into the fight because he was told he wasn't allowed to do so. The team didn't even go on missions for the Accords to be an issue. It was why Tony was so comfortable with their inaction, since they didn't even do much in the first place. In the end, they were a first response unit in case Earth was attacked, nothing more, and they knew it. That's the sad thing. If Cap wasn't told he could go out and save people, he wouldn't have been this rash. On the other hand, Natasha shook her head, I'm with Tony on this, we need to be smart when picking our fights. And it's not like I would add anything when fighting someone like Emil Blonsky. The World War II hero gave them a disappointed look. Sometimes, we have to choose between what is right and what is easy. It's easy to just stay and do nothing, but I'm willing to risk it for the sake of just saving lives. Tony wanted to curse at the man's self-righteousness. No, Steve, this is the difference between doing something stupid like getting into a fight in the middle of the day, with the media being around, and doing the smart thing by weathering the storm, and living with the guilt, for the sake of a better world. I'm sorry you see it that way, Cap said, ignoring what the billionaire just said. Honestly, Tony could feel that the man had made up his mind and there was very little he could do to change it. That man was as stubborn as a mule. But there was something that Steve craved for, someone that could change his mind, Bucky. Steve tilted his head in confusion and Tony continued, Bucky is alive. He survived his fall and was brainwashed by Hydra. I will tell you where he is, in exchange of you not rushing into this obvious trap without even sparing a single thought to what might happen to you. Steve's expression turned dark. You're lying. Am I? Tony replied with a smirk. He tapped a few commands on his phone and pictures of the unmasked Winter Soldier appeared. He was saved by Zola, brainwashed by him, and given an experimental copy of your serum. They froze him whenever he wasn't useful and only woke him up for their missions. He killed countless people all over the world at Hydra's command. Natasha was pale when she looked at the images and mumbled, the Winter Soldier. Tony nodded. That's the name they gave him. He's known in the underworld as one of the most feared assassins that has ever existed. He's a ghost story, a whisper in the wind, in more ways than one. Steve gave Tony a hard glare. Where is he now? I will tell you exactly what happened to him if you promise not to fight the abomination, Tony simply replied. The super soldier's eyes hardened. You knew that he was alive, and you didn't say anything about him. The war hero's tone was accusing, and Tony could understand why he would be angry, but it was better to be angry and free, than happy and in prison, because he killed my parents. At his teammate's confused look, Tony elaborated, my father was a founder of S.H.I.E.L.D., their main backer, to be honest. He tried to replicate Cap's serum and found a substitute. Unfortunately, it had a side effect of making the subjects extremely violent. He was on his way to the Pentagon with the prototypes, when he was attacked by your old friend. He killed both of my parents. My mother wasn't even involved in the S.H.I.E.L.D. crap, but she was just there. He killed them, stole the serum and probably gave it to the Hydra higher-ups. Sure Cap, Barnes might be your friend, but I will not apologize for not telling you about the unstable brainwashed man that murdered my family. Steve seemed taken aback by Tony's story, and the billionaire had a spark of hope that his gambit might work. What happened to the soldiers? Of course, the men wouldn't care about his parents. Why did Tony even hope? All dead. Hydra froze them when they were too violent, but they were hunted down and executed in their sleep when Hydra fell, replied Tony with a brisk tone. Steve deflated and looked disappointed in Tony. I can't believe that you're using my friend just to get me to not save people. It's a low blow. I'm doing it for you. I'm making sure that you stay a free man, that the entire enhanced community would also live as free men. Is that so much to ask of you? I'm sorry, Tony, but I just can't sit still and do nothing. I would like to think that Bucky would understand that I would choose saving lives and waiting a little longer to see him again. He would know that my priority is always the people I protect. And that he would do the same if he was in my place, the men responded. The unlike you was unsaid, but he didn't need to do it. Everyone understood the implication that Tony was unworthy in Steve's eyes. Well, he's done trying. If the man wants to get himself arrested for his own self-righteousness, then he was welcome to do so without his input. Tony just sighed and deflated. You're set on this, aren't you? Yes. I'm sorry that it's coming to this, Tony. I really am. No, you're not. But you do this and get arrested, and I'll be washing my hands of you. I tried to reason with you and you're the ones that are too stubborn to listen, Tony replied. The Cap nodded and turned towards the elevator. He was followed by Sam, the Falcon, Wilson and Bruce, the Hulk, Banner. They were going to fight the abomination and inevitably fall to Ross' plan. Yeah, things were so going to shit. If you want to support me, check out my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/athasbrkr. I tend to upload drafts of early chapters on there to get people's opinions of them so you can read up to 20 chapters ahead as a bonus. Thank you guys for your support in these hard times.